In order to prove that the Eastern Divine Dragon truly exists, you directly made a contract with the 3S level only hidden class, Dragon Tamer, but all the teachers and students in the school laughed at you and called you a dumbass. Even your childhood sweetheart disliked you and broke up with you just because there is a cultural gap in this world. People have no idea what kind of existence a dragon really is, and instead, they admire Western undead magic classes. They don't know that even a baby divine dragon, with just one move atomic breath, can destroy the entire earth. You placed your palm on the core of the class change magic circle. The center of the array suddenly burst out with 3 extremely dazzling rays of light, merging into 3 mysterious classes, a holy giant sword full of shining light, a skeleton in a black robe holding a staff, and finally, an ordinary-looking beast-patterned stone. This is impossible. Lin Yi could actually awaken 3 classes at the same time. This has never happened before in the history of our school, even in the whole Great Xia. Everyone was shocked by this grand scene. The old principal's face turned red, and he suddenly slapped the table and hurriedly shouted. The first is an A-level combat class, Glorious Warrior. The second, it's the true Undead Catastrophe. A top class among S-levels. The Undead Catastrophe class is terrifying. It can summon billions of undead ghost generals. One person can destroy an entire demon abyss. Teachers and classmates around were all shocked when they heard this. The old principal took a deep breath and looked at Lin Yi on the stage with burning eyes. You must choose the Undead Catastrophe. Everyone completely ignored the golden beast pattern on the far right. That strange beast pattern shape was unheard of, never seen before. Undead Catastrophe, Glorious Warrior, and the unknown beast pattern. Any pig would know what to choose at this moment. Of course, choose the S-level Undead Catastrophe, a catastrophe-level class. But you, without any hesitation, chose the beast pattern master, only because you recognized that the golden beast pattern was the dragon from Chinese legends. You successfully awakened the 3S level only hidden class, Dragon Tamer. The profession panel was opened. You received Hex Blessing. Every time you level up, you will get 1 legendary golden egg. The golden egg will hatch into a dragon-type pet, skill, item, or trait, no lower than legendary level. As soon as you made this choice, the entire place exploded with noise. No way. Are my eyes broken? Is Lin Yi crazy? He didn't choose the Undead Catastrophe? Does he even understand what such a class means? Too young. Too impulsive. Does he think talent can beat class choice? That's stupid. The old principal was extremely angry. Who is Lin Yi's mentor? For such an important student, no one even gave him the most basic class-changing training? How could he not choose the Undead Catastrophe? But just as everyone was in chaos, the sky and earth suddenly changed. A never-before-seen majestic power swept through. Countless golden lights sparkled in the sky, along with mighty dragon roars. A giant dragon totem slowly unfolded. This phenomenon not only shocked everyone present, but it also quickly spread across all of Great Xia. Heavenly phenomenon. This only appears during a 3S awakening. Lin Yi's choice was actually a 3S level class. Reported now. 3S level class holder. Linhai High School can't handle this. This is a national level protected person. The old principal clutched his heart and gave orders while struggling. Never in the history of Great Xia has anyone awakened a 3S level class. The last one awakened in the West and brought huge pressure to Great Xia. But now, your appearance represents the highest glory and hope of Great Xia. At this time, countless warplanes landed at Linhai High School. Everyone turned toward Linhai. The old principal said, "My God, that looks like the president of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce, one of the top 3 chambers. And there's the Extreme South Martial Hall, the Heaven-Earth Class Alliance, the movie clan MO family." There was no doubt. These top forces all came for you. A fat man in a suit, looking like a businessman, was the first to reach the principal and bowed deeply. "Principal, I represent the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce to invite Lin Yi. We are willing to provide everything he needs to grow. The Heaven-Earth Class Alliance also sincerely invites Lin Yi. Not only all resources, but all dungeon instances in the Alliance are free to enter. The MO family invites Lin Yi too. Our clan leader's daughter is one of the top 10 beauties of Jiangnan." Right after that, countless top forces expressed their highest level of offers, all waiting for you to choose. Some Western countries, upon seeing the phenomenon in Great Xia, were panicking. They launched the highest level investigation methods, determined to find out the source of the phenomenon in Great Xia. At this moment, the giant dragon image in the sky faded, and the class change magic circle ended. Your mind returned to reality, and you were surrounded by countless people. The first to speak was the old principal. He held Lin Yi's hands excitedly. "Did you awaken a 3S level class?" You nodded and said, "Yes, a 3S level Dragon Tamer." "What Dragon Tamer?" The principal's smiling face froze. He couldn't believe it. "Ah, Dragon Tamer? What kind of bullshit class is that? What is a dragon? A pet? Never heard of it. Can't even beat the most basic magical beast, I bet. Such a terrifying phenomenon, and it turned out to be a Dragon Tamer? How could that compare to the Undead Catastrophe? This student is truly dumb. In this world, no beast tamer has ever become a top-tier powerhouse, let alone something like this bullshit dragon race." The whole school exploded. Some even asked you, "So, you can only contract with that bullshit dragon thing?" After you confirmed it, the forces that had just invited you didn't hide their feelings, they just left. As humble as they were just now, they were as cold and heartless walking away. The old principal was so angry he wanted to scold you on the spot. He wanted to ask why you didn't choose the undead catastrophe. All the resources the school invested to raise a genius, and you became a waste. Who could accept that? But you stayed calm. You didn't explain much. Vice Principal Liu, who heard that your class was basically trash, secretly rejoiced in his heart. Great. The school only has one guaranteed spot for Jiangnan University this year. A waste like him with a 3S class doesn't deserve it. I'll just take it and give it to Minger. Then, he started testing the waters with the nearby teachers. According to past years, the reserved spots are usually given to those with the highest awakened job levels, but this year. He didn't continue, but some teachers who praised him immediately understood and echoed, yes, how can we reserve a spot for a useless job at Jiangnan University? What will the other students think? Where is our school's face? But, if Su Bingbing's family has a direct channel to a top university, she won't even need this spot. The principal is about to retire, and the vice principal is the prominent figure in the whole school. Once these words came out, many teachers were sharp enough. They immediately realized that this reserved spot would be passed down to the vice principal's son Lu Ming. However, there was still an upright teacher who spoke out, rules for reserved spots cannot be broken. Unless the child is willing to give it up, we have no right to take away what belongs to someone else. Hearing this, Vice Principal Lu's face suddenly turned cold. That is incorrect. We are distributing resources reasonably. How can this be called deprivation? Alright. If this kid can't reach the top 10 in the school ranking list in 3 days, then let him give up this reserved spot. The teacher sighed inwardly. How could Linny possibly achieve that? This was clearly an excuse to take away his reserved spot. The awakening ceremony continued. Su Bingbing, Saint Song Master, S-Class Auxiliary. Lu Ming, Gale Swordsman, A-Class Combat. The appearance of these two caused the entire school to erupt again. S-Class. Su Bingbing is the school's belle, and the Su family is a prestigious family. No boy in the whole school doesn't admire her. And the other one is the vice principal's son, and A-Class Combat profession is very appealing. Su Bingbing gracefully walked down the stage, her beautiful face and cold aura left the boys below mesmerized. After awakening, she did not leave but walked straight to Linny in front of shocked eyes. She changed to a gentle smile and softly comforted, Linny, I believe your choice to become a dragon master must have its own reason. Let's level up together. Linny felt quite warm inside, but he still rejected Su Bingbing's invitation. No need. Su Bingbing was a bit surprised and slightly disappointed, but she nodded and indicated that Linny could find her anytime if he needed help. Ha! The boys who witnessed all this were heartbroken. Why did their goddess look at a useless person? And this useless person even rejected the goddess. How could he deserve that? Linny was a key cultivated genius, it would be understandable for the goddess to favor him. But now that Linny had become useless, how could the goddess still believe in him? Is the goddess bewitched by Linny? Unfair. Lu Ming was even more furious, jumping up and down. Everyone knew he liked Su Bingbing. Now that he awakened as an A-Class Gale Swordsman, how could he tolerate this? Linny, you have already become a useless person. You better come to the secret realm tomorrow. I want you to personally feel how painful it is for a genius to become a useless person. Facing this blatant threat, Linny calmly extended a finger to signal silence. After leaving the school gate, Linny was stopped by a woman. She was a charming woman, accompanied by a young girl who looked similar but slightly younger. The girl felt Lin Yi's gaze and instantly pouted, turning her head away. Meow meow, don't be rude. The woman scolded her, then turned around with a smile to hand Linny a business card. We would like to hire you as the spokesperson for our Chamber of Commerce. Resources, equipment, or even reserved spots can be negotiated. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Linny raised an eyebrow. This Chamber of Commerce, while not as powerful as the three major chambers, still had a decent reputation in Linhai City and Jiangnan Province. So, while other forces choose to turn their faces away, this Chamber of Commerce actually chose to reach out to him. This couldn't help but make him feel a bit suspicious. It seemed that the woman quickly noticed Lin Yi's confusion, and she immediately smiled and said, It's okay, take your time to think it over and contact me on the phone above when you're ready. We won't bother you anymore. With that, she got into the limited edition Porsche with the girl and drove away. In the car, the girl couldn't help but ask, Sister. This guy is a joke, why are we wasting our precious savings to win him over? Sigh. The woman didn't answer, only saying in frustration, Let's take a gamble, maybe it'll work. After the career change ceremony, Lin Yi returned home and couldn't wait to open his panel, looking at the golden egg with uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Tomorrow morning, the novice secret realm will open, and all high school seniors will start leveling up. If they don't reach level 10 within half a month, they won't be able to participate in the college entrance examination. Leveling up one level a day isn't that hard, after all, this isn't a game, but a real and dangerous challenge. In the secret realm, death also means losing your life. Usually, people form teams, but Linny planned to see what the golden egg would give him before making a decision. Feeling uneasy, Linny clicked on the golden egg. Suddenly, the golden egg appeared in reality, and the dazzling golden light hurt his eyes, with cracks appearing on the eggshell, rapidly spreading at a visible speed. Crack! Roar! As the eggshell shattered, a deafening dragon roar almost caused the house to collapse. Congratulations! You have opened the golden egg, legendary, and obtained a blaze dragon, young, ×1, and 100 spirit stones. A crimson dragon cub appeared, its eyes like molten lava. Detected LV1 blaze dragon, young, do you wish to form a contract? Remaining dragon slots, 1/1. Linny didn't hesitate and immediately clicked yes. The red dragon, which had initially intended to attack Linny, immediately became incredibly docile. It nudged its head against Linny's legs. Linny looked at this little creature, somewhat doubting its combat ability. However, when he opened the Blaze Dragon's attribute panel, he was almost stunned. Chapter 3, The Terrifying Attribute Boost of the Dragon Race. Pet, Blaze Dragon, Young. Attributes, Dragon/Fire. Level, LV1, 0 out of 10 Spirit Stones. Talent, Legendary First Tier. Health, 5800/5800. Attack Power, 500. Talent I, Origin of Fire, SSS grade, contains the supreme true fire, flames will ignore any defense or shield. Once the target is touched, the fire cannot be extinguished, continuously causing 50% of attack power in burn damage. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression, SSS grade, the supreme race's dominance is invincible, and any creature facing a dragon will be suppressed by the ancient bloodline, with damage plus 30% and damage taken minus 30%. Skill I, Dragon's Fire Breath, S grade, unleashes true fire in a 20 by 20 large area, causing 300% attack power, 1500 points, ignoring evasion. Skill 2, Fire, Dragon's Bloodline, SS grade, all attributes plus 100%, critical hit plus 30%, evasion plus 30%, any dark entities will take multiplied damage in front of true fire. Skill 3, Life Burn, SS grade, after killing an enemy, restore 150% of attack power, 750 points, as health, and grant the player a shield equal to 50% of attack power, 250 points. Skill 4, Heavenly Fire Dragon Roar, SS grade, to be unlocked at LV10, the dragon's roar is the most penetrating sound in the world, capable of forcing a 3-second stun on targets in a 50 by 50 area. It cannot be exempted or dispelled, it also clears abnormal status effects from allies. Cooldown, 30s. To be unlocked. Description, one of the supreme dragon gods, Blaze Dragon, master of the origin fire. The ruler of all fire in the world. At level 1, it already has 500 attack power. You should know that usually, an A-grade combat profession starts with only 100 points, which is 5 times the A-grade level. Congratulations! You have successfully formed a contract with your pet. The profession panel is now unlocked. Linny opened his own attribute panel. Player, Linny. Level, LV1. Talent, Primordial Blessing, Divine Grade. Profession, First Transfer, Dragon Tamer, SSS Grade. Health, 150 out of 150. Attack Power, 1.5. Attributes, Strength 1.5, Agility 2, Constitution 1.5, Spirit 3. Profession Talent, Dragon Contract, you contain dragons, and only dragons. Loyalty is always at 100%. Profession Skill I, Dragon Slot, LV1+, for the living space of dragons, 1/1. Profession Skill 2, Lifelink, unlocked at LV10, the player shares life with the dragon. Profession Skill 3, Dragon Skill, unlocked at LV20, the player can use the dragon's skills, unlocked at LV20. Profession Skill 4, Dragon Bond, unlocked at LV30. As a 3S grade profession, my attributes were completely outclassed by the Blaze Dragon. Spirit Stones can be used to level up pets and enhance skills. Ding! Skill Upgrade I, Dragon Slot, LV1 LV2, Space Limit +1, consumes 50 Spirit Stones. The limit has been reached, further upgrades require a second transfer. Linny looked at the powerful Blaze Dragon, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's Secret Realm adventure, and fell asleep until dawn. Hey! Let's team up. I'm a B-rank green warrior, top-tier tank. 2 healers and damage dealers, will pass for sure. Is there a big brother willing to take me with him? I'm scared. The next morning, at the entrance of the beginner's secret realm, there were shouts everywhere. When Linny arrived, people had already started entering the secret realm. Beginner's secret realm, Moonlit Forest, recommended level, LV1 LV10, difficulty, easy, clear rate 90.8%/hard, 9.2%/nightmare, not available for selection. Linny also saw his class's team. Everyone in his class was surrounding a man carrying a giant sword. This man was Lu Ming, who had awakened the A-rank job, Gale Swordsman, yesterday. Lu Ming was truly worthy of being the son of the vice principal. An ordinary beginner white gear would cost thousands of spirit stones. But Lu Ming was wearing a full set of bronze gear, and his giant sword even had 2 special attributes, a silver-grade weapon. The whole set would cost over 200,000 spirit stones, with the silver sword alone worth at least half. Lu Ming noticed him and walked straight through the crowd to Lin Yi's side. "Oh. Isn't this our SSS-level genius Lin Yi? You actually dared to come. Although you awakened a useless job, don't do anything foolish. No one will collect your body if you die in the secret realm." This taunt made everyone burst into laughter. Annoying. Lin Yi didn't want to pay attention and was about to walk around him. But when Lu Ming saw Lin Yi completely ignoring him, he immediately became furious and pulled out his giant sword, swinging it towards Lin Yi. "Stop." It was Su Bingbing, the school beauty, who spoke. Lu Ming was unwilling, but had to stop. Lin Yi smiled and nodded at Su Bingbing. "Thank you." If it weren't for Su Bingbing, he was already planning to summon the Blaze Dragon to teach Lu Ming a lesson. But since Su Bingbing was just being kind, Lin Yi appreciated it. Seeing Su Bingbing with 4 bodyguards dressed in expensive gear, each at level 10, he immediately understood these were the helpers the Su family arranged for her training. The wealth of the Su family was truly enviable, for level 10 experts plus an S-rank support made them nearly invincible in the secret realm. Lu Ming interrupted their conversation. "Lin Yi, dare you challenge me to a race in clearing the beginner's secret realm?" Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd gasped. Anyone with eyes could tell this was a trap. Lin Yi, with a useless job, would struggle to survive, let alone clear the realm. In the secret realm, if you die, you're truly dead. Lu Ming's move was clearly intended to put Lin Yi in a deadly situation. "What's wrong, afraid?" Lu Ming, fearing Lin Yi wouldn't agree, provoked him with words. "What am I afraid of?" Lin Yi, far from showing any fear, immediately accepted the challenge. Su Bingbing worriedly tried to stop him. "Lin Yi, don't be too stubborn. Otherwise, team up with me, it'll be safer." Lin Yi gave Su Bingbing a reassuring glance and then turned to Lu Ming, saying indifferently, "Since it's a challenge, there must be a bet, right?" Lu Ming was pleased to hear Lin Yi agree, and immediately accepted the challenge. "Alright, what kind of bet do you want?" 1,000 spirit stones. As soon as Lin Yi spoke, the crowd gasped. One must know that a typical family's yearly expenses only amounted to dozens of spirit stones. But Lu Ming only hesitated for a moment and immediately agreed. "Fine. 10 times, 10,000 spirit stones. And make the other party call me father 3 times. In his mind, Lin Yi was as good as dead, so all conditions would be for nothing in the end. The escalating bet caused a stir in the crowd. Even if Lin Yi managed to survive, the 10,000 spirit stones debt would make him a lifelong servant to Lu Ming. "I hope you won't go back on your word." Lin Yi let out a laugh. Lu Ming pretended to be generous. "You go first, our class members are willing to let you choose your team freely." However, when Lin Yi looked around, almost everyone in the class avoided his gaze. "That's unnecessary, I can manage alone." Lin Yi understood these people well and chose the hard mode to enter the secret realm by himself. Lu Ming followed closely behind, raising his arm and calling out. The entire class and most people in the school responded. Everyone rushed to enter the secret realm with him. With an A-rank professional leading, leveling up wouldn't be difficult at all. Lu Ming also picked 9 capable professionals to enter the secret realm together. This competition was a total massacre. Even if Lin Yi wasn't a useless profession, he stood no chance against a 10-person team in terms of clearing speed. Outside the secret realm, many people gathered, eagerly anticipating the outcome of this competition. Whether the genius dies or the genius calls out to their father in public, it would be a spectacle. "Miss, this guy is really clueless," the bodyguard expressed dissatisfaction after seeing Lin Yi enter the secret realm, recalling how he had just rejected Su Bingbing's good intentions. "I believe in him, he can do it," Su Bingbing spoke firmly and then entered the secret realm as well. Chapter 4, Hard Difficulty Secret Realm. Ding. Entering the secret realm of Moonlit Forest, difficult. Clearing condition, retrieve the moonlit crystal from deep within the secret realm. Lin Yi found himself in a pitch-black forest, the moon in the sky emitting an eerie black light. Everything around him was dark and unclear. Players usually buy a special torch to enter here. But Lin Yi didn't, he directly released the Blaze Dragon. The Blaze Dragon had been cooped up and was excitedly circling around Lin Yi, its bright flames illuminating everything within 100 meters. Lin Yi then noticed several wolves with crescent moon markings on their heads stealthily approaching in the darkness. Moonlit Wolf, LV2. Health, 350. Attack power, 25. Talent Blood Cry. Each attack causes 30% bleeding effect lasting 5 seconds. Skill I Wolf Strike deals 180% attack damage, hitting a single target twice. As soon as the few Moonlit Wolves realized they had been discovered, they immediately launched an ambush. At such close range, a normal person wouldn't have time to react. The Blaze Dragon, worthy of being an ancient dragon, instantly positioned itself in front of Lin Yi. -45. -45. In one wave, they dealt 400 to 500 damage. Even a tank profession equipped with full blue gear would be instantly killed. But this only took away 1/10 of the Blaze Dragon's health. The Blaze Dragon unleashed its skill with a single breath. The flames completely obliterated the Moonlit Wolves. -1,500. -1,500. The Moonlit Wolves' health bar was instantly emptied. +750 +750. The Blaze Dragon's health bar easily restored to full. No wonder only less than 10% of players can clear this difficult mode. Ding! Killed LV2 Moonlit Wolf ×6, experience +250. Ding! Dropped material Moonlit Wolf Fong, white, ×6. Ding! Level up, LV1 LV2, 50/800, obtained Golden Egg, Legendary, ×1. Before Lin Yi could open the Golden Egg, over 10 wild men smeared with green paint ambushed him with daggers from hidden corners in the trees. Good heavens! Lin Yi was startled. The creatures in the secret realm had high intelligence. They were not inferior to humans. In just a moment, they locked onto Lin Yi, aiming to solve the fight with a quick decapitation. He could only barely evade a few attacks, as there were simply too many of them. This group of jungle assassins attacked Lin Yi all at once. -72 -72, 1202. A total of 1002 damage exploded on Lin Yi. But it didn't harm Lin Yi's health bar at all. A bright red protective shield appeared around Lin Yi. Shield from Blaze Dragon, 288 of 1500. This was the shield the Blaze Dragon cast on Lin Yi after killing its foes. The Blaze Dragon rushed over as soon as it sensed the attacks. The jungle assassins knew they were no match for the Blaze Dragon and realized there was no time for another attack. They died one by one at the hands of the Blaze Dragon. Ding! Killed LV5 Jungle Assassin ×12, experience +1200. Ding! Dropped Jungle Dagger, white, ×1. Ding! Level up, LV2 LV3, 450/2000, received Golden Egg, Legendary, ×1, 2. Jungle Dagger, white. Level, LV5. Attributes, attack +15, movement speed +5%, attack speed +5%. Special effect, backstabbing damage increased by 10%. Description, a decent assassin weapon. This equipment is useless to Lin Yi. But if sold, it could fetch a nice price. After all, it is still an equipment. The drop rate in the secret realm is always disappointing. It is said that after killing hundreds of monsters, sometimes nothing drops. Lin Yi considered himself lucky. But others don't have his efficiency. If they were farming normally, it might take 1 or 2 days to get just one. For new players in the secret realm, this is highly valuable. One could sell it for thousands. Lin Yi leveled up again. He now had 2 golden eggs in hand. Taking advantage of this. Ding! You have opened the Golden Egg, Legendary, obtained Dragon Beast Necklace, Legendary, ×1. Ding! You have opened the Golden Egg, Legendary, obtained LV5 Crimson Flame Dragon Armor, Pet Equipment, ×1. Dragon Beast Necklace, Legendary. Level, LV1. Effect, wearing it increases the pet level cap by +10. Description, aimed at ensuring the Beast Master doesn't drag down the pet. Crimson Flame Dragon Armor, Legendary, Pet Equipment. Level, LV5. Attributes, health +10,000, attack +800. Special effect I Crimson Flame, increases fire skill power by 30%. Special effect 2 Dragon Armor, when worn by a dragon-blooded pet, it activates the bloodline potential, awakening a fire skill early. Description, forged by heavenly fire and divine dragon blood, this armor helps dragon-type pets like Lan awaken skills early. Hiss. These two are truly legendary level equipment, the effects are simply outrageous. If circulated on the market, it would probably cause a frenzy. The player's level cap affects the pet, it can't exceed the player's level. This necklace increases the cap by 10 levels, greatly boosting the pet's combat power. The Crimson Flame Dragon Armor is even stronger. The attribute boost is probably higher than that of a normal level 20 boss. The most important thing is the second special effect Dragon Armor. Activating the bloodline, the ultimate skill. Last night, he also researched some knowledge about Beast Masters, and there was a book written by an SS-level Beast Master. The book mentioned this point. It said that there are only 2 key points to cultivating a beast, level and quality rank. The level is obvious, the higher the level, the stronger the attributes. Quality rank is divided into two parts. From bronze to legendary, the higher the quality rank, the better. But if the rank cultivation is not done properly, it's hard to bring out the full effect. Quality ranks are divided into 9 tiers, with the lowest being tier 1 and the highest being tier 9. Each time the rank increases, the attribute boosts, skill upgrades, growth evolution, and awakening ultimate skills all improve. Awakening the ultimate skill is the hardest part. The condition is to raise the quality rank to tier 9. The difficulty of quality cultivation is so high that even the SS level beast master sighed. If it weren't for the high difficulty of cultivation, he wouldn't have fallen lower than some A-level professions. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a sudden change occurred. 100 blood-red bats appeared around, and one was so large that all the bats combined couldn't compare to it. According to the data, this is the boss in the secret realm. Linny immediately sensed something was wrong. Normally, it would take hours to reach the boss's lair. But now, this group of bats had clearly ambushed him in advance. Even the most intelligent monsters in the secret realm wouldn't come up with a strategy to ambush. Blood Knight Bat, Raging. Level, LV 8. Health, 2400/2400. Attack, 220. Skill Bloodthirst, deals 160% damage to the target, causing bleeding for 8 seconds and dealing 50% additional damage, also restoring 120 health. Virtual Blood Knight Bat King, Bronze Boss/Raging. Level, LV 12. Health, 15350/15350. Attack, 850. Skill I Strong Strike, passive, every attack deals high single target damage, cooldown 1.5s. Skill 2 Enhanced Bloodthirst, deals 220% damage to the target. The target enters a bleeding state, causing continuous damage for 80% of 8 seconds, and draining 1,500 health points. Skill 3, Blood Knight Sonic Wave, launch a piercing, sharp sound wave that causes a soul shock to targets within a 10x10 range, controlling them for 2.5 seconds, after which the target speed is significantly reduced for 30 seconds. No! The attributes of this level 8 ordinary monster are terrifying. According to posts on the forum, these attributes have almost doubled. Seeing the frenzy suffix, Linny finally understood that something must have gone wrong in the secret realm. But is it only his area that's affected, or is the entire secret realm in trouble? Hundreds of frenzied bats rushed over like mad. Facing such a group of monsters, even a second-class professional at level 30 or 40 would only have the option to flee. But Linny had no fear, and the blazing dragon under him showed a fierce battle intent. If it weren't for protecting Linny, it would have charged ahead already. Go! Linny jumped off the blazing dragon. After all, the blazing dragon was still in its juvenile phase, making it inconvenient to fight while carrying him. The blazing dragon surged forward like a wild horse released from its reins. Ding! Crimson Flame Dragon Armor, LV5 Legendary, has been equipped on Blazing Dragon. Ding! Blazing Dragon, successfully awakened, Essence Heavenly Judgment Fire Extinction. Minus 5070. Minus 5070. Minus 10,140, critical hit. Chapter 5, Supreme Essence, Instant Kill. The Blazing Dragon wiped out a large group of bats in one move. But under the frenzy effect, these bats were fearless and charged madly towards the blazing dragon. Clap, clap, clap. A series of crisp clapping sounds suddenly rang out. A hoarse male voice commanded, "You're so strong with just 2 levels? If someone like you grows, it will be even harder to deal with. Bat King, go." The Bat King, who had been motionless until now, finally made a move. Its wings, which could block out the sky, flapped powerfully. The target was Linny. Above the Bat King's head, a figure appeared without warning. It was the owner of the voice just now. It was a mage dressed in a purple gold-black robe, holding a skull staff. His skin was somewhat pale, but with golden hair and blue eyes, it was clear that this was his natural complexion. He was a foreigner. But Linny had clearly entered the secret realm alone. For this person to breach the secret realm, he must be someone extraordinary. And judging by the recent monster mutations, it was likely the work of this person. Promisius, Avatar Shadow, LV 53rd Class Professional. Holy crap! When Linny saw this person's title, it confirmed his guess. A 3rd-class professional. And possessing such strange abilities. Such an expert was clearly targeting him. What had he done to offend him? Misius enjoyed Linny's fear, proudly and hoarsely boasting, "You people are truly cunning, but you can't escape the watchful eyes of our Eagle Nation. You actually dared to attempt to use the neglect of an SSS rank and even openly claimed you were a useless profession to deceive us in Eagle Nation. It seems you really entered the secret realm without anyone to guard you. I thought the information was true, but if it weren't for me testing you in this berserk secret realm just now, I might have been deceived by you." "Ha? Not a buddy? Upon hearing this, Linny suddenly understood it was an assassin sent by an enemy nation. They mistakenly thought the information about him being a useless profession was a smokescreen, and in reality, they wanted to suppress him. It turns out he never got the SSS rank benefits but sure received plenty of punishment. Too bad you're a beast master. Killing you will be enough. Today, you will fall at my hands. A future SSS level pillar talent, falling at my hands. Damn, this is simply too wonderful. Ding. Danger detected for the player. It is advised that you forcefully exit the secret realm if not yet completed. Simply wait 10 seconds, but you will be penalized. All attributes permanently decrease by 20%, level -3, and you will not gain experience for 7 days. All attributes will drop by 75% for 3 days, and you will be cursed for a month. The Bat King, after going berserk, was extremely fast. It darted towards Linny in a blink. A terrifying claw strike sent Linny flying. Once this attack hit the shield, it did not cause much damage. From the Blaze Dragon's shield, 48950/52000. Fortunately, the Blaze Dragon's shield effect is very strong. Now that I've equipped my gear, my attack power has increased. Every time I kill a target, I can gain a solid 650 points of shield. Currently, this group of Blaze Dragons is still being held back by those bats, and they cannot come to support me for a while. I can only rely on my agility to avoid the attacks as much as possible. My shield is so thick, as long as I can hold on until the Blaze Dragon deals with those bats, I can resolve this crisis. But the mage seems to have seen through my intention. Humph. He snorted coldly and waved his staff. Although a large part of the staff's glow was released, you won't survive today. Strengthen the spell. In an instant, the Bat King's claws shimmered with purple light. One claw directly knocked off a large part of my shield. Under the spellcasting of the mage, the Bat King's damage increased by tenfold. Damn it! 30500. 30500. The two claws shattered the shield. Although the effect of the purple damage enhancement has disappeared. At this moment, I still haven't reached level 10 to unlock life sharing. Even a normal attack would be enough to kill me in one hit. Am I really going to perish at such a young age? Roar! At this moment, the Blaze Dragon finally dealt with that group of bats. It dove down and charged over quickly. The Bat King, originally planning to attack me, had to stop. Humph. This creature called a dragon is indeed powerful and troublesome. I must kill you and take your memories. I will also capture this dragon beast. The mage waved his staff again, and this time the glow of the staff almost vanished completely. However, this time the purple glow appeared around the Bat King's neck. The Bat King opened its throat and let out a long howl. Its sharp, unpleasant scream echoed throughout the secret realm. This released the skill 3, Blood Knight Sonar. The basic control lasts for 2.5 seconds, and with the mage's enhancement, the effect is greatly improved. Get him. Kill him. The mage commanded the Bat King to attack me with a look of glee. Now that my terrifying pet has been controlled, I am undoubtedly dead. Roar. But just at that moment, the Blaze Dragon's roar sounded again. The mage turned around in shock, only to find that the Blaze Dragon was not controlled at all. Ward magic? His face was filled with disbelief. The skill he had enhanced should at least control the Blaze Dragon for 10 seconds, slowing it down significantly enough to trap it in the mud. But the Blaze Dragon was completely unaffected. Now the Blaze Dragon was still over 10 meters away from here, it couldn't reach me before the mage attacked. Just a few seconds of attack and the Bat King wouldn't last long. The mage felt some pain thinking about it. If he had known, he should have abandoned the Bat King from the start and killed me directly. Now that the situation had twisted, he was paying a much greater price instead. But at this point, there was nothing else to do. As long as he could kill me, he would accept any price, no matter how large. However, facing imminent death, my face showed just a hint of fear and panic. I smiled at the close-range mage and said, "Out of tricks? Then it's your turn to die." Seeing this scene, the mage's heart raced uncontrollably. Although he did not know when, or even if he had fallen into a trap. But seeing my confident appearance after dropping the disguise made him feel very uneasy. Not good. Run. He hurriedly urged the Bat King to move, but it was already too late. Heavenly annihilation fire. In the next second, the surrounding scene transformed into a terrifying volcano. Endless sea of fire spread out, and the sky rained down purple flame meteors. Lava fire pillars erupted from the ground. It was truly like a hell on earth. Just as the Bat King was about to touch me, it was engulfed by the lava fire pillar. But the mage still had a trick up his sleeve. He steeled his heart. He directly crushed the staff in his hand. A halo instantly appeared around the Bat King. A shield with a value of 100,000 emerged. A purple glow also appeared on his shoulder, greatly increasing his attack speed. -72,000, critical hit. Terrifying numbers floated above the Bat King's head, instantly killing him. Mizius was shocked. True damage? But at that moment, the Bat King's attack also slashed through Lin Yi. Lin Yi, however, completely ignored the attack, perfectly blocking this damage. Dodge. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed the final boss. You cleared the hard difficulty within 10 minutes, meeting the hidden conditions to unlock the third difficulty nightmare. Do you want to enter? Yes/no. Ding. Note, if you choose no this time, you must meet the conditions again to unlock. Ding. Nightmare difficulty is in an undeveloped state, clearing will grant a first completion treasure chest. Chapter 6, Level Up 4 times, Crazy Egg Opening. After the final boss, the Bat King, died, Mizius' ghostly figure instantly looked like he was spitting blood, his already pale face now terrifyingly white. Damn it! He looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. You still had a trump card? The strength of this dragon combined with your strategy, if given time, you will definitely be a character. A hint of anger flashed in Mizius' eyes. After all these years, you are the only one who was able to hurt me, huh? But you are just a little stronger than those dogs that died at my hands. If you have the guts, then come at me in nightmare mode. I'll be waiting for you there. Saying this, Mizius vanished. The nightmare dungeon passage, originally purple, suddenly transformed into red. Nightmare mode, huh? Lin Yi's expression was grave as he replayed the battle in his mind. Essence Heaven's punishment fire extinguish. Passive, immune to any control, greatly reduces any negative effects. Active, activate the Blaze Dragon bloodline, summon the fire of heaven and earth to extinguish the enemy. Deals huge damage, 3000% attack power, to all targets within a range of 1000 by 1000, and enters a berserk state lasting 20 seconds, guaranteeing critical hits with each attack, and all skills have no cooldown and no consumption. All allies in range receive a layer of flame phantasm, allowing them to evade one instance of damage. Cooldown, 144 hours. The power awakened from this equipment was the key to victory in this battle. However, if it were a straight-up confrontation, Lin Yi might have already perished. From the moment he discovered the Bat King, he suspected he might be ambushed. That was why he deliberately let the Blaze Dragon distance itself from him, revealing a flaw to lure the enemy. Sure enough, Mizius fell for it, thinking he could take the opportunity to behead him. At that moment, when the Blaze Dragon saw him in danger, it nearly used the essence directly. But Lin Yi used his thoughts to stop it. He wanted to test Mizius, and upon looking at Mizius, he could tell he had no attacking ability. If not, he could just kill him directly without needing to play tricks in the secret realm. But he couldn't rule out the possibility that he had other intervening abilities. After all, he could make the secret realm monsters obey his commands and apply frenzy. The Bat King directly hit the shield. Unexpectedly, Mizius also showcased his amplification ability. Mizius' abilities were indeed astonishing. However, he failed consecutively 2 times, and the last blast from his staff was also dismantled by Lin Yi. Ultimately, he was slain by Lin Yi. And at this moment, Lin Yi recalled Mizius' background. This person had been recorded in textbooks. After all, a third-tier professional is a strategic-level powerhouse in any country. Generally, they rarely take action. But this person was different. He loved to commit acts of assassination, slaughtering innocent towns and people. Countless geniuses had died at his hands. The innocent civilians were even more numerous to count. What was important was that if he really let Mizius escape, his news would definitely reach back. They were just testing out powerful experts, and it nearly led him into danger. At that time, it was hard to imagine what kind of assassination awaited him. So today, there's absolutely no way to let Mizius escape. Just now, the words he said before leaving completely enraged Lin Yi. He actually insulted a person like he was a dog. This is something he absolutely cannot tolerate. Though he is young, he knows what a nation means. Only with a nation can there be a home. He hopes for a peaceful country and a happy family, but now, beasts run wild and foreign enemies are watching. At this moment, someone like him must step forward. To protect the home and defend the country, it is his duty without hesitation. Whether for himself or for his fallen comrades. Today, he must kill Mizius on the battlefield. And he is not without a chance of victory. From how Mizius tried again and again to protect the Bat King before, the Bat King must be very important. Now that the Bat King is dead, it's clear Mizius is already badly wounded. And his staff is completely destroyed. This kind of chance is hard to come by. If missed, it might never come again. Lin Yi didn't rush into nightmare mode. He hadn't even checked his battle rewards yet. Even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. He must equip himself well before the final fight. Ding! Killed LV8 Blood Knight Bat times 127, gained experience plus 28,550. Ding! Obtained materials Blood and Bone, White, times 25. Ding! Obtained equipment Poison Fang Blade, Bronze, times 2. Ding. Killed, False Blood Knight Bat King, boss, times 1, gained experience plus 10,000. Ding. Obtained, False Robe, silver. Ding. Obtained Skill Book, Sonic Sharpness, green. Ding. Obtained Spirit Stones times 100. Ding. Level up, LV3 LV7, 3550/21000, obtained Dragon Eggs, Legend, times 5. This battle raised his level straight to 6. He got 4 Dragon Eggs. That's amazing. False Robe, silver. Level, LV12. Stats, HP plus 500, defense plus 150. Special effect, False, reduces damage taken. Special effect 2, Phantom, can turn invisible for 3s, cooldown 120s. Description, a robe forged from special false type energy, good for both defense and escape. This robe is quite nice, players can only wear gear not higher than 5 levels above their own. This one fits just right, Linny put it on right away. Skill Book, Sonic Sharpness, green. Effect, deals 120% damage in a straight line of 3x10, with a slight confusion effect. Learn, can be learned. Linny didn't learn it, after all, skill slots are limited. Selling it might bring a good price. As for the drops from normal monsters, Linny didn't even bother looking. He killed over 100 monsters, and only 2 bronze items and a pile of materials dropped. The drop rate really is painful. Not nearly as good as farming bosses for gear. But altogether, it's still worth about 10,000 yuan. A decent bit of income. Linny rubbed his hands, next it's time to open Dragon Eggs. Ding. Open Dragon Egg, Legend, times 2. Ding. Obtain Shadowstone, Legendary, times 1. Ding. Obtain Charging Scroll, Legendary, times 1. Ding. Congratulations. Open 5 golden eggs in total, unlocked Super Golden Egg Synthesis Mode. Ding. Synthesize? Yes/no. Linny was confused at first seeing only 2 golden eggs opened, but then understood after seeing the message. Dragon Blessing, Divine, Effect I, each time you level up, gain 1 legendary dragon egg. Golden eggs hatch at minimum to legendary quality dragon pets, skills, items, traits, or evolution points. Current dragon eggs, 3. Effect 2, after opening 3 golden eggs, legend, gain 1 synthesis attempt. 3 golden eggs can be combined into a super golden egg, myth. The super egg has similar effects but may hatch myth quality items, current attempts, 1. So it was a talent upgrade. It unlocked the synthesis mode. Only 3 golden eggs needed to create a super golden egg. Linny of course didn't hesitate to synthesize. Ding. Open Super Dragon Egg, Myth, times 1. Chapter 7, Open the Super Golden Egg. Ding. Open Super Dragon Egg, Myth, times 1. Ding. Congratulations. Obtain Talent, Eye of True Insight, SS Class, Spirit Stones times 1000. Eye of True Insight, SS Class. Effect I, ignores level restrictions, you can see any target stat panel. Effect 2, any weakness of the target will be clearly shown to your eyes. Effect 3, Eye of True Insight holds great mental power, allowing you to ignore mental control. Effect 4, all lies will have no place to hide before you, you will see through the truth of anything. This thing is amazing. Linny stroked his chin in wonder. Although it seemed like it would not increase any combat power. But it was very suitable for Linny. First of all, Linny's combat power far exceeded that of others at the same stage. Fighting across levels was absolutely a common occurrence. In this case, once the opponent exceeded Linny by 10 levels, he could only see the opponent's. Regarding the recent battle, if he could have seen Misius's attribute skills from the start, perhaps it would not have been so uncertain. The chance of winning would have at least increased by half. Even if he couldn't win, at least he could have discovered an escape in advance. The second and third effects need not be mentioned, they were definitely godly battle skills. Weakness Insight and ignoring mental control could boost Linny's combat power by 30%. The fourth effect was a bit vague, but it looked decent too. Linny looked at the other 2 items that had just been revealed. Charging Scroll, item, can recharge to restore the target's mental power to its peak, and also restore the cooldown of a single skill. Uses, 3 of 3. Shadowstone, legendary, can be used on dark-type equipment to enhance equipment quality and significantly boost one of its attributes. The Charging Scroll was a big weapon. Linny hurriedly kept it safe. As for the Shadowstone, he didn't hesitate to use it on the recently acquired Illusion Robe. Ding. Used Shadowstone, legendary, to upgrade Illusion Robe, silver, to Illusion Shadow Robe, legendary. Illusion Robe, legendary. Level, LV12. Attributes, health plus 8000, defense plus 500. Special effect illusion, damage taken minus 30%. Special Effect 2 Enhanced Illusion, can become invisible for 25 seconds, cooldown of 40 seconds, and attacks during the invisibility will not be interrupted. Description: upgraded legendary robe, very suitable for escaping. Now Lin Yi's combat power had improved. However, as a Beastmaster, personal combat power wasn't that important. The most crucial thing was to enhance his own survival ability. Now, if Lin Yi were to face the Bat King again, he could at least take a few hits. The most important thing was still the ability to turn into an illusion. Invisibility for 25 seconds. As long as it's used wisely, it could definitely be considered a skill for dodging. After putting it on, Lin Yi didn't rush in. There was still one last trick. Ding! Consume Spirit Stone times 1050, Blaze Dragon level upgraded from LV1 LV10, 0/500. Wow, this was truly a gold guzzler. Swallowing 1,000 Spirit Stones only barely raised it to level 10. After that, leveling up again would require a full 500 Spirit Stones. The Blaze Dragon burst forth with intense radiance, howling to the sky as it wildly circled Lin Yi. It took a while to fully digest. Its size had also increased to circle. Fortunately, the gains were very good. Pet, Blaze Dragon, Juvenile Stage. Level, LV10, 0/500 Spirit Stones. Qualification, Legendary First Tier. Health, 27400/27400. Attack, 2300. Talent Eye Source of Fire, SSS level, contains Supreme True Fire that ignores any defense and shield. Once contaminated with the target, it cannot be extinguished and continuously deals 50% attack damage as burn damage. Talent 2 Bloodline Suppression, SSS level, the dominance of the Supreme Race is unmatched. Any creature that encounters the Dragon Race will be subject to suppression from ancient bloodlines, increasing damage by 30% and reducing damage taken by 30%. Skill Eye Dragon's Breath of Fire SS level, sprays True Fire into 20 by 20 large area, dealing 300% attack damage, 6,900 points, ignoring evasion. Skill 2 Dragon's Bloodline, SS level, all attributes plus 100%, critical hit plus 30%, evasion plus 30%. Skill 3 Life Burn, SS level, exclusive passive for dragons, after killing an enemy, restore 150% of attack power, 750 points, as health and grant the player a shield equal to 50% of attack power, 250 points. Skill 4 Heavenly Fire Dragon's Roar, SS level, the roar of the dragon is the most penetrating sound in the world, capable of forcing targets in a 50 by 50 range into a 3-second stun, which cannot be evaded or removed. It also clears debuffs from allies, cooldown 30 seconds. Ultimate move Ultimate Heavenly Punishment Fire Extinguish. Passive, immune to any control and significantly reduces any negative effects. Active, activate the Blaze Dragon's Bloodline to summon the fire of heaven and earth to annihilate enemies. Deals massive damage, 3000% attack power, to all targets within a 1000 by 1000 range, and enters a berserk state for 20 seconds, guaranteeing critical hits on every attack. All skills have no cooldowns or costs. Allies within range gain a layer of flame illusion, allowing them to evade one instance of damage. Cooldown, 24 on cooldown. Equipment, Crimson Flame Dragon Armor, Legendary. The health bar was close to 30,000, and the attack power had reached 2,000. A new skill was also unlocked. It could be considered a means of control now, and combat power greatly increased. But the battles ahead would become even more difficult. Lin Yi took a deep breath, then stepped into the nightmare entrance with the blazing dragon. At another place in the secret realm, Lu Ming had just finished clearing out the jungle assassins. In easy mode, jungle assassins never gang up or ambush, they only charge head-on one by one. As an A-rank Gale swordsman, his superior agility left the jungle assassins with nowhere to run. He basically cut them all down effortlessly. The people around, who were clinging to him, all came out to flatter him. Young Master Lu is indeed amazing, your strength is incredible. Ha ha ha. This time the top rank is definitely yours, young Master Lu. With you here, we might even break the record for clearing the secret realm, and then break the hard mode record too. Spread your fame far and wide. That Lin Yi really has dog eyes and can't recognize a hero, dares to go against our young Master Lu. Everyone's flattery made Lu Ming very pleased. Lu Ming smiled and said, let's hurry and clear it, everyone will get a share of the record-breaking reward. When we get out, we'll give that so-called genius Lin Yi a good humiliation. Ha ha ha. The other 9 all echoed with mocking laughter. Ding. You have entered Nightmare Mode, recommended level LV20+. Note, Nightmare Mode cannot be exited midway. The scenery around Lin Yi changed, and he arrived in a strange place. Around him were dried-up trees, with eerie skulls hanging from the ends of their branches. It was unclear if it was just an illusion, but the skulls seemed to be staring at Lin Yi. There was no sun or moon in the sky, only scarlet vertical pupils scattered across the sky like stars. The blazing dragon circled around Lin Yi, staying alert to all directions. Lin Yi walked forward along the path. But strangely, he didn't encounter any monsters along the way. He walked for a whole 30 minutes and was still trapped in this strange forest. Footprints? Seeing the footprints ahead, Linny felt suspicious. After getting closer, he found they were his own footprints. That meant he had gone around in circles and returned to the same place. Was he trapped in an endless loop? Could it be an illusion? But as soon as the thought appeared, Linny denied it himself. He had the eye of true sight. If it was an illusion, he could have easily seen through it. Linny touched his chin, suddenly realizing something. According to the revised guide to breaking illusion 7th edition by People's Education Press, to break an illusion, one must first realize it is an illusion, and then prove the idea. Pinching your own thigh was one method. Some low-level illusions couldn't simulate pain. The top method and best solution, suicide. That's right. Once the person dies, whether they revive for no reason or their consciousness continues, it proves it's an illusion. At that moment, suicide. Suicide. This is an illusion, quickly commit suicide. Suddenly, Linny's mind was filled with his own voice, screaming madly. The voice became more and more urgent, more and more desperate. Like a mad scientist finding something to prove his theory, completely insane. Ding. Immune to mental control. As the system prompt sounded, a stream of clarity surged into Linny's mind, washing away all the noisy voices. Humph. This completely confirmed Linny's guess. According to the footprints, he had indeed returned, but this place was not an illusion. That means. Linny immediately set off and continued walking forward, but this time he moved very slowly. He paid close attention to the surrounding environment, constantly scanning every detail. Finally, after about 15 minutes, Linny found something in an unremarkable patch of grass. Camouflage array, low level. Linny's eyes lit up with joy. In front of the eye of true sight, no camouflage could hide. The blazing dragon charged forward and unleashed a fierce breath of flame. It shattered the camouflage formation. Suddenly, a stone chamber several meters high appeared. 2 rune formations were carved on top. Space transmission array, intermediate, inlaid, spatial stone, silver. Subconscious hypnosis array, beginner, inlaid, illusion stone, bronze. It truly is like this. The reason I returned was because this space transmission array unexpectedly sent me back. And all of this was to confuse players. To make players mistakenly believe they were in an illusion, while subtly suggesting hypnosis through their subconscious. Players think that escaping the illusion requires suicide. But in reality, everything is true reality. In the end, after players commit suicide, they actually face true death. This move is extremely sinister. Fortunately, Linny was not tricked, largely thanks to his inside eye. Linny immediately recognized whether he was in an illusion, which saved him. Ding. Obtained, spatial stone, ×1, illusion stone, ×1. He plucked the 2 stones from the formation. The formation's effect also disappeared. Linny could finally continue forward. At this moment, not far away on a tree branch, the skull suddenly twisted and stared at Linny. It creaked and rattled, while Mizia's faint voice came out, "Damn, this guy is just too terrifying. He actually cracked my counter tactics. But today, since you dared to come in, I will ensure you return with nothing." Chapter 8, Sea of Blood Crisis. Linny's every move was actually under Mizia's watch. After successfully cracking the transmission array, Linny walked only a few steps before arriving at an endless sea of blood. Bang! A nearly 10-meter-long, blood-red worm suddenly sprang out of the sea. It rushed straight towards Linny. Sea of Blood Worm, Raging Elite. Buff, while in the Watch Blood Sea area, life attribute plus 1000, recovery ability increased by 100%. Level, LV10. Health, 6200/6200. Attack, 380. Talent, Blood Death Resurrection. Each time it is killed, it will split into 2 units, causing an explosion upon splitting that deals 80% attack power plus 5% health damage to targets within an 8x8 range, and the new units inherit 80% of the previous unit's attributes along with all talents and skills. Skill, Leap Strike, jumps high and causes a collision with the target, dealing 150% damage. Also briefly stuns for 0.3 seconds. Skill, Wrap, surrounds the target. The higher the wrapping degree, the higher the squeezing damage. Continues to deal 80% attack power suffocation damage. Introduction, a creature from the Sea of Blood, extremely bloodthirsty. This level introduced new territory and new monsters. And although this monster doesn't seem strong, it is very troublesome. Once it splits into more units, it will become a disaster. By common logic, this level likely requires holding out against the attacks to cross the river. Linny looked around and indeed found boats to cross the river. Facing the worm rushing over, the blazing dragon, being very wise, did not attack but easily dodged instead. It directly avoided the worm's attack. This level was practically a blessing for Linny. Having a flying unit, with the blazing dragon's health, crossing the river would be easy. But Linny did not do so, he already had a plan in mind. These were all shiny experience points, how could Linny let them go? Little Blaze. Kill them all. As Linny commanded, the blazing dragon immediately dove toward the sea of blood. Heh, looking for death. Another inconspicuous skull turned to watch Linny. I thought the sea of blood was wasted, but it seems this guy seeks death, perhaps I don't even need to act. After all, once it splits and the numbers increase, even the blazing dragon would find it hard to withstand multiple worms' leap strikes and explosions. Entering the range of the worms' attack, they all leaped up to attack the blazing dragon. Let's poke it and run. Fly back to the shore. Linny said, and although the blazing dragon did not understand, it followed the command. A breath of dragon fire erupted and directly drowned the worms. Minus 12,640. Minus 12,640. The damage exceeded 10,000, this group of worms simply could not withstand it. In an instant, they were all annihilated. Bang, bang, bang. Although the burning dragon ran fast, it was still injured by the explosions. However, its health bar barely moved. After splitting, the worms rushed towards Linny again. The skullhead spoke again, aren't you afraid of being worn down? The Dragon Kingdom is truly a foolish race. But unfortunately, the result was contrary to what he expected. Linny wasn't afraid of being worn out when he dared to strike. By the time the worms attacked again after splitting, the burning dragon had already run far away. And these worms had flames burning on their bodies. Minus 1,690, burn. Minus 1,690, burn. The worms couldn't withstand much after splitting, dying, exploding, and splitting again. But the result was still the same. The fire on their bodies never went out. The worms, in a panic, kept swimming in the sea of blood, trying to use the sea of blood to extinguish the supreme true fire on their bodies. But it was in vain. The fire on them not only didn't extinguish, it even instantly vaporized the surrounding seawater. With each split, the number of worms with flames grew more and more. As they kept fleeing, they would unintentionally bump into worms without the supreme true fire. This flame spread like an unavoidable plague, quickly spreading to all the worms in the sea of fire. The worms struggled in pain, and the sea of blood's height kept dropping. Linny showed a satisfied smile. The burning dragon's talent was too powerful. Once the supreme true fire touched something, it would never extinguish. It was simply the nemesis of worms like these. No matter how they split, they'd still burn to death. If conditions allowed, even burning a god alive wouldn't be impossible. Now, with the sea surface lowering due to a large amount of seawater being evaporated, even if the worms used leap strike, they couldn't touch the burning dragon. As the sea level dropped, the top of a strange building emerged. Lin Yi's eyes lit up in joy. He hadn't expected such an unexpected reward. Hidden unique building Blood God Temple. Hidden building? But it truly was. Besides Lin Yi, no one could have discovered that such a thing was hidden beneath the sea. And it was a unique building. This meant that only the first person who discovered it could enter. Later people, even if they reached the seabed, would not find this Blood God Temple anymore. Ding! Kill LV10 Blood Seaworm, Elite, times 177, experience plus 59,920. Ding! Dropped Blood Creation Potion, Blue, times 2. Ding! Infinite Blood Ball, Blue, times 12. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, LV7 LV9, 2980/65,000, received Golden Egg, Legendary, times 2. These worms could split, but in the end, there was a limit. After about 7 or 8 times, they were completely burned to death. Even with a limit, it was still terrifying. If all these nearly 200 blood sea worms split, they could reach over 10,000. A level 10 elite monster actually dropped a blue item. That's quite rare. Blood Creation Potion, Blue, after use, instantly restores 500 points plus 3% 5% of maximum health, and then restores 50 health per second for 10 seconds. After the effect ends, it restores 3% 5% of maximum health again. Description: a powerful potion with extremely high production difficulty. Holy shit! Maximum health recovery. Although this item was only rated as a blue potion, the maximum health recovery could be used by players of any level. If this item were on the market, it would absolutely be a must-have for players of any level. Lin Yi didn't intend to sell it. Such a good item was meant to be kept for himself. Damn it! How many more tricks does this guy have? He even managed to calm the blood sea. Even if I came personally, I couldn't do it. Lin Yi landed on the seabed and walked into the Blood God Temple. He was cautious, but didn't detect any danger. The space inside was not large. In the middle was a platform. Behind the platform was a sculpture, which depicted a strange creature. Its head was like an octopus, with 8 limbs, each limb coming from a different creature. But a distant aura made Lin Yi's blood boil. It created a feeling of submission, and his knees uncontrollably wanted to kneel. However, Lin Yi's willpower intervened in this struggle at this moment. Lin Yi knelt to the sky and the ground, knelt for his parents. How could he inexplicably kneel to a sculpture he didn't recognize? Even being forced. Although the half-kneeling posture looked awkward, it was already Lin Yi's limit. He was drenched in beads of sweat, showing how terrifying this invisible pressure was. Roar! At that moment, a dragon's roar directly shattered this pressure. In an instant, Lin Yi felt completely relaxed. The pressure disappeared almost entirely. This was indeed the work of the blazing dragon. In a daze, Lin Yi felt that the sculpture seemed to reveal a look of fear. He shook his head to clear his mind a little. He approached the platform, but found a scroll on it. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! You have entered the Blood God Temple, and the Blood God is watching you. Ding! Please make a choice. Choose one. Obtain a mysterious scroll, accept the Blood God's incense task, and complete it within 30 days. If completed, you will receive extremely rich rewards. If not, you will be cursed and die with all your blood drying up, only to be resurrected. This will continue until your soul perishes. Choose 2. Refuse the task and leave the Blood God Temple. Defiling the Blood God or going against the Blood Gods will result in being cursed, permanently reducing maximum life by 99%. Damn it! This Blood God is definitely not a good god. Although Lin Yi was complaining in his heart, he had no choice but to make a decision. The second option to refuse was simply a disaster for ordinary players. But for Lin Yi, it wouldn't be. Once he reached level 10 and unlocked life sharing, it wouldn't matter. However, Lin Yi did not choose 2. Although one was extremely dangerous, the benefits were also immense. Just the influence brought by this word god was enough to represent everything. The rewards were clearly substantial. I choose 1. As soon as Lin Yi's words fell, the Blood God Temple disappeared from its spot, and the scroll had already fallen into Lin Yi's hands without him noticing. Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted the Blood God's incense task, unique task. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the scroll for making blood repairing potion, gold. Blood God's incense task, unique task. Task difficulty 100000+. Task requirement, sacrifice an item no lower than the divine level, with a blood attribute of 90%. Task reward, blessing from the Blood God, divine level. Failure punishment, be cursed, with all blood drying up and dying, only to be resurrected. This will continue until your soul perishes. Time limit, 29 days 23 hours. Hiss. This task has a difficulty level of 1 million, and the requirements are extremely tough. Divine level items. This quality exceeds legendary items, at least he had only heard of such levels among the national treasures. But since he accepted it, he might as well face it with determination. The mysterious scroll was actually a blueprint for making the blood-repairing potion. This really gave Lin Yi a big surprise. A golden quality scroll. White, green, blue, purple, orange, and then comes the golden quality. It's clear that this item is extremely precious. Lin Yi made a correct choice. Blood-repairing potion making scroll, golden. Main materials, infinite flesh, blue, ×3. Auxiliary materials, blood-repairing grass, white, ×10, heavenly flower, white, ×12, bone leaf, green, ×3. Production requirements, alchemist level must reach 4 stars or higher. Description, a potion with extremely high manufacturing difficulty. If not for the binding of materials, its quality might not be limited to this. After seeing the scroll, Lin Yi fell into sadness instead. After all, the maximum level in the novice secret realm is only for players up to level 10. At this stage, besides Lin Yi, probably no other level 10 players could annihilate this group of worms. The drop rate for infinite flesh is too low. He had killed nearly 200 to barely drop 2 pieces of infinite flesh. Lin Yi put the scroll into his backpack. He would worry about future matters later. Right now, the urgent task is to deal with Mizius. The blazing dragon took Lin Yi to the riverbank. But just as they reached the other side, several sound waves that shook the space unexpectedly attacked Lin Yi. 5 Bat Kings had appeared nearby out of nowhere. Mizius still followed his old strategy, planning to ambush Lin Yi. This area control was extremely difficult to evade, and Lin Yi was immediately immobilized. Fortunately, he was on the Blaze Dragon, which moved at full speed to help him dodge. However, Mizius had already found a way to counter, and 5 Bat Kings quickly came to intercept the Blaze Dragon. Meanwhile, the skulls in the trees around began to fly up. Skull Bomb causes 100 points of explosive damage. They all flew toward Lin Yi in unison. Seeing the overwhelming bombs, the Blaze Dragon, under Lin Yi's conscious command, immediately activated the skill, Dragon Fire Roar. The sharp dragon roar made even the Bat Kings feel their souls shake. The Dragon Roar also removed the control status from Lin Yi. I have to say, the Blaze Dragon is truly a powerful force that combines both attack and support. Facing the incoming skull bombs, Lin Yi leaped into the air, and his figure vanished. Using the enhanced phasing of the Phantom Robe, he entered a stealth state. The skull bombs immediately lost their target. They exploded in place. The 5 Bat Kings, controlled and falling to the ground, were also attacked by the Blaze Dragon. But these Bat Kings were also tenacious. After suffering 2 dragon breaths from the Blaze Dragon, they still had a sliver of health left. At this moment, a massive black shadow swooped in from afar. It was a blood-red 2-headed Bat King. And on its back was the familiar Mizius. At this moment, he was no longer a blurry shadow, but his real body. Lin Yi immediately looked at the attributes of the 2-headed Bat King. 2-headed Bat King, Silver Boss Raging. Level, LV20. Health, 88500/88500. Attack power, 2200. Talent, double-headed, effect I, normal attacks and skills 2 and 3 will cause double damage. Effect 2, upon death, it will split once, inheriting all attributes. And gain a short-term 120% attribute boost. Skill I, Enhanced Poison Claw, deals 220% damage to a single target and inflicts poison damage lasting 12s. Skill 2, Sharp Howl, deals 155% shock damage to targets within 20 distance and inflicts control for 1s divided by 1.5s divided by 2s 3 times, with a 2's interval between controls. Skill 3, Venom Spray, sprays venom at a target, dealing poison damage and spreading residual effect to a 3x3 area lasting 120s. Skill 4, Demon King Kill, creates several illusions, simultaneously dealing instant death to the target. Each illusion deals 220% damage and absorbs health to convert into a shield, remaining for 12s after the attack ends. Weakness Insight, after triggering Demon King Kill, if illusions still exist, they cannot activate Talent Effect 2. A raging level 20 silver boss, its statistics are extremely terrifying. Even a level 20 elite squad would likely only face defeat against it. Under Lin Yi's command, the Blaze Dragon abandoned the 5 Bat Kings and charged directly at it. Just one encounter. It immediately suppressed the silver boss. Real fire burned the already scant 2-headed Bat King down to a charred state. But the most terrifying part of the 2-headed Bat King was that Mizius was still there to assist. Pro Mizius, injured. Class, 3rd Transfer Phantom Master, S rank. Level, LV20, suppressed. Health, 15780/2800000. Attack power, 3200, 4800. Class skill I, Illusion, can invade the core of the secret realm, consuming health to modify the contents of the secret realm, with the extent of modification based on invasion strength and secret realm level. Class skill 2, Phantom Capture, consumes mental power to control secret realm creatures and imposes rage/weakness. Death of controlled boss-type creatures will damage Mizius. Class skill 3, Master of Secret Realms, passive, feeling at home in the secret realm, attributes are enhanced, after successfully invading the secret realm core, will be an invincible existence in the secret realm. Other skills, Curse Sphere, Ripple Technique, Mental Enhancement. Exclusive weapon, Phantom Staff, damaged/invalid, special weapon effect, can have miraculous effects on targets in the secret realm by storing illusion energy, shield, skill enhancement, single attribute times 510. Other equipment, Knowledge Restraining Robe, LV50 Dark Gold suppressed, Black Magic Hat, suppressed. Description, the maximum level suppressed in the secret realm is LV20. Because of serious injuries, all attributes decreased by 30%. Good heavens! This Mizius is truly powerful. Although he is only Class S and leans towards support abilities. But in the secret realm, his role plays a far greater effect than the average Class SS. Fortunately, there has always been a level suppression in the secret realm, otherwise, this guy's full strength would be unleashed. I would have probably died without a grave to rest in. Right now, Mizius is not in a good position. He is suppressed, heavily injured, and his special weapon is shattered. Just as Lin Yi had predicted, this is indeed a rare opportunity. Without that purple energy, Lin Yi no longer needs to test. Shillilong. Let it go. Upon receiving Lin Yi's command, Shillilong excitedly roared and dashed towards the Bat King blocking his way. Humph. You really don't put me in your eyes. Mizius snorted coldly. Without his staff, he could only chant spells by hand. Instantly, a mysterious energy flew out from the depths of the secret realm. With the eye of true knowledge, Lin Yi immediately saw the effect of this energy. Source of the secret realm, energy condensed from any creature, soil, or water in the secret realm, causing an 80% reduction in all attributes, resulting in a weakness effect. This source of the secret realm directly sank into Shillilong's body. Mizius actually wanted to modify the secret realm again to weaken Shillilong. In an instant, black gas erupted from Chili Long's body. Its form visibly shrank by a circle. Debuff weakening weakness. Details: originally caused an 80% reduction in attributes, but due to unknown reasons, the debuff is weakened. It can only cause a 20% reduction effect. Fortunately, the passive effect of the ultimate skill took effect. However, this caused the situation where Chili Long was initially suppressing the two-headed Bat King to change. Mizius seized the opportunity, using a complex series of hand seals to continuously add to the 5 injured Bat Kings. At this moment, a sea of blood appeared around him, washing away the dragon breath flames from the Bat Kings. Mizius smugly said, "Once I restore them, it'll be 7 against 1. You will undoubtedly die today." Lin Yi, who was watching everything in the dark, did not intervene. Well, actually, it was because he couldn't win. But he knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for Mizius to extinguish the dragon breath flames. Even this flaw was intentionally left for him by Lin Yi. He wouldn't be foolish enough to suddenly give up on the nearly doomed 5 Bat Kings to deal with this Bat King. After seeing Mizius's specific attributes and skills, this plan was born in his heart. Give hope, then let despair strike. At this moment, Lin Yi immediately commanded Chili Long to dodge the battle with the two-headed Bat King, attempting to turn towards the 5 Bat Kings to stop Mizius. Seeing this opening from Chili Long, the two-headed Bat King launched a more furious attack. It even seemed to have a slight upper hand. Mizius saw that he was about to completely kill Lin Yi and this terrifying Chili Long. No longer hesitating, Mizius suddenly spat out blood and chose to sacrifice his own life. Minus 50,000. After losing 50,000 health points, a green light appeared in that sea of blood. He activated his illusionist profession ability, starting to change the effects of the blood sea. Indeed, that blood water surprisingly provided a healing effect. But the state of burning damage on the 5 Bat Kings did not ease in the slightest. The burning damage of over 1,000 per second could not be outweighed by healing. Mizius widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. This is impossible. Why can't this fire be extinguished? Chapter 11, Activate Charging, Instant Kill Silver Boss. Mizius spat blood fiercely. He sacrificed a whole 50,000 health points. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the 5 Bat Kings were burned to death. Ding! Kill LV12, Bat King, Bronze Boss, times 5, experience plus 50,000 inch. Dash 10,000 times 5. The backlash from the death of the Bat Kings followed, and Mizius spat out another arrow of blood. Damn it! Mizius cursed inwardly, he was starting to regret it. After this wave, he lost a total of 100,000 health points. He was left with less than 50,000 health points. Meanwhile, Lin Yi in the dark was immensely pleased. This wave also successfully deceived this guy, causing him to lose a large portion of his life value. Under the true fire, the 5 Bat Kings would definitely die, all just to trick this guy, thinking it could be remedied. But who would have thought in the end, he ended up losing even more life value. It's fine, as long as we take down that blazed dragon. Lin Yi is just a turtle in a jar. Mizius encouraged himself. At the same time, he swung his staff and launched an attack on the blazed dragon. Although he was a support class, he had still learned quite a few high-level magic skills. A gust of wind swept the blazed dragon away. But the blazed dragon was completely unaffected, easily breaking through the wind and unleashing a torrent of flames that depleted a significant amount of their health. But faced with the situation, it was ultimately 2 against 1. Suddenly, the blazed dragon found itself at a disadvantage. Just moments ago, there was still a Bat King restraining Mizius, now they were working together. The blazed dragon had no chance of winning. In this situation, Lin Yi produced a scroll emitting a golden light in his hand. It was time for him to perform. But he did not rush. He was still waiting. He needed a suitable moment. The blazed dragon, which had been fighting fiercely, suddenly turned and fled. At this moment, it was already critically wounded. How could Mizius let it escape? He hurriedly commanded the twin-headed Bat King to give chase. But just then, a sensation appeared in his perception. It was Lin Yi, whose invisibility had run out. He was frantically fleeing in the opposite direction of the blazed dragon. This put Mizius in a difficult position. Who should he chase after? In just an instant, Mizius made a decision. He dismissed the idea of splitting up to chase after them. How could Lin Yi suddenly reveal himself at this time? This must be Lin Yi's plot. It was definitely a scheme to draw the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Yi appearing at this moment must be to lead one of them away. If he chased after the blazed dragon, there would certainly be danger. What if he got his head cut off too? If the Bat King went after the blazed dragon, then the blazed dragon would undoubtedly retaliate and kill the twin-headed Bat King. After that, it could use the boss's backlash to eliminate him. The last defeat was exactly because of Lin Yi's unexpected heavy shield. This time, Lin Yi definitely wanted to split them up again. And once again used that heavy shield to hold one of them back. Humph. I've seen through your tricks. Ha ha ha. I, Mrs., will absolutely not fall for it again. I would rather die than separate from the twin-headed Bat King. Thinking this, Mrs. made up his mind. He directed the twin-headed Bat King to turn and chase after the Blaze Dragon. Now, as long as they take down the Blaze Dragon, no matter how thick Lin Yi's shield is, he would only be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. However, he was still not at ease. Before chasing the Blaze Dragon, he cast a skill to blast Lin Yi. Lin Yi had 1,000 horses galloping through his mind. Seeing the invisibility about to disappear, he ordered the Blaze Dragon to run in opposite directions with him. He thought this would trick Mrs., but unexpectedly, this guy was truly overly suspicious. Before leaving, he even cast a skill at him. He had no shield on him, and too much time had passed since the previous kill of the worm. The shield had a duration, after so long, it had long since dissipated. Minus 8,640. As the skill hit Lin Yi, his health bar instantly emptied. After a while, the swirling sandstorm gradually dissipated. Cough cough cough. Lin Yi crawled out from inside, covered in wounds. His health bar only had about 100 points left. Just a little more damage, and he would have definitely died. He looked at the shadow magic robe on his body, feeling infinitely grateful. Luckily, he evolved his armor. Otherwise, he would have been killed in one blow. Watching Mrs. disappear into the distance, he had successfully passed this trial. Soon, the cooldown of his invisibility would be over. Then he could operate again. The injuries on his body were serious. He took out the only bottle of blood replenishing potion on him but hesitated to drink it. This item was too precious. Drinking it now would be somewhat wasteful. The injuries on Lin Yi's body prevented his health from recovering to over 50%. Using it would also be a bit wasteful. I am still too poor, it's my first time entering a secret realm and I have nothing. Other players at least prepare 10 sets of potions and ordinary scrolls. On the other side, the Blazing Dragon's health was also hanging by a thread, being chased by the two players. Ha ha ha. My decision was indeed correct, die. Mrs. was extremely excited, constantly casting spells in his hands. However, the Blazing Dragon was extremely fast, under full speed escape, his attacks were hard to hit. Furthermore, the Blazing Dragon suddenly extended its claws and threw something into its mouth. Plus 5% health. Plus 500. In an instant, the Blazing Dragon's health was restored. Seeing this, Mrs. looked very uncomfortable. Do you think you can escape? Wishful thinking. Mrs. immediately issued an order. Suddenly, a strange aura surged around the two-headed Bat King. Its form became ethereal, like shadows overlapping. The next second, 8 identical illusions split apart. This was a locking skill. All 9 shadows, including the main body, instantly appeared behind the Blazing Dragon. Terrifying energy gathered in their claws. Just as the Demon King was about to attack, the Blazing Dragon let out a fierce roar. Heavenly Fire Dragon Roar. The 9-headed Bat King was instantly controlled. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, who was hiding in the shadows, smiled slightly. It was at this moment. Ding! Using Charging Scroll, Legendary, the cooldown of the Blazing Dragon's ultimate skill is cleared, and mental power is restored to the peak. Roar! Ultimate, Heavenly Punishment Fire Extinguish. In an instant, the area within 100 miles turned into hell. Meteorites, lava, and seas of fire swept over. Minus 89,700. Minus 89,700. The 9 illusions were killed one by one. Seeing this scene, Mrs. trembled all over. No, no, no. How is this possible? Realizing the ultimate skill had instantly activated, he consumed 20,000 health points to briefly teleport away. He had just escaped a disaster. How could your ultimate skill cooldown be so short? He roared with agony. This was beyond his understanding. He had seen other ultimate skills before. He had even seen the ultimate skills of 100-level mages. But ultimate skills of such a deadly blow often had cooldowns of several days. How could this 18-year-old kid shorten the cooldown time so much? He never expected to lose in this place. No, no, no. I haven't lost, I still have a chance. Unwilling, he trembledly cast his spell again. It's fine, the Bat King can still split, I haven't lost yet. Ha ha ha. Thinking of the glimpse of life, he suddenly became extremely excited and laughed madly. But reality dealt him a heavy blow. As soon as the Bat King turned to ashes, the splitting scene didn't happen. Ding! Successfully killed LV 22-headed Bat King, Silver Boss, experience plus 50,000. Ding! Congratulations, player level increased, LV9 LV10, 38700/none, gain goal egg ×1, current goal eggs, 3 inch. Ding. Congratulations, player level reached LV10, please conduct the second transfer ceremony to unlock level cap. Ding. Congratulations, player cleared nightmare mode, the clearing passage opens. Please leave within 300 seconds. At this moment, how could he still not understand that he had lost? At this moment, his heart was dead gray, but just then, he caught a glimpse of Linny hiding in the shadows. Hey! You actually have low health, don't you have a shield? Mrs. turned in surprise to look at Linny. This was simply a favor from the gods. He once again used his original power. Minus 25,000. Countless skulls spread from the surrounding trees. They flew toward Linny. He planned to center the attack on Linny for an all-out assault. Clearly, after the last failure, Mrs. had become more cautious. Mrs. stared intently, his ecstasy on the verge of bursting. This time, let's see how you escape. But when the skeletal attacks fell, the scene before him drove Mrs. completely crazy. Chapter 12, Indestructible Mrs.? Kill without mercy. Lin Yi's health bar remained completely unchanged, that tiny sliver of health still dazzling. Meanwhile, a damage number inexplicably appeared over the blazing dragon's head. Poof. Mrs. spat out blood again. This time, it wasn't due to the backlash from using the original power. Purely angered by Lin Yi. He never expected that after years of traversing various nations, scaring countless geniuses into submission, today he would fall at the hands of this mere kid who had just awakened. The blazing dragon quickly closed in on Mishu's. His health bar was almost empty, leaving him with no strength to fight back. Under the dragon's breath, his health was depleted, turning into ashes. Ha! Not right. The invisible Lin Yi stopped his motion to actively exit his invisibility. Because the kill notification sound did not appear? Eliminating the possibility of a system error, something must have gone wrong. Ha ha ha. Mishu's chilling laughter suddenly rang out. In an instant, the sky above the secret realm transformed. The secret realm trembled. Even outside the secret realm, abnormal occurrences manifested, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone didn't pay too much attention. They thought it was just an ordinary accident. But the military sensed something was off. The newbie secret realm, Moonlight Forest, is displaying abnormal activity. Upon hearing the inspector's words, someone suddenly chimed in that SSS grade seems to be in that secret realm too. Putting it all together, the sharp-eyed soldiers exchanged glances. They all suddenly felt the problem. Something was off. A massive human face, occupying the entire sky, appeared. It was Mishu's. Prolo Mishu's, special state. Health points, infinity/infinity. Description: because Mishu's has merged with the core of the secret realm, he is immortal and indestructible. Damn. At that moment, Lin Yi cursed inwardly. This guy was completely absurd. He never imagined that Mishu's original skill in the secret realm being invincible was actually true. This is truly troublesome. Historical records had never documented this. Until now, no one besides Lin Yi had been able to push him to this extent. But Lin Yi was not flustered. After all, the Bat King was already dead, and the passage to exit had opened. He was now safe. Humph. No matter what, you can't catch me. I will definitely send this news back to the Eagle Nation. Mishu's displayed a ferocious expression. Ha ha ha. You are just a flickering candle. But with your skills, even a regular SSS grade profession doesn't possess this level. If you let yourself grow, perhaps you will truly be able to compete with us. Too bad your schemes have been seen through. Once I return, get ready to start a national war. I will definitely not let you grow. At this moment, Mishu's was immensely arrogant. Once Lin Yi left, he could exit the secret realm and escape from there. With his ability to traverse secret realms, it would be hard for anyone to stop him. He was convinced he had Lin Yi in his grasp. And also confident in himself. Ha! At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly noticed. Aside from the introduction, there was an additional prompt below. Weakness insight: as a mystical profession left behind by ancient professions, the illusionist seems to be an impeccable existence within the secret realm, but the energy the illusionist acquires all comes from completely injecting their soul into the source of the secret realm, gaining the ability to borrow the source of the secret realm. If the source of the secret realm is harmed, the illusionist, who is one with the secret realm, will also suffer a devastating blow. Ha ha. Joy spread across Lin Yi's face. Seeing this, a hint of bad premonition rose in Mishu's heart. But he quickly dismissed his inner worries. He was immortal and indestructible. Even a god-level powerhouse couldn't kill him. let alone Lin Yi. He must be forcing a smile. Humph. You keep laughing. Once I leave, you won't be smiling anymore. Lin Yi nodded, and a charging scroll appeared in his hand. Then let's see who can laugh until the end. Roar! The blazing dragon suddenly breathed fire onto the forest. The real flames spread instantly. A sea of fire appeared. And across the sky, Michu suddenly showed a look of panic. Lin Yi saw this and knew he had guessed correctly. From weakness insight, Lin Yi could see that as long as the source of the secret realm was harmed, it could destroy his immortal state. But what is the essence of the secret realm? And where is it? Almost no one knows this. But Lin Yi knows that when Michoshi activated the source energy before his true vision, I directly recognized and analyzed it. The essence of the secret realm is the source of any existence in the secret realm. Land, plants, water sources, air, etc., are all included. In other words, as long as I cause destruction in the secret realm, then I am destroying the source. Humph. Michoshi was somewhat shocked but still had a mocking posture. You are really the first to discover how to break the code. Unfortunately, it's all in vain. There are less than 5 minutes before the secret realm exit time. Even if you don't leave voluntarily, you will be forcibly teleported away. Michoshi was full of pride, having been played by Lin Yi before. Now he finally turned the situation around. He absolutely did not believe Lin Yi could cause much damage to the secret realm in 5 minutes. At the very least, it was definitely impossible to threaten his life. Unexpectedly. Boom! But before he could feel pleased for a few seconds, the blazing dragon roared again towards the sky. Familiar. Too familiar. A thought arose in his heart that seemed impossible. Ding! Used, charging scroll, legendary, gold blazing dragon ultimate skill cooldown cleared, and mental power restored to peak. Boom! The bloodline of the blazing dragon was activated, and a huge adult form of the blazing dragon appeared behind. Fire seas surged within 1,000 meters, meteors fell, and lava rolled. This ultimate skill was the strongest one yet, as the blazing dragon had not exited from the last ultimate rage mode. This attack was guaranteed to crit. The secret realm could not withstand this kind of destructive power. In just an instant, the entire secret realm turned into hell. You even have an ultimate skill? Ah! Michoshi let out a painful roar. The destruction of the secret realm shocked his soul, and his breath gradually weakened. He glared at Lin Yi. You little man. You are all little people, how could you design such a sinister trap for me? One day, our eagles will make you and your whole pay for this. The shadow of him in the sky gradually dissipated. Ding! You killed Prolo Michoshi, LV50. Ding! Countdown ended, forcibly exiting the secret realm. Whoosh! Lin Yi put down the scroll in his hand, initially planning to use it again if it was not enough. However, 2 ultimate skills were already enough for the destruction of the secret realm. This battle finally came to an end. At this moment, the people outside were still discussing. They've been inside for almost half an hour, why is it still not over? Yeah. Manga should be coming out soon, but why hasn't Lin Yi come out yet? How could he stay inside for so long? Either he is dead, or he is stalling inside, too scared to fight or come out. Ha ha ha. Even Su Bingbing was somewhat worried, imagining that Lin Yi might have really died in the secret realm. Thinking of this made her shake her head like a rattle drum. Impossible, how could he be that stupid? Even if he can't win, he would escape. Although she said this, she repeatedly tiptoed to peek at the secret realm, revealing her true inner feelings. At that moment, 2 portals appeared in the secret realm. The first to come out was Lu Ming and his 10-member team. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few of them were injured but wore happy smiles. Lu Ming emerged, looking quite pleased. Then a notification sounded. Ding! Regional announcement, Newbie Secret Realm Moonlight Forest. Ding! Congratulations to player, Lu Ming, A-level Gale Swordsman, Zhang Peichang, B-level Green Shield Soldier, Wu Bing, C-level Warrior, and others for refreshing the simple mode record for the lowest clearance time, 34min32s30min01s, reward experience plus 1000, refresh record treasure chest, silver, times 1. Chapter 13 consecutive 3 announcements shocked the audience. Silver treasure chest, at the very least, can open silver equipment. No wonder they were so happy. Young Master Lu is too strong. Others were equally excited to witness the record being broken. Even more so, someone has already rushed up to hug Lu Ming's thigh. Lu Ming suddenly felt invincible. To curry favor with Lu Ming, the best way was to target Lin Yi. Why hasn't Lin Yi come out yet? Did he die in there? Do we really have to make Lu Xiao wait for him? Hurry up! I want to see the SSS class genius publicly calling someone dad, ha! I have to record the video and post it to Doukwai. Others were stepping on Lin Yi to flatter Lu Ming. Suddenly, a second portal opened, and a figure emerged. It was Lin Yi. You didn't die? So, you just exited halfway. Lu Ming immediately walked up to Lin Yi, provoking him and showcasing his level. LV4. Looking at the envious eyes around him, Lu Ming felt immensely proud. You weren't just stalling for half an hour and then escaped to tell everyone you cleared the game, were you? Such tricks won't work. He stroked his chin, as if he could see through Lin Yi's act. But you didn't expect this, did you? I directly set a new record for clearing the game. Your deceit is useless now, surprised? Lu Ming pretended to reach out to pat Lin Yi's shoulder but was dodged by Lin Yi turning sideways. Humph. What are you pretending for? Do you really think you're something? Fulfill the bet. Call me dad 3 times, and as for the debt you owe, you can't pay it back. If you can crawl under my legs and publicly admit that you are a waste, and forever my dog, I might give you some extra time. Sigh. An SSS class professional, just my dog, it's thrilling to think about. Saying this, he spread his legs wide, looking at Lin Yi with a mocking expression. At the same time, he glanced triumphantly at Su Bingbing. It seemed he was showcasing something. Most people around were also mocking Lin Yi, taking out their phones, ready to record this historic moment. Seeing this, Su Bingbing suddenly felt dissatisfied and was preparing to step in to stop it. Ding. Area announcement, Novice Secret Realm Moonlight Forest. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Yi, SSS Class Dragon Master, for breaking the lowest clearance time record in hard mode, 120 min 42s 9 min 12s, reward experience plus 10,000, refresh record treasure chest, gold, ×1. Ding. Area announcement, Novice Secret Realm Moonlight Forest. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Yi, SSS Class Dragon Master, for the first clear of Nightmare Mode, reward experience plus 50,000, first clear treasure chest, dark gold, ×1. Ding. Area announcement, Novice Secret Realm Moonlight Forest. Ding. Congratulations to player Lin Yi, SSS Class Dragon Master, for setting a new record for the lowest clearance time in Nightmare Mode, 017 min 52s, reward experience plus 50,000, refresh record treasure chest, dark gold, ×1. Ha! These sudden 3 announcements left everyone stunned. Their minds completely shut down. No way, is this real? What the hell? It took one person's scream to break the silence. Everyone looked at Lin Yi in disbelief, seeing how calm he appeared. At this moment, everyone finally understood. It turned out that before, Lin Yi wasn't resigned, he just didn't bother to argue with these ignorant people. Someone shockingly swallowed. I remember the hard mode record was set 10 years ago by an S-Class warrior senior teaming up with several A-Class professionals, right? Other participants were strong as well, and the entire team of 10 only managed to hit a 2-hour limit. Lin Yi alone, in 9 minutes. Nightmare Mode? How did he even unlock that? It only took him just over 10 minutes. In any novice secret realm, nightmare records are at least 5 or 6 hours long. This number seems fake, it's simply shocking. No. This is impossible. The system must be malfunctioning. Lu Ming was so scared that he kept retreating. The impact of this event was too great for him. Lin Yi cleared the hard mode all by himself. And he chose hard mode from the start. Doesn't that prove Lin Yi never regarded him? Seeing Lu Ming trying to escape, Lin Yi immediately blocked him. Lin Yi grabbed his neck, and the pressure from the level difference made Lu Ming feel an inexplicable force squeezing him. He tightened his grip on the long sword behind him, ready to resist. But Lin Yi launched a basic attack. It dealt hundreds of points of damage to him. He immediately became severely injured. In an instant, his hope was extinguished. He could feel that if Lin Yi truly wanted to kill him. He was so scared that he felt a chill in his pants pocket, and everyone around him suddenly smelled the stench of urine, unable to cover their noses. Daddy! To say Lu Ming had no backbone was an understatement. He immediately cried out in fear. The others, who initially planned to record Lin Yi's embarrassment, turned their cameras toward him instead. He, however, cared little for that and hurriedly pulled out a bag. Inside was exactly 10,000 spirit stones. That was a resource given to him by his father at great cost, enough for him to use for at least half a year. Though his heart bled with pain, he dared not resist. Seeing him take out the spirit stones, Lin Yi let it go. If he truly killed someone, he would indeed be in trouble. With these spirit stones, his Crimson Dragon level could be raised again. Not bad. Lin Xiao, can I follow you? Lin Xiao, others may look down on you. But I know you are no ordinary person. Here's a grade 5 bronze robe for you, the finest robe. Lin Xiao. Is there some kind of clearing secret? Please share it. Lin Gage, can you help me level up? My home is empty tonight, I can leave the door open for you. If you'd like, come to my house tonight, and we can discuss how to clear the secret realm. Those who had once slandered Lin Yi and flattered Lu Ming had now made a complete 180-degree turn in their attitude. It was as if they had never spoken those words at all. Among them were even some who had cleared the game with Lu Ming. However, Lin Yi was in no mood to engage with this group of sycophants. Talking to them was a waste of time. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Ming, who had thought he had run far away, suddenly turned back. And behind him followed a person dressed in black security officer attire. Uncle! This is the one who stole my stuff, you must stand up for your nephew. Chapter 14, Deputy Director of the Security Bureau. The sudden situation surprised everyone a little. But someone in the crowd recognized the person Lu Ming had brought. Hiss. This person is the Deputy Director of the Linhai City Security Bureau, Lu Yuntao. Once this was said, the crowd gasped in astonishment. This can be considered a top figure in Linhai City. Who would have thought that such a big shot was Lu Ming's uncle, the biological brother of the vice principal? No wonder there were rumors that the vice principal would be the next principal after the current principal retired. With this connection, it seems those rumors were not mere gossip. Kid! Stop right there! Lu Yuntao's aura was so strong that those around him felt suffocated. But Lin Yi showed no signs of fear, locking eyes with him. What's the matter? Seeing Lin Yi's disdainful attitude, Lu Yuntao became angry. You stole over 10,000 spirit stones, deliberately injured someone, and can even be said to have attempted murder. Do you acknowledge these crimes? Ha! Lin Yi was not scared at all. He immediately retorted, 10,000 spirit stones were just a bet, Lu Ming lost. He compensated me, how can that be called robbery? Every ear here heard the betting statement at the time. As for the latter two charges, I was merely stopping Lu Ming from committing a crime. After all, he fled with over 10,000 in gambling debts. Isn't that a serious charge? If anything, he should be thanking me. Why is he framing me? Humph. Lu Yuntao, however, refused to relent, stepping closer to try to apprehend Lin Yi. You think you can deceive me with empty words? At this time, Lu Ming also threatened those around him. You all say. Didn't Lin Yi forcefully rob my spirit stones? Didn't he injure me after I refused to give him my stuff? There was no bet. Look at my status. You, a lowly commoner, don't have the right to talk to me. How could there possibly be a bet between us? Those who had previously been flattering Lin Yi all lowered their heads. Everyone here was a student of the first high school. If you offend Lu Ming, then life will be difficult afterward. Do you see? Lu Yuntao, seeing this, wanted to grab Lin Yi immediately. As long as they took Lin Yi away, these charges could almost take his life. Wait. Su Bingbing stepped forward. Seeing her approach, Lu Yuntao, who had been unrestrained, suddenly became serious. Miss Su, what is this about? The Su family is a powerful family, with many connections in Linhai City, and people from the Su family can be found in various departments. Though he wouldn't say he was afraid, it would be better not to offend them. Su Bingbing directly spoke up to help Lin Yi. I can testify that this was indeed a bet between the two. What Lin Yi said is all true. This. Lu Yuntao did not expect Su Bingbing to stand out. But at that moment, Lu Ming suddenly leaned over to Lu Yuntao and whispered something. After hearing that, Lu Yuntao immediately changed his attitude. Miss Su. Just you testifying is not enough. Are you implying that I am fabricating evidence? Su Bingbing questioned coldly without hesitation. Her bodyguards also took a step forward. But Lu Yuntao was at least a third transition expert. They may not be opponents, but they were loyal to the Su family and not afraid at all. Lu Yuntao faced her discontent with a smile. No. If there's nothing else, I'll take the criminal Lin Yi away first. He directly ignored Su Bingbing. Seeing Lin Yi about to be taken away, Su Bingbing clenched her fists tightly, even preparing to order her subordinates to stop him. Even if it took a fight, she wouldn't let Lin Yi be wrongfully taken away. But Lin Yi suddenly held her hand. It's okay, don't act rashly. Lin Yi gently advised. The moment Su Bingbing felt Lin Yi's touch, it was as if electricity coursed through her. Her anger immediately vanished. With worry on her face, she nodded. Be careful. Don't worry. Lin Yi said confidently, then turned to look at Lu Yuntao. With your current lack of evidence, arresting me would be biased. There should be plenty of videos recording the events on the phones of the people around. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Bingbing's bodyguards immediately began collecting phones from the crowd. One video after another played, showing everything from Lin Yi's exit to Lu Ming's provocation to the reversal of events. Lu Yuntao's face turned extremely grim as he glared at Lu Ming, who was looking down and dared not speak. But at this moment, he still held his ground. Humph. There are clear recordings of you injuring someone. You will definitely be arrested and taken to the security bureau today. As he spoke, his aura erupted. Lu Yuntao, LV-55 3rd Transition Dark Knight. B-level combat profession. This terrifying strength made everyone around tremble in fear. This was a powerhouse capable of guarding a city. Yet facing him, Lin Yi showed no fear, his tone growing even colder. I definitely will not go with you today. As he spoke, a mark appeared on his right hand. He was ready to summon the blazing dragon at any time. Hee, I didn't expect to still witness a good show at my age. A voice broke the tense atmosphere. An old man with gray hair appeared riding a completely red bird from who knows where. Others were puzzled as to who this old man was, and why he was involved in this matter. But Su Bingbing and Lu Yuntao were both shocked. Lin Yi, using his eye of truth, also saw the figure and was startled. Zhang Liuhe, LV-85 4th Transition Beast Master. A true 4th Transition powerhouse. Such a strong person could genuinely stand strong against thousands. This one person could topple small countries. Senior. Lin Yi and Su Bingbing both hurriedly bowed. This was actually the author of the Beast Control book that Lin Yi had read before. President Zhang. May I ask why you are here? A bad premonition rose in Lu Yuntao's heart. This person couldn't be here for Lin Yi, right? Me? I'm here to save this kid. Zhang Liuhe smiled, stroking his beard, pointing at Lin Yi. Hiss. Su Bingbing looked at Lin Yi in surprise. The meaning in the depths of his eyes seemed to say, all right, well hidden enough. Lu Yuntao was equally shocked. These two have different last names, what exactly is their relationship? Zhang Liuhe actually came in person to save the day. At this moment, some spectators recognized the old man. This old man seems to be the president of the Beast Tamer Association, also a high-ranking guest of the military. Wow! I didn't expect Lin Yi to have such a connection. If I had known earlier, I would have come out to testify. This president is notorious for his bad temper. It looks like someone is in trouble. But Lin Yi was filled with confusion. He didn't know this person at all. President Zhang, it's a misunderstanding. Actually just now. Lu Yuntao hurriedly explained. But Zhang Liuhe directly interrupted him, you misunderstood. Huh? Lu Yuntao was left dazed. Zhang Liuhe's expression turned serious. Actually, there was a trace of missus in the rookie's secret realm. It should be aimed at Lin Yi. I came under military orders to check the situation and ensure Lin Yi's safety. I don't care what you, Deputy Director Lu, were doing just now. I need to take Lin Yi away for investigation and seal off the entire secret realm. Chapter 15, President of the Beast Tamer Association, counting the spoils. Yes. Lu Yuntao was covered in cold sweat. He was both relieved that Zhang Liuhe wasn't there to make trouble for him and terrified. Mrs.? This was a guy who made people tremble in fear, infiltrating into Linhai City. He didn't even know it. This was a serious dereliction of duty. Mrs.? The people around felt as if they were about to be shocked into silence. Mrs. was a figure who had made it into textbooks, his terrifying methods widely known. But Lin Yi actually walked out unscathed. It's known that very few geniuses survive under the hands of Mrs. Many S-class geniuses had perished at his hands. And Lin Yi, a useless profession, actually survived. Wait. If there was no Mrs., then Lin Yi's clearance speed. Suddenly someone said this. Once again, it hit everyone's hearts heavily. Senior. Where are you taking me? Lin Yi politely asked, standing on the back of the red bird with Zhang Liuhe. Zhang Liuhe stroked his beard and laughingly scolded, of course I'm taking you to escape. You didn't think I was really taking you to investigate, did you? Lin Yi did not expect this answer, and before he could ask, Zhang Liuhe continued, if I didn't find an excuse to take you away, I'm afraid that guy wouldn't let you go. Even if I wanted to help you, it would be very difficult. You are. Lin Yi instinctively began, but stopped halfway. Zhang Liuhe guessed what Lin Yi wanted to say, you mean my level is much higher than his, but you wouldn't think that guy really fears me, right? If he really feared my strength, he would address you two kids as seniors instead of calling me president. He only fears my background. Lin Yi was enlightened. He didn't expect the Beast Tamer's power to be so weak, but since Zhang Liuhe said so. It seems the status of Beast Tamers was indeed very low. If it weren't for Zhang Liuhe being the association president and having military connections, Zhang Yuntao wouldn't be so polite. Thank you for your teachings, senior. Lin Yi clasped his fists in gratitude. No need to thank me, it's just your good fortune. Zhang Liuhe opened a wine gourd and gulped down a large mouthful. I initially came to collect your body, to drive Mrs. away, but never expected you to actually survive. I cherish talent and will definitely not let you suffer. Where is your home? I'll take you back. Once you return, you should stay hidden for a while. I'll arrange for you to have an identity in the Beast Tamer Association. You must join, it's to repay the old man's kindness. With this identity, those whom you don't get along with won't dare to act rashly. Linny felt a pang in his nose and couldn't help but be moved. This old man was completely helping him. But he stubbornly claimed that he was the one who was at a loss. Hurry up, give me a direction. I'm in a rush to go back and drive that Misoha's away. It would be a hassle if he injures someone. Zhang Liuha urged. Seeing this, Linny had no choice but to tell the truth. You don't need to go back. Zhang Liuha was about to explode. But what Linny said next left him stunned. He's already dead. How is that possible? You're saying Misoha's is dead? Zhang Liuha grabbed Lin Yi's shoulders, confirming in disbelief. It was only when Lin Yi pulled up the records that Zhang Liuha truly believed. Hiss. How terrifying. This is Misoha's, and he just died like that. Zhang Liuha was utterly astonished, as he had dealt with more serious matters than an average person. Years ago, Misoha's had also invaded, but he was targeted by a level 100 powerhouse. But guess what? He had actually let Misoha's slip away. And now Misoha's was dead, killed by a high school student, which made him sigh with emotion. He stared at the record of Lin Yi's kill, examining it closely. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This was simply the future glory of the Beastmaster Association. His heart swelled with gratitude for having helped Lin Yi just now. He felt a bit smug, those associations still deflected, a group of blind fools. Old man here has great foresight. Wait. What's wrong here? Are you really a Beastmaster? Tell me. Are you a high-level professional masquerading as our great yet weak Beastmaster? He was so shocked that he forgot about his wine gourd, and it slipped from his grasp, falling into the abyss. Ah! My wine! Zhang Liuha looked mournfully at the disappearing wine gourd. But I think you still need to go back, Lin Yi suddenly said. Zhang Liuha was a bit confused. Lin Yi quickly explained, if it's exposed that I killed him, I'm afraid things will get a bit troublesome. You want to pin Misoha's death on me? Don't you fear I'll take all the credit? Zhang Liuha was no fool. He quickly guessed Lin Yi's thoughts. In response to his inquiry, Lin Yi just smiled. If Senior wants to take it, that's fine by me, it counts as my repayment. Hearing this, Zhang Liuha laughed heartily. You really are a clever one. But you're right to be cautious. Zhang Liuha turned and asked Lin Yi, do you know why I keep saying it's about driving him away, rather than killing Misoha's? Lin Yi didn't expect him to suddenly ask this. Is there something difficult to say? Zhang Liuha smugly curled his lips. Indeed, being too smart isn't a good thing. You think too much. How could there be so many secrets? He's so rampant and murders our geniuses, which of us doesn't want to crush him into dust? The truth is, he's too hard to chase, and right now, the situation inside and outside is not good. The abyss is in chaos, and other countries are moving restlessly, so we really can't muster any manpower. In a direct confrontation, I have a chance, but if he insists on running, I can't catch him, so I can only drive him away. Lin Yi keenly noticed the words inside and outside. Yes. That's right, the internal situation is also fraught with troubles. Zhang Liuha's face showed concern. This group of infiltrators has grown in scale, and their roots are so deep that even the higher-ups have their pawns, and they're organizing effective riot groups. So that's why I can't ask Lu Yuntao for help. If he stays away for too long, it's very likely that Chaos City will erupt in a riot. Hiss. Now Lin Yi had seen a glimpse of this world. He hadn't expected the situation to be this dire. Therefore, this achievement of yours cannot let anyone else know, or else you'll invite calamity. All right. You should go home, I will handle these matters. Saying this, he pulled out a golden token from his body. This is my token. Come to the Beastmaster Association headquarters tomorrow evening to find me. Back home, Lin Yi took a deep breath. He did not expect that what seemed safe now was actually filled with dangers everywhere. The tranquility before him was all thanks to the seniors who had carried the burden forward. This only strengthened his determination to grow stronger. Only when he was strong enough could he decide his own fate. He opened the panel. A huge pile of messages popped up. He started to tally the loot. Chapter 16, A Bounty of Rewards, Seeking Bookshelves. Ding. Level up, LV9 LV10, requires class change to unlock higher levels, current goal eggs times 3. Ding. Congratulations on clearing the beginner's secret realm, Moonlight Forest Hard Nightmare mode, earned experience times 20,000, reached level cap. Please change class as soon as possible. Ding. Killed LV12 Bat King, Bronze Boss, times 5, received items, Spirit Stones times 500, Night Robe, LV12 Silver, times 1. Ding. Killed LV22 Headed Bat Emperor, Silver Boss, received items, Spirit Stones times 1000, dropped Night Hat, LV15 Gold, times 1, Skill Book Blood Sacrifice, Purple, times 1. Ding. Killed Prometheus, LV50 Illusionist, received 1-2 items, special item Universal Key to Secret Realms ×1. Night Hat, Gold. Level, LV15. Attributes, Attack Power plus 500, Dark Damage plus 20%. Special Effect I Night, enhances the user's dark attribute skills. Special Effect 2 Corrosion, damage dealt can continuously corrode the target. Linny put it on directly, and the invisibility effect instantly increased by 2 seconds. This staff had quite good attributes. What's more important is that it could enhance dark attribute effects, equivalent to strengthening his stealth skill again. And there was a skill book. It turned out to be a purple level skill. Blood Sacrifice, Purple, Skill Book. Effect, after use, you can learn A-Class Dark System skill Blood Sacrifice. Skill effect, consumes health to increase allies' resistance and damage. Learning requirements, level LV15, Spirit Stones times 10,000. This skill caught Lin Yi's attention immediately. A skill that could be rated as A-Class amplification must be impressive. However, it had some drawbacks. Consuming health to boost allies meant frontline warriors could not use it. Only the support at the back could use it. But support units fear losing health the most. However, Lin Yi could have health sharing, so he wouldn't lose health himself. Just imagine. The Blazing Dragon could increase damage while killing enemies to recover health. The terrifying effect of that combination. Lin Yi felt thrilled just thinking about it. Unfortunately, his level was not high enough yet, so he would have to wait until after class change to learn it. What he cared about the most was the item dropped by Miss Uz. Universal Key to Secret Realms, special item. Carrying this allows you to ignore Secret Realm level restrictions. This was incredibly useful for Lin Yi. With Lin Yi's current combat power, fighting above his level was normal. He wouldn't have to worry about level restrictions in higher Secret Realms anymore. Next was to open boxes and hatch eggs. Ding! Consumed gold eggs, legendary, ×3, synthesized super gold egg, mythical, ×1. Lin Yi simply decided to open them all at once. Ding! You have opened a record refreshing treasure chest, gold, receives night boots, LV20 gold, primary enhancement stones ×10. Ding! You have opened a record refreshing treasure chest, dark gold, received pet equipment Raycore energy, LV30 dark gold, ×1. Ding! You have opened a first clear treasure chest, dark gold, spirit stones ×1000, received Pandora's stone, purple, ×1. Ding! You have opened a super gold egg, mythical, received mythical entry congratulations and prosperity ×1. The night boots and that night staff had similar effects. Lin Yi put them on directly. But what surprised Lin Yi was that these 2 items and his shadow robe were part of the same set. Although they had evolved now, having these 3 together could still trigger a set effect. Ding! Set effect activated Night Woods. When causing / receiving attacks, invisibility state will not be dispelled. That's pretty good. Lin Yi put them all on, his black mysterious robe making him look very enigmatic. Raycore energy, dark gold. Level, LV30. Attributes, health plus 15,000, attack power plus 800. Special effect I Raycore, significantly increases light and lightning damage, can cause chain damage effects, with a maximum of 7 chains, each chain damage being 35% of the previous damage. Special effect 2 nuclear energy, in combat, recovers 0.1% of maximum health per second. After the battle, it can be doubled. Pandora's Stone, Dark Gold, can be used on Dark Gold equipment below level 30 and below, with a small chance to improve 1 level quality, a very small chance to improve 2 levels quality, and a high chance to reduce the quality by 1 level. Congratulations on wealth, mythical, auxiliary category attribute. Content, wealth flows in, good luck continues. That pet equipment is very good, but currently the Blaze Dragon already has equipment. I can only wait for the next pet. The second item is a bit useless, completely relying on luck. Category? This is something unheard of. Auxiliary category? Could there be a combat category as well? Lin Yi tried to attach the attribute to the Blaze Dragon. Compatibility is less than 10%, do you want to attach? Note, if less than 10%, a prompt will be given, otherwise it will not. Lin Yi shivered in fear. Fortunately, there is a prompt, otherwise he would have completely wasted it by adding it just now. He also roughly understood the effect of this attribute. What it emphasizes is the compatibility between the attribute and the attached creature or item. This requires strong eyesight and knowledge. Lin Yi thought for a moment and added it again. Ding! Congratulations on wealth, mythical, plus Dragon Beast Necklace, legendary, equals Pai Show Necklace, mythical. Beautiful. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he saw the prompt. Sure enough, the congratulations on wealth attribute is suitable for use on accessories. It directly raised the necklace by 1 quality. Pai Show Necklace, mythical. Level, LV1. Special effect I Super Energy, after wearing, pet level limit plus 10, pet upgrade required spirit stones minus 30%. Special effect 2 Treasure Basin, drop rate plus 50%. Special effect 3 Good luck continues, luck plus 1. Description, a good helper for wealth accumulation. Wow. 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 Linny jumped up in excitement. The houses in the slums are all old buildings. Suddenly, a shout came from below, "What are you demolishing at midnight?" Although this accessory does not have attached attributes, the 2 special effects added after the attribute is attached are incredibly amazing. The treasure basin alone could make the whole. No. The whole world would be shocked. You must know that the drop rate in the secret realm has always been touching. Usually around 1%. Only bosses are somewhat better. But bosses also have mechanisms, the first kill is fine. But afterwards, the drop rates are about the same. And this piece of equipment is equivalent to directly increasing the drop rate by 50 times. Special effect I adds a reduction in spirit stone consumption, which is also great. In the later stages, upgrading often costs billions of spirit stones, it can definitely save Linny a lot of money. Special effect 3 adds a lucky attribute. This is a hidden attribute. So far, no one has figured out how to enhance these 2 attributes. But it is generally accepted that these are 2 important attributes on par with charm that can affect NPC affection. Luck can increase the probability of probabilistic events and some good luck follows. In short, it's wonderfully magical. Hey! Linny had a sudden inspiration. He took out the Pandora's stone that had just dropped. His luck doesn't seem too bad, now with this luck plus 1 effect. Shouldn't I be so unlucky to get downgraded, right? Forget it. Take a gamble, a bicycle turns into a motorcycle. Ding! You use Pandora's stone, purple, on Ray Light Core Energy, dark gold, triggering a very small probability, quality raised by 2 levels. Chapter 17, opened a mythical attribute. Ray Light Core Energy, legendary. Level, LV 30. Attributes, health plus 35,000, attack plus 4,000. Special effect I Ray Light, causes a significant increase in light and thunder system damage and can cause chain damage effects, up to 7 chains, each chain damage is 3585% of the previous damage. Special effect 2 Nuclear Energy, in battle, recovers 0.11% of maximum health per second, out of battle can be increased 5 times. Special effect 3 Energy Storage, allows 1 non-ultimate skill to be stored 1 extra time. Attribute and skill values have received huge boosts. Also gained an extra skill. Special effect 3 is equivalent to having a permanent charging scroll. This trip was truly rewarding. Now only the last step is left. Upgrade. Ding. Consumes 12,300 spirit stones, minus 30%, Blaze Dragon level increased, LV10 LV20, limit, please raise the level of the host. And those 3 enhancement scrolls. Enhancement scrolls are a scarce item, one sells for at least 100,000 outside. Beginner Strengthening Scroll, can strengthen equipment below level 10, the success probability decreases by 10% each time. Can strengthen up to plus 9, and the initial success rate is 90%. Normally, you need at least hundreds of scrolls to possibly reach full enhancement, and it also requires quite a bit of luck. Ding! Used Beginner Strengthening Scroll times 10 on Fiery Dragon Armor, successfully enhanced to plus 9. I don't know if it's because of a lucky plus 1, but surprisingly, it only failed once during the process. In the end, the attributes of the Fiery Dragon greatly improved. Pet, Fiery Dragon, Young Phase. Level, LV20, 0/10,000 Spirit Stones. Quality, Legendary First Tier. Health, 62200/62200. Attack, 6,800. Talent I Source of Fire, SSS grade. Talent 2 Bloodline Suppression, SSS grade. Skill I Dragon Breath of Fire, S grade. Skill 2 Bloodline of Dragons, SS grade. Skill 3 Life Burn, SS grade. Skill 4 Heavenly Fire Dragon Roar, SS grade. Ultimate move Heavenly Punishment Fire Destruction. Equipment, LV5 Fiery Dragon Armor plus 9, Legendary. The attributes have roughly tripled compared to before. Now, the Fiery Dragon can defeat that Bat King with just 2 breaths of fire. Its strength has significantly increased. Now the urgent task is to focus on advancing to the first transfer. Dragon Tamer First Transfer Task, obtain the transfer material Dragon Soulstone, gold, ×1. Good gracious! Golden material. This is practically going to take Linny's life. It's on par with legendary items. The difficulty of obtaining it is easy to imagine. Linny opened his computer and searched a bit. But he found that this material is actually the core material for making equipment. It's a very scarce resource, although it's not sold in stores, it sometimes appears at auctions. As for the price, Hiss. 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. Linny nearly fainted. The last transaction price was a whopping 10,000. And it was 1 million spirit stones. You need to know that the ratio of spirit stones to money is 1 to 1,000. This is equivalent to 1 billion currency. Ding ding. At that moment, the class teacher sent a message. It was a private message. Remember to come to school tomorrow morning to receive the resources issued by the military. Seeing this message, Linny felt as if a spring breeze had passed over him. For A-grade and above professionals who have just awakened their professions, the country distributes corresponding resources to support them based on different levels. This can be considered help for students from ordinary families. He himself is SSS level. SSS level resource package. Linny rubbed his hands excitedly. He quickly checked again. The A-grade resource package contains 1,000 spirit stones, a complete set of silver equipment, a blue skill book, several strengthening scrolls, several potions, etc., with a total value of around 3,000 spirit stones. And for each level increase of the resource package, it multiplies the resources by 10 times. Lin Yi's SSS level resource package is worth at least 3 million spirit stones. Ha ha ha. Heaven does not forsake anyone. It truly is heaven's favor. Lin Yi was overjoyed and fell asleep beautifully. He got up very early. He arrived at school. After seeing Lin Yi, the class teacher looked a bit unnatural. He said earnestly, "This time, there is only one quota for school recommendations, and it should have been yours." But the vice principal said, "Considering your profession, if you can place in the top 10 of the school tomorrow, he will give the quota back to you." Recommendation? Lin Yi wasn't too concerned. It doesn't matter whether he has it or not. Even if he has a recommendation, he would still go through the college entrance examination. He heard that the examination room for the college entrance examination was an other-dimensional space, different from ordinary secret realms. There, real NPCs in the new system exist, offering great opportunities. Moreover, Jiangnan University is among the lower tier of the top 10 universities. If it were the top universities like Qinglong and Baihu, then he might care a little. Enough about that. Old teacher, hurry up and give me my resource package. Lin Yi urged. All right. You must make good use of this resource and strive for the recommendation. After all, with your Dragon Tamer profession, it's likely very difficult to even get into a specialist course in the college entrance examination. As he spoke, the teacher pulled out a box. But when Lin Yi opened it, he was dumbfounded. 10,000 spirit stones, a set of silver equipment. Isn't this an A-grade resource package? Lin Yi was puzzled in his heart while also noticing the labeled on it. Old teacher, you took the wrong one. Lin Yi smiled and handed the items back. But who knew the homeroom teacher didn't even take a look? He just awkwardly said, "This is indeed your resource pack." Lin Yi also sensed something was off and changed his tone. "Teacher, please take a good look. This is an A-grade resource pack, are you sure?" The homeroom teacher noticed his emotions and hurriedly explained, "This truly is." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Yi directly interrupted him. "Is this another trick by Vice Principal Liu?" At this moment, anger was already in his eyes. It was clear that this matter must be related to Lu Ming, as apart from him, no one else in the entire school had an A-grade resource pack. Even Lin Yi, who was not the brightest, understood what was happening. This is a decision made after discussions by the leaders, a reasonable allocation of resources. This A-grade resource pack was still fought for by me for you. Ha! Reasonable allocation of resources, so-called reasonable is sacrificing the interests of us ordinary students, giving it to those with connections? Fought for. It turns out that you didn't even plan to give me an A-grade resource pack. That's really a very reasonable allocation. Lin Yi clapped his hands in mock applause, filled with endless anger. He never expected they could be so excessive. They directly swallowed his resource pack. But he knew he didn't have the ability to fight against the vice principal. That person was powerful, with Lu Yuntao behind him. Fighting now was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He hated himself for being too weak. If he couldn't even protect himself, it was one thing. Now even his interests were taken away. I must become stronger, so that anyone will fear me. Lin Yi did not take the A-grade resource pack and turned to leave directly. Free food, unworthy of it. He needed to personally take back what belonged to him. You must work hard to level up. The guaranteed quota is very important. If you can't get into university, you're done for. Remember to come when the rankings are announced tomorrow. The vice principal wants to talk to you in the morning. The homeroom teacher shouted from behind. Thanks, teacher. Lin Yi knew that the teacher was also powerless in this matter and felt touched seeing him work so hard for himself. After leaving school, Lin Yi felt a wave of melancholy. He thought getting a promotion would be a sure thing, but now it seemed he had to rely on himself. Yet, where would he get money? He only had a little over a dozen spirit stones left in his pockets. Broke. Let's go check out the trading hall and sell some items he wouldn't use from this hall. Trading Association Joint Building. As soon as he walked in, he saw many stalls with different trading association names. Hello, sir. Soon after, someone enthusiastically approached him. These were all the pitchmen from various stalls trying to attract customers. With the arm of a fairly attractive woman pulling him along, Linny arrived at a stall with a sign that was dozens of meters long. Extreme North Trading Association. Upon seeing Lin Yi, a heavily made-up woman immediately walked over. But when she saw Lin Yi's student appearance, her face instantly revealed an expression of disdain. The woman directly complained to the pitchman who brought Lin Yi, "What has been happening with you lately? You're bringing all sorts of lowlifes here? We're one of the top 3 trading associations, can you please be more discerning when bringing people?" After saying that, she simply walked away and sat at a distance, refusing to attend to Lin Yi. The pitchman could only awkwardly scratch his head. "I want to sell these items, is there anyone who can give me an estimate?" Lin Yi, looking down at such contemptuous people, directly asked loudly. However, the few staff members acted like they didn't hear him. Some were trimming their nails, while others were on their phones, each busy with their own things, completely ignoring Lin Yi. Lin Yi then realized that this was not just individual behavior. The entire Extreme North Trading Association was like this. Seeing this, Lin Yi didn't want to idle any longer, he turned and left, going into the next trading association stall. "Sir! Welcome to the Lingnan Trading Association." Several enthusiastic young ladies immediately welcomed him. "Lingnan Chamber of Commerce? Didn't expect to accidentally arrive at the only force that had recruited me before at school." Lin Yi didn't waste words, taking out several skill books, useless equipment, and materials directly. "Oh!" the receptionist exclaimed instinctively. Lin Yi looked like a student, clearly a high school student who had just awakened yesterday. Besides a piece of armor, he had no other equipment on him. He seemed like a child from a poor family. Yet what Lin Yi took out was shocking. He had 5 or 6 skill books and equipment from the Bat King. To know, normally, one would only drop one after grinding for about 10 times. But Lin Yi had so many in his hands. The skill book is about 200,000 each, and the equipment is 150,000 each, plus other miscellaneous materials. In total, 3 million. Cash or spirit stones? The girl quoted the price loudly. This shocked the staff from the nearby Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Their best monthly performance only reached 1 million. Regret appeared on their faces. They hurried to the door, waiting to flatter Lin Yi after he came out. 3 million. That's equivalent to 3,000 spirit stones. Lin Yi was also shocked by this price. But after a moment's thought, it made sense. After all, the drop rate for equipment is so low. And this wasn't a game. Injuries and death were real. Saying it was like licking blood from the tip of one's tongue was almost fitting. Looking at this, it truly wasn't something an average family could cultivate a professional. How could ordinary people afford this equipment? They would have to fight for it themselves. That's risking their lives. Give me another 100 red blood pills and elementary mental recovery potions, plus 10 each of Accelerate Talisman, Defense Talisman, and Blood Burning Talisman. Lin Yi purchased some auxiliary supplies. But after hearing his words, the previously disdainful staff from the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce interjected, "Little brother, come buy from us. We have everything, and the red blood pills are only half their price." Lin Yi didn't respond, but was somewhat surprised in his heart. Red blood pills could instantly restore 200 health points, much more favored than potions that took a long time to recover. They were especially popular among low-level professionals. Most importantly, their price was at least 30% cheaper compared to similarly priced green-grade potions. This had always been the exclusive treasure of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. It was also key to the rise of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. But how does the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce have them now? And it seems like there's malicious competition involved. Just as Lin Yi was about to leave with his things, suddenly all the receptionists bowed deeply. No need to. Lin Yi was frightened and hurriedly wanted to help them up, only to realize halfway that they were not bowing to him. "Miss." Lin Yi awkwardly scratched his head and looked in the direction of the receptionists. "It's you. You're here?" The girl in front of him was about the same age as Lin Yi, and her looks could be called stunning. With a fair, delicate oval face, serene and gentle, her hair styled in 2 ponytails flowing behind her, and messy bangs falling to either side. She was simply the dream girl of every boy. This person was the only one who introduced him to the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce leader's sister. At that time, the Lingnan leader had addressed her by the name Miao Miao at the school gate. Miao Miao looked surprised to see Lin Yi as well. "Then come with me. Though I don't understand why my sister favors you, I also think you're not good enough, but since my sister ordered, I'll take you to see her." Miao Miao pouted after saying this. After speaking, she lifted her head like a swan and walked straight out. Lin Yi hurriedly followed, intending to explain. But this girl looked short, yet walked exceptionally fast. Lin Yi didn't have time to clarify that he had just stumbled upon this. Creak. She led Lin Yi to the 7th floor, which was the headquarters of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Sister. She opened an office door and dove straight into the arms of the woman at the desk. The woman did not notice Lin Yi following behind. She playfully slapped her on the butt. "You are getting more mischievous." Sister. This made Miao Miao shyly shout out. She hurriedly stood up, her face turning red to her neck. She lowered her head, too shy to look at Lin Yi. And Lin Yi also covered his face. "I didn't see anything, I saw nothing." Only then did the woman notice Lin Yi. "You are here? Please sit down." As expected from someone who could be president, she sent Miao Miao out to fetch water, acting as if nothing had just happened. "I really appreciate your coming, but we won't disappoint you," she said, a polite remark. Just as Lin Yi was about to explain, she followed up with, "By the way, my name is Lu Qing, you can call me President Lu, or Sister Lu." No. Are you two really not going to let anyone speak? This truly shows that they were born from the same mother. Lin Yi complained inwardly, but his face was still full of smiles as he nodded repeatedly. "Let's cut to the chase, I want you to be our spokesperson," Lu Qing said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Lin Yi became interested. "With my current reputation, you want to hire me?" From the old head teacher's reaction, it was clear that the news must have been suppressed. Lin Yi was still recognized as the useless one, refusing to be an SS-level undead disaster mage. He could be considered infamous. Cough. "Bad reputation is still a reputation," Lu Qing said with a hint of embarrassment. This really surprised Lin Yi. Goodness. You've really grasped the key to traffic. Chapter 19, The Shocking Effects of the Blood-Generating Potion on the Lu Sisters. So, what do you think? Consider it? I can offer you 10 million in endorsement fees. Lu Qing directly stated her price. This was actually a lot. There was no need for any returns, it was not buying a person, and it had no restrictions. She simply valued Lin Yi as the only SSS-level useless point of traffic in the world. Just for this, the offered price was quite impressive. But it was still not enough. It was just 10,000 spirit stones, enough for only 1% of the job-changing materials. Creak. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. Lu Miao Miao walked in, and she exclaimed, "Sister, how can you give this guy such a high endorsement fee? We only have less than 30 million in funds left." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi instantly felt something was off. The Lu family's Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. How could all their wealth amount to just a few tens of millions? This was completely unreasonable. After all, they were not just any regular business, but one that catered to professionals. The entire chamber had only a few thousand spirit stones left. This was simply unbelievable. Oh. It's really lively here. Suddenly, a man in a mink coat walked in, staring at Lu Miao Miao with lustful eyes. "Yang Ming, show some respect." Seeing the visitor, President Lu instantly stood up in fury. But the man called Yang Ming did not retreat at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Why does President Lu get so excited when she sees me? Could it be that you like me?" Saying that, he threw a contract directly onto the table. "I advise you not to struggle, either sign this acquisition document, or, let Miao Miao submit to me. Otherwise, just wait for bankruptcy." After saying that, he turned around and left. The office immediately fell into silence. Miao Miao stood for a long time before finally saying with a tangled expression, "Sister, if it really comes to that." But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lu Qing. "Shut up. Do you know what kind of beast that is? There are no less than 80 girls who have died miserably at his hands. I will never push you into the tiger's mouth. But we can only hold on for another month at most, and our father left behind a legacy. Are we really going to let it be destroyed in our hands?" Miao Miao said, tears streaming down her face. It looked so pitiful. "Don't worry, sister will definitely protect you." Although Lu Qing felt quite distressed inside, she pretended to be indifferent to reassure her sister. "Believe in your sister, I will definitely restore our family business." Although she spoke these words, she herself lacked confidence. "I'm sorry to let you laugh." Lu Qing forced a smile at Lin Yi. "We are cooperating, what are your thoughts on it?" Lin Yi somewhat understood the situation. He had also heard of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, a myth created by a self-made non-professional. Unfortunately, with no sons, he loved his daughter dearly. Not allowing his daughter to suffer even a little meant she never learned about managing a business. When this founder unexpectedly passed away, the burden fell on the two sisters. With no time to mourn, they immersed themselves in a struggle against their uncle and the elders of the chamber. Their family fortune could be said to have been nearly consumed. Today, Linny also understood more deeply that there was hidden targeting from the extreme North Chamber of Commerce. This was probably the main reason the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was on the brink of collapse. Facing Lu Qing's inquiry, Linny shook his head. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Seeing his refusal, Lu Miaomia was instantly furious, stamping her feet. Now both sides could be called lost souls, and for Lu Qing's only outstretched hand of help, Linny unexpectedly kicked them while they were down. Sigh. Then you can leave. Lu Qing took it lightly, though disappointed, she didn't lose her temper. However, Linny did not move. Instead, he smiled. You misunderstand my meaning. The two sisters looked at Linny in surprise, not understanding what he was getting at. You now want to rely on my endorsement to create some hype, right? Facing Linny's question, Lu Qing did not shy away and nodded. But Linny sighed. You really do not know how to do business. I can only tell you that the final effect will definitely be wasted effort, and could even backfire. It seemed Lu Qing was truly at her wit's end, turning to desperate measures. Hearing his words, the two sisters suddenly became interested. They wanted to see just how much insight a mere high school student could have. Linny did not keep them in suspense and directly explained, First, I want to clarify that I am helping you. If I had no conscience, I could just take the endorsement fee and leave. First of all, bad fame is still fame, I do not deny this. But you seem to forget a question, that is, the so-called fame is essentially a behavior that captures attention. People may be attracted, but whether or not revenue is generated still depends on the product itself. If we do not have a product with core competitiveness, and our competitors have the same products, then why would people come here to buy? Many people see me as a joke. You asking me to endorse is like letting a pretty boy endorse protein powder. At this point, Lu Qing's face was incredibly ugly. Lin Yi's words struck her heart. But indeed, she had no way to argue back. It seemed that having Lin Yi endorse them was completely unfeasible. Yes. The core competitiveness of the product, we don't have that either. Lu Qing muttered, Our Lingnan Chamber of Commerce has two major medical techniques. The blood red pill was sold to the extreme North Chamber of Commerce by my father's old friend, and the equipment design was also taken by them due to the division. Every store of the extreme North Chamber of Commerce is right next to us, and they maliciously lower prices to try to crush us. Once we fall, the blood red pill will be monopolized by them. The more Lu Qing spoke, the more desperate she became. Put. She spat out a mouthful of blood. This scared Lu Miaomiao greatly. Sister, are you okay? Seeing this, Linny quickly took out a bottle of medicine and handed it over. Drink this, it can relieve you a bit. No. Lu Qing waved her hand in rejection, but she suddenly noticed the medicine in Lin Yi's hand seemed unfamiliar to her. Damn. After seeing the effect of the potion, she immediately blurted out a curse. She picked up the blood-generating potion, her voice full of surprise. This potion is simply incredible. It caters to both the lower and middle-high markets. It can be said that this potion could almost take over the entire potion market. Linny couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at her reaction. Fortunately, he had saved a potion earlier, and it worked. This came from the secret realm, right? Lin Yi nodded. Receiving the expected answer, Lu Qing felt a bit disappointed. Oh, what a pity. She still had some experience. Items from the secret realm are usually tied to difficulty. The cost of obtaining this thing likely far exceeds its actual value. However, she was now somewhat curious about Lin Yi. The fact that Lin Yi had this thing showed that he created it, but Lin Yi was a useless person. If only there were production scrolls. Lu Qing sighed casually. But Lin Yi immediately replied, if there really were, what price would you be willing to pay for it? Chapter 20, Mutual Pull, Overly Cautious Lin Yi? As soon as those words were spoken, Lu Qing became excited. What did you say? She looked at Lin Yi in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. If she could produce this blood-generating potion in bulk, she naturally understood what it meant. Facing such an excited Lu Qing, Lin Yi calmly responded, I said it was just a hypothetical. Lu Qing wasn't a fool. How could this young man before her possibly have nothing? He was testing her. At this moment, Lu Qing felt a bit stunned. She finally understood. This young man had definitely planned this from the start, otherwise, he wouldn't have analyzed and emphasized the importance of competitive products to her. Yet he still pretended indifference, which could mean two things. One was to be wary of her. After all, the value of this item, once exposed, could lead to murder and robbery. The second possibility was that he wanted to raise the price. Lu Qing looked at this young man, barely over 18, in disbelief. Could such cunning really exist at his age? Seeing Lu Qing silent, Lin Yi casually took a sip of tea. But inside, he was extremely anxious. Right now, it was a gamble. He was betting that Lu Qing wouldn't act rashly. He wouldn't relax just because he was in front of two beauties. After all, they were pushed to their limits right now. Even a person known for their great kindness might do something unexpected when cornered. If he dared to sell this scroll to other business associations, it was very likely he could end up being silenced. But at this moment, the Lingnan Association was beneficial for Linny because the more one loses, the more cautious they become. This made him safer and easier to raise the price. As expected, things developed as he anticipated. Lu Qing even started to guess whether Linny had some backup. It was very likely that he didn't even have this item on him. If this thing really exists, I'm willing to pay 1 billion to buy it, Lu Qing decisively said. Sure enough. Linny was somewhat surprised to hear this. It seemed Lu Qing had hidden funds. This price is too low. I feel this item is worth at least 10 times that. Linny knew Lu Qing could never just put the price down in one go. She definitely had more funds, so he directly made an offer. Sure enough, Lu Qing didn't refute immediately. Instead, she hesitated. Looks like there really is. Sister. Don't believe him, the value of this scroll is incredibly precious. At least it must be above the gold level, such a thing could be a national treasure. Lu Miamia interjected at that moment. Indeed. Lu Qing was reminded and became cautious again. Could this guy really be just hypothesizing? Linny felt trouble brewing, although these two girls seemed somewhat simple-minded. But working together is somewhat tricky. I would never take out the scroll without receiving a price first. To survive in chaotic times, one must always be on guard. But how to prove oneself? Snap. Linny suddenly thought of something and threw a token onto the table. The back of the golden token is carved with flying birds and running beasts, trees, and flowers, all of which possess great spirit. In the middle are 5 powerful characters carved Beast Master Association. Lu Qing was somewhat puzzled as to why Linny would take out this token. But when she picked it up, she couldn't help but gasp. Her face was full of surprise. Because on the front, the words President were boldly engraved. That's a 4-turn-strong individual, one of the rarest in the entire Jiangnan province. And Linny holds this strong person's token, doesn't that mean? This also proves that Linny is definitely not bragging. But I can only scrape together 10 billion at most, Lu Qing still frowned. Even if it were another 10 billion, a trading company would definitely buy it. Our company has no competitiveness. No problem. I'll sell it to you for 10 billion, Lin Yi's words immediately gave her hope. Lu Qing was very surprised. Lu Qing also didn't expect Lin Yi to choose their Lingnan trading company. Without hesitation, Lu Qing took out a small brocade box. She pushed it directly in front of Linny. We don't have cash on hand, this thing is worth 10 billion. Linny did not directly take the item, instead, he took out the scroll and tossed it back. He followed with a sentence, but I want 50% of the net profit from this potion. Lu Qing's face immediately fell. She was astonished that Linny dared to carry the scroll, even with the backing of the Beast Master Association. In front of money, other trading companies might not hesitate to strike. And just now, Lin Yi's appearance completely didn't seem scared, making it impossible to think that the scroll was on him. Could it be that Zhang Liuha is secretly protecting him? Yes. It must be like that. This is too much. Lin Yi's demand was too greedy, and Lu Qing would definitely not agree. But Lin Yi remained calm, simply saying, "You'll know once you open the scroll." As soon as she opened the scroll, Lu Qing was stunned. Soul bone grass, blood-forming flower, they are all low-grade materials. Apart from this infinite flesh, the cost is so low. Lu Qing completely did not expect the cost of this potion to be so low. This was entirely unexpected for her. What is this infinite flesh? She asked in confusion. Lin Yi answered truthfully, it's from the nightmare mode in the Moonlit Forest Novice Secret Realm. The lower the cost, the greater the profit. 10 billion can be considered a buyout price, yet Lin Yi asked for 50% of the profit with just one sentence. Of course, she would not agree, but after thinking about it, she actually benefited somewhat. It could almost be said that it saved her from a dire situation, and she understood gratitude. 15% then. Lin Yi shook his head and refused, just as he was about to speak. Lu Miaomia interjected again, "You're so annoying, I thought you were a good person. I didn't expect you to be as despicable as that Yang Ming. You're all bad people." As she said this, she ran out, tears streaming down her face. Lu Qing hurriedly chased after her to comfort her. Just like that, Lin Yi was left alone. Are these sisters acting? Lin Yi couldn't help but doubt, but he dared to take out the item first. He wasn't worried about the other party running away. He did not wait and instead chose to leave first. After a while, the two sisters finally arrived at the office. But Lin Yi's figure was nowhere to be seen. Shadow. Lu Qing called out. A dark shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere. If Lin Yi were here, he would see that this was actually a 3-turn strong individual. Miss. He's gone far, should we? Said the one referred to as Shadow, making a throat-cutting gesture. No. He has Zhang Liuha behind him. Perhaps Zhang Liuha is nearby protecting him right now. Otherwise, how could such a smart person carry things on him? Lu Qing immediately dismissed him. Furthermore, we cannot engage in such despicable acts, otherwise, how are we any different from the extreme North Chamber of Commerce? The Shadow's voice remained cold. Before the master passed away, he entrusted me with a mission. My only task is to ensure the lady's safety. I will eliminate any possibility of an accident. Who knows if he is sent by the extreme North Chamber of Commerce, or if there might be a leak afterward. Killing him and taking the scroll is an absolute sure profit. If I wasn't afraid just now that this kid would hurt you, I would have acted long ago. If Lin Yi were here, he would be grateful for always being on the defensive. Heard us? Lu Qing was somewhat confused. Both she and her sister were professionals. Although their levels were not high, facing a high school student who had just awakened seemed like an unnecessary worry. This kid doesn't seem as simple as he appears. His level has already reached 10. The Shadow directly exposed Lin Yi's level. Upon hearing this, both sisters showed shocked expressions. It was known that the high school student had only awakened yesterday. Reaching level 10 today was absolutely an unprecedented efficiency. Moreover, you see, he seems very relaxed, but he has been making hand signs behind his back, ready to summon his pet at any moment. Most importantly, I have already checked the surroundings, and I did not find Zhang Liuha. All of this is his psychological warfare. The Shadow's words were like a bomb dropped into water. No one expected such a high school student to have such terrifying depth. Carrying something so valuable yet able to remain calm and trick everyone. He played them all. Even that token is very likely fake. Kill him, and any future troubles will disappear. We can also get back our 10 billion. The Shadow's words seemed devoid of emotion, yet they strangely decided a life or death. Forget it. The scroll has already been given to us, we can't take risks or harm innocent lives. Lu Qing sighed. Though this guy is a bit greedy, he is definitely a talent. Let's see if we can recruit him in the future. Let's still give him 15% of the profit. After leaving the building, Lin Yi directly vanished from the spot. Just now he was right here. This guy actually knows the assassin's stealth technique? The Shadow, who had been quietly following, said in disbelief. But the assassin's stealth only lasts for 3 seconds. I want to see where you can run to. Chapter 21 Super Elite Meeting arrives at the moonlit forest. The Shadow searched around for a long time. Yet still, there was no trace of Lin Yi. How is this possible? He was shocked. A level 10 high school student slipped away from his sight like this. Returning home, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. He had been so cautious along the way, he hoped it wasn't unnecessary. He also had a clear direction for what to do next. He needed to hurry to the Beast Master Association to get an identity as a protective charm. This association token wouldn't hold up for long before being recognized. He opened the brocade box. Dragon Soul Stone, gold, material, has a strong vitality effect, essential material for crafting legendary equipment. Lin Yi never expected it to be the Dragon Soul Stone. This way, he wouldn't have to wait for the auction to bid on this item. Ding! Consume transformation material, Dragon Soul Stone, gold. Congratulations on completing the first transformation mission. Level cap raised to LV 30. Materials required for second transformation. Click to view details. Ding! Level up to LV 20 unlocks, skill sharing. LV 30 unlocks, Dragon Clan Bond. Ding! Level increased from LV 10 to LV 13, 4500/125000. Obtain Golden Egg, Legend, ×3. Ding! Consumed Golden Egg, Legend, ×3, synthesized Super Golden Egg, Myth, ×1. After the first transformation, his attributes were significantly enhanced. The new job skill effect was also very simple. The more Dragon Clan he contracts with, the stronger they become. It was a very straightforward effect. At the same time, he directly leveled up 3 times. After synthesizing the Super Golden Egg, Lin Yi opened it directly. Ding! Activated, Super Golden Egg, Mythical, obtained, Mechanical Dragon, Legendary, ×1. Lin Yi jumped directly onto the bed. Wow! This feels amazing. I actually got a mythical quality dragon. Mechanical Dragon, as the name suggests, is a dragon that looks like it's from future technology. Lin Yi opened its panel. I was shocked just like when I first saw the Blaze Dragon. Pet, Mechanical Dragon, initial form. Level, LV1, 0 out of 70 Spirit Stones. Attribute, Dragon/Machine. Qualification, Legendary Tier 7. Health, 8800/8800. Attack power, 750. Talent I, Mechanical Core, SSS level, a mechanical creature with the strongest energy technology from the future, possessing endless energy, capable of morphing into any armed form for the host, fully inheriting its attributes. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression, SSS level, the dominance of the supreme race is unassailable, any creature encountering the dragon race will suffer suppression from the ancient bloodline, damage plus 30%, damage taken minus 30%. Skill I, Laser Cannon / Ray Gun, S level LV7, causes penetrating damage in a 5x100 straight line, dealing 480, 220% damage / 2 ray guns rise from the shoulders, firing at a rate of 7.1 rounds per second, able to deal 35% of attack power damage to targets within a radius of 100, freely switchable. Skill 2, Mechanical Dragon Bloodline, SS level non-upgradable, all attributes plus 100%, resilience plus 30%, evasion plus 30%, reduces magic / physical damage taken by 50%. Skill 3, Energy Theft, SS level LV7, each time a target of at least equal level is killed, 1 energy point can be accumulated, gaining 1 energy point can enhance health by 20 points / attack power by 1 point, energy points 0 / 1000, for every 10 levels gained, energy point limit increases by 700, 100 points. Skill 4, Energy Lightsaber, SS level locked until LV10, can control 10 energy swords, each sword has 120% speed and 50% attack damage, can merge together. Each hit on a target adds a 10% armor breaking effect, which can stack, fully stacked turns into damage increase, still stackable. Skill V, Magic Banishment, SS level locked until LV30, draws energy, ignites the magnetic field. Causes targets within a 50x50 radius to enter a state of magic banishment for 12 seconds, unable to use any skills. No exemption or elimination. Locked until unlocked. Description: one of the supreme dragon gods, mechanical dragon, flesh and blood suffer, mechanical ascent. Hiss. So strong. Even the basic attributes are higher than the previous Blaze Dragon. This is the benefit from the tier increase. It's a pity it's only at tier 7. There's still a long way to go to awaken the profound meaning. What Linny likes the most is the armed effect brought by that talent. Once I unlock the next skill, skill sharing, I can completely become a warrior. I will have all the skills of the dragon race under my command, along with the attributes of the mechanical dragon. My constant role of just tagging along will finally be resolved. But the cost of upgrading. 7 times. A full 7 times. This means if Linny wants to raise the mechanical dragon to level 10, he needs at least more than 10,000 spirit stones. That is 1 million. This expense is simply extraordinarily high. This is also why Linny requires 50% profit. He has the strength to obtain this money, but also needs this money. Otherwise, without spirit stones, his path to raise pets will be greatly hindered. Linny didn't rest much, so many things today had already wasted a lot of time. The sky was getting dark. I have to hurry to the Beastmaster Association headquarters. The headquarters is in the nearby Jiangnan base city, it's not too far to go by high-speed train. At the same time Linny set out. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce had also assembled an elite team of 10 at LV10. These team members were all wearing silver equipment, with weapons even made of gold. Their professional levels were mostly D level or above, truly a strong team. Almost capable of sweeping through various major novice secret realms on Nightmare mode. Materials produced in Nightmare level secret realms are generally very rare, after all, very few players can clear Nightmare difficulty secret realms. Usually, teams are formed by the Chamber of Commerce or specialized mercenaries for such material collection. Under the Shadow's protection, the two sisters arrived at Moonlit Forest Novice Secret Realm. Sorry, this area has been sealed. But soon some military personnel blocked their way. Chapter 22, Grey and Dusty. How can there be military personnel here? The three of them were very puzzled. This area has been sealed off, no entry allowed. The soldier directly blocked their way. May I ask why this place is sealed? Lu Qing directly showed her family's token. The outside world still did not know that the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was on the brink of collapse. Naturally, there was still some respect. Although it had been sealed off since yesterday. The content that was about to be announced was no secret, that soldier explained. Mizius infiltrated, coming to the novice secret realm to kill geniuses. Hiss. The name Mizius made any low-level vocationalist tremble in fear. After all, no one wanted to encounter such a monster when isolated and helpless in a secret realm. Linny. The two sisters exchanged glances. He was definitely coming after him, but Linny had stood before them in one piece yesterday. He actually survived. Could it be luck? The two were surprised and speculated. But it is said that Mizius has recently been slain by Senior Zhang. The soldier couldn't help but beam with pride as he said this. It is estimated that the seal will be lifted soon. Upon hearing this, the two sisters were curious. Who is this Senior Zhang? This is simply our role model. Is it the god-level powerhouse, Senior Zhang Tianjian, the legendary white tiger warrior defending the border? It's Senior Zhang Liuha. The soldier scratched his head, embarrassed by their question. When this answer came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Liuha, although not weak, was very different from who they had imagined. They had only thought that only a few big shots could take down Mizius, completely not expecting it to be Zhang Liuha. Hiss. After this achievement, Zhang Liuha's status will definitely rise. Lu Qing murmured. Let's apply, we really have urgent matters. Lu Qing also had her own channels, and after contacting them, they finally got to enter ahead of time. Sister, sister, sister. Quickly look. Lu Miaomiao suddenly grabbed Lu Qing's arm and shouted excitedly. Lu Qing felt a bit speechless, but when she followed her gaze, she was also astonished and widened her mouth. On the Secret Realm Clearance Leaderboard, Lin Yi's achievements were impressive. 10-minute speedrun of the Hard Abyss Secret Realm. This strength was simply terrifying. They looked at each other, not expecting Lin Yi to be so powerful. Could it be that Lin Yi's demand for 50% profit is really justified? Let's enter the Secret Realm. Seeming to sense the unusual atmosphere, Shadow broke the silence. Rest assured. If he can clear it so quickly, we certainly can too. Maybe the Secret Realm is just quicker. The team confidently assured. But after a long time. A full 7 hours. There wasn't a peep, and the two sisters even suspected they might be dead inside. The longer they stayed inside, the more they were astonished by Lin Yi. Is this speed even something a person can achieve? In these 7 hours, they even discussed pricing. Hiring 10 people each time to clear the Secret Realm costs 10 spirit stones, plus other materials, labor, transport, and so on. The cost was around 15 spirit stones, finally priced at 20 spirit stones. This counted as a relatively reasonable price. Ding! Suddenly, a sound rang out, and the opening of the Secret Realm made the three of them alert. The 10-person team gradually walked out. But all of them looked haggard, covered in dust. As soon as the 10 stepped into the real world, they all collapsed onto the ground. So tired. Really too tired. Lu Qing sensed something was off but still held on to hope and asked, "How did it go?" "Miss Lu, you should find someone else for this job. We really won't risk our lives for 10 spirit stones." To her surprise, the leader directly stated he wanted to resign. His words were full of fatigue. "The equipment and potions are all provided by our guild, and we even gave you a price of 10 spirit stones. Do you really think you can't handle a secret realm?" Lu Miaomiao said with dissatisfaction. "If you insist on this, we will hire a mercenary group to gather materials." But the person, upon hearing this, showed no fear at all, instead mocking, "I am from the mercenary group, the first material mercenary group in the coastal city. I'm just here to earn some extra money, to tell the truth. Even if a material mercenary group comes, they would still be helpless. As soon as we entered the secret realm, we were trapped by an illusion for about an hour. Crossing that blood river took us 3 or 4 hours, and when we finally reached the back, we could finally fight head-on. After we finished killing the monsters, just when we were about to face the boss. Only then did we realize there were no unlimited flesh and blood you wanted, so we had to return to that blood sea to grind for them. But those blood sea monsters can split. I estimate that to clear the entire blood sea, we need to kill at least 10,000 bloodworms, and we still don't even know if there's an end to their splitting. These worms can also self-destruct. 10,000 worms. Even a level 30 elite team would probably have to leave in disgrace. So wanting to obtain the unlimited flesh and blood from this secret realm is simply impossible. This mechanism blood sea can only be crossed, no one can break the mechanism. After saying this, the person took off their equipment and directly left with their team. As for the potions, they had run out long ago, and they even incurred a little loss. They left behind a sentence, "The difficulty of this secret realm can be said to be the strongest I've seen among beginner secret realms, and I admire that first place for reaching this speed. If you can find them, there might be a glimmer of hope." These words struck her heart like a heavy blow. The most powerful blood-making potion is suitable for any level of strong being. This is also the reason why Lu Qing did not hesitate to take the scroll. No matter how high the cost, it can be sold for a price. Even if the cost is 10,000 spirit stones, selling it for 15,000 would still attract powerful beings to buy. A 10% instant health recovery is the key to determining the battle for these strong beings. But now, without even being able to collect materials, how can they talk about selling? It's simply impossible to create it. At this moment, Lu Qing finally understood that Lin Yi's demand for a 50% profit margin likely meant he knew the key to collecting unlimited flesh and blood. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask for a share. After all, asking for a share means he knows how to generate profits. But in this world, how can you sell me the blueprint and then block me from producing materials? This is simply extortion. Caught in a plot by Linny, she had no time to be angry. The urgent task was to find out how Linny collected unlimited flesh and blood. Go! Investigate Linny's residence, head to his home immediately. Lu Qing immediately made a decision. Chapter 23, Jiangnan Base City. Wow! No wonder it's Jiangnan Base City. Lin Yi admired the scenery of the big city. He took a taxi directly to the Beastmaster Association. But just as he was about to enter, he was stopped. Hey! No entry for bystanders. No appointment, get lost. Linny hadn't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. Look! Linny directly took out his badge. The person was still saying, just a high school student not preparing for the college entrance exam, what are you wandering around here for? This isn't a place you can come to. But before he could finish speaking, his knees went weak, and he almost knelt before Linny. President's order. Big brother, it's my fault, please don't report me. He spoke tearfully. It was my ignorance, it was my mistake. Saying this, he began to slap his own face. It looked like he really didn't want to lose this job. Seeing this, Linny waved his hand, alright. Just let it go, from now on, don't look at people with colored glasses. We serve the people, regardless of status. After that, Linny walked into the association. Linny hung the badge prominently around his waist. The way was clear, and amidst the respectful calls of everyone, they met the president. You're here? Zhang Liuha saw Linny take out his treasured tea leaves and brew some. Good tea. Linny took a sip and felt as if his attributes had all increased. Ding! Attributes enhanced, life points plus 1000, attack power plus 100. He then realized it was not his imagination. He didn't expect this tea to have such effects, so he hurriedly drank a few more sips. Unfortunately, after that, his attributes did not increase any further. Zhang Liuha asked, where is my token? When Linny returned the token to him, he also received another identical token in return. However, the words president changed to senior member. Oh. A member is a member, but adding senior makes it even better. The Beastmaster Association may seem simple, but it has quite the prestige. Thank you. Linny glanced and then put it away. Aren't you excited? Zhang Liuha was surprised to see Linny with no reaction at all. Joining the association requires the best among the Beastmasters, not just anyone can join. This is the status of a senior member, which requires at least the second reincarnation to obtain. Regular members have almost no rights, at most, they can show off. But senior members are entirely different. If Lin Yi encounters trouble, the committee members, who are all at least third reincarnation strong, can lend a helping hand. This is a backdoor opportunity he's given him. Why should I be excited? Lin Yi wondered, isn't this just a piece of junk token? Is there really any distinction? This kid is too calm. Zhang Liuha sighed inwardly. By the way, I've dealt with the matter of you killing Mizius. The news of me killing Mizius should spread at this time. And for killing someone like Mizius, the military will give rewards. But we have to wait for their confirmation, it should take about 2 to 3 days to process, and when the time comes, I will give you your share of the spoils. After speaking, Zhang Liuha continued to brew tea. Lin Yi was a bit surprised, he hadn't expected there would be extra rewards. At the same time, he asked Zhang Liuha a question, do you know how to cultivate pets ranks? As the author of the Beastmaster textbook, it was indeed most suitable for him to ask. You've really asked the right person. Zhang Liuha was very happy. He felt like an unnoticed professor finally welcoming his proud student. The cultivation of a pet's rank has many methods, such as medicinal baths, feeding materials, living environments, and even battles, etc. But cultivating pets is very difficult because there are almost no rules to find. You can only try one by one, explore, and some people spend their whole lives without finding their pet's evolution. Sighing at this, he shook his head and continued, lower-ranked pets are easier, but the higher the quality, the higher the cost of trial and error, which is simply unbearable. Sigh. This is a common problem among beastmasters. The resources needed for one beast are at least 10 or 100 times more than that for cultivating a human warrior of the same level. Taming a pet requires injuring the creature, and the success rate of a contract is also related to the beastmaster's professional level. If taming fails and the creature dies, there is no reward at all. Before the pet takes shape, the Beastmaster has almost no combat power and requires multiple strong individuals to support the Beastmaster's level, injure high-level monsters and gather a lot of resources to cultivate the pet's rank. The human and material resources consumed are more than 100 times. Lin Yi finally understood why Beastmasters had been so lonely for so long. But I still cultivated a 9th-tier pet with awakened mysteries. Zhang Liuha said proudly. He released that firebird once again. Flame Sparrow, LV80 Dark Gold 9th tier. How about it? Are you envious? Let me tell you, having a pet with mysteries and not having one is absolutely a world apart. With one of my mysteries, even a similarly ranked strong person has to retreat 3 steps. Do you want me to unleash my mysteries so you can feel the difference? Even a little psychological shadow for you young people can help you humble yourself and strive to catch up with me. Linny shook his hand. Forget it, forget it. Your ultimate technique is too powerful. It wouldn't be good if it accidentally hurt someone. Alright, I originally wanted to broaden your horizons, but let's wait for the next opportunity. You still have a long way to go to awaken your ultimate technique. If you need it, I can offer some advice. As he spoke, Zhang Liuha took out a ledger. This is the path and various methods I took to awaken my ultimate technique. It cost me nearly 10 billion, I guess I was lucky to successfully cultivate this firebird. Put. Linny directly spat out a mouthful of tea. It took so much money to cultivate a dark gold level creature to the 9th rank. Let alone in the case of being lucky. What about my legendary level? I simply can't imagine. Now, Linny dared not let him give advice anymore. Even if he advised me, I wouldn't have that kind of money to make mistakes. It's hopeless. Linny was now confused about what he should do to enhance the dragon bloodline's rank. Knock knock. I'm coming in. The door was knocked, and an old man, similar in age to Zhang Liuha, walked in. Hey! You're here just in time, let me introduce you. As Zhang Liuha saw the newcomer, he quickly stood up and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. This old man is also the principal of your Linhai city. It seems to be from the 13th middle school, right? Zhang Liuha recalled. Anyway, it's the worst school. Hearing this, the principal of 13th middle school immediately became unhappy. I say, old Zhang, your 13th middle school is just 13th middle school, why say it's the worst school? As he spoke, he looked at Linny. You must be the genius that old Zhang has been bragging about in my ear these past few days, able to slay me Shios, finishing the secret realm in a short time, definitely a genius. Didn't we agree to keep it a secret? Linny was full of confusion. How come Zhang Liuha is such a big mouth? Seeing Lin Yi's confusion, Zhang Liuha reassured him, we grew up together since the time we wore diapers, so don't worry. Chapter 24 Level Ranking, Recognized Ground Tile, Lin Yi. I see. If you have any trouble, just find him. After all, I can't always rush to Linhai City. As Zhang Liuha said this, he paused for a moment. As if he remembered something. Your city-level league is about to start, and you must aim for the top 10. Zhang Liuha told Linny, in previous years, the rewards for the top 10 in various city-level leagues were mostly resources. As the situation becomes more tense, the country has begun to invest heavily in the cultivation of new battle strength. Coincidentally, this year, an ancient relic has appeared at the junction of Jiangnan Base City and Linhai City. It will be chosen as a reward for the city-level league this year. This is both dangerous and a huge opportunity. Ancient relic. That's equivalent to a higher-level copy similar to a secret realm. The only difference is that ancient relics do not reset like dungeons. The traces inside are never refreshed or reset. You could say that every opportunity taken means one less chance. The sooner you enter, the greater the opportunity. The inside is rich with resources, ancient relics, rare treasures, and there may even be some inheritance from ancient powerful beings. Only your imagination can limit you. Unexpectedly, this opportunity has fallen on the heads of Linhai City students this year. Linny will definitely seize it well. Back on the high-speed train. Before leaving the association, Linny proactively asked President Zhang to seal the secret realm for a while longer. At this moment, the two sisters should have finished exploring the secret realm. He was guessing. With these two people's intelligence, they would never suspect that their opponents were watching their actions closely. Sure enough, it wasn't long before an informant from the Northern Commercial Association returned to report. Humph. These two girls are still struggling. We don't need to know what they plan to do, let's just spend the money to buy that secret realm. Any tricks are useless. But when they returned, they were informed that the lockdown had been tightened again. They couldn't even get in. This is the power of the military, even they find it hard to intervene. Linny has confirmed his next goal. Quickly improve his strength. Now, he has already advanced to the first rank. His level cap has risen to LV30. With the necklace of two great dragons, he can even reach LV40, which means he has a chance even against a third-rank powerhouse. Just as he was on his way back, the two sisters arrived at Lin Yi's residence, having learned from a neighbor that Lin Yi had left early. The shadow also explained about taking the initiative to go for the assassination. You. How could you act on your own? He must have discovered that you got scared away. Lu Qing was furious but felt helpless against her father's subordinate. It seems he really is a fake, otherwise, Zhang Liuha would be nearby. He wouldn't have escaped. The shadow clenched his fist. A normal person has played us like puppets. How about I go capture him? If he doesn't reveal how to obtain infinite flesh and blood, I will kill him. Enough. He has been talking to us nicely from the start. It was us who neglected him. Even threatened his life. With his terrifying personality, if he really wants to run, we won't catch him. At this moment, Lumyamya finally realized her mistake. She twisted her clothes in regret and self-reproach, saying, if it weren't for my own stubbornness, none of this would have happened. Lu Qing didn't speak. In fact, the biggest responsibility lay with her. She indeed didn't want to be entangled with Lin Yi, which is why she took the opportunity to leave. Not long after they left in dejection, Lin Yi returned to the seaside. He had no idea he had just missed them and was somewhat puzzled about how calm the Lu sisters were. Caw caw. The chickens raised on the neighbor's balcony began to crow early in the morning. For many years, Lin Yi didn't need to set an alarm clock. He relied entirely on its song to wake up. Lin Yi didn't want to attend the school ranking ceremony. But ever since Zhang Liuha briefed him yesterday, Lin Yi had kept the league in mind. He couldn't miss the ancient relics. The citywide league seemed to involve the top 10 students from various schools participating in combat to decide the champion. As soon as he arrived at school, many classmates gathered around Lin Yi. Among them were those who had witnessed Lin Yi clearing the secret realm. Good news! Yesterday, our Beast Master Association's president Zhang killed the Mishou Si from Eagle Sauce Country. This announcement has been made every hour since yesterday. It shows the importance of Mishou Si. Hiss. Even a 100-level powerhouse couldn't kill Mishou Si. President Zhang is truly impressive. We are all Beast Masters, how is there such a big gap? Look at Lin Yi, grinning ear to ear. He must be dreaming of becoming someone like that in the future? Ha ha. He just got lucky and found some bug to clear the rookie secret realm nightmare mode. Look at his proud face. Let me tell you a little secret. If it weren't for him, with his level being outside the top 10, he would lose the guaranteed spot. Ha ha ha. That would be great, truly, heaven knows reason. Such trash doesn't deserve to secure a spot, it's a joke. How could he possibly get to the top 10? The secret realm has been locked down these days, heaven isn't even letting him exploit bugs, and his level probably isn't even higher than mine. Facing these taunts, Lin Yi seemed to hear nothing. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance wafted into Lin Yi's nose. Su Bingbing had come to his side without him noticing. She worriedly asked, what do you plan to do next? How about I think of a way for you? The college entrance exam isn't advantageous for you. Though her words were very gentle, Lin Yi understood her meaning. It's fine, maybe I'll just barely make it into the top 10 by luck. Although he said it lightly, Su Bingbing was still very worried. But she didn't dare to continue, fearing it would hurt Lin Yi's feelings. The teacher who helped awaken the students stepped onto the stage. He cleared his throat and said, ahem. Next, the rankings for the senior year students will be published. The top 3 will receive school grants of 3 million to 1 million. Moreover, they will also represent the school in the city-level martial arts league. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became excited. If one could bring home a trophy from the city league, it would basically be a pride for the family. They would easily be recruited by major forces. This is the most authoritative competition to select high-potential high school students aside from the college entrance examination. It is also the stage that many have long dreamed of. As a strange device scanned over the crowd. Thud thud thud. A huge screen appeared. More than 400 students were lined up from the bottom one by one. Kai Qiankuan, living occupation, singer, level LV2, 50%, rank number 424. Xiao Tai, living occupation, farmer, level LV3, 21%, rank number 423. The rankings continuously rose. Damn. I'm even ranked lower than that useless Lin Yi. Yesterday the two explosive news were that Zhang Liuha had slain Mizius. The second was the news of Lin Yi clearing the Nightmare Novice dungeon in 10 minutes and avoiding Mizius's ambush. Countless people were shocked. Public opinion became polarized, with one side saying Lin Yi is truly SSS level, restoring the glory of Beast Masters, and so on. On the other side, people claimed Lin Yi must have been lucky. If he couldn't even contract a dragon, how could he clear the dungeon? They speculated it was a bug in the dungeon that allowed him to escape Mizius's ambush. Otherwise, so many players stronger than him hadn't survived before, how could Lin Yi come out unscathed? Such voices were like a storm, drowning out the previous praises. Many internet celebrities, streamers, and professional dungeon explorers prepared to go to the dungeon to search for bugs. Now Lin Yi's name had not appeared. The rankings were from low to high, which naturally meant they had lower levels than Lin Yi. They gritted their teeth, unable to accept it. Don't worry. This guy cleared the dungeon by exploiting a bug. He definitely didn't kill many monsters, so he won't have much experience from just clearing it. The dungeon has also been sealed for these few days, so his level can't be that high. Many speculated. Hearing this, those who had fallen behind Lin Yi finally found some comfort. Yes, yes. So what if he won with luck? It's only temporary. At this moment, Lin Yi didn't even want to show up for the management. But as the rankings reached the top 100. At this point, most were level 7 or 8. Yet Lin Yi's name still had not appeared. Their expressions began to turn ugly. Maybe there's a monster farming bug, they comforted themselves again. Thud thud thud. The rankings reached the top 10. At this point, they were basically all level 9. Lin Yi's name still had not appeared. This meant that Lin Yi's qualification for guaranteed admission was secure. This made those who were jealous feel heartbroken, worse than losing their parents. Humph. So what if he has a bit of good luck? Lu Ming, however, did not share their feelings. That day, Lu Yuntao had told him Lin Yi's level had already reached level 10. He whispered in Lu Yuntao's ear that Lin Yi was an SSS level practitioner. Such a situation was almost like a hotbed of chaos, to completely eliminate future possible threats. Lu Yuntao planned to get rid of Lin Yi. Unfortunately, it was ultimately disrupted by Zhang Liuhe. He was clad in a full set of golden gear, including accessories, with weapons of epic level. This was the material from Lin Yi's SSS level resource package. In these days, relying on this set of equipment, he had been grinding levels day and night in another dungeon of the school. There he still hadn't seen Lin Yi. This further confirmed his belief that Lin Yi was just lucky to have found a bug in the Moonlight Forest. Being sealed off, it was normal for him to have nowhere to go. To be on the safe side, he had completely cut off Lin Yi's last option. The higher the level of the profession, the more precious the materials needed for job transfer. The materials required for SSS level were worth at least 1,000,000 spirit stones. My father is a vice principal. Snatching Lin Yi's SSS level resource pack is simply an easy task. Without the 1,000,000 spirit stones inside, Lin Yi probably can't even reach the first level. And I already reached the first level this morning, easily crushing Lin Yi. I must reclaim what belongs to me. Soon, I reached third place. Number 3, Su Bingbing, Auxiliary Profession, Holy Chant Master, S level, level 10, 0%. Hiss. At this moment, the entire playground fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Lin Yi actually managed to make it to the top 2. Lu Ming's equipment is so good, he even surpassed Su Bingbing, who had the support of the Su family. They were incredibly envious. Number 1, Lu Ming, Combat Profession, Tempest Swordsman, A level, level 11, 32%. Number 2, Dong Pang Pang, Combat Profession, War Rhinoceros Shield Warrior, S level, level 11, 12%. When they saw Lu Ming at number 1, everyone immediately cheered. Lin Yi is really trash, holding an SSS level resource pack and still can't beat Lu Go. Lu Go is truly the pride of us regular professionals. Yeah. Why should high-level professionals get resource support? Now it's been slapped in the face. I suggest canceling all high-level professionals' resource packs. Who knows if they have trash like Lin Yi in them? Exactly. It's just oppression against us and regular people like Lu Ming, so unfair. Wait. No, it's strange, the second place isn't Lin Yi. At this moment, someone finally noticed the blind spot. Everyone was so excited that Lu Ming was first. They all thought the second place would be Lin Yi. But now, there was an unfamiliar name at the top. Some gossiping classmates shared what they knew, clearing things up. This Dong Pang Pang seems to have taken a break from school, apparently got seriously injured just before last year's college entrance exam, and is repeating this year. So that's how it is. Now everyone understood what happened. But they were even more confused. Why didn't Lin Yi's level show up? Could it be that the leaderboard made a mistake? Only then did everyone notice that Lin Yi's name appeared at the very bottom of the leaderboard. Lin Yi? So it was a mistake. I knew that being level 8, there was no way I should be lower than Lin Yi this trash. Ha ha. I'm even happier now. Lin Yi, just say your level out loud, it's okay to be last. Anyway, you're already going down in history as the worst SSS level professional. At this moment, the teacher directly approached Lin Yi and asked seriously, what's going on? Lin Yi was also confused, looking lost. He hadn't done anything. How many levels can this leaderboard detect? He suddenly thought of something and asked. Saying that, he took off his night set. In the next second, Lin Yi's data on the leaderboard finally updated. It shot up rapidly from the bottom. It steadily settled at number 1. Everyone's rank dropped by 1. Number 1, Lin Yi, Auxiliary Profession, Dragon Master, SSS level, level 13, 45%. Breaking the highest historical record since the founding of the school. Below, there was a line of golden text. Just a short time in the secret realm, for Lin Yi, it only took 20 to 30 minutes. And he broke the effort of many senior students who had worked for 3 days. Hiss. Everyone at the scene gasped in awe. Strong. That word involuntarily appeared in their minds. Hiss. No, 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 this is impossible. It must be a system error, you're just a poor student, how could you reach the first level? Lu Ming shouted in disbelief. Teacher Qin Hai also turned his gaze towards Lin Yi. After all, there had indeed been an issue just now. Lin Yi shrugged and explained, my equipment can shield detection, so it wasn't detected. Teacher Qin Hai nodded, his eyes filled with shock. This meant that Lin Yi's results were real. That's just incredible. But with the support of the SSS level resource pack, it was also reasonable. By the way, Lin Yi suddenly turned to Lu Ming, you said I'm a poor student, I won't deny it. But if you add the word stinky before poor, don't blame me if I take action. Saying that, Lin Yi's gaze became sharp. Teacher Qin Hai, who was originally about to scold him, was now too scared to speak. After all, he had just reached the peak of his first transition, the gap in strength between the two of them wasn't that big. Furthermore, the country is truly great, they launched resource packages just to support us, so we don't have to kneel to the powerful because of resource issues. But how can you boldly say I won't reach second transition? Do you think the support won't get to me, or perhaps, it was snatched away by you? Tisk, TSK. It seems your deer came right from my resource package, otherwise your father couldn't gather such luxury even in 8 lifetimes of corruption. Chapter 26, Let's Fight. The Mechanical Dragon's First Battle. As soon as these words were spoken, they stirred up a huge uproar. All the students on the playground focused their eyes on Lu Ming. Indeed. Just now, Lu Ming's sudden loss of composure was very abrupt, and everyone had their answer in mind. Lin Yi was telling the truth. Lu Ming used his father's power to snatch away Lin Yi's resource package. This is a rational allocation of resources, what do you know? Lu Ming was a bit flustered, realizing he had let something slip. His clumsy excuse not only failed to have any effect. Instead, it made more people angrier. Ha ha. A rational resource allocation, then according to the ranking list, it should go to Lin Yi. A man who looked a bit old-fashioned and slightly overweight stepped forward to criticize without restraint. This person was none other than the second-ranked Dong Pang Pang. His words echoed the thoughts in everyone's hearts. At this moment, those who had criticized Lin Yi before, believing Lu Ming to be the model of their ordinary group, felt utterly embarrassed. An A-grade resource matched with SSS-level resources, yet it still couldn't compare to Lin Yi, who had nothing. This had already proven strength. We misjudged you, we thought you were the glory of our ordinary group. But it turns out you are just using your power for personal gain and oppressing the poor. Get out. Get out. You privileged lapdog. In an instant, the entire playground turned into a scene of denunciation. Even those who still wanted to curry favor with Lu Ming dared not step forward at this moment. After all, Lu Ming's identity was formidable, he would be fine. But for these lackeys to come forward, the consequences. It seemed the campus rumor had grown too loud, even the vice principal, who was annoyed that Lin Yi had not come to find him, finally paid attention. What is going on? The vice principal was a second transition professional and not weak in combat power. His voice was very loud, making everyone unable to help but cover their ears. Some wanted to speak, but they suddenly found their throats blocked, as if they couldn't make a sound. This was the vice principal's D-level profession skill, silence, from Demon Sorcerer. Humph. Follow me. The vice principal waved his hand sharply, and Lin Yi vanished from his spot. The two appeared in his office. Before Lin Yi's sight cleared, a book came flying towards his face. Arrogant. Don't you consider the school's rules at all? The vice principal sat in his office chair, crossed his legs, and pointed at Lin Yi's nose, furious. Who said you could make such a ruckus in public? If there's a problem, go to the teacher, if the teacher can't solve it, go to the director, if the director can't solve it, come to me. Lin Yi was quick, catching the flying book. With a strong flick, he threw it back. The vice principal, still in the middle of his reprimand, was caught off guard. However, he was a second transition powerful individual, and his perception and speed were much better than Lin Yi's. The book did not hit his face, but the sharp pages still cut his face. Blood seeped out. The vice principal was suddenly filled with rage, after teaching for so many years, which student had not been obedient in front of him? Now, someone dared to challenge his authority. Truly worthy of being a wild kid without parents, you have no manners at all. He stood up, glaring at Lin Yi, stepping closer. Let me teach you properly on behalf of your dead parents about what it means to respect teachers and value the way. Saying this, he threw a punch at Lin Yi. Lin Yi had long been on guard, avoiding the attack while remaining invisible. Armor Warrior, combine. Sorry, wrong channel. Mechanical Dragon, arm up. The Mechanical Dragon transformed into an incredibly cool silver mech. It attached itself to Lin Yi. Laser cannon. Lin Yi was not going to be polite with this silly bird. He launched his skill directly. Boom! Over 1,000 damage appeared. Although the vice principal blocked the attack, the immense energy sent him flying. He crashed into several walls before finally stopping. With the powerful set effect, entering an invisible state meant that any attack received or dealt would not break the invisibility. The vice principal stood up, spitting out the blood in his mouth. Looking at the battlefield filled with dust and rubble, he saw no trace of Lin Yi. How is this possible? The attack didn't break invisibility? More shocking to him was Lin Yi's fighting power. He had unexpectedly lost 10% of his health in one hit. Looking at it this way, Lin Yi could really threaten his life. But he would not back down. He had to subdue Lin Yi, this overconfident guy. But before he could make a move, a punch suddenly hit him in the face. Tat tat tat. Countless energy bullets appeared out of thin air, shooting towards his eyes. He had to use both hands to block his eyes, falling into a disadvantage. The battle here caught the attention of everyone in the school. They only saw the vice principal getting hit, not knowing who the attacker was. Wow! Who is this, so strong? Could it be Lin Yi? Impossible. How would a beast master have invisibility? The safety bureau must have noticed this battle scene. From the start, the battlefield had been one-sided. In just one encounter, the vice principal was heavily injured. But Lin Yi did not kill him outright. After all, openly killing a professional in the city was a serious crime. Just teaching him a lesson was enough. At this moment, the vice principal was extremely shocked. He was a second-tier professional. He couldn't believe he had been suppressed by Lin Yi like this. Thinking of this, he felt even angrier. Taking advantage of Lin Yi's pause, the vice principal determined Lin Yi's position from the sounds he heard. He suddenly swung a punch. Sure enough, he felt the impact. At this moment, wicked thoughts arose in his heart. Lin Yi was just a level 10 fragile professional. Now that he had found him, just one set of skills would easily take him out. If the Safety Bureau pursued accountability. Chapter 27, Expelled. Leave first high school. He. His brother was the deputy director. He could easily make up a reason, claiming it was an assassin attack. There were so many students around as witnesses. This would kill two birds with one stone, not only getting rid of Lin Yi forever but also securing his own promotion and SSS-level resource package. He decided to act immediately. Excitement grew in his eyes. He directly unleashed everything he had learned in his life. A massive demon shadow materialized, a special skill for second-tier professionals. Boom! The demon lunged at Lin Yi's location, instantly exploding into a cloud of black mist. -6,912. -1,000. -1,000. Damage numbers appeared. Normal players around level 10 usually had 5 to 600 health, while tankier professions might have over 1,000. But no one could withstand such tens of thousands of damage. Safety Bureau, clear the area. Unrelated personnel, retreat. Combat personnel, surrender. Several voices shouted. The vice principal stopped, a smug smile spreading across his face. Lin Yi was definitely dead. Everything was just right. But just when he was so confident, Lin Yi's figure appeared. At this moment, he was dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Yi, who was almost unscathed, in disbelief. He wondered if he was seeing things. Students on the playground, who witnessed everything, were just as incredulous. Wow! It really is Lin Yi, actually overpowering the vice principal. Humph. The vice principal must have tried to threaten Lin Yi, which led to the conflict. It's so satisfying to see this selfish old by getting hit for misusing national resources. Hiss. Is Lin Yi really this strong? Lu Yuntao swiftly moved to the center of the two. He saw the flustered vice principal and the relaxed Lin Yi. His heart immediately sank with shock. He quickly summoned a cloud of dark mist, directly suppressing Lin Yi. Humph. Maliciously attacking a professional, especially within the school. This is a severely negative influence. I now suspect you are a spy from an enemy country. Seeing such a huge accusation falling upon him, Lin Yi sneered inside. Sure enough, he was a brother. At this moment, the students below immediately showed pity. Although Lin Yi could fight the vice principal. Every time he changed jobs, it was an entirely different story, not to mention Lu Yuntao was an A-level professional powerhouse. Sigh. This time, Lin Yi is done for. So many crimes combined could lead to the death penalty. Is Lin Yi really going to die? Ha ha. He deserves it. While they were discussing, Lin Yi remained completely calm. Instead, he took out a golden token. Beast Tamer Association. Senior member. Holy crap. Originally wanting to act aggressively, Lu Yuntao immediately stopped in fear. This was a member of a national association. It was stipulated that senior members of the association had to be dealt with by their own association. Other departments could not recklessly intervene. This proved that today, he could not touch Linny. Damn it. I will report your crimes to the higher-ups, you can't escape. Lu Yuntao gritted his teeth, but dared not act recklessly. Linny did not expect Lu Yuntao to stop so immediately. It seemed that this token given by Chairman Zhang indeed had a miraculous effect. Retreat. Without being able to put on the hat, Lu Yuntao certainly couldn't arrest the real culprit, his own brother. He could only leave in disgrace. Who? It was unknown who took the lead. The entire playground echoed with jeers. Anyone with eyes knew that the vice principal was the real culprit. Yet now, he could be at peace. The students all spat at Lu Yuntao. Linny also knew that truly wanting to take down the vice principal was futile. Although the matter was not settled. The vice principal certainly did not want to let Linny go. He once again used his skill, a wave of black mist enveloped the entire area. All students could not see what was happening inside. Humph. Don't think just because you have identity protection, you're safe. I can still expel you for attacking a school teacher. By then, your direct admission quota, competition quota, the school subsidy worth 3 million resources, and college entrance exam qualification will all be lost. Linny let out a cold laugh. If this old fellow could really take revenge on him, why would he bother talking to him? Sure enough, the vice principal suddenly put on a lecturing facade. If you agree to give up your direct admission quota and publicly admit that all of this about SSS grade resources is slander, I can consider giving you a chance to stay in school for observation. As he spoke, he took out a document. It contained the terms of his voluntary transfer. Linny took a glance and noticed that it was originally only a direct admission to the bottom of the 10 major academies. But because of his profession level, it was upgraded to the strongest Baihu and Xuanwu academies. No wonder he was so crazily trying to take it from him. Every year, only about 10 people from Jiangnan province could get into these two academies. Ha ha. So they were waiting for him here. And they wanted him to suffer the loss of the resource package. This truly made him laugh out loud. Linny had always believed in one principle. That is, things that belong to him, unless given willingly, if anyone dares to forcibly seize them, he would rather destroy them than give them up willingly. Linny smiled as he took the document. Seeing this, the vice principal was overjoyed. Good, good, you must understand the need to contribute to the school's decisions. It's best not to lose big due to small matters. Otherwise, if you lose everything, you won't even be able to attend university and will only become a useless person for the rest of your life. Hiss. Linny directly tore up the agreement. What does this mean? The vice principal immediately exploded in anger, not expecting Linny to dare do this. Linny calmly responded, sorry, old fellow. I just don't want these things. I won't give you anything. After saying that, he directly turned and vanished. Only the vice principal's angry roar was left behind. I will expel you. Expel you, you social disgrace. Ha! Linny let out a long sigh as he walked out of the school gates. He did not expect things to turn out this way. But he truly did not want to be bullied by the wicked. Knowing he dared to do this, he also had a plan to retreat. He opened his phone and dialed a number. At this moment, in the office of the 13th middle school, Principal Guoxing was in a meeting with several teachers. Principal, this year our students' highest level is level 7. Less than 20% are above level 5, it seems the admission rate will hit a new low this year. The higher-ups have already said that if we can't improve this year, our school will be shut down. Hearing the words from below, Guoxing sighed helplessly. How is the canteen? Has the average price dropped to 5 yuan? And what about the batch of red and blue potions we ordered, and the protective talisman paper? Hearing his words, the teachers below all showed helpless expressions. Some even couldn't help but speak up. Principal, may I say something unpleasant? Every year the government allocates so much money to our school. But every time you make us engage in these useless activities, we don't have funds to buy new realms, nor do we have bonuses to encourage enrollment. If this continues, our school will be finished. What was rough was also reasonable, everyone nodded in agreement. Then someone continued, I said before that all our funds should be used to enroll students from Black State, this is the only way to raise our admission rate. Faced with the collective criticism, Guoxing still insisted against the tide, I am here to teach, not just to boost scores. Putting students first is absolute, our students are generally naughty and poor. Without the support of our school's red and blue potions, how many students can afford to risk entering the realms? How dangerous is that? If the students were your own children, would you be able to bear to see them risk their lives? The protective talisman paper can negate one deadly attack. How many students' lives can it save? I might not be able to make our school the best in terms of admission rates, but I will definitely not allow it to have the highest death rate. With these words, everyone fell silent. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, at this moment, his phone rang. He answered it and, after a moment, stood up excitedly. Okay. I will handle it for you right now. Seeing him so excited, the teachers were stunned. What on earth happened? It's known that Guoxing often ran around and worried about school funding. He rarely smiled. Principal Gua, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do this time. Linny looked at the student ID of the 13th middle school in his hand, feeling very grateful. Upon learning about his situation, Guoxing not only showed no disdain. Instead, he immediately stepped in to help. It's nothing. Everyone is very welcome to have you in our school. With your strength, it's absolutely no problem to be the top level at our school for competitions, Guoxing smiled. But if you take the third place, someone will be pushed out, and I worry it could cause a backlash. I will try my best to negotiate with whoever is willing to give way for you. I'll personally compensate them. Hearing this, Linny felt immensely grateful and immediately said, You can just compensate me, don't worry. I forgot that I have that kill reward? Since Linny said so, Guoxing couldn't hesitate. Alright, then hurry up and improve your level in preparation for the competition. It's a pity that our school only has the graveyard area apart from the novice realm. If your level doesn't meet the standard, you'll have to go look for wild realms. Upon hearing this, Linny immediately asked, Am I not allowed to enter this graveyard area? Hearing these words, Guoxing forced a smile. Other schools basically have several novice realms and one primary realm equipped, and... Sure, here's the translation. But our school's acceptance rate is too low. During the allocation, the good ones were snatched away by other schools. The junior secret realm we have left is not for level 10 to level 31st job players, it requires entering a special secret realm at level 20 plus. Although he was frustrated, Linny was incredibly happy. This was tailor-made for him. Now that his Blaze Dragon had reached level 20, ordinary junior secret realms could hardly meet Linny's needs. Having this special secret realm would just be perfect. Principal Gua, I want to enter this graveyard of bones. Linny firmly stated his request. But it was immediately met with strong opposition from Principal Gua. No. Once you enter that special secret realm, you won't be able to exit midway. Over the years, indeed no student has ever entered, but many second job teachers have challenged it. More than 10 teachers above second job have died in this special secret realm, and there was even once a renowned third job rogue who came in, but he never came out. That's why it's called the Graveyard of Bones. Now I have ordered the secret realm to be sealed and listed as forbidden. You absolutely cannot take this risk. As he spoke, he tried to dissuade Linny with the next words, moreover, your level is not enough, it's better not to take the risk. He valued Linny, such a great talent. He certainly did not want to see him die for no reason. But this instead only fueled Linny's determination, and he insisted even more, Principal Gua, I can ignore the level requirement to enter. I hope you give me this chance. If I take the competition position right away, even if everyone doesn't say it aloud, they will feel unhappy in their hearts. They might even say you favor outsiders over insiders, but if I can clear the secret realm, then everyone will see my strength. Seeing this, Principal Gua knew he could not persuade him anymore. He could only agree and nodded while handing Linny 3 protective talismans. They could activate a shield of 1,000. Although they were of little use to Linny, he was afraid Principal Gua wouldn't feel at ease if they weren't accepted. The next day, Linny arrived at school early, where at the back of the mountain, beside a mass grave, stood a secret realm entrance radiating black light. Special Secret Realm, Graveyard of Bones, Entry Requirement LV20 LV49, Limit of Participants, 1, Difficulty, Locked, Nightmare, Locked, Abyss, Locked. This was indeed rare, even the difficulty could not be chosen by oneself. Linny stepped into the secret realm, and the space changed suddenly. He arrived in an endless desert. At that moment, a limited edition sports car from the Lingnan group sped toward Shirsan High School. Ding! Main quest issued, Escape the Desert, a level. Ding! Side quest issued, Kill 100 sandworms, sea level. Ding! Side quest issued, Rescue a desert village, B level. It turned out to be a questline secret realm. Linny immediately summoned the Blaze Dragon. They flew high into the sky, surveying the surroundings. In this vast expanse, they had a clear advantage from the air. Blaze Dragon soared in the sky, and soon Linny spotted a place that looked like a building. It appeared to be a village. To his surprise, they encountered a side quest so quickly. However, before they could get closer, that building suddenly moved. Roar! Ancient Guardian, LV25 Silver Elite. Health, 20,000/20,000. Attack, 1,200. Skill I, Throw Rock. Skill 2, Giant Hand Grip. Skill 3, Forbidden Air. Skill 4, Demonization. Weakness Insight, the mark on its chest is the energy center. Its massive size could easily reach Lin Yi in the sky. He saw it scoop a giant rock and throw it directly at Lin Yi. Fortunately, Blaze Dragon dodged in time. Otherwise, he would have been hit immediately. However, as the stone flew out, a black special mark suddenly flashed on it. It turned around and smashed back. Roar! Blaze Dragon unleashed a dragon breath, turning the stone to ashes. At the same time, it rushed in at high speed to the side of the ancient guardian. Dragon Roar! It controlled the guardian while dealing massive damage. Roar! Suddenly, two giant hands shot up from the ground. Directly captured the blazing dragon. The other two ancient guardians rose up from the ground. This group of monsters even knew how to set up an ambush. No wonder so many masters died when they came in before. Lin Yi immediately made a decisive decision. He directly withdrew the blazing dragon into the space while summoning the mechanical dragon. The laser cannon pierced through the chest of one ancient guardian. There was a strange glowing rune there. Thud! The light in the ancient guardian's eyes disappeared, and its movements froze. Energy drive damaged, repairing in 20s, 19ths. 20 seconds was enough. The blazing dragon was summoned again, working with the mechanical dragon's precise laser cannon. Easily destroyed the energy drives of the three ancient guardians. Killed them one by one. Chapter 29 Village? Strange. Ding. Killed LV25, Ancient Guardian, Silver Elite, ×3, experience plus 36,000. Ding. Level up, LV13 LV14, 0/45,000, gain Golden Egg ×1. Ding. Dropped, Polluted Earth Runestone, Silver, ×3. Ding. Dropped, Unknown Route Map, ×1. Only dropped 3 stones. This was an elite monster. But upon seeing the items, Lin Yi was overjoyed. These runestones were just like the previously captured illusion stones and space stones. All of them possess special effects. Most importantly, Lin Yi's true sight eye actually displayed a prompt at this moment. 5 elements runestone earth, gold. Effect, 1 used for forging to enhance the strength of earth-type equipment. Effect, 2 used for gravity formations, meteorite formations, enhances formation strength. Effect, 3 combined with earthcrack grass ×3, stone meteoring ×200 ml, earth-type monster bones ×4 can raise the rank of earth-type beasts. Did not expect that my true sight I could not only see hidden information. It directly listed the method to raise the rank of earth-type beasts. This was simply shocking. Does this not mean that if I find runestones of other attributes, I can also pair them to work for other attribute runestones? With the same legendary aptitude at level 1, the mechanical dragon's attributes were nearly double those of the blazing dragon. This was the gap in ranks. Even the skill levels had a significant gap. The mechanical dragon's ordinary skill damage values were extremely high. If every beast master had a true sight eye, how could the beast masters not thrive? If others knew of my ability, they might have their eyes gouged out by fanatics. The remaining map was very simple. The starting point was exactly where I was standing, winding over a mountain to reach the marked location. Lin Yi mounted the mechanical dragon and set off directly. Soon, he arrived at the position on the map. From a distance, there were more buildings. Lin Yi was about to summon the mechanical dragon. Boom! Endless flames shot up to the sky, forming a surrounding circle that enveloped Lin Yi and rapidly shrank towards that group of buildings. Lin Yi did not dare to risk breaking through, so he could only fly directly towards the buildings. But fortunately, this was a real village, and there were no ancient guardians appearing. And the surrounding circle seemed to have stopped halfway. Looking at this situation, Lin Yi roughly understood that without passing through this village, he could not leave. Wow wow wow! With a few strange cries, several humanoid creatures appeared before him. Demon, LV20. Health, 12,000. Attack, 850. Skill I, Bite. Skill 2, Demonic Fire Cannon. Skill 3, Assaulting Claw. Description, transformed by being eroded by some unknown power. The blazing dragon roared in excitement, ready to attack. But Lin Yi stopped it. He summoned the mechanical dragon to go up. The mechanical dragon excitedly raised its energy cannon. Bang! Minus 5,200. With just one shot, it took away nearly 1/3 of its health. It should be noted that the mechanical dragon was still only level 1. 3 shots took down a small Karami. Ding! Killed LV20 demon, experience plus 3,000, energy point plus 1. Ding! Dropped, polluted fire rune, ×1. Just like the previous earth rune, it also appeared as a material combination to strengthen fire-type beasts. Lin Yi was overjoyed. For the blazing dragon was a fire-type beast. Now the blazing dragon was already very strong, and after raising its level, it was unimaginable how terrifying it would become. Lin Yi switched the energy points to attack power. Sure enough, it increased by 1 point in attack power. In front of the mechanical dragon, these demons were like mere chickens and dogs, quickly wiped out. As we went deeper, more and more demons appeared. However, aside from demons, there were no other creatures. Soon, the energy points stacked up to 100 points. Lin Yi's level finally reached level 15. He could learn skill books now. Ding! Learning skill book Blood Sacrifice, purple. Blood Sacrifice, A level. Level, LV1. Effect, consumes 100 points of health per second, gradually increasing, strengthening non-self targets by 110 points in attack power, can be stacked, cooldown of 1 hour. A very good skill. Even if it only increases by 1 point in attack power, it could boost by 60 points in a minute. In an hour, that's 3,600 points. What a terrifying number. Of course, it consumes at least 30,000 points of health, which is already the basic health of some fragile third transformation classes. No wonder others describe the skill as useless. After the third transformation, any minor support from auxiliary classes could match these numbers. Suddenly, a change occurred. Boom! Suddenly, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. The bodies of the slain demons actually soared into the air. They flew out directly. Merging together, they transformed into a mass of demons. In an instant, a giant demon was formed. Giant Demon, Silver Boss LV30. Health, 86000/86000. Attack Power, 3000. Skill I Demon Fire Cleaning. Skill 2 Demonic Field. Skill 3 Demon Abyss Heavy Fist. Skill 4 Heavenly Demon Roar. Description, constantly merging and evolving, this is the strongest ability of the demons. At the same time, hundreds of demons rushed out. They charged straight at us. The best tactic right now was for the blazing dragon to deal with the giant demon. The mechanical dragon cleared out the minions. Lin Yi indeed implemented this. But the effect was less than satisfactory. The ordinary demons that were slain turned into demonic energy and merged into the giant demon's body. In an instant, it could increase thousands of health points and hundreds of attack power. Under such circumstances, Lin Yi chose not to continue the deadlock. Instead, he immediately opted for a swap. He sent the blazing dragon to deal with the ordinary demons. He himself faced the giant demon with the mechanical dragon. At this moment, the giant demon's health exceeded 100,000, and its attack power surpassed 5,000. This was only with less than 1/10 of the ordinary demons cleared from the battlefield. If this continued, it was hard to imagine how much the giant demon would grow. This special secret realm really is tricky. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised. An ordinary person couldn't cope with this kind of situation at all. The giant demon looked at its opponents, suddenly finding two extremely weak creatures, and let out a disdainful questioning voice. Just a moment ago, the blazing dragon might have posed a threat, but with these two ants coming in, it could squash them with 1 foot. Lin Yi directly merged with the mechanical dragon, holding a basic staff as he rushed forward. At the same time, the armor of the mechanical dragon was coated with a layer of blood. This was the effect of blood sacrifice. Ding! Attributes temporarily increased, health plus 8,800, attack power plus 950. Ding! Blood sacrifice reduces your health by 1, target mechanical dragon gains plus 1 attack power. In this state, the attack power from the merged mechanical dragon and Lin Yi actually affected Lin Yi himself. The most important thing was still the shared health effect, where the one losing health was the blazing dragon. This kind of manipulation was something only Lin Yi could pull off. Lin Yi launched an energy ball. Minus 1,290. He hadn't learned any skills, so he could only attack with basic attacks. -201 times 7. -201 times 7. But on Lin Yi's shoulders, he was carrying 2 freshly switched laser guns. The terrifying firing rate combined with high damage reached a damage per second of 3,000. Though it didn't have the same damage as the energy cannon, it still posed a significant threat to the giant demon. The most important part was that it could reap the rewards. The ordinary demons weakened by the blazing dragon could be easily harvested with the laser guns. This way, he could accumulate energy points. Roar! The giant demon spewed forth black fire, directly engulfing the entire battlefield. It looked at Lin Yi, who was submerged. A trace of bloodthirsty ecstasy flashed in his eyes. But when Lin Yi's figure appeared from the flames, the giant demon was visibly shocked. Lin Yi's health bar had not dropped at all. On the contrary, the fiery dragon was losing health rapidly. However, this didn't matter much to the fiery dragon. He could burn ordinary demons to recover his own health. The twin cannons aimed directly at the giant demon's eyes and fired. It did not block, but instead roared in anger. All the bullets lost their power and fell to the ground. Just moments ago, the failure drove the low-IQ giant demon into a furious rage, and it charged at Lin Yi. Dense magical energy emanated from its body. All the demon's speed surged, everyone became berserk. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi went invisible. He vanished from the furious giant demon's sight. Losing sight of Lin Yi, it seemed to understand it had been fooled. In anger, it stomped wildly. Bullets rained from all directions, causing its health to drop to 50% in an instant. At that moment, Lin Yi also exited invisibility. Furious, it immediately jumped in front of Lin Yi, capturing him with its giant, magical hand. It lifted its hand and opened its mouth, ready to swallow Lin Yi whole. Dismantle. Lin Yi decisively shrank his form and slipped away. The giant demon chewed a few times after stuffing Lin Yi into its mouth. It suddenly discovered Lin Yi appeared completely unharmed not far away. Roar, roar, roar. The giant demon never expected to be toyed with like a monkey, and it charged again in rage. At that moment, all skills activated. It was all for one kill, to wipe away the shame. Bang! A dazzling laser struck and sent the half-running giant demon flying. Minus 16,203. It was indeed the mechanical dragon's laser cannon. Its blood glow was intense, and its core energy was almost half full. At this moment, its attributes had skyrocketed from under 1,000 to 3,000 due to double boosts. The laser cannon had a damage increase of 500%, directly dealing over 10,000 damage. The threat of death completely calmed the giant demon down. Panicking, it looked around for other demons but found that the ordinary demons had nearly all been killed. Its face was full of confusion, since it had switched to the weak human as its opponent, it had not been replenished by magical energy at all. It could never imagine that under the true flames of the fiery dragon, all those magical energies had been burned clean. Bang! Another energy cannon blasted it away. Its health bar hit rock bottom. The giant demon finally felt fear. It turned to flee. But there was no chance left. A final shot ended the battle. Bang! Ding! Killed LV-30, giant demon, silver boss, experience plus 50,000. Ding! Dropped, polluted fire element runestone, times 100 inch. Ding! Level up, LV-15 LV-16, 1220/92,000, obtained golden egg times 1, current total, 3. Lin Yi immediately fused the largest super golden egg. Ding! Open super golden egg, myth, obtained auxiliary attribute, fortune, longevity, wealth, myth. Auxiliary attribute, fortune, longevity, wealth, after attachment, luck overflows, experience gain efficiency increased by 50%. Wow! Lin Yi was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the effect. His biggest weakness now was his level. With this attribute, it could double his leveling efficiency. He could gain golden eggs faster. Lin Yi attached it to his necklace. Ding! Attachment successful, Pichot necklace transformation, luck plus 1 luck plus 2, obtained new attribute, fortune, longevity, wealth. Luck had increased a bit. Lin Yi also noticed that the luck attribute could affect the efficiency of life sacrifice and attribute enhancement. This was undoubtedly another boost for Lin Yi. With the addition of runestones that nearly always dropped from killing ordinary magic beasts under the Pichot necklace, Lin Yi now had 500 fire element runestones in hand. However, there was a problem. That is, all these runestones were in a polluted state. The materials needed for refining and enhancement must be uncontaminated. How to purify these runestones had become a new problem. Roar! 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 Ding! Congratulations on completing the side mission, Rescue a Desert Village. Rescue a Desert Village, B-level, side mission, use the temple's purple water to cleanse the magic from all villagers and restore their consciousness, bringing the village back to its former prosperity. Reward, special lottery chest, X1. At first, Lin Yi didn't care too much, but when he saw the details, he was stunned. This doesn't make sense. Lin Yi looked at the battlefield, which was almost reduced to ashes. It had nothing to do with prosperity. Moreover, he hadn't received any of the temple's purple water. How did the mission get completed? After a long time, Lin Yi stroked his chin. He figured it out. The task was to cleanse the magic. And the Blaze Dragon's true fire. Although it burned the villagers to death, as true fire, it could purify all evil. The magic was naturally burned to nothing. In other words, by accident, Lin Yi had completed the side mission. Otherwise, it would have been much more troublesome. But the villagers were in a bad situation. The reward was also very unique, it was a lottery chest. Special lottery chest? When opened, one random selection will be made from 9 negative effects and 1 reward. Negative effects: 9 blindness, limping, sleepy, 23h/amputated arm. Reward: 1 10,000 spirit stones. Goodness. 10,000 spirit stones with such a big price tag, who would dare to draw it? But Linny was confident and directly chose to draw. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened the prank chest special and received 15,000 spirit stones. It wasn't that he believed his luck was that good. It was just that his eye of true knowledge saw through the illusion. Actually, this was a prank chest. Purely to scare people into not opening it. Ding! Consumed 14,870, minus 30%. Spirit Stones, Mechanical Dragon, Legendary Tier 7, level increased from LV1 LV10, 0/7810. The further the development, the more money it costs. This was equivalent to over 10 million in funds, yet it barely raised the level to 10. Chapter 31, Sandworm? Deep Sand Palace/Final BS. Pet, Mechanical Dragon, Initial Form. Level, LV10, 0 out of 7810 Spirit Stones. Attributes, Dragon/Mechanical. Qualification, Legendary Tier 7. Health, 26, 400/26, 400. Attack, 2400. Talent I, Mechanical Core, SSS grade, a mechanical creature with the strongest technological energy of the future for billions of years, possessing an inexhaustible energy source, capable of transforming into any form to arm its host, fully inheriting its own attributes. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression, SSS grade, the Supreme Race's dominance is invincible, any creature encountering a dragon will be suppressed by the ancient bloodline, damage plus 30%, damage received minus 30%. Skill I, Laser Cannon/Ray Gun, S grade, LV7, deals piercing damage in a 5x100 straight line, causing 480, 220% damage/2 ray guns rise from the shoulder, with a shooting rate of 7.1 shots per second, capable of dealing 35% attack damage to targets within a 100 range, freely switchable. Skill 2, Mechanical Dragon Bloodline, SS grade, cannot upgrade, all attributes plus 100%, resilience plus 30%, evasion plus 30%, reduces magic/physical damage taken by 50%. Skill 3, Energy Theft, SS grade, LV7, each time a target no lower than its own level is killed, 1 energy point is added. For each energy point, health increases by 20, attack power by 1, energy point 1000 over 1700, and every 10 levels, the energy point cap increases by 700, 100 points. Skill 4, Energy Lightsaber, SS grade, LV7, controls 10 energy swords, each with 190% speed and 85% attack damage. They can combine and merge. Each hit adds 17% armor breaking effect, which stacks. Once fully stacked, it transforms into increased damage, still stackable. Skill V, Forbidden Magic, SS grade, unlock at LV30, activates energy, triggers magnetic field. Targets within 50 by 50 range enter a forbidden magic state for 12s, unable to use any skills. Cannot be exempted or removed. To be unlocked. Description: one of the supreme dragon gods, the mechanical dragon, born from flesh and blood, ascended in machinery. The attributes were greatly enhanced. New skills were unlocked. This was very useful for Linny. Because Linny couldn't fly. He could only let his pets lift him into the air. Now with the energy sword, he could also control himself in the air. Linny also noticed a problem. The energy points had doubled. Then he realized. Killing a demon counted as 1, and killing a villager also counted as 1. No wonder it has doubled. Move forward. After getting ready, Linny chose a direction to continue moving. Along the way, Linny also tried out the new energy sword skill. To his surprise, each of these energy swords could be controlled freely. Moreover, due to the infinite energy of the mechanical dragon, they could fly as far as they wanted. The vision around the energy swords was also crystal clear. It was simply a treasure for exploration. Linny quickly found a strange place. It was an area resembling a basin. But the ground there was full of deep pits. It looked very eerie. Linny rapidly flew towards it. With a speed boost of 190%. He could almost match the speed of the blazing dragon. Typically, a second-class professional wouldn't even be able to catch up. He quickly reached the destination. But to his surprise, this was actually the territory of another side quest. A group of sandworms twisted around joyfully. At the same time, the next objective appeared as a prompt. A floating mark had a countdown. It pointed in a direction, Final Challenger. And the countdown showed less than an hour left. Although Linny didn't fully understand what it meant. It was definitely not a good sign. Sandworm, LV30. Health, 23,000/23,000. Attack power, 1800. Skill I, Sandstorm. Skill 2, Dirt Ball. Skill 3, Hidden Sand. Skill 4, Swallow Sand. Description: a creature located in the desert sands. Once their numbers take shape, they become extremely difficult to handle. Humph. Lin Yi looked down on them greatly. Little sandworms. Blazing Dragon, go. The blazing dragon exhaled a fiery breath directly. Minus 31,200. Minus 31,200. The terrifying damage instantly killed several sandworms. But these sandworms were intelligent. They all immediately burrowed into the ground. Only holes resembling carrot pits remained. Now it was the blazing dragon's turn to face difficulties. It couldn't attack at all. These sandworms, using their skill, hidden sand, moved quickly underground. The true fire couldn't touch them at all. The sandworms used their abilities in the sand, popping up sporadically like moles. Sandstorms and dirt balls continuously attacked. After attacking, they dug back into the sand right away. They didn't give any chance at all. Even after the sandstorm released, it didn't disappear, but instead swirled around the sand area constantly. When encountering new sandstorms, they would merge and grow stronger. The largest sandstorm reached hundreds of meters high, and each time it hit, it caused thousands of damage points. Even the blazing dragon had to be careful and dodge. It could only use Dragon Roar to control the sandworms when they popped up, taking the chance to kill them instantly. But the efficiency was too low. Lin Yi glanced at the time and found that more than 10 minutes had already passed. He couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise, if the sandstorms stacked up, this side quest would have to be given up. Blazing Dragon, help me clear a path. Lin Yi armed himself and fused. The blazing dragon helped withstand the storm, and Lin Yi directly turned invisible and entered the sandy surface. At this moment, there was dust everywhere. Visibility was nearly zero. Bang bang bang. A sand cannon directly hit Lin Yi. He lost several thousand health instantly. It seemed he had been discovered. But this distance was already enough. Lin Yi suddenly waved his hand. Countless energy rushed out. It formed a magnetic force that swept across the entire sandy area. All the sandworms buried underground suddenly sensed something was wrong. Energy swords formed and directly flew into the sand. 9 energy swords weaved through the ground like venomous snakes. They accurately determined the positions of the sandworms. Bang! As one energy sword pierced through a sandworm, the energy cannon in Lin Yi's chest fired as well. As a piercing damage, it easily hit the sandworm through the sand. Minus 4,200. Minus 18,400. The two waves of damage overlapped, perfectly killing it. Next came Lin Yi's slaughter moment. The flying swords chased after the fleeing sandworms as if catching mice. But the flying swords were too fast. Once they stabbed the sandworm, combined with the energy cannon, it was an instant kill. Ding! Killed, sandworm, LV30, experience plus 2000, plus 50%. Ding! Dropped, polluted earth element runestone, times 1. Ding! Killed, sandworm, LV30, experience plus 2000, plus 50%. Ding! Dropped, contaminated earth runestone, times 1. With the help of 2 messages. Every kill brought beautiful messages. Each sandworm contributed 2000 experience points. Normally only monsters close to level 40 would give this much experience. Ding! Completed side quest, kill 100 sandworms, reward experience plus 50,000. Ding! Level up, LV16 LV17 91920/110500, received golden egg, legendary, times 1. Bang! After completely clearing the sandworms, the surroundings began to shake violently. The sand and soil visibly sank around him. Lin Yi immediately flew up with his sword. The collapse lasted for a moment before it stopped. Deep Sand Maze? Chapter 32 Maze Dilemma. Ding! Seeing the new prompt, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yi's eyes. He didn't expect another pleasant surprise. However, only 40 minutes were left originally. Lin Yi roughly understood what this meant. In other words, he had to choose between exploring the maze or going to fight the final boss. With this, Lin Yi had a general idea. Of course, he didn't want to miss out on the maze, so he had to speed through. If he couldn't finish it in 20 minutes, he would have to leave to fight the boss. Whoosh! Flying on his sword, Lin Yi rushed into the dark underground. Bang! When he landed, everything around him was almost completely dark. Lin Yi had been flying for a few minutes before landing. By distance, he was at least 10,000 meters deep. The blazing dragon exhaled fire, lighting up the surroundings. Only then could Lin Yi roughly see the shape of the deep cave. He saw towering cyanstone walls surrounding him. Only a few straight passageways remained. Besides the original entrance, there were almost no other exits in the air. It truly looked like a maze. Linny, along with his blazing dragon, casually chose a direction and walked over. About 10 minutes later, he found a door in a dead end. Linny became vigilant. This was usually not a good sign. But when they stepped inside, they discovered it was just an ordinary cubicle. Aside from a box on the high platform in the middle, there was nothing else. Linny carefully opened the box. Ding! Opened the box, received recovery potion, white, ×10. Was there nothing else besides this? Linny picked up the box. He indeed found a surprise. He saw a broken piece of a seal under the box. Sand Emperor Palace Key Fragment *1, need to collect 10 key fragments to open the door to the Sand Emperor Palace. It seemed he needed to clear challenges to collect keys to ultimately open some door. Linny also noticed there was another exit door on the opposite side of the room. He walked out, returning to the maze passage again. But just after taking a couple of steps, whoosh! Whoosh! A sparse sound appeared underground. Bang! A giant sandworm lunged out. But once it reached the surface to attack, it would only be instantly killed. Ding! Killed, giant sandworm, LV35 Elite, experience plus 3000, plus 50%. Nice! This earned him 3000 experience points. Linny continued forward, encountering various traps along the way. Spikes, wall flames, poison gas. But for these tough-skinned individuals, it was like a tickle. Soon they found another room. This time when Linny stepped inside, the ground suddenly shook. Linny felt the entire underground palace was moving. It took a while before it finally stopped. This time there was no box above. Only a key fragment. The bright light above made Linny feel a bit uncomfortable. He looked up. Damn! Wasn't this just the place he descended from? Linny was a bit dumbfounded. Soon he figured out that some rooms must be a punishment. But this back and forth cost Linny more than 10 minutes. And as a result, he returned to the starting point. At this rate, let alone clearing the maze, finding all the keys and the gate to the palace would be hard. Did he have to give up? Having come this far, Linny naturally didn't want to. With such high difficulty, it was guaranteed that the rewards were also substantial. But you can't gamble with your life. Wait. Linny suddenly thought of something. He seemed to be a bit stubborn. The more people exploring the maze, the better. As long as there are enough people, even with constant trial and error, they can find the right path. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword under Lin Yi's feet split into 9 blades. They flew off in various directions. Now there's a question, can they open the door? He had previously tried to send Qilong to take a different route with him. But once Qilong encountered a room, it couldn't open the door. It seemed that players were needed to open doors. But what if the mechanical dragon merged with him? Then whose sword is it, his or the mechanical dragon's? The 9 energy swords moved incredibly fast. In an instant, they explored the entire terrain within 100 meters. They even found a path that didn't lead to a dead end and wouldn't turn back. According to game theory, such a path generally leads to the final destination. They also found a room. Linny focused his consciousness on the sword and pressed down on the hilt. Click. The door opened. A flash of joy crossed Lin Yi's eyes. What this meant goes without saying. Next, the energy swords continued to shuttle back and forth. If there was a god's eye view, one would see it spreading rapidly like a plague. This is a monster room, let's go. This is a reward room, let's go. This is a special enhancement room, let's go. Linny could accurately find the rooms he wanted. Soon, he gathered 10 key shards. Moreover, due to the synchronization of consciousness, almost the entire maze map was imprinted in Lin Yi's mind. He found the only Imperial Palace gate in the maze. What is this? While exploring, Linny discovered something unexpected. It was a rotting corpse. The ghastly white bones seemed a bit terrifying. On the corpse, there was a notebook. The first sentence upon opening it read, "I'm going to starve to death." Seeing this, Lin Yi's heart sank. He continued reading, and it turned out to be notes left by a teacher from the 13th middle school who had entered here. Just in case of an accident, it could be used if someone found it. The entire text recounted how perilous his experience in this secret realm was. In the end, he accidentally fell into this maze, and various traps and punishment rooms kept him trapped here. Especially a room he referred to as the Great Shift of the Universe. Once, he had already found the Imperial Palace gate and had gathered 9 keys, but due to accidentally entering this room, all routes were destroyed, and he could no longer find the exit. He ended up starving to death here. This was a second-realm powerhouse. Even if he didn't eat for 3 days and nights, he wouldn't feel hunger. It was evident how long he had been trapped here. In the notebook, he also drew another conclusion. That was, even if he had made it out, he would still die. Because once, he had been fortunate enough to find the entrance. After great effort, he left countless bloodstains on the walls, failing countless times before finally reaching the entrance. At that moment, when his hand touched the outside air, a countdown panel appeared before him, and the blood-red words were extremely chilling. Moreover, the hand that touched the air rapidly shriveled. Like a dead tree. It was completely crippled. If he hadn't pulled back quickly, he would have turned into a dried corpse. Phew! Linny took a long breath at the sight of this. This was simply too despairing. Going out is death, staying is also death. It's hard to imagine how that teacher was able to hold on so. But when he learned that the countdown had ended so terrifyingly, he also knew he had to hurry. He rode at full speed towards the doors of the Imperial Palace. All the way, Linny moved as if he had gained a perspective, navigating the maze effortlessly. He reached directly in front of the Imperial Palace gates in the shortest distance. It was a towering gate, 100 meters high, with 10 openings above. Together, they formed the pattern of a sandworm. Linny embedded all the marks into the openings. Crack! Boom! 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 The great gate finally opened. Roar! Sand Emperor, Golden Boss LV40. Health points, 482000/482000. Attack power, 5400. Defense, 10,850. Talent Sand of Nirvana, D grade. Each time it loses health, its defense increases, and the next health restoration boosts by 30%. Skill I Dark Yellow Sand, deals 180% area damage in a 5x5 range and continues to inflict a dark effect. Skill 2 Sand Spikes, creates ground spikes within a 25-meter range, causing significant slow and 170% piercing damage, while absorbing 20% of the damage as health. Skill 3 Summon Swarm, summons sandworms to assist. Skill 4 Devour, can recover health, boost all attributes, and significantly increase defense by devouring. Description: for unknown reasons, the Sand Emperor's skin seems to have undergone extremely intense tempering, resulting in outstanding defense. The Sand Emperor twisted its massive body and charged directly at him. Boom! The gate behind him closed by itself. No retreat was offered to Linny. Up! Linny flew high while simultaneously firing an energy cannon at the Sand Emperor's head. Bang! 2011. An attack that usually dealt over 10,000 damage now barely managed 2,000. Although he blocked the Sand Emperor's assault. That was all he could do. However, the Sand Emperor's counterattack was incredibly powerful. 7020. Linny's health immediately dropped by 7,000. Hiss. Linny hurriedly activated life sharing. A few more hits like this, and even his own health would not withstand it. Fortunately, with the 7,000 health from the Blazing Dragon and the 20,000 from the Mechanical Dragon, the shared health bar totaled 100,000. For now, there was no great danger. Seeing the Sand Emperor causing such great harm to its master, the Blazing Dragon couldn't sit still and charged in. Roar! A furious roar accompanied by dragon breath erupted. Although it had high defense against the true damage from the Blazing Dragon, it was like paper. 30110. 30110. 60220, critical hit. 30003000. The horrifying damage caused the Sand Emperor's health bar to plummet. The Sand Emperor clearly had intelligence, and it was frightened. It quickly burrowed into the sand to avoid the Blazing Dragon's attacks. This battle was entirely a one-sided crush. The Silver Boss was no match for the Blazing Dragon. The earlier attack had knocked off nearly 200,000 of the Sand Emperor's health. Almost half. After drinking blood-replenishing potion, the Blazing Dragon rested while remaining alert. As Linny prepared to lower his flying sword to search for the Sand Emperor. Roar! The familiar roar came again. The Sand Emperor was back. The Blazing Dragon immediately surrounded Linny. If the Sand Emperor dared to attack, it would bite off a piece of flesh from the Sand Emperor, even if it meant risking its own life. After all, the Sand Emperor was now just at low health, and it would definitely be wary of the Blazing Dragon. The massive body re-emerged from the ground. Once again, it charged at Linny. Run! Linny's mouth dropped open in surprise, quickly becoming invisible. The Blazing Dragon dared not attack and hurriedly dodged. All of this was because the Sand Emperor was back to full health. It had barely been half a minute. How is this possible? In such a short time, it recovered 200,000 health. That completely nullified the blazing dragon's earlier blood exchange. Now the Sand Emperor was still difficult to deal with. This Linny glanced again at the Sand Emperor's skills, not seeing any that could restore so much health. After losing Linny as its target, the Sand Emperor spat a mouthful of dark yellow sand directly at the blazing dragon. But the blazing dragon did not flinch, charging up to clash with it. The Sand Emperor was evidently still no match for the blazing dragon. Its health bar plummeted again. This time, the blazing dragon immediately followed up with a dragon roar. It controlled the Sand Emperor, not giving it a chance to escape. Suddenly, it struck down. The situation progressed very smoothly. The Tsar had no resistance at all. Just when the health bar was about to be emptied. At this moment, suddenly a sound of alert rang out. The entire space seemed to be stained with a layer of blood. Ding! Difficulty adjusted from hard to abyss. In an instant, the Tsar's attributes increased by at least 50%. Health, 7820000/7820000. Attack power, 8200. Defense, 22100. Talent, Nirvana Sand, DC grade. Each time health is lost, defense will increase, and the next health recovery boosts from 30% to 50%, possesses a life-saving escape method, although it incurs significant loss. Skill I, Abyss Yellow Sand. Skill 2, Abyss Sand Spike. Skill 3, Summon Abyss Worms. Skill 4, Abyss Devouring. Skill V, Abyss Reflective Armor. Each time damage is taken, it inflicts 30%, affected by defense, damage plus attack power back on the target. Description: for unknown reasons, the Tsar's skin seems to have undergone intense refinement, boasting exceptional defense, and due to the contagion of the abyss, its combat power has risen to another level. Wow! Linny was dumbfounded. This must be targeted. How could the level suddenly rise again? The difficulty was locked, so that's one thing. But it can adjust itself? Upgraded at such a critical moment. Linny felt that this matter was not that simple. But now was not the time to think about these things. The most important thing was to deal with this guy. The Tsar immediately became extremely arrogant, having just been suppressed. Now it not only returned to peak condition but also gained a new skill. Who wouldn't be arrogant? Its speed increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it zipped in front of the Blaze Dragon. The Blaze Dragon unleashed a dragon breath. Tens of thousands of true damage numbers floated up continuously. 30110. 30110. 60220, critical hit. 30003000. But the Blaze Dragon also didn't have it easy. The same numbers lit up above its head. 22000, reflective damage. 22000, reflective damage. 36440, reflective damage. 90009000. In an instant, the Blaze Dragon fell into a disadvantage. It could be drained to death just by reflective damage. At this moment, the Tsar was incredibly arrogant, its twisted face wearing a mocking and challenging smile. Chapter 34, Purifying Spring Water. This enraged the Blaze Dragon. It immediately prepared to unleash its ultimate move and perish with this guy. Linny hurriedly stopped it. This little guy, the Blaze Dragon, was still young, but its temper was explosive. Linny was also astonishingly shocked. This was the first time he had seen a golden boss. Its attributes surpassed those of silver bosses by multiple times. Usually, defeating a golden boss required 10 fully equipped second transformation professionals, along with high configurations of equipment and skills. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to kill. When it came to golden bosses, they would no longer stay fixed in one place. They might even run away. The Tsar before him was even stronger. Without a third transformation professional leading, no one dared to eye this piece of meat. Roar! Even a third transformation professional would have the strength to fight. The most important thing was its new skill, Abyss Reflective Armor. It directly elevated the Tsar's combat power. Furthermore, due to the unquenchable true fire, the Tsar's defense was constantly increasing. This meant that the subsequent reflective damage would become increasingly terrifying. If not dealt with in time, this stacking could reach unlimited heights. Eventually, the reflective damage might even exceed 100%. Now, even 30% was intolerable. Let alone stacking further. The Tsar relentlessly attacked the Blaze Dragon, seemingly convinced of its inevitable victory. Just when the Blaze Dragon was in a precarious situation, Linny took action. Tap tap tap. The laser gun fired directly at the Tsar, who sensed something was off. It chose to summon sandworms to block. The bullets were blocked by the sandworms. But Linny had already anticipated this. Blaze Dragon, you can go now. Everything was within his plan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flying swords turned into 9 streams of light and flew out, directly attacking the Tsar. Defense decreased 17%. Defense decreased 17%. With each attack, the flying swords lowered the Tsar's defense. It's known that the strongest aspect of the sandworms lies in their defense and reflective damage. The Tsar also realized that his greatest reliance was under threat. In a hurry, he wanted Shah to rush over to help. But Shah was already blocked by the Blaze Dragon. The sandworm was continuously strangled, while the Blaze Dragon's health kept recovering. Roar! The Blaze Dragon roared back to full health and charged at the Tsar again. Roar! The dragon's roar! The Tsar was instantly immobilized. He could only let the flying swords and the Blaze Dragon attack. This time, the reflective damage occurred. Because the reflective damage ratio was influenced by the defense attribute. The defense attribute was directly reduced to 0 due to the continuous attacks from the flying swords. Thus, the reflective damage multiplier dropped to 0%. One could say that the Tsar's skill was rendered useless. After fully reducing defense, a new prompt appeared. Damage increased plus 17%. Damage increased plus 17%. So strong. This energy sword was simply a divine skill for support in combat. It could fly, scout, reduce defense, and increase damage. Its combat power was also no less significant. Once combined into one, the damage value could multiply 7 or 8 times. How terrifying that was! The Blaze Dragon unleashed a critical strike with its dragon breath. Minus 103,812, critical hit. Damage increased. It dealt a direct blow of 100,000 damage. Now, the Tsar was completely panicked. He dared not linger any longer and dove back into the sand. The Tsar's speed was extremely fast. Especially after entering the sand, even the flying swords fell behind. Soon, he lost his target in the sand. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned. The Tsar was running too fast. If this continued, it would be dangerous after a prolonged stalemate. Before long, familiar vibrations came again, and the Tsar leaped out once more. Full health again. Lin Yi noticed its health bar and showed a worried expression. Moreover, the effects of damage increase and defense reduction on its body had all disappeared. The Tsar, back at its peak, once again charged at the Blaze Dragon. Determined to seek revenge. Faced with such a situation, most people would have been at a loss. Even though Lin Yi had many tricks, the Tsar's terrifying recovery was truly difficult to handle. Once the Tsar's health dropped below 30%, it would immediately flee. Very cautious. It was hard to seize a moment to finish it off. I'll take the chance. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and simply stopped recalling the energy sword. Ah! The Blaze Dragon was being chased so fiercely it was almost smoking. Only then did it realize that Lin Yi had not come to its aid. If it weren't for Lin Yi being its master, it would really want to bite off Lin Yi's head. Now the Blaze Dragon was in a dreadful state, but it had bought Lin Yi plenty of time. Lin Yi controlled the 9 flying swords, darting around continuously. The Tsar's lair was almost thoroughly turned upside down. Could it be that I was wrong? But still, there was no discovery, causing Lin Yi to inadvertently doubt whether he had misjudged. But just then, a flying sword that had gone deep conveyed an exhilarating image. It was a diamond-shaped crystal, surrounded by parted sand. The remaining space was filled with a light blue liquid. Lin Yi found that the surrounding sand was very loose. This meant that the sand had been shaken multiple times. It seemed that the Tsar had visited this place a lot. Lin Yi had a strong intuition that the Tsar's terrifying defense and rapid health recovery abilities were definitely related to the crystal before him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flying sword shot up from the ground. Again charged at the Tsar. With the help of the energy sword. The situation changed instantly, but the Tsar was very cautious. As soon as its health dropped to 30%, it immediately dug into the ground and fled. Lin Yi did not hesitate and controlled 8 energy swords to dive into the sand and pursue. The Tsar glanced back at the flying swords, dismissively thinking, "Humph. In my territory, let's see how I can shake you off." The Tsar suddenly changed direction and accelerated. But suddenly, a flying sword appeared out of nowhere and blocked its path. Minus 3012. It even cut it once. With just this tiny bit of obstruction, the other flying swords quickly caught up. The Tsar's health bar plummeted. Now, the entire sand map was etched in Lin Yi's mind. The Tsar could certainly not escape from Lin Yi's grasp. Next, the Tsar repeatedly tried to take detours to shake off the flying swords but couldn't get rid of them at all. Instead, its health bar dropped even lower. The Tsar was completely cornered. It knew that if this dragged on, it would surely die. It could only use a trick to shed its own shell. It severed its body in two and escaped. Ha! It actually had such an ability. Linny was surprised, but he didn't care too much. Such a scheme made the flying sword instantly lose its target. Damn human, making me sever my own body, I will definitely kill him once I get out. The true Tsar felt both hatred and relief. Fortunately, it successfully escaped. It looked at the pool of water in front of it, and as long as it drank, it would immediately recover to its peak. Even its body would be restored. For all these years, it had been refining its body in this divine water. That's how it had cultivated an indestructible body. Just as it was about to open its mouth to drink the pool water. Whoosh! A hidden energy sword shot up from the pool water. It plunged into its throat. It directly interrupted its action. You actually found this place. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. At the same time, roar! A terrifying dragon roar echoed. It had been struck before, so it naturally knew this was the Blaze Dragon's control skill. But it didn't expect the effect to be so far-reaching. The Tsar was suddenly unable to move. At this moment, it was filled with horror. Because it sensed that the 9 flying swords had reappeared. This was an ambush. Linny had already anticipated everything. He was just waiting for the Tsar to let down its guard. To kill it. The Tsar had relied on this mysterious pool water for so long, so it was at its most relaxed now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 flying swords appeared. The energy swords tangled together, bursting forth with powerful energy. In an instant, a 7-jang-long, 3-foot-wide energy sacred sword appeared. Its emitted energy distorted the surrounding space. When combined, the speed greatly decreased. But the damage was not as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2. In a 9-in-1 situation, 8 by 85% equals 680%. Chapter 35, Mutation. This terrifying damage rate. Moreover, it was further increased due to the combination. It reached 800%. Boom! The sacred sword moved like a giant airship slowly advancing. It slowly pierced towards the controlled Tsar. Screech! The Tsar screamed wildly but could not move. It could only watch helplessly as the sacred sword annihilated its body. -102,180, critical hit. Damage increased. 100,000 damage directly cleared the Tsar's health bar. Ding! Kill LV40, Tsar, Golden Boss, experience plus 135,000. Ding! Level up LV17 LV19, 2500/250000, earned Golden Egg times 2, current, 3. Ding! Dropped Tsar's Scepter, Golden. Ding! Obtained Purification Key. Very good. It actually dropped a piece of golden equipment, and it was a weapon. Among equipment, weapons are much more valuable than other equipment by several times. Tsar's Scepter. Quality, Golden. Level, LV40. Attributes, attack power plus 1600, magic damage increased by 20%. Sand Monarch, movement speed increased by 20%, and further increased by 30% on sandy terrain. Sand Shield, forms a shield of 1000 plus 10% of own health, cooldown 25s. Description, Tsar's Scepter. A very good piece of equipment. Unfortunately, the level is too high. Linny simply cannot use it. But there is still a way. When the mechanical dragon's level is sufficient and it fuses with Linny, it can carry this equipment. But that will take some time. Linny looked at the remaining items. Purification Key, when thrown in, it can use the Purification Holy Water. Boom! With the death of the Tsar, the sandy land disappeared. Only that strange pool water remained. When Linny touched it, he was instantly bounced away. It seemed there was some limitation. Upon seeing this key, Linny understood. So it was like this. After touching the key to the crystalline structure, the invisible barrier was immediately lifted. Purification Holy Water condensed by the heart of purification formed by heaven and earth, possesses various miraculous effects, can instantly restore life and remove negative effects. Most importantly, it can clear any magical energy within any creature or object. Ha! At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He was still worried about how to restore those polluted runestone. It turned out that he needed to come here to accomplish it. What if I had really left back then? Wouldn't that be a missed opportunity? All the runestones would have been collected in vain. Linny was extremely grateful and threw the stones into the purification pool. Ding! Successful purification, obtained, Fire Element Runestone, Gold, times 200. Ding! Successful purification, obtained, Earth Element Runestone, Gold, times 100. After successfully purifying, Linny thought of something. That is, he had encountered the corrupted villagers earlier. They probably also needed this purification water. After purifying these runestones, the holy water was just used up. It seems the normal storyline required choosing between the holy water for the villagers and the runestones. Unexpectedly, by accident, both rewards were collected by Lin Yi. He also synthesized the golden egg. Ding! Consumed golden egg, legend, times 3, synthesized super golden egg, myth, times 1 inch. Ding! Open super golden egg, myth, obtained evolution points times 1000 inch. While Lin Yi was tidying up the battlefield, the school outside became noisy. Ha ha! Just a student from the first middle school, do we really treat him like treasure? When the principal proposed to remove a competition slot. Suddenly, a teacher stepped forward to refute. In their view, Principal Guo had lived a clean life, but they often felt dissatisfied with his work. Yet, they didn't have the qualification to speak up. But now he had done such a foolish thing. It would be a pity not to take this opportunity to vent their emotions. Right. This will discourage our students. Facing their opposition, Principal Guo insisted, even if our student goes, a bunch of level 7 or 8 people facing at least level 10 professionals, risking injury without any ranking, is not worth it. Besides, the competition slots are allocated based on levels, and he is reasonable to have one slot. But soon, someone seized this point to argue back, does it really help to let this guy go? Ha ha. Although I heard his level is not low, but his battle power is probably not even as good as our students. Principal, don't boost his confidence while diminishing your own prestige. Principal Guo coldly slammed the table, he is now a student of our school, how is he anyone else? He has already entered the graveyard of bones, he will prove his strength. At this point, Principal Guo could only choose to believe in Lin Yi. What, the graveyard of bones? At this moment, all the teachers stood up in shock. They never expected Lin Yi would dare to take such a risk. Ha ha. If the kid is going to die, then we don't even need to argue anymore. He can't possibly think he can pass the challenge, right? Other teachers immediately mocked. Some even chimed in, if he can pass, we'll agree to give him a competition slot, and we'll help him bear the burden. Right. Exactly, I agree too. But what if he doesn't pass? Principal, can you agree to our proposal to bring in students from Hezhou? Upon hearing this, the principal thought for a long time. At this point, he could only agree, alright. Lin Yi's matter directly escalated into a conflict between two factions in the school. It could even be said to be a decisive turning point. The principal could only pray that Lin Yi could truly pass the challenge. The teacher who had always advocated for bringing in students from Hezhou proudly announced to others, actually, I know a bit about that secret realm. As soon as this was said, others couldn't help but be curious, what? Quickly, tell us. Humph. If you cannot come out within an hour after entering that secret realm, it's considered a failure. Hiss. As soon as this statement came out, the teachers glanced at the time and realized they had less than 15 minutes left. They only needed to wait a few more minutes, and they could receive news of Lin Yi's demise. Some even began to celebrate in advance. Facing this bleak scene, the principal helplessly shook his head. Could it be that the path I insist on is really wrong? Chapter 36, The Awakening of the Mechanical Dragon's Essence. Lin Yi did not know that the situation outside had become so intense. He was studying the evolution points. Upon seeing the evolution points, Lin Yi's eyes instantly lit up. These evolution points could enhance anything, even including the dragon species ranks. Looking at the Blazing Dragon, Legendary Level 1 plus, 0/10, and the Mechanical Dragon, Legendary Level 7 plus, 0/400, Lin Yi hesitated. Who should he choose to enhance? After hesitating for just a moment, Lin Yi chose the Mechanical Dragon. Now, based on combat power, it was clear that the Mechanical Dragon was the better fit. After all, it was only a little away from awakening at level 9. As for the Blazing Dragon, Lin Yi had prepared fire element rune stones for it. Just right, the evolution points covered the drawback of the rune stones only having 5 elemental attributes. They provided the Mechanical Dragon an opportunity for improvement. Ding! Consumed 980 evolution points, successfully raised the Mechanical Dragon's rank from level 7 to level 9. Awakened, Essence, Super Magnetic Field. Essence. Lin Yi finally welcomed his second essence. Essence, Super Magnetic Field. Passive, Undying Machine, after each death, it will enter the Undying state, gaining 50% of its maximum health, unable to act. During this period, it recovers 1% of its maximum health every second, and revives after reaching 100%. Active, unleash the super magnetic field, all beings within a range of 500 by 500 will be restricted, unable to deal any damage, unable to recover health, unable to leave this space, lasting for 300 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Wow! This skill is equivalent to turning a person into a punching bag puppet. The most important part is its range. If used on the battlefield, it is unimaginable how terrifying it would be. One skill could cover at least 1,000 enemies. Its passive is also incredibly powerful. It's like having 2 lives. Can tank and deal damage. Linny looked at the remaining 2 items. Demon Ban Ring, Accessory. Level, LV20. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Attack Power plus 2000. Special Effect, Demon Ban, the attack power of equipped items increases by an additional 20%. Special Effect, Self-Strengthening, can wear accessories up to 20 levels higher. Description, forged from a meteorite from beyond, extremely rare. Enhancement Attribute, 3 flavors True Fire, Legendary, the strongest True Fire of the Heavenly Realm, can enhance fire skills. Lin Yi's eyes brightened upon seeing the ring. This was simply a blessing for him. Now, how could Lin Yi start fighting monsters of levels 40 to 50 at just a low level? With this ring, he could now wear equipment above level 25. Lin Yi put on the ring, and now he could wield the Tsar's staff. Suddenly, Lin Yi's attributes got a huge boost. Wearing 4 pieces of the golden set. Player, Lin Yi. Level, LV19. Talent, First Blessing, Divine Grade, True Knowledge I, SS Grade. Class, First Transition, Dragon Master, SSS Grade. Health, 18,000/18,000. Attack Power, 4,800. Defense, 800. Class Talent, Dragon Pact, you can tame dragons, only dragons. Loyalty always remains at 100%. Class Skill I, Dragon Den, LV1+, used for Dragon Living Space, 2 halves. Class Skill 2, Lifelink, LV10 unlocked, player shares life with the dragon. Class Skill 3, Dragon Technique, LV20 unlocked, player can use the skills of the dragons under their command, LV20 unlocked. Class Skill 4, Dragon Clan Bond, LV30 unlocked. Equipment, Shadow Robe, Legendary, LV12, Night Boots, Golden, LV20, Night Hat, Golden, LV20, Tsar's Staff, Golden, LV40, Demon Ban Ring, Legendary, LV20, Pisho Necklace, Mythical, LV10. Now Lin Yi's attributes were already quite terrifying. Even in solo combat, he was not afraid of any opponents of the same level. The Mechanical Dragon's attributes also received a decent boost. Health increased to 30,000. Attack power also broke through 3,000. After converting energy points, it could also reach 5,000. In armored form, the total attack power could reach 10,000. The remaining enhancement attribute, 3 flavors True Fire, was undoubtedly given to the Blazing Dragon. Ding! Blazing Dragon Level 3, Life Burning, SS Grade, plus 3 flavors True Fire, Legendary, equals Blazing Life True Flame, SSS Grade. Skill 3, Life Burning, SS Grade, after killing an enemy, recover 150% of your attack power as health, and gain a shield equivalent to 50% of your attack power. Blazing Life True Flame, SSS Grade, damage dealt will not trigger counter damage, gain an additional 20% lifesteal effect, and excess health will be converted into a shield. Apply myself on a comrade, the conversion ratio is influenced by attack power. Not bad, not bad. It's also considered the first enhancement of the Blaze Dragon. Originally, the Blaze Dragon skill was somewhat useful in team fights. Once it came to dealing with bosses, it lost its effectiveness. Now it's upgraded to have a hidden attribute of lifesteal. Absolutely stronger. The shield has also been enhanced. Most importantly, it won't reflect damage anymore. Now the Blaze Dragon truly has no weaknesses. Lin Yi didn't waste too much time. Now only 15 minutes were left. He needed to hurry and end the upcoming battle. Otherwise, he might really be trapped here. After the Blaze Dragon's death, an exit appeared at the top of the cave. But when they came out, they found that the entire secret realm had changed. The whole sky was covered in blood red. Bold human, meet my king. Bow down and welcome. Suddenly, a hoarse voice unexpectedly emerged. Before them, a creature composed of 3 gigantic eyeballs quietly appeared. Abyss 3-Eyed Demon King. Level, Second Transfer LV50. Health, 180,000/180,000. Attack Power, 12,800. Talent Triunion, a grade, each eyeball has independent life and attack methods, and when there are still eyeballs remaining, the others will not die even if their health is emptied, they will quickly recover to full health. Skill I 3-Eyed Laser. Skill 2 Death Explosion. Skill 3 Mental Control. Skill 4 State Transfer. Skill V Abyss Reflective Armor. Description: the pollution from the Abyss energy on his body means that the strength of the secret realm is far higher than that of the same level. It's actually a creature from the Abyss? Lin Yi was shocked and took several steps back. You must know that most places in the world have been invaded and occupied by the Abyss. If it weren't for the ancestors who relied on the secret realm to struggle for survival against the Abyss's assault, humans would have been extinct. No one knows where these abyss creatures came from. But their power is enough to terrify everyone. Their attributes are often several times, even a dozen times, that of monsters of the same level. Some abyss races can even have dozens or hundreds of times. They are roughly categorized into levels, akin to nobles and ministers. The three-eyed demon before him bears a king title. So it must be at least a monster close to a dark gold boss of the same level. And with this talent, it's equivalent to facing 3 golden bosses. Run! Lin Yi immediately turned invisible. But the three-eyed demon king surprisingly could see the invisible Lin Yi. Kick. Just what I need, a puppet to help monitor the outside situation. You are the most suitable. Ah! Suddenly, Lin Yi felt a tremendous pain in his head. Although his health didn't drop, his consciousness was gradually fading away. Is this the power of the abyss race? Silently taking away life. Facing the oncoming blaze dragon and mechanic dragon with disdain. The 3 eyeballs moved at incredible speed. It was hard to catch up. The blaze dragon roared and controlled it, the 2 dragons charged forward. But then, a terrifying scene appeared. The originally immobilized 3-eyed king instantaneously broke free from control. A single shot of energy laser knocked off tens of thousands of health points from the 2 dragons. This was the state transfer skill, sacrificing 1 eyeball at the cost for the other 2 eyeballs to act normally. There's even a beast master here. These 2 pets have decent combat power, it's no wonder I woke up from my slumber. Perhaps they can serve another purpose. The 3-eyed king said with a proud laugh. Although it had the advantage, it had also taken considerable damage. Watching Lin Yi, who was barely holding on, it felt certain of victory. Roar! With the blaze dragon's roar, the entire sky was suddenly engulfed in flames, and the ground split open with lava pouring out. Essence! The knowledgeable 3-eyed king was utterly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Yi to have a pet with such essence. The 3-eyed king was not foolish and immediately planned to flee at full speed. Roar! Another magnetic dragon roar echoed. A massive protective shield quickly rose around. Chapter 37, Abyss King. The 3-eyed king widened all 3 eyeballs. He had completely not anticipated that there would be essence involved. A glimmer of greed flashed in its eyes. If I can control this human, my battle power must be increased by several times, even to the point of fighting at the emperor level. At this moment, he no longer planned to escape. No matter the cost, he must defeat and capture Lin Yi. He immediately threw out an eyeball, flying towards the 2 dragons. The remaining eyeball blocked in front of him. Boom! Minus 120,110. Minus 120,110. Terrifying damage numbers appeared instantly. Over 100,000 damage. Directly killed the eyeball that blocked the damage. The other flying eyeball also exploded. Boom! Minus 80,000. Minus 80,000. At this moment, the 3-eyed king's body was extremely pleased. His eyeball self-destructing caused very high damage, even if he died. He could quickly recover. Therefore, this self-destruct ability was also his strongest attack method. It had worked many times before. But when the dust settled, he discovered the blaze dragon and the mechanical dragon were completely unharmed, their health bars untouched. How is this possible? The 3-eyed king shouted in shock. But when he saw the other 2 eyeball corpses, he became even more terrified, trembling in fear. No healing? His voice was shaking. He never expected the mechanical dragon's secret technique to be so terrifying. It directly prevented people from causing damage and also from healing. Don't kill me. Faced with the 2 dragons charging at him, he had no power to fight back. Finally, the arrogance from before was gone, and he begged in terror, if you let me go, I can give you endless riches and glory. I might even let you join our Abyss clan. That's not impossible? Lin Yi looked at the 3-eyed king in front of him and sneered, let you go, huh? It's not impossible? As soon as these words came out, the 3-eyed king urgently said, quick, tell me, what do I need to do for you to let me go? Lin Yi smiled and said, just tell me your purpose for coming here. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3-eyed king, who had been extremely excited, immediately fell silent. Lin Yi noticed this change. As expected, there was something wrong. For the border defense, especially along the Abyss border, it was said to be heavily guarded. This demon king had gone through great efforts to sneak in. It must be something problematic. Do it! Lin Yi gave the order to the blaze dragon, seeing the 3-eyed king hesitate. Don't do it. I'll talk. Lin Yi's move was very effective, and the 3-eyed king immediately gave in. Actually, we have been secretly lurking here for many years, waiting to be internal support when the Abyss army advances. Looks like the time is soon? Lin Yi's eyes slightly narrowed. Earlier, Chairman Zhang had said the situation was unstable recently. It seems this guy is telling the truth. Give me the list of everyone. Lin Yi demanded again. If the three-eyed king were to cause chaos when the Abyss army advanced, even the entire school might not have anyone left alive. Lin Yi of course couldn't let other places suffer such a fate. The three-eyed king didn't expect Lin Yi to continue making demands, and immediately angrily questioned, I've already told you everything. Why haven't you let me go? Lin Yi didn't say anything unnecessary, directly threatening him, when did I say I would let you go? If you tell me everything this time, I might actually let you go. The three-eyed king hesitated again, but this time, before Lin Yi urged him. He gave up everything. He truly wanted to live. Better to sacrifice others than die himself. Nothing else? Lin Yi asked while writing down the information. Soon, dozens of addresses were written down. It seemed like the Abyss had been planning for a long time. The three-eyed king nodded, hurry up and let me go. Although he said this, he secretly swore in his heart, if I get the chance, I will definitely tear you apart. Lin Yi nodded, alright. Blaze Dragon, send him off. No need to be polite, I'll leave by myself. The three-eyed king had not had time to feel relieved. Before he could even celebrate, he died in fear from Lin Yi's burning flames. Ding. Cleared the special secret realm, Grave of Bones, gained experience plus 50,000. Ding. Congratulations on being the first to clear, Grave of Bones, in Abyss mode, rewards, first clear chest X1, gold. Ding. Congratulations on setting a new record for clearing the special secret realm, Grave of Bones. 050min32s, obtained the first completion treasure chest times 1. Ding. The burial ground is restoring to normal. At this moment, the principal of the outer court of the secret realm was anxiously pacing back and forth. There are only a few minutes left, Principal Gua, don't keep your hopes up, a teacher sneered upon seeing this. But as soon as the words fell, a sudden bright light appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. The newcomer was Lin Yi. As soon as he came out, the same scene as last time reappeared. And this time, the crowd was not students, but all teachers. Including the principal. You completed it? Principal Gui asked excitedly. No, it's impossible. How could this be? The teacher shook his head in madness upon seeing Lin Yi. Did you quit midway? How could a trash student like you complete it? Ding. Area announcement special secret realm burial ground, LV20 LV50. Ding. Congratulations, player Lin Yi, SSS level Dragon Master, on setting the record for the lowest completion time of Abyss mode, reward experience plus 10,000, first completion record treasure chest, gold, times 1. Ding. Area announcement special secret realm burial ground, LV20 LV50. Ding. Congratulations, player Lin Yi, SSS level Dragon Master, on refreshing the record for the lowest completion time of Abyss mode, 050min32s, reward experience plus 50,000, updated record treasure chest, dark gold, times 1. Ding. Congratulations, player Lin Yi, SSS level Dragon Master, for successfully correcting the secret realm, reward experience plus 50,000, experience gain increased by 30% for the next 72 hours, player combat power increased by 30%, and unlimited entry to teams with no level restrictions. As the announcement sounded, the whole 13th middle school, which was once noisy, fell silent. It was as if there were no students in the school at all. Wow! Incredible! This Lin Yi is actually the first SSS level in Jiangnan province for many years. Why did he come to our school? Is he here to take us to new heights? Wasn't it said that he was weak? How could this be? Wait a minute, is that last announcement true? Chapter 38, Eagle Sauce Nation, President Zhang is too strong. The most touching was the last announcement. No limit on team size. Experience gain greatly increased. Unlimited access. It was simply a huge welfare department. All the students cheered at this moment. And the teacher who had been clamoring to bring in students from Black State looked shocked, as if he had lost his soul upon hearing the announcement. Well done. Principal Gua excitedly patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. He didn't expect that he actually bet right. With such strength, it was unprecedented in the entire history of Lehigh City. At this moment, he was infinitely grateful to Vice Principal Zhang of the Key High School who had turned a blind eye. Otherwise, how would such a genius have a chance to be in his own school? Just then, a hurried figure rushed over. Principal, President Lu Qing of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce personally came to our school? As soon as these words came out, except for Lin Yi, everyone present looked at each other in disbelief. A president of a well-known chamber of commerce from Jiangnan province had personally come. This made them all feel nervous. Did he say what it was about? Principal Gua asked anxiously. If it was good news, that would be fine. If he came to pick a fight, it would be terrible. No. Before the speaker could finish, a fragrant aroma wafted over. A beautiful figure quickly approached with a breeze. President Liu. The teacher hurriedly greeted enthusiastically, but was directly ignored by Lu Qing. Lu Qing had a clear objective. She went straight to Principal Gua. And then to Lin Yi. You are actually here? Lu Qing exclaimed excitedly. This stunned everyone present. They never expected such a big shot to come for Lin Yi. The teacher observed for a moment. Lu Qing was so excited and even out of breath that she came to the school to grab someone without greeting anyone. Lin Yi must have offended President Liu. When would there be an opportunity to meet such a big figure? Now was not the time to miss the performance. He immediately stepped forward. Pointing at Lin Yi, he spoke with righteous indignation. Don't think that just because you did a great deed for the school, we will favor you. If you offended President Liu, hurry up and apologize. If you don't apologize properly, be careful, or you might lose your qualification for the competition. He deliberately raised his voice several pitches while speaking. After he finished, he looked proudly at the other teachers and the principal, as if his gaze were saying how clever he was to seize the opportunity to impress the big shots. Principal Gua quietly stood in front of Lin Yi. Where did this lunatic come from? Lu Qing glanced at him with disgust, completely unable to understand how a madman got mixed up in the school. She then turned to Lin Yi and said earnestly, I'm sorry, Lin Yi. I was wrong. We will agree to all your requests, we just ask that you give us one more chance. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into an instant silence. Although no one spoke, they were all deeply shocked inside. This is just a high school student. How could he make a president of the business association bow so low? Even if this were made into a television drama, no one would dare to believe it. Ahem. Lin Yi, you have made a great contribution to the school this time. From now on, you can come to school whenever you want. Just remember to come to the competition in a few days. Principal Gua's voice trembled slightly as he broke the deadlock. This gave Principal Liu a way out. Finally, after a long silence, Lin Yi spoke, let's talk in your car. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Qing was extremely happy. She rushed here as soon as she heard that Lin Yi was back in Linhai City. All she wanted was to keep Lin Yi. Now, they were truly at the end of the line. In the past few days, the Extreme North Business Association had intensified its efforts, continuously mass-producing blood-generating pills. They were flooding the market at prices lower than the Lingnan Business Association. In just 3 days, 700 to 800 stores of the Lingnan Business Association had closed down. Now, they could only hope that the blood-generating pills could keep them afloat. When leaving, she also suggested to Principal Gua, I think your school has great potential. Our association is about to establish a scholarship foundation, I think it should be built in your school. At this statement, Principal Gua was overjoyed and speechless, his lips trembling slightly as he looked at Lin Yi. He of course knew that all this was being done for Lin Yi's sake. Thank you. Principal Gua was thanking Lu Qing with his mouth, but his eyes were filled with gratitude looking at Lin Yi. Seeing this, Lin Yi's heart also felt the barriers disappear. Lu Qing was indeed very righteous this time. This could also be considered as helping him repay his kindness. This kindness he accepted. So you must know the situation of the secret realm. As they were about to arrive at the Lingnan Business Association, Lu Qing finally couldn't help but ask. Lin Yi nodded, the difficulty of clearing the level is too high, right? The worms can't be killed at all, right? Yeah. Lu Qing nodded. She was very curious about what solution Lin Yi might have. What if the cost is too high? Take me to that secret realm, Lin Yi said. Ha? Lu Qing immediately understood, are you going alone? That efficiency might be too low. Lin Yi alone would indeed reduce costs significantly. But just Lin Yi alone, even if he worked day and night, might not be enough to meet the demand of one store. She never expected Lin Yi's plan would be this. She felt utterly disappointed. Is fate really trying to eliminate him? But at this moment, they could only try anything, even if it was a dead horse pulled on the road. After arriving at the secret realm, she sat in the car with a face full of gloom. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. Why is her life so bitter? But before her tears could fall, the moonlit night forest suddenly shone with light. Lin Yi appeared, and he was carrying a large bag of things. Here. Lin Yi directly threw the things to her. There was blood splattered all over the sports car. But when Lu Qing saw the things, she was almost jumping with excitement, infinite flesh. Wait, this quantity? Lu Qing looked at the piled-up infinite flesh, completely shocked. How is this possible? Lin Yi had only cleared the secret realm once. At most, he could only get 2 or 3 pieces. Yet here, there were at least 100 pieces by visual estimation. Lin Yi shrugged, "Don't think about it, only I can handle it." Lu Qing, hearing this, felt a bit disappointed but still remained incredibly excited. You must know that Lin Yi's speed in clearing dungeons was astonishing. Totally enough to cover the materials. At this moment, she finally understood why Lin Yi insisted on a 50% profit. This is real strength. By the way, by this secret realm, I've talked to President Zhang, Lin Yi added. Now, Lu Qing looked at Lin Yi, her eyes no longer filled with shock, but with admiration. She never expected Lin Yi actually had this fallback. Considering everything so thoughtfully. Thank you. Lu Qing sincerely expressed her gratitude. Lin Yi did not respond, only smiled lightly and continued to delve into the secret realm. Coincidentally, with no tasks recently, Lin Yi kept farming monsters in the secret realm. Meanwhile, many things were happening outside. The most explosive news, of course, was the entire Jiangnan province's Operation Bright Sword. With thunderous speed, it swept through dozens of secret realms, cleaning out the lurking monsters inside. This news was simply uplifting. After all, in the face of abyss erosion, humanity has always faced bad news. This is the first time it can be called a complete victory. Meanwhile, the Eagle Sauce country naturally noticed this action. On a wall of a base almost unknown to anyone hangs hundreds of photos. If someone could see it, they would definitely recognize that this was the entire publicly known strong ones. Neatly arranged on the wall, the higher up the fewer the photos. There was even only one at the very top. And among them was Lin Yi's photo. Chapter 39, Lin Yi's danger level? However, at this moment, Lin Yi's photo was still quite low. Coincidentally, beside him was Zhang Liuhe, President Zheng. The intelligence officer reported to several big shots sitting there about the recent events. Even many of these were hidden messages. Mayusi is dead, killed by this 4th turn beast master Zhang Liuhe. Also, the genius who awakened the SSS level talent is doing quite well. He evaded the encirclement of Mayusi and cleared the Nightmare Novice secret realm in 10 minutes, overpowering a 2nd turn professional. At this point, he does not seem like the rumored waste. Moreover, the recent has launched actions, exterminating dozens of lurking abyss races. It is still unknown where the intelligence comes from, if they could also catch us with such means. And recently, has strengthened its border defense deployment against the abyss. Also, after hearing the news, these big shots adjusted the rankings. The rankings of others slightly shifted up and down. This SSS level clearing the Nightmare secret realm in 10 minutes is unbelievable. The fastest record has been held by our country, that was 7 S-level teams plus 2 SS levels and 1 SSS level, and they only reached 20 minutes at the fastest. His speed may be related to Mayusi or the clearing technique, otherwise, I can't figure out why he could evade Mayusi and clear it so fast. The occurrence of these two impossible things stacked together definitely raises questions. They had never seen SSS level professionals, and even the kind that had super strong killing abilities existed in Eagle Sauce country, hence, they couldn't believe Lin Yi's achievement. Overpowering a 2nd turn professional, generally, an A tier could do it, not a rare occurrence. It seems this Lin Yi's danger level needs adjustment. Lin Yi also dropped from 2nd to last place, lowering his rank. Compared to him, we should pay more attention to Zhang Liuhe. Being able to kill Mayusi, he must have at least 4th turn strength, even close to 5th turn. This is a real hidden, good that we discovered it in time. Saying this, Zhang Liuhe's rank rose directly from 2nd to last place, jumping up 7 or 8 ranks. He reached the 3rd row among the positive ranks. And all above him in the 2nd row were level 100 gods of war. Even beside him were some professionals who were weaker, but at least they were all S-rank 100 level war gods. We must keep an eye on this Zhang Liuhe, we absolutely can't let him reach the 5th advancement. If he becomes a new war god, he will definitely be a huge threat. Tell the military, when the fight starts, at least 200 level war gods must join forces to deal with Zhang Liuhe, to make sure he's killed. Achoo! Far away in, Zhang Liuhe suddenly felt a chill on his back. As for that SSS rank professional, there's no need to investigate his identity. Just let him die. While in the abyss are at war, this is our chance to strike, activate the dark chess. Let the dark chess kill him, this time I don't believe he can escape again. Just use this as a way to boost the army's morale, and strike fear in these sickly people's hearts, let them know that submitting to us is the only right path. And on Lin Yi's side, these days there was nothing else happening. He was just buried in the secret realm, constantly farming monsters. Lu Qing kept watching the whole production line, and tonight the first batch of blood replenishing potions would come out. They would be on the market by tomorrow morning. Finally, they could just sit and wait to collect money. And the North Pole Chamber of Commerce also sensed something was wrong. Lin Yi was coming out from the secret realm, and at that moment he was very sleepy. He was basically just clicking enter and exit, enter and exit. Then he just waited for the two dragons to carry him to victory. Hey! Bang! As soon as Linny heard the sound, he instantly fired a laser cannon. Even though there wasn't much experience in the secret realm now, Linny's crazy farming couldn't be stopped. He still leveled up once. Now Linny had reached level 20. He could now use the skills of his dragon subordinates. This one blast instantly killed the intruder. The sudden attack scared the few first advancement professionals who came to cause trouble into a daze. Even though Linny was also just a first advancement professional. But with a casual move, he instantly killed a tank-type profession. At this point, they didn't care at all about the North Pole Chamber's mission. Frightened, the others scattered and ran. Linny followed up with several more blasts, not letting a single one escape. After seeing their identity cards, Linny wasn't too surprised. As expected, they were from the North Pole Chamber of Commerce. Now the two sides were sworn enemies, and Linny, as a member of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, naturally had to protect the interests of Lingnan Chamber. He went out and looked around. Sure enough, he found the surrounding guards had already been wounded. This was a small episode, and after passing the message to Lu Qing, Linny continued farming. But he didn't expect, Lu Qing actually sent his strongest card, Shadow, to guard Lin Yi's safety. Hey, kid! Shadow wore a black mask and a black robe. Although his expression couldn't be seen, Linny could feel he was extremely arrogant now. What? Linny didn't understand why this guy was so hostile towards him. You better not run around, as long as you stay near the secret realm, this lord will protect your safety. Seeing Shadow's strength, Linny understood why he was so arrogant. With such a powerful bodyguard by his side. Of course Linny was very willing. On the other side, when the North Pole Chamber got the news, they immediately exploded in anger. After noticing the Lingnan Chamber's movement, they uneasily sent a few disguised thugs to go into the secret realm to investigate. But unexpectedly, in front of a group of guards not even level 10. They actually disappeared. They must be dead. Forget it. Tomorrow is the shortest term of the loan, tomorrow the whole Lingnan Chamber will be ours. That young master was just slightly surprised, then returned to that lewd look. By then those two sisters on one bed slurp. After saying that, he also ordered his men, right. This blood replenishing pill will be ours alone. These filthy poor people, with such good effect from the pill, they deserve to use it? Raise the price, if they complain, ask them if they worked hard. Is 7,900 for a blood replenishing pill expensive? If they don't buy it, plenty of others will. Right. Hire more people to spread the word for me. Special news. Special news. The news of the collapse of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce has leaked out ahead of time. Chapter 40, A Little Scheme, the Prince of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce crumbles. This news instantly climbed to the top of the trending list in Jiangnan province. After all, the blood regeneration pill controls the entire recovery medicine market in Jiangnan province. But the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce, which also possesses the blood regeneration pill, has further expanded its fame. Great! Look at how cheap the pills from the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce are now. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce must have deliberately raised their prices, completely disregarding us poor people. They deserve to perish young. Yeah, Jiangnan can live without the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, but it cannot live without the blood regeneration pill. Are the two upstairs brainless? Isn't malicious competition just this? The Extreme North Chamber of Commerce is not some great benefactor. Wait until the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce collapses and they monopolize. Haha, let's see if you still have this attitude. It's a shame such a large enterprise as the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was ruined by just 2 women. Deserved it. I say pretty women are just fools, they should just get married and be done with it, why get involved in these troubles? Most people support this view. Only a few are fresh in their thoughts. But the consensus is that this time, they are undoubtedly doomed. The Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is now at its wit's end. Both of their flagship products have lost customers. Half of the shops have closed down. Tomorrow, there are still over 100 million in loans. These bottomless pits cannot be filled. Damn! This must be the work of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the news, Lu Qing was furious. He immediately called Lin Yi. Did you see the news? Lin Yi replied, pretty good. What? They say this about us, and you're still saying it's good? Lu Qing pouted in dissatisfaction. Isn't this like giving us free advertising? Think about it, a company on the brink of collapse suddenly announces a new product the next day. Don't you want to see what this product is like? Lin Yi said slowly. Lu Qing immediately jumped up excitedly, right. So that's it. That's great. By the way, the fire-type materials you asked me to buy are here, I've sent someone to deliver them to you. That's good. Linny had entrusted the purchase of materials to be paired with fire-type runestone, and then he added, keep an eye out for any news on dragon crystalline materials. This stuff is a second-tier material for Linny. Legendary grade material. It is also a rare treasure in the market. Having learned from past experiences, Linny naturally wanted to prepare early this time. Okay. Lu Qing readily agreed. Linny looked at the time. Tomorrow is just the competition time. He needed to rest today. These past few days, he felt like he was on the brink of a mental breakdown. But the gains were not small. His level had reached 20. At first, he could only farm once every 10 minutes, but it got faster and faster. He even got down to 3 minutes per farming session. In just these few days, he gathered about 100,000 units of endless flesh. This could definitely supply the product chain. Linny did not go home. Instead, he went directly to a corner of a park. An elderly man with a cane approached Linny as soon as he saw him. It's me. The old man's voice was strong and powerful. President Zhang? Linny recognized this person. He did not expect Zhang Liuhe would disguise himself to meet him. Why are you acting like this? Hearing Linny's question, he looked helpless. I've been in a bit of danger lately, so I need to keep a low profile. But first, let me say that the information from last time helped Jiangnan province a lot, and the higher-ups specially approved of a very special item. What item? Linny couldn't help but feel excited. Merit. First-class merit. As soon as he said this. Wow. The shadow hiding behind to protect Linny was shocked and opened wide his mouth. Although he couldn't hear the conversation due to Zhang Liuhe's magic, he was an assassin, a professional assassin trained by the Chamber of Commerce. Lip reading was just a basic skill. Merit. First-class merit. To know that the last person to gain first-class merit was a divine-level powerhouse who killed a peer-level enemy in combat. Yet Linny was able to receive this honor. Initially, he had some disdain for Linny, but all of that disappeared completely. This Linny is definitely talented and strategic. A person who has made contributions to the country. Deserves respect wherever he goes. At the same time, the reward for the last kill was also announced. Still a first-class merit. And a letter of recommendation for a senior officer. With this letter, anyone can easily become a senior officer. This path might take an ordinary person a lifetime of effort. This is the benefit it brings. The military. This is the most important organization. This letter was naturally given to Linny. It stated that, based on various factors such as merit, achievements, strength, contributions, etc., he could be awarded a rank no less than second lieutenant. Must be at least 18. Have participated in college entrance selection? It seems that Linny still cannot take office. He can only wait until the college entrance examination ends. But it will be soon. Linny was not in a hurry at all. The two didn't talk much. Zhang Liuhe hurriedly left. Linny then went home and opened the forum to start following news from the Chamber of Commerce. The next morning, the news of Lingnan Chamber of Commerce launching new products exploded across the entire forum. Laughing to death. With Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's current level, can they really produce anything better than blood replenishing pill? It hasn't been long, and they developed a new drug. Do you think we, the netizens, are fools? It's obviously to attract attention and make a quick profit. I'm a bit hopeful, but just hopeful. Many people were not optimistic about Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Considering the blood replenishing pill had become popular throughout the Jiangnan province for over a decade. Suddenly having a rival product appear, no one would believe it. By noon, major stores began to stock the products. A popular internet celebrity with a reputation was already outside a shop waiting for the traffic surge. Many others came to join in the excitement too. His live stream attracted tens of thousands of online viewers. Alright, brothers. The doors are open. At the moment the store opened, he rushed to the front. He pointed the camera at a crimson potion. The bullet comments suddenly flooded in. What? Is the potion trend coming back? Is this it? Is this it? Seeing the viewer count surge, the internet celebrity smiled with satisfaction. Then, seizing the moment, he pulled up the product details. He filled the screen once again. He was about to recite the lines he memorized yesterday. As you all expected, let's attract the crowd, but he got halfway through his speech. Chapter 41, the competition begins. He suddenly became stunned, like a wooden chicken. The live stream was filled with just one bullet comment. What the hell? Restores a percentage of health, and continuously restores a fixed amount of health, and now the first percentage recovery. This internet celebrity's voice trembled by the end. Percentage recovery is suitable for everyone. And it comes in 2 stages of recovery. As a blogger who often teaches professionals, he understood what this meant. Assuming you drink the potion at 95% health, then you will be at full status. And even after losing health in battle, you can recover again. Still at full status. This proves that this potion can be taken proactively. And doesn't require you to wait until your health is low enough to use. Drinking potions in battle is deadly. 2 times becoming 1. Hiss. The most terrifying part is that even a level 100 expert can use this potion. And this potion only costs 5 spirit stones /5000 yuan. He said, trembling. There hasn't been any potion on the market that can cater to all kinds of professionals. Compared to the potion's level and recovery effect. And the blood replenishing pill has done it. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. A big move. The only all-encompassing potion on the market has appeared. Shocking. Lingnan Chamber of Commerce's blood replenishing pill has attracted the hero Zhang Liuha to purchase. Strongly recommended to the public. Revival. How will the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce respond? 3 trending topics firmly occupied the top 3 on the hot search lists in the entire Jiangnan province. One even made it to the national trending search. Damn it! How is this possible? At this moment, the young master of Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Anger shattered the cup in his hand. He never expected that the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce had secretly developed such a shocking product in the business world. This made the president of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce, who was also his father, pay attention. His father was indeed a businessman. Upon learning that he had offended the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce, he scolded him harshly. After all, with the potential of the blood-producing potion now, anyone who could cooperate would definitely increase their revenue by several %. However, his father also issued an order. That is, since he had offended them. Then he would have to thoroughly offend them. If the grass isn't cut at the root, it will grow again when spring comes. Report. Our blood-producing pill sales have nearly dropped to 0 today. A subordinate suddenly walked in to report. Hearing this news, he immediately felt like lightning struck him. How is that possible? Even with the blood-producing potion on the market, as a low-end product, the blood-producing pill should not be overshadowed. After all, the price of blood-producing pills was low. For low-level professionals, the blood-producing pill was sufficient. They used a bundled sales model, the subordinate said, trembling with fear. As long as you buy the blood-producing pill, you can get an extra 10 blood-producing pills for just an extra 1,000 yuan. Bang! He sank to the ground upon hearing this news. He never thought the situation would turn out like this. No wonder it's you. This proposal is just too powerful. It completely dried up the sales of the blood-producing pills from the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Lu Qing praised Lin Yi without holding back on the phone. This method was exactly what Lin Yi suggested to her. 1,000 yuan for 10 blood-producing pills was simply taking advantage of the situation. The price was far lower than before. It was even a loss-making deal. High-level professionals looked down on the blood-producing pills and naturally wouldn't pay extra for them. So there was almost no loss. For low-level professionals, the previous price of the blood-producing pill was 500 yuan each. Even buying 10 at the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce would cost 3,000 yuan. Now, with just an extra 1,000 yuan, they could get an additional bottle of blood-producing potion worth 5,000 spirit stones. Tell me, is this not taking advantage? Many low-level professionals chose to purchase in bundles. Although they earned less, they attracted these low-level professionals who only needed to buy blood-producing pills. This is a bright scheme. Even if it's a trick, everyone feels good about it. In fact, many people feel like they made a profit. After all, the blood-producing potion holds its value. You can use it now if you're low level, and you can still use it when you become high level. In the next 3 days, hundreds of thousands of blood-producing potions were sold out. Of course, that's a story for later. At this moment, when Lin Yi heard the good news, he wasn't too surprised. This was just a simple strategy. Next up, we will introduce the participants. From the 1st Key High School, Su Bingbing, Lu Ming, Dong Pengpeng. From the 13th Middle School, Lin Yi, Zheng Kor, Wu Guochang. As the announcement reached this point. On the competition stage, Lu Ming's gaze also shifted when he saw Lin Yi participating again. He was both surprised and delighted. Damn! How did this guy end up at the 13th Middle School? Ha ha! So what? After so many days? I am already not the same as before. This poor Lin Yi probably still doesn't know how important this competition is. Ha, after I defeat him, I must reveal the ancient ruins matter. I'll crush his arrogance. Let the drawing begin. There were a total of 39 students here, battling 2 by 2. Naturally, one person would have a bye. Upon seeing Linny said in a voice audible to everyone around, "You better pray you don't meet me before the finals, or I will make sure you know what crushing really feels like." Chapter 42, Advancing to the Top 4. Linny didn't take this kid seriously at all. Ignoring him, he directly drew the lots. When Linny saw that his draw had no number, he knew he had a bye. "Huh, consider yourself lucky." Lu Ming mocked when he saw Linny had a bye. Su Bingbing felt relieved only after seeing Linny appear. Originally, he had already tried to leverage connections with his family's elders. Yet unexpectedly, Linny managed to enter the 13th high school. Now he had a free pass. She smiled gently at Linny. With such a ranking, he would be ahead, and his academic record would also look impressive. Then the battle began. 19 pairs of competitors took the stage one after another. "Lin Good, do you think I have a chance?" a girl asked Linny. She was at level 13, having broken the records of 13th high school over the years. Another boy was even higher, at level 15, enough to rival the best scores from the first high school. Such a situation certainly could only be achieved with the dual support of the Foundation and the Secret Realm. They knew very well that they were all blessed by Linny. And they held great respect for this strong person. Linny looked at his opponent, a talented student from second high school at level 12. "You just need to attack his lower body, his knee is injured." As he spoke, he looked at the boy's opponent and offered more advice. "This person is impatient, you should keep dragging the time, and he will surely show a flaw." "What?" The two were astonished as they looked at Linny. Though it was hard to believe, this person had directly raised the level of the entire 13th high school to be comparable to the first high school. They chose to trust Linny. "Thank you for your guidance, Lin Gu." The two bowed in gratitude. One after another, they took the stage. Things unfolded just as Linny had predicted. These two indeed had such weaknesses. After reaching the first transformation, the leveling speed slowed significantly. Even the first high school students who had previously led them were now at a similar level. Thanks to Lin Yi's guidance, they easily knocked their opponents down. They achieved victory, easily advancing to the top 18. "As expected of you, Lin Gu." The two expressed their thanks, truly impressed after witnessing Lin Yi's ability. They admired him profoundly. Because in the last match, a player had sustained an injury and withdrew. Now the number of participants was perfectly even. Linny couldn't get a free pass anymore. He. "You better hold on until you meet me," Lu Ming sneered again. At this moment, he was full of confidence. With so much money, the first transformation had become more useful, and he had been digesting it well these days. Just now, his opponent was a B-level professional. But he had killed them with one move. Now he was incredibly inflated. But unfortunately, this round still did not draw Linny. Linny was matched against a genius from third high school. This person was a strong contender for the top 3 in this competition. Revered as the strongest since the founding of third high school. Level 17? No wonder. Such a high level. It was almost the highest level in past competitions. "Please give me your guidance." She drew 2 whips, appearing polite, but in her heart, she did not take Linny seriously at all. Her profession was known as the strongest B-level profession. Furious Whip Dancer. Its terrifying attack rate and frequency could counter any profession's nemesis. Most importantly, her whips could be poisoned. Just soaking them could attach various special effects. Though she was only facing Linny, she still used the strongest potion, blindness plus laceration potion. Each whip had a different effect. From this, it was clear she was indeed aiming for the championship. No need to mention the blindness potion. However, the laceration potion was a banned substance, mainly used to enhance cutting through certain ores, magical treasures, and other hard materials. Once used in combat, it could easily dismember opponents. "Let's use you to test the effects of my whip," she said as she rushed towards Linny. Facing her attack, Linny showed no reaction at all. "Hiss! How can you look down on me like this?" Her anger flared, and she added more force. As she charged forward, the competition teachers panicked. "If you directly dismember the opponent, it would be too bloody, this could definitely lead to disqualification. I forgot to consider how weak this opponent is." But just as the whip was about to touch Linny suddenly vanished from his spot. Bang! Before she could react to Linny's location, her back was hit hard. The force was so strong it felt like a tiger, and she believed it. She lost her balance. She directly fell off the ring. This. She stood up, stunned, her eyes filled with anger. "You actually schemed against me. Despicable." As she said this, she tried to climb back onto the ring. But the competition teacher quickly stopped her. "You are not his opponent. As a teacher, his insight was naturally sharper than others. He immediately saw that Lin Yi's strength was overwhelmingly superior, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to win so easily. Hearing the teacher's words, the girl's face was filled with unwillingness, but she could only accept her fate. Seeing Lin Yi's easy victory, Su Bingbing, who was far away at another battlefield, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. And the two teammates under the stage were also very excited. So cool. As expected of brother Lin. I should have given up my spot earlier, coming here was just embarrassing. TCH. I bet you were eyeing that 50,000 spirit stone compensation, huh? The three of them all successfully entered the top 8. This made the entire 13th middle school enter the top 8. They were making the best achievement since the school was founded. The draw again. This time, Lin Yi's opponent was drawn to be one of his own people. The boy knew he couldn't beat Lin Yi and immediately admitted defeat. But the girl was the unlucky one. He actually drew Lu Ming. Lu Ming showed an evil smile when he saw his opponent. Then I'll start with you. Ah. I admit. Admit. The girl hadn't even had the chance to speak and admit defeat. Lu Ming directly attacked. Heavy blows came one after another, not allowing the girl to speak. Blood spilled continuously from her mouth. The entire battlefield was covered in blood. Each attack was aimed at the vital points. The sound of cracking bones was heard, indicating the girl had multiple serious fractures. Even so, Lu Ming didn't let up and raised his giant sword to strike at the girl's abdomen. Even if the girl could dodge, she would probably never be able to bear children in this life. So cruel. Seeing this, Lin Yi finally couldn't hold back. Stop. Upon hearing Lin Yi's shout, Lu Ming slowed down. This finally gave the girl the chance to admit defeat. Heh, you're really sinister, using such brutal methods on a girl. Lin Yi looked at the severely injured girl and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Although he didn't have much interaction with her. But if it wasn't because of him, the girl wouldn't have been targeted like this. Moreover, she was still his classmate. For both emotional and logical reasons. He should help her seek justice. Don't be afraid. I'll definitely avenge you. Lin Yi comforted the girl. Then, he easily dealt with his opponent again. Successfully advancing to the top 4. This was the first time anyone from the 13th middle school had made it to the top 4 in the municipal high school competition. The draw. Lin Yi and Lu Ming both eagerly drew their lots. Su Bingbing? Dong Pangpang? The top 4 were all from number 1 middle school. This is the confidence of a top-tier high school. But Lin Yi also drew Su Bingbing as his opponent. Su Bingbing was curious to see how Lin Yi's fighting ability had improved. But before they could even begin, Lin Yi raised his hand and said on the ring, I admit defeat. No one expected this. Having come all this way. Lin Yi, who had barely shown any strength, actually admitted defeat at this moment. Everyone was curious about his combat ability. But now they couldn't see it, and they couldn't help but feel disappointed. But some people speculated, this guy is probably afraid of facing Lu Ming, right? As soon as this was said, everyone thought this was the correct answer. After all, the opponent was just a support type. Lin Yi had previously shown that he had a chance of winning. But now, he voluntarily admitted defeat. Maybe this was the reason. Pa. He's really not a man. His classmate got beaten like this, and he acts like a turtle hiding in his shell. I didn't expect him to be a coward, he doesn't even have the courage to fight. Trash. Too scared to die. On the other side, Dong Pangpang was no match for Lu Ming, who was dressed in luxurious gear and had advanced skills. As soon as they fought, he was at a disadvantage. He was suppressed for a long time, and just as he was about to lose, Lu Ming coldly spoke, I admit defeat. He had noticed Lin Yi's actions, and after speaking, he loudly declared, you want to escape? Then I'll specifically face you. Even if I don't get first place. In an instant. The atmosphere on the arena was ignited. No one expected Lu Ming to choose to admit defeat actively. He wanted to take on Lin Yi. Failing to steal a chicken, losing a rice. Ha ha ha. Now he'll probably admit defeat again, he could have been in the top 3. Now fourth place means no qualification for the Ancient Ruins competition. Well deserved. Coward. Even if he is injured, at least go for the top 2 to access the Ancient Ruins. Facing numerous mockeries, Lin Yi secretly laughed. This guy really fell for it. The competition office announced the final battle, the winners group and the losers group will face off to determine first, second, and third place. Lu Ming jumped onto the stage first, ha ha ha. Lin Yi, you can't escape, I've finally caught you. Past humiliation surged in his heart. Today, he must seek revenge. He would stomp Lin Yi underfoot. Turn him from a genius into garbage. Linny also slowly walked onto the stage. The excitement here was even greater than on the winner's side. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on this match. Everyone looked forward to the outcome of this battle. Of course, many still wanted to see the coward Linny get defeated. Whoosh! Lu Ming shot out like a flying sword, rushing straight towards Linny. His huge sword was actually dark gold level. The equipment had been upgraded again, one could see how much money he had spent. A-class skill, Gale Soul Snatch Step. He directly used the A-class skill, appearing next to Linny in an instant. The crowd held their breath in concentration. Whoosh! A flying sword shot out, directly blocking Lu Ming's attack. Lu Ming was instantly shocked, he didn't expect there was such a countermeasure. But there was no time to think, with a turn, his giant sword changed direction and slashed towards Linny again. Whoosh! Another flying sword erupted. Damn! Gale Slash! His attack was blocked again, and he was enraged, unleashing his ultimate move. The speed of the giant sword surged violently. Onlookers could barely see the sword's attack, all they could see were countless afterimages lingering. Hiss! Everyone gasped in awe. If Linny couldn't block this, he might be torn into pieces. Clang! 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 However, blood splattering did not occur. Instead, the sound of iron clashing filled the air. When the surrounding people could see the battlefield clearly, their eyes widened in shock. They saw 9 flying swords encircle Lu Ming's neck. Hiss! Everyone inhaled sharply. Linny had not made a move until now. And now, when he finally struck, he instantly killed Lu Ming. This is impossible. Lu Ming could not believe it, he was not Linny's match in one move. He was level 20 now. He had spent a lot on hiring others to level up with him. All for today. Kneel. Linny lightly waved, pressing the 9 flying swords down. The terrifying force made Lu Ming kneel. No one expected such a situation. Suddenly, a competition teacher wanted to intervene. But Lu Ming felt humiliated, disregarding everything. Why? You're just a low-level garbage, why can you surpass me? He actually charged at Linny, trying to chop him in half with the sword. Seeing this, Linny no longer held back. A laser cannon knocked Lu Ming away. At the same time, the 9 flying swords shot up, continuously slicing across his skin. Though shallow, the high frequency of strikes made it unbearable. In just a few seconds, Lu Ming was soaked in his own blood. It was brutal. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned. The absurd scene that followed appeared. Lu Ming was continuously tortured, each time he tried to speak, he would receive another slap. Stop it! At this moment, the lead teacher from the first high school could no longer sit still. What you're doing is tormenting him. Don't you have any empathy? She shouted angrily at Linny. Chapter 44, The Gossiping Dong Pang Pang. But Linny immediately snapped back, then you come up and take her place. At this, she fell silent. She only changed her stance. It was just to please the vice principal, that's why she was so concerned. If it came to a fight, she definitely wouldn't be a match for Linny. When that girl was hurt just now, why didn't I hear you say anything? Double standards, dog. Linny continued to curse with a dark face. You. She was so angry she couldn't speak. You used to be from our school, don't you have any sense of friendship? Wow. Linny couldn't help but clap when he heard that. When he was threatening me earlier, why didn't you say anything about friendship? You all know how the school treated everyone back then, and now you're telling me about this. Linny said as he directly pulled out a flying sword. In the blink of an eye, it directly stabbed toward the teacher's throat. Blood dripped out. Huff, huff, huff. She was so frightened she gasped for air, her legs went soft, and she fell to the ground. Fortunately, it had only pierced her skin. Even if it had gone just a little deeper, she would have died for sure. All right. The battle is over. At this moment, Lu Ming, who had lost too much blood and was in too much pain, passed out. The competition group also announced the results. Champion: Su Bingbing, LV17, First Key High School. Second place: Dong Pang Pang, LV18, First Key High School. Third place: Linny, LV20, 13th High School. Dong Pang Pang knew he never had a chance to enter the winners group, and he didn't want this kind of undeserved result, so he voluntarily conceded when facing Su Bingbing. The competition came to a close. Ahem. Next, we will announce the competition rewards. These were all miscellaneous things, mostly spirit stones. When converted, the first place had 30,000 spirit stones, second place had 10,000, and third place had 5,000. But now that Lin Yi had his own business, he no longer cared for these things. And there are also 2 joint exploration qualifications for the ancient ruins in the next couple of days. Upon hearing this, Dong Pangpang was immediately excited. He was quite familiar, and surprisingly started chatting with Lin Yi. Hey! Do you know? Ancient ruins. Inside, there are treasures handed down from ancient times. If we're lucky, we might even find some legendary equipment. Lin Yi was somewhat surprised by how familiar this person was. But he had spoken up for Lin Yi when he was in first high school. He smiled and nodded in agreement. The other team for the joint exploration is from the Jiangnan-based city students. 7 of them, and 3 of us. The competition group continued. At this moment, Dong Pangpang looked dejected, and complained to Lin Yi, now we definitely won't get much from it. That's Jiangnan-based city. No other city even comes close to its prosperity. That place is filled with geniuses, and now we're supposed to cooperate with these people. We'll be lucky to even get a sip of soup. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this little fat guy to know so much. But thinking about how familiar and gossipy he was, it made sense. This did spark Lin Yi's interest. According to Dong Pangpang, the students from Jiangnan-based city would definitely be very strong. He was also curious about how much of a gap there was between himself and these geniuses. The competition group continued with more announcements. The ancient ruins were once a battlefield from 1,000 years ago, very dangerous. They were told to listen carefully to the people from Jiangnan City. Lin Yi. The championship should be yours. After the teacher left, Su Bingbing smiled and walked up to Lin Yi. She tilted her head and said. Dong Pangpang immediately saw this and started teasing with a mischievous smile, oh ho ho ho. He kept nudging Lin Yi from the side. It seemed like he was saying, you're good. Lin Yi had a speechless expression. This guy was really gossipy. Ha ha. Lin Yi laughed, unsure how to respond. Su Bingbing saw his awkwardness. Covering her mouth, she chuckled lightly, then we'll meet the day after tomorrow. You must take care of me then. Lin Yi hadn't said anything yet, but was interrupted by Dong Pangpang, who said, of course. Both of us will take good care of you, right? Seeing him ask this, Lin Yi could only nod. Then I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Bye 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 bye. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? Lin Yi arrived at the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Now the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was packed with people, extremely lively. Buying things creates a chain reaction. Once they enter the store, even if they buy blood-producing medicines, they would casually buy something else. After all, it's convenient. Thus, the entire Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was bursting with people. Any product was selling especially fast. Seeing this lively scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Business is really good. Now sitting here, spirit stones were coming in every day. This is your dividend for the past few days. Lu Qing threw a ring in front of Lin Yi. 200,000 spirit stones lay inside. And it has only been 3 days. If this trend continues, at least 1 million spirit stones in dividends every month. Lin Yi was overjoyed. Finally, he could upgrade his pet. His level improved. But because he had no money, his pet's level had been stuck. Lu Qing sat down, took a sip of water, and said, I found the thing you wanted. Dragon Eye Crystal Source? Lin Yi asked excitedly. Lu Cheng nodded and took out an invitation. Extreme North Chamber of Commerce Auction House, Jiangnan Base City Branch Invitation. Extreme North Chamber of Commerce? Seeing these 4 words, Lin Yi frowned. Lu Cheng anticipated Lin Yi's reaction and sighed helplessly, there's no other way. In recent times, this auction house is the only one with the thing you want. I think we're just going to buy something, they don't dare to do anything under industry rules. The Shadow Society will protect our safety. If you want to be prudent, that's fine too. You can just keep waiting. I will inform you the moment I have it. Lin Yi did not hesitate, let's go. Because he had investigated. This thing is very rare, appearing only once every few months at least. Sometimes it takes more than 10 years to show up. This is a reason that absolutely cannot be missed. Lin Yi glanced at the date and found out it was actually tomorrow? This is bad. There's completely no time for Lin Yi to come up with money. Humph. Lu Qing suddenly walked up to Lin Yi and huffed playfully. Lin Yi didn't understand what she meant. He felt a bit flustered. What if she was trying to rob him? Where would he escape? Lu Qing suddenly asked, what do you think of my sister? Ha? Lin Yi took a few steps back, get away, I'm not interested. So decisive in your rejection? I was just asking. Lu Qing was a bit surprised. Lin Yi nodded seriously. Okay, no more jokes. Lu Qing smiled. Mainly, my sister will take the college entrance exam soon. Please take good care of her. Also, she's shy and asked me to apologize to you for the last thing. After hearing this, Linny had no reaction, just responded politely. And? Lu Qing paused, smiling mysteriously. She took out a space ring. A series of numbers appeared. 10 million spirit stones. Wow! Did you rob a bank? Linny shivered in shock. With so many spirit stones, if he was considered an accomplice, he wouldn't escape execution. No wait, what are you saying? Lu Qing originally prepared to accept Linny's admiration, but didn't expect him to react like this. Lu Qing didn't continue to tease. This is a contract signed with 2 other chambers and some small chambers. We'll supply them with medicines. That's how we got a 10 million spirit stones deposit, to help you auction that mythical material. Chapter 45, Fiery Dragon Level 9. Upon hearing this, Linny was shocked. He did not expect Lu Qing to give up the monopoly for him. Thank you. Linny was very grateful. It seems his choice was indeed correct. At the same time, he also received the materials about fire runestones he had mentioned previously. Following the suggested ratio, he let the fiery dragon take it. Whoosh! A great fire burst upward. Fortunately, Linny was near the moonlit forest. If this fire were in a residential area, this great fire. The blaze dragon had grown a bit in size, but at this moment, it looked very uncomfortable. Its body had actually started to shrivel. Spirit stones. Master, spirit stones, the blaze dragon shouted in immense pain. Now Linny finally understood what was going on. He hurriedly took out the spirit stones. Ding! Consumed fire runestone material combo pack times 5, spirit stones times 15,000, blaze dragon, level increased, legend level 1 legend level 2. Ding! Consumed fire runestone material combo pack times 10, spirit stones times 15,000, blaze dragon, level increased, legend level 2 legend level 3. Ding! Consumed fire runestone material combo pack times 20, spirit stones times 15,000, blaze dragon, level increased, legend level 3 legend level 4. Ding! Consumed fire runestone material combo pack times 100, spirit stones times 15,000, blaze dragon, level increased, legend level 8 legend level 9. It directly raised the level up to 9. All attributes received a tremendous boost. Moreover, it unlocked the skills for the next level 30. After the second transformation, skill activation requires meeting both level and rank standards. Now it's all filled up, no need to worry about the future. Hiss. This round consumed most of the spirit stones Linny had just obtained. Linny also roughly understood. This was making up for the deficit. After all, the cost to upgrade the mechanical dragon at rank 9 is 9 times that amount. With the remaining spirit stones, Linny raised the mechanical dragon's level to LV 20. Ding! Consumed spirit stones times 60200, mechanical dragon level increased, LV 10 LV 20. Pet, blaze dragon, young phase. Level, LV 20, 0/90,000 spirit stones. Qualities, legend level 9. Health, 122200/122200. Attack power, 10800. Talent I, Source of Fire, SSS level. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression, SSS level. Skill I, Dragon Breath of Fire, S level LV9, unleashes a broad stream of true fire from 20 times 2050 times 50, causing 300% 500% attack damage, ignoring evasion. Skill 2, Dragon Bloodline, SS level. Skill 3, True Flame of Scorching Death, SSS level LV9, damage dealt will not reflect back, gain an extra 20% 35% lifesteal effect, excess health will convert to real shields, applying to oneself and between 1-3 allies, conversion rate is affected by attack power. Skill 4, Heavenly Fire Dragon Roar, SS level LV9, the dragon's roar is the most penetrating sound in the world, can forcefully stun targets within 50 by 50 range for 3s6.5s, cannot be exempted or removed, and clears allies from abnormal states, and briefly removes invulnerable effects, cooldown 30s19.8s. Ultimate move, Ultimate Heavenly Purging Fire. Equipment, LV5, Crimson Flame Dragon Armor plus 9, Legendary. Description, one of the 5 Supreme Dragons, the Blaze Dragon. Attributes have doubled. All skill levels have been raised to level 9. It's evident how terrifying that is. Now Linny's combat power has also greatly increased. He possessed 2 legendary rank 9 LV 20 Supreme Dragons. Now, even if a third transformation powerhouse comes, Linny felt he might still have a chance of winning. The next morning, Linny walked out from the secret realm. His eyelids were fighting against each other. He had heavy dark circles under his eyes. He had been grinding materials all night, he was truly exhausted. Now Linny also realized a problem. Relying solely on himself to grind is too tiring. But only he could do it. He still needed to make time to level up and so on. It was completely impossible to keep investing in grinding materials. But as soon as he stopped, the output of the blood-making potion would immediately cease. He shook his head, thinking of the 1,000,000 spirit stones deposit. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Why am I still just a beast of burden even after crossing over? I simply can't afford to stop. Soon, Lu Qing's sports car appeared, and after Linny got in, the car drove towards Jiangnan Base City. Their goal was the auction. Before long, they arrived at Jiangnan Base City. Hiss. Is this the foundation of Jiangnan Base City? Linny marveled, looking at the countless martial arts schools and professional associations on the streets. He hadn't noticed before due to his hurried visit, but this time he took the time to observe and was immediately amazed. In Linhai City, the number of professionals was very small. Usually, it was mostly high school seniors from schools. But here, professionals were everywhere, with both first and second transformations noticeable. Everywhere were shops related to professionals. Sir, please show the invitation. Upon arriving at the Extreme North Auction House, the lady at the door politely requested. Lu Qing took it out and smoothly entered the auction house. Most people here are prominent figures. But the most important thing is still money. Those sitting below are mostly professionals, the vast majority are second turners. There are even a few third-turn wanderers in the front row. And those noble families, big shots from associations, and merchants are all in the private boxes on the second floor. Linny is no exception. He got a box numbered 9. The auction went on as expected. And the first item up for bid was something both Lu Qing and Linny were very familiar with. Next, our first item for auction is something everyone has been hearing about recently. The blood-generating elixir. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted in excitement. The blood-generating elixir is currently in short supply. The scalper prices have skyrocketed. There are 500 bottles of the blood-generating elixir, 100 bottles per batch. Starting price, 50,000 spirit stones. Pooh. Linny nearly spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. Is this really that heartless? That's a direct 100-fold increase. But even so, it can still be sold. In the end, the price even reached 64,000 spirit stones. Linny watched this scene thoughtfully. There is a quantity limit when buying in stores, each person can only buy a maximum of 2 bottles at a time. Yet even so, it sells very well. Perhaps he could imitate this model. Facing the blatant scalping behavior of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce, Linny remained indifferent. He. This Lingnan Chamber of Commerce is truly foolish. Even if this elixir is released, without a sales channel, it can only profit us. After seeing the auction reach such a high price, the branch president was overjoyed and banged on the table. But in the next second, a piece of news came. President. The person trembled and dared not speak. Seeing this, the branch president frowned and scolded, "What are you doing? Speak quickly?" Seeing this, the subordinate finally mustered the courage and said it all in one breath. Aside from our association, other chambers have received a certain amount of stock for sale. Now this item has already been listed by several chambers in the Jiangnan Base City, it's no longer so scarce. Now the branch president felt like he had been struck by lightning. He had chased Lin Yi away. Damn it! Refund! Ha ha ha! This is too tragic, it was just bought. And it just took a plunge. If the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce doesn't handle this properly, they're going to have a hard time. Looking at the bustling scene below, Lin Yi secretly laughed. Your decision was correct. Lin Yi praised. Of course, who do you think I am? Flattered by such praise, Lu Qing felt satisfied and happily flew up. Chapter 46, played by Yang Ming. But suddenly he realized something. How could he be so pleased because of a child's compliment? Humph. You're still green, take a good look and learn more. Thinking this, Lu Qing tapped Lin Yi on the head and arrogantly shouted. Lin Yi's mind was a mess. This woman really changes emotions quickly. Although this incident caused quite a stir, the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce suppressed it strongly. The auction soon resumed. The next item for auction is 50 medium-level enhancement scrolls, starting price 10,000 spirit stones. There weren't many bidders for this, after all, equipment enhancement consumes too many resources. But Lin Yi's eyes were shining, 11,000 spirit stones. Good. Box 9 bids 11,000 spirit stones. 3. 2. 12,200 spirit stones. Box 1 immediately followed. Now everyone in the audience raised their brows, anticipating this battle. You should know that the order of boxes is usually arranged by strength. This means that the person in box 1 is definitely much stronger than the person in box 9. Seeing this, Lin Yi bid again. But box 1 still immediately followed the bid. The two continued to pull against each other. This was clearly targeted. Each time, the bid was slightly higher to block him. But in the end, Lin Yi won it with a high price of 30,000. Hiss. Who is this rich guy in box 9, bidding so high? Probably some young master. Ordinary people can't afford equipment enhancement, it's too costly. TSK, TSK, TSK. There are so many tycoons. But Lu Qing looked at Lin Yi as if he were a spoiled brat, spending so much money on enhancement scrolls, what a waste. You are truly a spendthrift. As they marveled at Lin Yi's identity, the next auction item appeared. At this moment, in the private room number 1, Yang Ming happily looked at the item Lin Yi had won for 30,000. He was instantly overjoyed. This was simply too much fun. This auction was precisely what he deliberately revealed to Lu Qing. Upon hearing the news that Lu Qing was searching for the Longyan crystal source, he intentionally stuffed this item into the auction. He even made sure Lu Qing got this item. It was all to vent his frustration today. Sure enough, Lu Qing showed up. Today, he was going to make him feel sick. But just at that moment, the branch president stumbled in. After hearing the news, Yang Ming, with a flushed face, slammed the table. Damn it, damn it. The despicable Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. He had just heard that the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was targeting their extreme North Chamber of Commerce and was furious. This directly cut off their way of manipulating the market. Before he even had a chance to deal with those two, he was instead outsmarted. Alright. Next, we have a special auction item. The auctioneer suddenly teased. This is a treasure unearthed from at least an S-level ancient relic site. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire auction house erupted in excitement. Wow! An S-level realm. There's a chance of getting epic-level equipment inside. An S-level realm? The weakest monsters inside are equivalent to a 4th-tier professional, and great things are actually flowing into our market. I must get it today. Quick, quick, what is this? Stop teasing. Seeing the atmosphere reach a peak, the auctioneer finally announced the truth. Starting price, 100,000 spirit stones. From a mysterious S-level realm. This item cannot be identified by the top masters in various industries based on appearance alone, it is absolutely rare. Hee hee. In fact, no one knows what it is, but they are reluctant to spend the money. This is why it is up for auction. And they call it a rare object. It's entirely like opening a blind box. Not just Lin Yi, many people thought the same. But still, someone called out, 110,000. There were still people hoping to get a bargain. After all, this was a product of an S-level ancient relic. If it turns out to be an epic piece of equipment, that would be a huge profit. It could easily multiply by dozens or even hundreds of times. Looking at that black lump that looked like a stone, people started calling out prices. But it only reached 200,000 before it stopped. 220,000. At this moment, Yang Ming in private room number 1 opened his mouth to call the price. He mumbled, "You must be feeling pretty bad after I just raised the price, right? I bet you're dying to get back at me now." As he spoke, an evil smile spread across his face. Sure enough, a voice suddenly came from private room number 9, 300,000 spirit stones. Ha ha ha. You've been fooled. Yang Ming laughed heartily. This time, he would definitely make Lin Yi lose everything. As a young master, he of course knew about this item. Don't be fooled by the auctioneer saying it can't be assessed by appearance and needs to be destroyed. In reality, even the extreme North Chamber of Commerce had tried to destroy it. How could they allow others a chance to pick up a bargain? But this item was exceptionally hard, no method could budge it in the slightest. That's why it was brought out for auction. Right now, it is just a rock that is a bit harder. In the end, the auctioneer would only have to eat the loss and acknowledge it. Seeing Lin Yi being fooled, he immediately raised the price, 400,000. But Lin Yi's price followed closely, 1 million. In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire venue was ignited. At this point, no one dared to interfere in this Lin Yi revenge battle. Wow! Private Room 9 is out for revenge for just being raised in price. This is hilarious. What if they back out later? They will understand what harsh society means when they get taken advantage of. Private Room 9 is so petty. Spending so much money to buy a piece of junk, is everyone's brain fried now? People were chattering away. None were without ridicule for Lin Yi. In their eyes, Lin Yi was just taking revenge for the price hike. When the number reached 1 million. Sure enough, Yang Ming no longer raised the bid. 1 million going once. 1 million going twice. 1 million going 3 times. Good deal. Ha ha ha. Dumb Lu Qing, you've fallen into my hands this time, ha ha. Ha ha ha. The first private room really didn't increase the price, it's killing me with laughter, this number 9 is directly spending 1 million to buy some junk back. The first private room is so foolish, when will this big spender ever favor me? Everyone was mocking Lin Yi. Even Lu Qing in the room was dumbfounded. She hadn't even had time to stop Lin Yi. Lin Yi had already started shouting the bid. Aren't you bidding for that Dragon Eye crystal source? How can you spend so much money on this trash just out of anger? She said with disappointment, not expecting this clever Lin Yi to suddenly act this way. Could it be that she misjudged the person? However, Lin Yi ignored everyone's comments. He was breathing fast, his whole body trembling. His expression froze as he stared at the stage. What's wrong with you? Lu Qing asked with concern, feeling a bit scared. What if Lin Yi couldn't take it and got so angry he collapsed? But at the moment the hammer fell. Boom! The private room suddenly erupted with Lin Yi's deafening laughter. Ha ha! It's like finding a treasure after searching all over for it. Chapter 47, A Stunning Turnaround. The moment this item appeared, his eye of truth successfully analyzed it. This thing. Fallen blood god stone, divine level, a material refined from the blood of a divine being. Wow! He was completely shocked inside. Afraid of being snatched, he frantically raised the price. 1 million spirit stones to obtain a divine level material. Who would believe that if he told them? What's wrong with you? Lu Qing doubted if Lin Yi was crazy. Suddenly, he had changed like this. Lin Yi finally calmed his excited heart. Now he could finally complete the blessing mission at the Blood God Temple. He wouldn't have to fear the countdown to death anymore. A weight was lifted off Lin Yi's heart. Although he had not yet obtained this treasure, Lin Yi had started to wonder what the reward would be. Finally, here comes the highlight item of this auction. Dragon Eye Crystal Source. As the auctioneer's voice fell. When this was said, the atmosphere heated up. Dragon Eye Crystal Source, mythical. Starting price, 1 million spirit stones. When this material came out, it first made the forgers excited. In an instant, it rose to 3 million. At this time, the voices began to fade. Lin Yi also called out the price, 3,100,000. But just as he spoke, the voice from the first private room quickly followed, 3,110,000. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned, having already realized twice before. He knew the first private room was definitely targeting him. But why would they do this without any grievances? As Lin Yi pondered, he raised the bid again, 4,200,000. 4,201,000. But the first private room immediately responded again. Lin Yi then immediately confirmed. Someone was targeting him. Ha ha ha. You can't get this item today. At this moment, Yang Ming from the first private room laughed heartily. He felt that this revenge was so satisfying. He had trolled Lu Qing twice. Just now he spent 1 million to buy a piece of junk, which was incredibly relieving. Now Lu Qing must still follow along. But no matter what price she offered, he would raise it. He would never let her succeed. He knew that this was his own business association. He could offer as much as he wanted. Hiss. Why is there a bidding war again? Ha ha ha. I wonder who will be unlucky this time. I suspect it's still the number 9 private room, they are too foolish. The crowd below was enjoying the excitement, curious about who would win this price war in the end. Lu Qing also furrowed her brows, who on earth is this? Lin Yi, however, smiled indifferently. At this moment, he already knew who his opponent was. Directly raising the price, 10 million spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole scene erupted in excitement. Wow, wow. Room 9 really has money. Where did this rich person come from, so foolish yet with so much money? This legendary material is already set at 10 million spirit stones, and they're raising it to the top in one go? This thing probably belongs to room 9, if they let go, it will be over. 30 million. Suddenly, someone in room 1 called out a bid. Wow. Wow. Is this a showdown of gods? 30 million? Really? This is clearly not giving room 9 a chance. I've never seen such an intense battle, this is quite a show. Looks like room 9 is about to lose, TSK. Another bid was placed. Lu Qing looked at Lin Yi, her eyes filled with worry. Without needing to speak, Lin Yi understood her meaning. We don't have the capital to continue raising the bid. As Lu Qing felt guilty, Lin Yi simply smiled calmly and said, don't worry. Suddenly, Lin Yi walked to another wall. The second floor's rooms are arranged in a circular shape. They are connected head to tail. Now, room 9 was flanked by rooms 8 and 1. At that moment, Yang Ming in room 1 excitedly slammed the table. Awesome. Let Lu Qing deal with me. Now you can feel however uncomfortable you want. Why does it feel like my hair is on fire? He suddenly felt a heat in his head. Instinctively, he looked up. A gigantic dragon head was now staring down at him. Wow! A monster! Yang Ming was immediately scared to the point of wetting his pants. He couldn't believe there was a monster in his room, all he could think of was escaping. Without even daring to look back, he ran straight out the door. Crack! He jumped right down from the second floor. The sudden appearance of the scene and the shouting of the word monster terrified everyone at the auction, making them recoil in fear. But when they saw the person who jumped down, they were all stunned. Yang Ming. Isn't he the young master of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce? He just came out of room 1, that means it was him raising the bid all along? The Extreme North Chamber of Commerce is his family's, he can raise the bid however he wants. Is this even fair to us? Pa! The Extreme North Chamber of Commerce can do something like using a shill. The appearance of the monster did not bring the crowd back to their senses. After seeing that room 1 belonged to the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce, their anger flared up. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, hee hee. Who knows if the items we auctioned earlier were also propped up by shills? Damn! Now that you mention it, it makes sense, no wonder the price I paid was so high. Yeah. I feel the same. After the issue with the blood-producing potion just happened, now there's news of shills. I think the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce isn't going to let this slide, refund us. The entire auction was thrown into chaos. At this moment, Yang Ming's head was spinning, he looked tremblingly at his room. But the large open door was already empty. Could it be that he had just imagined it? But it felt too real. Now he was safe. But a greater disaster was coming. Countless people were shouting for the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce to give an explanation, and this news spread rapidly. It was widely exposed online. These people were all specially invited. They had substantial power and complicated backgrounds. Even the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce did not dare to pressure them to be quiet. Ultimately, after a long and humble mediation by the branch president, the matter finally settled down. The final result was that all auction prices were reduced by 20%. Now everyone was satisfied, they caused this commotion just to gain benefits. And the mastermind behind all this was, of course, Lin Yi. He was like a chess player, manipulating all the pieces in his hands. He utilized the pet's ability released through the wall to scare Yang Ming. Then he intentionally spread that remark, hee hee. Who knows if the items we auctioned earlier were also propped up by shills? This directly ignited the anger of the crowd. Even if everyone knew their auction prices had no issues, they still. But they would also cause trouble. Because only then can they gain benefits. Who wouldn't want to take advantage in murky waters, even if they get blamed later? Laws don't punish the crowd, there are so many people here, what is there to fear? This is the weakness of human nature. Lin Yi perfectly utilized all of this. Sir! This is your auction item, totaling 11,500,000 spirit stones. Our Extreme North Chamber of Commerce apologizes for today's poor situation and hence offers a 20% rebate. You only need to pay 8,840,000 spirit stones. Chapter 48, The Scam. Lin Yi smiled and looked at Lu Qing beside him. At this moment, Lu Qing's face darkened upon seeing this. She appeared quite disheartened. To discuss this, we must go back half an hour. Upon seeing the son of the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce running out of room 1, Lu Qing was instantly dumbfounded. How could it be him? At this moment, even she understood. This was a scam from beginning to end. How did you figure out it was him? Lu Qing asked in disbelief. Though he couldn't see what happened in the room. He had a rough idea that this was definitely Lin Yi's doing. It was too easy. I was just wondering how I could be so lucky to encounter this job transfer material in such a short time, and it just happened to be from the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce. Lu Qing nodded, concern spreading across her face. This is bad, that guy definitely won't give us the item. But Lin Yi disagreed, no. He will definitely give us the item. Hearing this, Lu Qing looked at Lin Yi in disbelief and seriously asked, are you crazy? He set this up for us to discuss us, how could he possibly give us anything? Seeing Lu Qing's doubt, Lin Yi didn't argue, just smiled and said, then just wait and see. Hee. I'll watch, I just don't believe it. Lu Qing competed with Lin Yi, completely unable to believe such a possibility. Now the result is clear. This Lu Qing hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi directly explained, the one who raised the bid at the auction earlier, the one they hated the most, is also the strongest evidence, it's us. I believe the Extreme North Chamber of Commerce isn't that foolish. Actually, I guessed it was him a long time ago. The reason I used 10 million to bid was to make them feel that even if it was really sold to themselves, they wouldn't lose. Why not do it to calm the situation? Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing took a deep breath. Fortunately, such a person is on our team. If he were an enemy, that would be too terrifying. On the other side, Yang Ming was on a call. At this moment, his face was filled with frustration. All he heard from the other end of the line was a series of angry shouts, "You useless fool! I told you to go out and gain experience, and how many scandals have you caused in such a short time? I have to clean up after you. Dad! I just can't stand it, I must teach Lu Qing a lesson. That item absolutely cannot be given to him, I just want to disgust him. Do I need your guidance to get things done? Just stabilizing the situation is already good enough. If they start spreading rumors, how much will our extreme North Chamber of Commerce lose?" As he said this, the voice on the other end sneered coldly, "Humph. Just a second-rate force, how dare they repeatedly disrespect our extreme North Chamber of Commerce? I don't believe he can still turn the tables. You are really foolish, what harm can such tactics do to them? Once you take action, you must be decisive. I will send Hong Mo over to preside over this, and I'll give you the authority to mobilize the entire southern battle zone. This is a form of experience for you. If you can't bring back results, don't call me dad anymore." Although he couldn't discuss Lu Qing, hearing the last sentence made Yang Ming very happy. Hong Mo. That was one of his father's 3 mysterious helpers. Thinking about it, he walked out of the room, his legs still trembling slightly from the fright earlier. Lu Qing. Upon seeing Lu Qing, he instantly became furious. But because of what his father said earlier, he dared not act rashly at the auction. Who is that man? He also noticed Lin Yi. The two of them now noticed Yang Ming. Yang Ming couldn't help but mock, hee hee. What does it feel like to spend 1 million on a piece of trash? Oh. Lu Qing gained confidence this time and retorted directly, "Isn't this our extreme North Prince? Oh, did you just wet your pants out of fear? You." When Lu Qing said this, Yang Ming recognized Lin Yi. "You are that SSS level in Linhai City." Thinking of this, he suddenly realized, was it you who did that just now? He was extremely angry. Lin Yi was a beast master. It completely explained where that monster came from. But isn't that considered a useless profession? That monster was way too scary. Goodbye. Lu Qing didn't want to argue and dragged Lin Yi away. "I will not let you go." Yang Ming shouted angrily as he watched the two walk away. This incident came to an end, and Lin Yi successfully acquired 3 treasures. Next, the most important thing was to level up and push for the second transition. Lin Yi looked at the bloodstone he had just purchased. He directly chose to sacrifice it. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission, Blessing of the Blood God, 100W. Congratulations on obtaining God level buff Blessing of the Blood God. Blessing of the Blood God, God level, you can split a flesh and blood clone that is indistinguishable from your main body. It does not possess any attributes but has synchronized thinking and independent action abilities. Trait I, the flesh and blood clone can condense again 30 days after its destruction. Trait 2, when your main body dies, this flesh and blood clone will regain combat capability and consciousness, like resurrection. Holy crap! Lin Yi was stunned the moment he saw this entry. This was simply too amazing. This was equivalent to having an extra life, right? However, equipment might not be inherited. But for Lin Yi, that was not a big deal. He was a beast master after all. As long as his beast pets were still there, Lin Yi could rise again. Lin Yi couldn't wait to split off a clone. Not bad, not bad, it looked exactly like him. Looking at the body that was indistinguishable from his own except for a bit of blood color, Lin Yi was extremely satisfied. Lin Yi could even feel that his spirit was divided into 2. He could control both bodies at the same time without any interference. Wait, Lin Yi suddenly thought of something. It didn't have combat capabilities, but was indistinguishable from himself? But he was a beast master, his combat capabilities weren't important at all. Lin Yi tried to control the flesh and blood body to open the pet space. It truly appeared miraculously. The most important part was, the 2 pet spaces were connected. This meant that the fire dragon and mechanical dragon could run back and forth through the pet space. This was simply too amazing. In some way, this was like time and space travel. But the most important part wasn't this. The flesh and blood clone didn't possess combat capabilities. But it was no different from himself. This meant it could enter secret realms. Thinking of this, Lin Yi became even more excited. He hurriedly controlled the clone and left home. He dashed toward the secret realm, completely unaware of a figure following behind him. Soon they arrived at the secret realm. Chapter 49, Entering the Ancient Ruins. Ding! At this moment, Lin Yi, who was at home, was extremely excited. Because his clone had really entered the secret realm successfully. And even though he couldn't fight, the fire dragon could. Now Linny would finally not be exhausted. With this clone, production was almost worry-free. After all, it was just a clone, it wouldn't tire out no matter what. It could truly operate 24 hours, in a sense, I am my own slave now, line. But Linny simply could not be waited for. Until later, when he heard about Linny at the ancient ruins, he even suspected whether Linny had the power of space relocation. He actually managed to escape right under his nose. Of course, all of this was just afterthoughts. The next morning, Linny shifted his focus to his clone. After waking up from sleep, the clone had collected several tens of thousands of materials. This kind of life was simply too delightful. He tidied up his equipment and went to the education bureau to meet Dong Pangpang and Su Bingbing. Today was the day for exploring the ancient ruins. Ahem. Before we go, let me first explain a few things. This is also a requirement from the Jiangnan base city. The leading teacher coughed a few times. The others were quite curious. But as they noted down the leading teacher's words, they were left shocked and speechless. First of all, the team consists of 10 members. We only have 3 here, while there are 7 of them. You must absolutely follow their orders. What the hell? The 3 exchanged glances, each looking baffled. But there was nothing to refute. Also, the teacher continued, whatever you obtain inside, they have distribution rights. You must have no objections. Damn. Dong Pangpang was the first to lose control. Are we here to work for them? Sigh. They say that even without you, things would proceed the same way. The teacher forced a smile. He truly couldn't understand either. Linny also wore a troubled expression. He wasn't upset about this, he knew they had no right to object. He was just astonished by the strength of Jiangnan base city. An ancient ruin located between 2 cities. They took 3 out of 10 spots. And there were all these rules and conditions. Such overbearing actions show just how confident they are in their own strength. Alright. You all can decide whether to go or not, the teacher said helplessly. Although the 3 were angry, they couldn't give up this opportunity. After getting in the vehicle, approximately 3 hours passed. The vehicle left the urban area. They arrived in the wilderness. Not knowing how long they had walked, they finally reached their destination. There, 4 men and 3 women were already waiting. What? Lu Ming. Upon seeing one of them, the 3 exchanged incredulous glances. When Lu Ming saw Linny, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Clearly, no one expected Lu Ming, as a failure, to show up here. Moreover, he seemed to have come in using a quota from Jiangnan base city. He. Power is truly a wonderful thing. Dong Pangpang said meaningfully. What? Lu Ming, do you know these people? Suddenly, a young man in white robes, holding a beautiful fan, stepped forward and asked. In front of this person, Lu Ming showed none of the arrogance he had toward classmates at school. Instead, he seemed a bit subservient. Yes, these 3 were once my schoolmates. Could you introduce us, please? Though the young man in white said this, his gaze was fixed on Su Bingbing. The corners of his mouth curled up, and his wicked gaze made it clear to everyone that he had ill intentions. Clearly, others were secondary, he primarily wanted to get to know Su Bingbing. Lu Ming certainly noticed this too. But he was helpless. He had already lost to Linny, and now another person was competing with him. Besides, this guy was someone he dared not offend. Forget it. Regardless, he couldn't win her over, and having this guy deal with Linny for him would be even better. At this moment, he hated Linny to the core. He smiled and explained to the young man in white, this young lady is the school beauty of our school, also the daughter of the Su family. An S-grade support specialist. Oh. Upon hearing this, the person's eyes instantly sparkled. Nice to meet you, I am Li Quanran from Jiangnan High School. Faced with his outstretched hand, Su Bingbing ignored him and merely offered a forced smile out of politeness. Li Quanran's face turned awkward immediately. But they could only awkwardly fan themselves. Hiss. The other 5 people behind all gasped in surprise. They knew Li Quanran's personality, just because he looked emotionless now. But he was well known for being petty and ruthless. Li Quanran's hand, hidden behind his back, clenched tightly. Humph. Stupid bitch, pretending to be noble, I will make you submit to me. After introducing Su Bingbing, Li Quanran had lost interest. But then Lu Ming pulled him back, saying, these 2 are brothers. And he specifically introduced Linny, saying, this one is something else, our city's prominent figure. SSS level professional. He is also a pursuer of the school beauty Su. As he said this, he deliberately emphasized the word pursuer. Linny sneered, this guy was truly disgusting. He couldn't argue, arguing was meaningless. SSS level. Instantly, the others were shocked, their breaths quickening. But when they thought about this being the profession of that beast master from their city, they smiled smugly. TCH. Trash, someone sneered directly, with no intention of holding back their voice. They were all students from the base city, looking down on students from other cities. Here was a so-called genius appearing in their disdainful group. Of course, it became their topic of laughter. Hee hee. Then please take good care of us. Li Chuanron's words were laced with mockery, his attitude was arrogant. He completely looked down on Lin Yi. Hee hee. SSS level professional? I will use you as a sacrifice later to let Su Bingbing see what a true genius is. Li Quanran sneered in his heart. Lin Yi. They are too bullying. Dong Pengpeng said angrily. Lin Yi shook his head, saying, it's fine. He really didn't care. It was just a bit of wind and frost. Very quickly, everyone arrived at the ancient relic. Ding. Do you want to enter the ancient relic, disaster battlefield, S-level, level restriction LV10 LV30? Hiss. This was actually an S-level secret realm. To think that my divine bloodstone also came from an S-level relic. This shows how rare this relic is. Let's go. Li Quanran said seriously, specially reminding Lin Yi and the others, inside you must obey our commands, otherwise if you die, we are not responsible. Ding. Entering, disaster battlefield, S-level, cannot exit the ancient relic. With a flash of white light, the group appeared in a desert full of white bones. Boundless killing intent surged from all around. Ding. You are affected by killing intent and have been inflicted with the Yefir debuff. The team all had solemn expressions. They looked around warily. But for a long time, there was no reaction. Chapter 50, T-shaped group, cannon fodder. Everyone was a bit confused. What kind of relic was this? There were no task prompts or guidance. By right, ancient relics are solidified images from hundreds or thousands of years ago. There should usually be some plot. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came from afar. A few armored warriors were seen quickly riding their horses toward them. Is there someone ahead? The mounted warriors immediately noticed the group. Stop them, enlist them. Before the group could react, they were surrounded by the mounted warriors. These warriors were all at least level 30. Let's fight. Li Quanran signaled to the others with his eyes. Just as they were ready to attack. Suddenly, Lin Yi put down his weapon and walked over. Hey! My lord, we finally found you. At this, not only Li Quanran but even the warriors were dumbfounded. What are you doing? They were puzzled. But Lin Yi didn't look like he was lying at all and sincerely said, we are here to enlist. We traveled a long distance to find you. Oh. It's impressive that there are still people volunteering for military service these days. A few warriors appreciated Lin Yi's words. Then they said, you're lucky, this is going to be a battlefield for two armies, and if it weren't for the brothers coming out to patrol, you would have ended up as cannon fodder. Get on your horses. Follow us. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock upon hearing these words. Hiss. A legion. This requires at least over 3,000 people to be called a legion. It's equivalent to a clash of nearly 10,000 people. If these 10 people had really killed those patrolling soldiers just now, they would never have escaped this battlefield. Ultimately, getting caught in the fight would lead to nothing but ashes. Thinking of this, everyone broke out into a cold sweat on their foreheads. Just a moment ago, they almost walked straight to their death. And everyone looked at Lin Yi in unison. Lin Yi had just saved their lives. They couldn't help but wonder how Lin Yi figured it out. Could it be a coincidence? TSK. Didn't expect him to actually be useful despite being such a coward. TCH. He really can act. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Li Chuanjin sneered. In his view, Lin Yi was just lucky. Impressive, brother. However, Dong Pengpeng didn't think so. He had witnessed Lin Yi's deeds firsthand. Lin Yi was definitely not someone cowardly, which meant he had seen through everything just now. This was how he guided everyone to avoid a disaster. Before long, everyone arrived at the military camp. They had completely entered the storyline. Everyone was assigned to a small squad. It was a squad from Team D. The military groups were divided into A, B, C, and D. They were in the weakest team. Here, basic all were just cannon fodder. When going to battle, they are always the first to go. The losses in this team were also the heaviest. Almost every time they returned from the battlefield, over 80% had to change blood. Maybe today, teammates were not even fully recognized. Tomorrow, they would be all strangers. This was the treatment of Team D. Damn it! It's all your fault. You insisted on bringing us here. After some inquiries, Lu Ming was the first to jump out and complain. Here, Li Gu is the captain. Why are you bringing us around? Hearing this, Dong Pangpang couldn't sit still. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for my brother just now, you'd all be dead on that battlefield. Ha ha. How do you know that I definitely couldn't leave the battlefield just now? What if there were other ways? Lu Ming persisted in his argument. Now he has gotten everyone into this danger zone, and we can't escape. It's even more dangerous. Now everyone looked at Lin Yi with resentment, as if it was really Lin Yi's fault. Li Chuanjin stood up as the good guy at that moment. Alright. It's already like this, everyone should stop acting on their own, and listen to my commands. Saying this, he coldly stared at Lin Yi. If some people still do things that harm the group, I will definitely kick them out of the team and let them fend for themselves. Lu Ming immediately stood up to echo him. Li Gu is magnanimous. Unlike certain people who have no skills, yet all day thinking of showing off. Ha ha. I said he was just lucky. A country bumpkin is just disgusting. Others also humiliated Lin Yi in various ways. Faced with this situation, prepare to go to battle. Your goal is to hold a frontline bunker. At the command, Lin Yi and the others went to the battlefield. On the barren desert, stone brick bunkers rose at the very front of the defense line. These were used to disrupt the opponent's offensive. Once the enemy army approached, if they stopped to deal with it, the advancement of the army would be delayed for a long time due to these small bunkers. If they didn't deal with them, these bunkers would be like needles. They would penetrate deep into the enemy ranks, not only disrupting their formation, but also capable of launching sneak attacks. However, this was also the most dangerous place. Lin Yi looked at this place and inhaled sharply. This seemed like a deadlock. Staying there would eventually mean death. Either holding on, but that would only be a slow death. Or they would have to upgrade the team's level. If it weren't for Team D, they wouldn't have to go up the bunkers. But how to upgrade? Lin Yi took out dozens of spirit stones and found the warrior who brought them in earlier, asking, Brother, I don't want to stay in the T-shaped group and die, but is there any way out? Yo! You're quite clever, there is definitely a way. Just need enough military merit. That person saw Lin Yi's talents and instantly smiled brightly. TCH. Sneaky and cunning. You rat. A few people from Jiangnan Base City looked at Lin Yi's actions with disdain. But Lin Yi had already gotten the information he wanted. How is it? Dong Pangpang immediately asked with anticipation when he saw Lin Yi return. Even Su Bingbing looked at Lin Yi with hopeful eyes. When we get to the front line later, you both listen to me. I have a plan. Lin Yi's words were like a calming needle, instantly reassuring the two. After arriving at the bunker and awaiting orders, Li Quanran walked up to Su Bingbing. You are a holy song master. When the monsters come, just focus on supporting me. I will protect your safety. Some people can't even protect themselves, being with him is very dangerous. Our Jiangnan High School always cherishes beautiful girls, we can't bear to let you get hurt. His words were clearly directed at Lin Yi. Facing this situation, Lin Yi spoke out angrily, if you really can't accept it, let's settle it right here. Playing those petty tricks is useless. It's even making people feel uncomfortable. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. After a brief silence, laughter erupted, ha ha ha. You want to challenge brotherly, what a joke. Boom. 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 Just then, the entire bunker shook violently. Like an earthquake. Chapter 51, Desert Monsters. Countless shouts rushed towards them. The enemy is attacking. Now everyone couldn't care less about anything else. They immediately entered combat mode. Arm up. Lin Yi was covered with a layer of mech armor. What the hell? That's kind of cool. Where can I get one of those? I want to buy a set too. Dong Pangpang shouted excitedly. Lin Yi looked at the raging desert team. This team had dozens of level 30 desert monsters as their vanguard. Desert Monster. Level, LV 30. Health, 21,000/21,000. Attack, 2,400. Defense, 820. Skill I, Desert Roar. Skill 2, Yellow Sand Claw. Skill 3, Dusk Sun Slash. Skill 4, Desert Energy Cannon. Hiss. This is tricky, quick. Form up. After seeing the attributes, Li Quanran immediately gave the order. Clearly, the 7 of them had already trained before. Quickly, they arranged a formation. 2 meat shields went to the front, on the left and right flanks were 2 warriors, with Li Quanran as the output core in the middle. Behind them were 2 supporters. And their levels. LV 32nd Promotion, Clear Wind Taoist, S-Class. LV 32nd Promotion, Tree Spirit Priest, A-Class. LV 32nd Promotion, Heavy Armor Warrior, A-Class. Except for Lu Ming, they were all at the 3rd promotion. And all of them were A-Class professions. This was their foundation. After all, Linhai City only had its own meager recruitment resources. But Jiangnan High School was open to the entire Jiangnan province. The two were not on the same level at all. Li Quanran glanced at Lin Yi and the others, deliberately ignoring them. He wanted Lin Yi and the others to suffer a little. Only then would they realize what level of players they were. He. This country bumpkin probably has never seen such an impressive scene? That's right, with your strength, the 2nd promotion is an unreachable peak, while this is just the starting point for us. After showing their levels, the others immediately mocked Lin Yi. It's fine. Don't mind them. Lin Yi stopped Dong Pang Pang, then instructed, you two stand behind me, let me handle it. Upon hearing this, Pang Pang wanted to refuse. Lin Yi, as a beastmaster, going to the front is like looking for death. Here they come. Block them. Just like that, the 10-person team was forcefully split into 2 groups. As the desert monsters rushed before them, Li Quanran immediately waved the fan in his hand, and a gust of wind blew out. It directly pushed the monsters back several meters, at the same time dealing damage. Minus 1,255. Minus 2,200, critical hit. Seeing the damage numbers, everyone here cheered. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for this group of desert monsters to go down. As expected of an A-class combat mage, the output ability is indeed strong. Bang! Just as they were feeling proud, a beam larger than a head shot out from somewhere. It pierced directly through this group of desert monsters. 24350. 24350. Dozens of desert monsters were directly annihilated, not even ash remained. What the hell? Which NPC did this? They were shocked and looked in the direction. But there was only Lin Yi there. It seemed there was no one else. How is this possible? Was that attack you? They were in disbelief, completely not trusting Lin Yi. Lin Yi ignored them and directly summoned an energy sword. It flew out. Desert Giant, LV 30 Elite. Level, LV 30. Health, 34,000/34,000. Attack power, 3,200. Defense, 1,420. Skill I Desert Roar. Skill 2 One-Eyed Laser. Skill 3 Gravity Magnetic Field. Skill 4 Charged Heavy Punch. Introduction, an elite among desert monsters, a nightmare in human battles. What the hell? 3 elite monsters, quickly give me buffs. When seeing the monsters, Li Chuanzhan suddenly became anxious. 1 head was manageable. But 3 heads were a bit hard to handle. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell Su Bingbing beside him, Miss Su, you can come over here, we will protect you. Bang! But outside, Lin Yi fired again. 35000. 35000. Instant kill. Ding. Killed LV 30 Desert Giant, Elite, experience plus 4,225, plus 50%. Ding. Killed LV 30 Desert Giant, Elite, experience plus 4,225, plus 50%. Ding. Dropped material 1-eyed of Desert Giant times 3. Ding. Level up, LV20 LV210/1425000, obtain golden egg times 1, 2. Now he had 2 golden eggs. Still 1 level away from synthesis. Ha ha ha. Is this Lin Gu? Dong Pang Pang was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Some people deal 1,000 damage, and you can only deal 1,000 damage, Dong Pang Pang directly mocked. Our Lin Gu deals 30,000, and the monster only has 30,000. Put. Su Bingbing couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This was implicitly referring to Li Chuanzhan. You. Seeking death. Li Chuanzhan was instantly enraged, his face turning red. Lin Yi felt the power within him and was very satisfied. Is this the mechanical dragon after leveling up? So strong. Mechanical dragon, initial form. Level, LV20, 0/70,000 spirit stones. Attributes, dragon/machine. Quality, legendary 9 tier. Health, 62500/62500. Attack power, 4,800. Talent I Mechanical Core, SSS level. Talent 2 Bloodline Suppression, SSS level. Skill I Laser Cannon/Ray Gun, S level LV9. Skill 2 Mechanical God Dragon Bloodline, SSS level unupgradable. Skill 3 Energy Theft, SSS level LV9, gaining 1 energy point for each kill of a target no lower than its level. Every energy point can enhance health by 20 points / attack power by 1 point. Energy points 1000 / 3000, every 10 levels. The energy point limit increases by 1100 points. Skill 4 Energy Laser Sword, SSS level LV9. Skill V Magic Restriction, SSS level locked until LV30. Introduction, one of the highest dragon gods, the Mechanical Dragon, Flesh Pain, Mechanical Ascension. Equipment, none. Chapter 52 National Genius Training Camp. Now the attributes of the Blazing Dragon itself had an attack power of 5000, plus Lin Yi's own attack power easily exceeded 10,000. The damage multiplier of the laser cannon was 500%. With one shot, 50 to 60,000 wasn't a problem. But Lin Yi looked forward to the attributes after upgrading the Mechanical Dragon to LV25 and equipping that legendary item. When that time comes, who knows how terrifying the attributes will be. Clone. Hurry up and make money. Lin Yi urged in his heart. Far away in another Lin Yi hastily increased the pace. As this desert team was slaughtered, everyone heard a prompt, ding. Congratulations to Lin Yi for completely annihilating a desert team. The player scoreboard is now open. Player scoreboard, countdown 47 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. First place, Lin Yi, 50 points. None. Refresh every 12 hours. This score can be exchanged for permanent items, military camp store, and limited items, point store. 48 hours after settlement, the top 3 will receive 50%, 75%, and 100% of the points pool rewards. Open historical scoreboard, recording all player scores. The first place in the historical scoreboard will receive the most precious rewards in ancient relics, achieving first place in the scoreboard after 48-hour clearance. Note, if the final battle fails, death. Score clears. Hearing the prompt, everyone finally understood how to play this ancient relic game. Hiss. We are the first to enter the ancient relic. Does that mean the first will be born among us? When Lu Ming spoke, everyone instantly became excited. This was an S-level ancient relic. The top of the historical leaderboard. This concept was much more powerful than any secret realm first clearance or record. After all, those could be obtained by many people. But this could only be claimed by one person. And the reward came from the most precious things of the ancient relics. At the very least, it had to be epic tier. If we were to go higher than that, then there wouldn't be a limit. Everyone's minds began to race. Point store. Hiss. Look quickly. It was uncertain who shouted, but everyone opened the appearing store. As it appeared, the items sparkled with golden light. The lowest were all golden grade items. Wow. Upgrade scrolls? No. Look at that, a support class enhancement scroll. There are actually forging blueprints? Everyone was dumbfounded. There weren't many items, only about a few dozen. But all of them were good things. Each item was almost in limited quantity. Only one. These were presumably the remnants of the battle that had previously left behind. This was something that normally wouldn't appear in a secret realm below level 30. But because this was an ancient relic, there were so many. Below, a points column appeared. It described various ways to earn points. One was completing camp tasks, another was achieving accomplishments like Lin Yi just did, and the rest were using monster kills and materials to exchange for points. Wait. Hand over the desert cyclops. Dong Pangpang was about to pick up the loot when he was called by Lu Ming. Hearing this, Dong Pangpang questioned, "What nonsense are you saying?" "Ha ha. Once we enter the secret realm, you must listen to Brother Li's orders, and the loot must also be distributed by Brother Li," Lu Ming declared. "Oh, then do tell me how you plan to divide it?" Dong Pangpang inquired mockingly. Ahem. Li Quanran also stood out at this moment. "Let me say one thing. As a small team, it's best to stack up and nurture the head." When this was said, Dong Pangpang was somewhat surprised. "Oh, why are you suddenly being so sensible?" But then Li Quanran continued. "So, you all hand over the materials to me, and I will exchange them for points. Whatever you need, I will redeem for you." Chapter 53, National Genius. Then based on everyone's contributions, we will arrange for second and third places. We have many support roles here, and they don't have kill capabilities. If we divide points based on damage and last hits, it's unfair. Don't worry. I will definitely be fair and just. And right now, I'm not discussing this with you, it's a command, understand? Oh heavens. Why are you punishing me? Dong Pangpang felt numb. Thank you. I don't need your distribution. I can earn points on my own. Lin Yi was almost amused. Saying it so grandly, did he think others didn't know what he wanted? Linny, are you going to defy my orders? Li Chuanron's face darkened immediately. Your orders? You think you are worthy to command me? Linny was not intimidated at all. If I leave the distribution to you, the first place is yours, so how will the hidden rewards be divided? Ha ha. Of course, it will be divided based on contributions. Besides, how could it possibly involve someone from a wild chicken school like you? Why are you concerned about this? Li Quanran mocked. In reality, before entering the secret realm, he had received a secret order from the school. That was to absolutely secure this ancient relic. The school would even start to promote him, giving him a chance to enter the genius training camp. That was the genius training camp, where even the teachers were the current war god's haven. The highest temple crafted with the nation's strength. Students who emerged from there were at least advanced level 4, with many war gods among them. Because a TV station was coming to interview, the National Genius Training Camp selection held every 10 years was about to begin. But the selection method for the National Genius Training Camp was quite peculiar. There was no clear method of selection. Even each selection, after starting once, the top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination barely made it in. But sometimes, a poor student is suddenly snatched from school for direct selection. Therefore, all the schools are showing off their strength. This is to recruit students for the National Genius Training Camp. So this time, he must seize the ancient ruins and achieve the top score. And he must lead by a wide margin. He doesn't hope for the school to help him because he knows there are many students needing support more than him. He wants to rely on himself. When the TV broadcasts, this is an S-level ancient ruin, he will have overwhelming leading power. That will definitely attract attention. If he successfully enters the genius training camp, he doesn't dare to think further. At this moment, outside the secret realm, there were indeed many vehicles gathered. All of them were equipped with filming devices. Ahem. The sweet-voiced host began. Next, I will live broadcast the ancient ruins located between Linhai City and Jiangnan Base City for all of you. This is an S-level ruin, numbered S07. This means this ruin ranks 7th in danger among S-level ruins. This is a very high value. The personnel configuration entering this battle includes 7 from Jiangnan High School, 2 from Linhai First Key High School. At this point, the host paused for a moment, and 1 student from Linhai 13. Ahem. Alright. According to investigations, this secret realm was formed during an ancient battle between humans and alien races, and it is a scoring ranking type secret realm. According to estimates, the ranking should be out now. I must introduce the personnel's power configuration. There are 2 double S level and 7 A level. Among them, 1 S level even possesses a personal weapon. Upon hearing this, the live audience was in an uproar. The audience instantly surged to 3,000 plus. Personal weapons, also known as professional exclusive weapons. They are the most compatible weapons for a person's profession, with attributes, special effects, profession skills, and so on. It can be said that a professional without an exclusive weapon is worlds apart from one with it. A professional with an exclusive weapon can normally fight 3 ordinary professionals of the same level. Now, let's look at the leaderboard. This expert Li Quanran should be first, right? Another one, an S-level professional is also possible. It wouldn't be another A-level professional, would it? What the heck? Who is Lin Yi? If you keep talking like this about our school, should I just leave now? Let you face the monster tide alone? Lin Yi sneered. Once he said this, they dared not speak anymore. No one dared to suggest letting Lin Yi leave. Oh? Why aren't you talking? Lin Yi seized the opportunity, but even if you beg me to stay, I will still leave. Bing Bing and Little Fatty, let's go. Lin Yi directly took the 2 away. You dare to leave our team? You won't know how you die later. Lu Ming yelled angrily. Li Quanran clenched his fan tightly, thinking he would take the lead this time. But he never expected the thorny Lin Yi would show up. He had stolen his spotlight twice in a row, and made him lose face in front of the beauties. I think it's very normal for someone to disappear in the secret realm, he thought, dark intentions starting to emerge in his heart. Leaving like this, we haven't even completed the task. Su Bingbing expressed her worries, even though she believed Lin Yi would follow her. Stop. Deserting the front line is punishable by death. At this moment, several cavalrymen stopped Lin Yi and the others. Their hearts suddenly jumped to their throats. But Lin Yi appeared calm. We have gathered enough resources to go to the C-level team, specifically returning to change teams. Upon hearing this, the cavalrymen found it difficult to block them. They had no choice but to obediently step aside. Seeing this scene, Dong Peng Peng was overjoyed. How did you do that? Lin Yi smiled broadly. I tricked him. Ah. Linny saw their surprised expressions and explained, I already know the whole Secret Realm situation. The Secret Realm is the battlefield of the Card Dynasty and the desert monsters from 500 years ago. Do you know what the final outcome of the Card Dynasty was? The two girls widened their eyes in disbelief. How do you know about the Secret Realm? Quick, tell us the result? Knowing the plot of such ancient ruins is completely different from not knowing. They are two entirely different difficulties, worlds apart. When you know the follow-up plot in advance, it feels like you're cheating. How knowledgeable Linny must be. He just entered not long ago and could recognize this situation. A great defeat. The entire kingdom was destroyed. Once Linny spoke these words, the two of them breathed a little faster. Hiss. How dangerous is this secret realm? 007. Linny, however, answered this question. They instantly felt a tremor in their hearts. The danger level of ancient ruins indeed had to be tested after entering. But they never expected that this ancient ruin would rank at 007. Among great ancient ruins, there are indeed ancient ruins that even god-level experts cannot handle. Their ranking is even below 007. We're doomed. Upon hearing this news, Linny also felt despair. But there was still a way to solve it. He used his clone to search the library and found this piece of history. It was precisely because of the internal discord and civil strife within the dynasty that led to this outcome. When they heard Linny's words, they let them pass without even checking. This confirmed the truth of this history. Chapter 54, Upgrade Armor. What made everyone feel heavier was that the plot was not a victory. This meant that players needed to take action. Players could no longer play the role of a minor character and quietly accumulate points. They must also bend the development of the plot. But this was a war involving tens of thousands of people. How could it be so easy? At this point, Linny also did not know what the solution was. But at least he had an idea. Linny took the two to the military camp shop. The points he gained were synced with the shop. The military camp shop was full of potions and normal items for repairing equipment. Of course, there were also some special items, like summoning soldiers' talismans and wooden arrays for defense. But for Linny, these were basically unnecessary. Lin Gidge, can you lend me some points to buy some medicine? I haven't prepared enough medicine for this outing. Dong Pang Pang called out dramatically. This guy is really too familiar, making Linny feel uncomfortable all over. Not many points, save them. I have medicine, take it and use it. Linny directly threw 10 bundles of blood-replenishing potions to Dong Pang Pang. Blood-replenishing potions? You just gave me 100 bottles like this? Dong Pang Pang squeezed her face, doubting whether she was dreaming. The blood-replenishing potion factory isn't yours, right? I want to exchange to become a level C team and buy 100 soldier summoning talismans. It will cost approximately 2,500 points. Linny had his own plan. He didn't want to continue being a subordinate to NPCs, it was too dangerous. The best way was to form his own team. At least he would have some freedom. Each of the three needed 500 points to redeem themselves to become members of the level C team, and then recruit some soldiers to form a level C structure. Exchanging away the three giants' eyes would barely bring the points to 110. Looking at it now, the three of them at least needed to kill more than 200 elite desert giants. Sigh. Let's go check the taskbar. Linny went to the military camp's task area. Complete the extermination of a desert squad for 100 points. Task completed. Do you want to claim? Kill the opposing squad leader, the Reaper Butcher, for 1,000 points. Traverse the buff tower. For each level up, you get 100 points, and for every 3 additional layers, you get times 2 points. Linny immediately focused on that climbing task. However, each person only had one chance to claim this task. It's best not to act now. It's too dangerous to go to the front lines right now. Even the cannon fodder teams have already reported that a level 50 boss has appeared on the front lines. But Linny was not afraid. He let Su Bingbing and Dong Pang Pang stay behind. He had just come out mainly to take the two of them away. It didn't matter to him to be on the battlefield himself. But dragging the two along would be unacceptable. Linny accepted the mission to kill the God Butcher, and then returned to the battlefield. Linny. We should go with you. Su Bingbing called out anxiously, looking at Linny, who questioned their stay. Dong Pang Pang chimed in, yeah. Without me as your meat shield beside you, what will you do if you encounter danger? Trust me. Linny smiled, waving his hand as he turned and walked towards the battlefield. At this moment, the battlefield was already a chaotic mess. Tens of thousands of monsters were at the gates, and the front fortresses had all been destroyed. TSK. I wonder if they are still alive. Linny was glad he had left early. Otherwise, with so many monsters, keeping himself safe wouldn't be a problem. But it would be difficult to ensure the safety of those two. His captain should have died too. So now, nobody should pay attention to his identity. Kill. Linny found a corner where others couldn't see him. He directly summoned the Blaze Dragon. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as it appeared, the Blaze Dragon was elated. It was disgusted by anything fleshy and long at the moment. It had been in the brush every day. Now it could finally go into battle. Go! Linny mounted the Blaze Dragon and formally set off to fight. Roar! With a breath of dragon fire, a large number of monsters fell. Ding! 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 Notifications rang continuously in his ears. Ding! Killed a level 30 desert monster, experience plus 4,450, plus 50%. Ding! Killed a level 30 desert monster, experience plus 4,450, plus 50%. Ding! Completed the achievement of killing 100 desert monsters, points plus 200. Lin Yi's outstanding record immediately attracted the attention of the desert giants. But they were completely no match for him. Lin Yi wielded his giant sword, each strike accompanied by the giant's head falling to the ground. Experience wildly stacked up. He directly broke through to level 22. Golden egg times 3. He could synthesize a super golden egg again. Now, Lin Yi's dominance on the battlefield had reached a level where even if he didn't lift a finger, just relying on the Blaze Dragon could keep him safe. Ding! Consumed legendary golden eggs times 3, synthesized super golden egg, mythical, times 1. Ding! Opened super golden egg, mythical, obtained the enhancement attribute, God of Fire Tempering. God of Fire Tempering, enhancement attribute. Effect, can evolve fire-type equipment. Ding! Scarlet Flame Dragon Armor, legendary, Purgatory Dragon Armor, mythical. Purgatory Dragon Armor, mythical, plus 9, pet equipment. Level, LV 20. Attributes, health plus 160,000, attack plus 12,600. Effect I, Scarlet Flame, increases fire-type skill power by 50%. Effect 2, Dragon Armor, allows dragon-blooded pets to wear it, igniting their inner bloodline potential, and awakening a fire-type super skill in advance. Effect 3, Purgatory, can increase any skill and ultimate effect of pets by 30%. Description, refined from heavenly fire and divine dragon blood, allows dragon-type pets to awaken early. Wow! This upgrade directly evolved into a mythical one. The level also reached 20. The Blaze Dragon ushered in super strengthening. Pet, Blaze Dragon, juvenile. Level, LV20, 0/90,000 Spirit Stones. Quality, legendary 9th rank. Health, 262200/262200. Attack, 20,800. Talent I, Source of Fire, SSS level. Talent 2, Bloodline Suppression, SSS level. Skill I, Fire Dragon Breath, S level, LV9, aims at 20 times 2050 times 50 huge area to spray true fire, dealing 300% 500% attack damage, ignoring evasion. Skill 2, Dragon Bloodline, SS level. Skill 3, True Flame of Life, SSS level, LV9, damage will not be reflected, additionally gains 20% 35% lifesteal effect, excess healing will convert to real shield, applied to self and 1-3 allies, conversion ratio affected by attack power. Skill 4, Heavenly Fire Dragon Roar, SS level, LV9, the dragon's roar is the most penetrating sound in the world, can cause force stun for 3s6.5s within a radius of 50 by 50, immune to exemption or elimination, and cleanse abnormal states from allies, as well as a brief invulnerability effect, cooldown 30s19.8s. Ultimate skill, Super Ultimate, Fire Exterminator. Equipped, LV20, Purgatory Dragon Armor plus 9, mythical. Description, one of the 5 supreme dragons, the Blaze Dragon. So strong. Now the Blaze Dragon's attributes reached a whopping 260,000 health. Its attack power also reached 20,000. Now a single breath of the Blaze Dragon's fire could easily deal over 100,000 damage. Its ultimate skill also received an upgrade. Transformed into Super Essence. He learned about this knowledge from ancient texts. It seems that mythical level pet essences can evolve again. The effect is even stronger. If essence is the deepest digging of bloodlines, then Super Essence is tracing back to the original source of power. Even more terrifying. Super Essence Fire Punishment. Passive, immune to any negative effects. Active, deal Judgment Strike to all targets in a radius of 10,000 times 10,000, causing 5,000% damage from the ancient fire god wielding a sword, cannot be dodged, cannot be exempted. It grants all friendly targets within the range 3 times of fire god's protection, avoiding 3 instances of damage and dealing a 500% damage strike to targets. Chapter 55, Golden Level Boss Water Jiao. The combat power of the Blazing Dragon grows exponentially. Now, even if he fought a level 50 boss one-on-one, he might have a chance to win. Soon, Linny gathered enough 2,000 points. But this is far from enough. This is just the starting goal. Linny has his sights set on many things in the points shop. For example, a blueprint for golden equipment named Holy Flame Armor. This armor has a property that can generate a magic resistance shield. It is excellent equipment against mages. Currently, as far as Linny knows, such an item does not exist in the market. Therefore, this will be a great money-making beast. It actually requires 10,000 points, which is far beyond Linny's current points. For Linny, who is currently short on money, it's a great item. Facing the completely fallen battlefield, Linny did not retreat, instead, he charged out. Roar! 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 The blazing dragon's breath knocked down plenty of desert monsters. It seems that many monsters began to avoid Linny. At this moment, the desert butcher finally stepped forward. That is a level 30 golden boss. 4 of them rushed forward together. And that's not all. Among the monster camp, a powerful being finally appeared to balance Linny. Water Jiao, LV 50 Dark Gold Boss. Health, for 500,000/4, 500,000. Attack power, 54,000. Defense power, 12,500. Skill 1 Water Element Bullet. Skill 2 Breath of Water. Skill 3 True Water Divine Realm. Skill 4 True Dragon Blood Form. Essence Water Dragon. Essence. This was Lin Yi's first encounter with a monster possessing essence. Upon seeing Water Jiao appear, the monster camp erupted in cheers. It seemed they believed victory was near. Go! Linny said nothing, just sent the blazing dragon out. Upon seeing the blazing dragon, Water Jiao felt a shiver run through its body. It was like coming home after sneaking out to play games, only to find parents waiting with a stick. Fear came from the depths of its bloodline. The battle power of the entire Jiao significantly dropped. The blazing dragon charged directly at it. The fight took place in the blink of an eye. Bang! Water Jiao couldn't withstand the blazing dragon. It was sent flying with a single slap. 3-100. A single slap caused 30,000 points of damage. Even a second transfer class player's health was only this much. Roar! Another breath of the dragon burned Water Jiao until it was charred all over. Water Jiao, in disbelief, hurriedly spat out a water bullet to try and extinguish the flames on its body. But no matter what, it couldn't move the flame one bit. Water Jiao looked in disbelief at the blazing dragon, wondering what kind of terrifying creature this was, possessing such a fearsome fire. Logically, the fire element should be restrained by it. But the situation before it was entirely different. And the situation on Lin Yi's side was not good either. Those 4 desert butchers had found Lin Yi. Desert Butcher, LV 30 Golden Boss. Health, 1-202-000/1, 202-000. Attack power, 8,500. Defense power, 4,200. Skill 1 Heavy Axe Strike. Skill 2 Spinning Axe. Skill 3 War Tread. Skill 4 Berserk Power. Skill 5 Thorn Armor. Description: Desert monster armed with a giant axe, with extraordinary combat power. Golden Boss. Linny did not dare to underestimate them. After all, his opponents were 4 in total. Whoosh! Linny flew up on the sword handle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Linny controlled the flying sword, stabbing at these desert butchers. 1-2-0-10. 1-2-0-10. The damage was still very high. Bang! Upon seeing their health bars drop so quickly, the desert butchers immediately panicked. They directly threw their giant axes. Linny narrowly dodged 3 giant axes but still got hit. 16500. The desert butcher's damage was still very high. But it didn't matter. Linny directly used the skill, Heavenly Fire Dragon's Roar. Now he could use the skills of his subservient pets. He immediately controlled several desert butchers. Laser Cannon. A wave of penetrating damage. Tens of thousands of health points dropped. The desert butcher was left with very low health. The desert butcher couldn't believe it, he never expected that 4 would lose to 1 weak human. He touched the spiked armor hanging on him. Why didn't Linny suffer any counter damage? Whoosh! 3-2-0-0-0. A wave of lifesteal instantly restored his health to full. All of this was thanks to the new skill, Burning True Flame, from the Flaming Dragon. Lifesteal plus ignoring counter damage. Extremely powerful. Ding! Killed LV30, Desert Butcher, Golden Boss, experience plus 34,500, plus 50%. Ding! Killed LV30, Desert Butcher, Golden Boss, experience plus 34,000, plus 50%. Ding. Killed LV30, Desert Butcher, Golden Boss, experience plus 34,000, plus 50%. Not only was Linny at a great advantage, the Flaming Dragon also directly suppressed the Water Serpent. The Water Serpent knew very well that he was no match for the Flaming Dragon and hurriedly tried to escape. The Flaming Dragon would not let him have his way. It directly chased after him. At this moment on the battlefield, Lin Yi's name had spread widely. All the human forces on the battlefield were cheering Steel War God. Steel War God. To kill 4 Desert Butchers in a row. Such a record was undoubtedly inspiring. It could be said to be the most outstanding record on the battlefield right now. At this moment, in a corner, a gust of whirlwind blew by. As the whirlwind rapidly dissipated, 7 disheveled figures appeared. It was Li Ran and the others. They actually survived the monster tide. All of this was thanks to Li Ran's special weapon's divine ability. At that moment, the monster tide quickly broke through the fortress. Under the attack of the Desert Butcher, they couldn't hold on at all. They almost died on the battlefield. Fortunately, Li Ran had a class-exclusive weapon, and with one skill he was able to escape. Linny should have stayed. He's probably already been slain by the Overseer. Lu Ming couldn't help but flatter. Li Ran was quite satisfied to hear that. Of course, I dare to stay because I have my means of escape. Country bumpkin, arrogance really is a bad habit. He probably doesn't even know I have this special weapon. Self-righteous guy, bringing others to death. What a pity for Miss Sue. Chapter 56 Scoreboard. Lu Ming envied Li Ran's fan and swallowed his saliva. His equipment was not inferior to Li Ran's at all, but he was no match for Li Ran. Exclusive weapons can be cultivated freely, equivalent to always having a divine weapon of any stage as a partner. He and Li Ran fought for less than 3 seconds before being defeated. His class-exclusive weapons were available in the market, but he couldn't afford them at all. Even with 3 million spirit stones in an SSS-level resource pack, he couldn't buy one. That exclusive weapon's price was already close to 100 million. It was a class-exclusive weapon cultivated by someone who has reached the 3rd advancement of Gale Swordsman. He simply couldn't afford it. That's why he used his connection and spent all his savings, even using some shady means to enter this ancient relic. Because he had insider information. This secret realm produces class-exclusive weapons. As long as he could get a class-exclusive weapon, he would soar to new heights. Getting into the 2 prestigious schools, Blue Dragon and White Tiger, would be just the beginning. Even being the top scholar of Jiangnan province wouldn't be impossible. You guys look. That person seems to be Lin Yi. At this moment, someone in the team noticed that the figure was indeed Lin Yi. Hiss. They suddenly widened their eyes, completely not expecting Lin Yi to be so powerful in battle. Now looking at Lin Yi's prestige, they were even more dumbfounded. Over 10,000 soldiers were shouting Lin Yi's name. Because the leader had fled, and the top battle strength was killed. The monster tide began to retreat. The battlefield situation was undoubtedly turned around by Lin Yi alone. He. If I had known earlier, I would have run away with someone else, then I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Suddenly, someone in Li Ran's team said. Lin Yi not only managed to take away the other 2 safely, but now he was also slaughtering on the battlefield. Yet they were in a sorry state. Anyone would feel dissatisfied in their hearts. If it weren't for me just now, you would have been dead already. If you are not happy, you can leave now. Li Ran could not tolerate anyone provoking his authority. He coldly said. That person fell silent. What kind of special item is this armor? It has such a strong effect. Li Ran looked at Lin Yi with resentment and said. As a genius from Jiangnan High School, he was young and already had a weapon exclusive to his profession. Yet he could not compare to Lin Yi. This was something he could not accept. Do you want it? Lu Ming saw Li Ran's emotions. I have a way. Oh? Speak. Seeing this, Lu Ming made a gesture of cutting his throat. This is in the ruins, no one will know. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Although they were all professionals, they were still just high school students who had awakened not long ago. Killing was something almost no one had ever encountered. Li Ran, however, did not show much expression, he just glanced at Lu Ming. Good guy. This guy is really crazy, just killed one and now wants to take action again? But it seems that is not feasible. I have a divine ability that can turn Lin Yi into a useless person, then. Even though he thought this, he did not express support. Cough cough. That's too extreme, things aren't that bad yet, but if one day he threatens us, I will consider eradicating the harm for the people. Look at those 2 figures. But he suddenly pointed to the distant sky. Those two red and blue figures. Or indeed the blazing dragon and the water flood dragon being chased. It looks like it's Lin Yi who let them go. Lu Ming understood Li Chuanron's meaning. He. Intentionally letting the monsters go is just trying to kill us, right? Li Quanran nodded. It's not impossible, if Lin Yi is truly this way. Then indeed, it is endangering everyone's lives. I will not allow such things to happen. At this moment, Lin Yi was still unaware. He was inexplicably placed with a label. He felt embarrassed listening to those people calling him the Steel War God. He would rather be called Iron Man. Lin Yi flew toward the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight, and then slipped back to the military camp. He went straight to the mission table to exchange points. Ding! Completed the Kill Desert Butcher, mission times 4, points plus 4,000 inch. Ding! Completed, Kill the Desert Team, times 7, points plus 700. Unfortunately, it was hard to distinguish which were the desert teams on the front lines. Lin Yi felt he had definitely killed a lot of desert monsters. There were also over a dozen giant cyclops. Exchanging brought him exactly to 6,000 points on the leaderboard. Lin Yi directly formed a C-class team. Recruiting soldiers with only level 10 combat power, wearing only the most ordinary white gear. However, Lin Yi did not expect them to have much combat power. They were just for numbers. Suddenly, Lin Yi raised a question. At that moment, the blazing dragon also returned. It had a scale in its mouth. That was the scale of the water flood dragon. But Lin Yi did not receive news of the water flood dragon's death. Logically, the water flood dragon should not have escaped from the blazing dragon's grasp. So that's how it is. After hearing the blazing dragon's description, Lin Yi finally understood what had happened. The water flood dragon was let go by the blazing dragon. The reason was that the water flood dragon vowed on his inner core that as long as it was released, it would do anything. The blazing dragon told him that such oaths must be followed in the flood dragon clan. However, the blazing dragon left a true fire on the water flood dragon. As long as Lin Yi disagrees, he could kill it again right now. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, well done. He would not blame the blazing dragon. This was leaving himself a way out. After all, according to the historical plot, the faction he belonged to was indeed the losing side. Multiple friends, multiple paths. And this scale can also be exchanged for points. 5,000 points. There are actually as many as 5,000 points. Now, Lin Yi can purchase that equipment scroll. Ding! Do you want to purchase Golden Level Weapon Crafting Scroll 1, consuming 10,000 points? Lin Yi's points were directly cleared. But after Lin Yi purchased it, this scroll also disappeared from the points shop. This is how the ancient ruins mechanism works. Very good, very good. Lin Yi is very satisfied. He looked at other things. There were many equipped items and special props. But most are useless, or else he doesn't want them. The usable upgrade rune can raise a level. It requires 10,000 points to exchange, limit of 5. Swift Ring, level 20 golden level equipment, the attribute can teleport a short distance. It requires 5,000 points to exchange, limit of 1. Blessing of the God of War, 1 million points viewing, limit of 1. Blessing. There's actually a blessing. Lin Yi was not surprised by this. But he clearly didn't see this thing before. Why is it here now? Lin Yi asked Su Bingbing and the others. They also didn't see it before. This means this thing just appeared. This must have triggered a hidden plot. Sure enough, under this item, there was a small description. You have attracted the attention of war. Lin Yi looked through the historical messages. He indeed found a message. Congratulations on achieving the achievement 1 against thousands in the ancient ruins war desert. Triggered hidden item. What the heck? Li Quannan was equally shocked. They are from Jiangnan High School, they naturally know what blessing means. That signifies the power of the Supreme Rules blessing them. A rare opportunity. This kind of item, like class-specific weapons, is all about chance. Once grasped, the future is limitless. We must seize this blessing. At this moment, Li Quannan clenched his fists. He glanced at the points leaderboard. It was just past midnight. Lin Yi had over 10,000 points. They didn't have any points at all. If they chased normally, they would definitely fall behind. Lin Yi went to a place called the Trial Tower. His points are likely to increase. Oh no. Right now, Lin Yi is in the military camp. They can't make a move. Li Quannan looked at the posted news searching for Lin Yi by the great general of the dynasty. A plan flashed through his mind. Got it. You guys go report that the war god is Lin Yi. Ha? The others doubted whether they heard it wrong. Is Li Quannan being so kind? But we have to say he intentionally let go of both Jiaos. Chapter 57 Trial Tower. Do you really want to enter the trial tower? Su Bingbing asked Lin Yi, very worried. The trial tower is indeed a great place to earn points, but it is too dangerous. After every 10 levels, you can exit the trial tower. If you don't choose to exit, you have to pass through 10 more levels. If you don't have a precise assessment of your strength, it's hard to come out alive. Don't worry. I am confident in my strength. Lin Yi smiled. Otherwise, let's go with you. Dong Pangpang asked. Hearing this, Su Bingbing also looked at Lin Yi with hopeful eyes. Lin Yi thought for a moment and didn't refuse. All right. Taking them to the battlefield would only net one set of points, but if he took them both into the trial tower together, that would give 3 sets of points. Good. Lin Yi agreed. However, as soon as they entered the secret realm, Li Kuan-nan and the others followed closely behind. There's a trial tower here, and the points are quite a lot. They were delighted. Did you report it? Li Kuan-nan asked. Lu Ming nodded in response, reported it. That's good. Li Kuan-nan sneered, he wanted to see what Lin Yi would do. He was clear about the situation now. Currently, the military camp is divided into 2 factions. One faction is the royal lineage of the Orthodox dynasty, and the other faction is led by the powerful great general. He delivered 2 messages to both sides. At that time, if someone wanted to win over Lin Yi, the other side would seize this handle tightly. In the end, Lin Yi could only be the cannon fodder in this struggle. Ding! Do you want to enter the trial tower? Note: this trial tower does not allow any special items, such as potions, scrolls, etc. Let's go! We should also enter the trial tower, it's time to show our strength. Li Kuan-ran said. Let's compete with him and see who can climb higher. Without that special armor, I doubt he can even survive. After saying that, they also entered the trial tower. Ding! First level, Desert Monsters times 10. Before the system's prompt finished, Lin Yi shot out directly. Instant kill. The 2 who just raised their shields and wands looked at Lin Yi in shock. No way. How can you still use that armor? The 2 questioned incredulously. Lin Yi scratched his head, what's wrong? Is this thing not allowed? At this moment, the 2 finally understood. They had overthought it. They had initially thought Lin Yi couldn't use this special item, so they came in to help. Now it had turned into them being the ones left behind. Second level, trial target, Desert Monsters times 30. In an instant, 30 desert monsters appeared in a space of less than 1,000 square meters. Crack! Lin Yi stretched out 2 Gatling guns. BRRRR! The powerful fire directly obliterated them. Dong Pangpang and Miss Su finally realized what it meant to really lay back. All the way, they had green lights. They directly rushed to the 10th level. Ding! 10th level, after this level, it will enter the enhancement mode. Although they didn't know what the enhancement mode was. But dealing with the current level was the priority. Roar! 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 Suddenly, a scream came. Countless water elements surged out. A water dragon appeared with a sweep. What the hell? A dragon! The legendary strongest divine beast. In an instant, Dong Pangpang exclaimed. Hearing all this, Lin Yi had a question mark on his face. Water dragon? The legendary strongest divine beast? Saying this out loud is just pure comedy, right? But seeing the serious and stern faces of the 2, Lin Yi confirmed. There seemed to be some misunderstanding in this world. You have to be careful, the dragon is said to be a divine beast evolved from a snake. There is a saying that describes someone rising to greatness called a small snake passes through the dragon's gate. The dragon not only has an extremely strong physique and terrifying combat power. Every part of it is a treasure that even god-level beings would crave. A drop of dragon blood, dragon skin, could sell for a sky-high price. And they also possess the purest elemental power and were ancient beings controlling elemental forces, even ruling over the continent. It was a time when the earth had the strongest forces. Water dragon? The combat power of one dragon is probably not comparable to 10 of the same level. This is the power of a divine beast. Dong Pangpang became more excited as he spoke and regretfully told Lin Yi, if only you could control the dragon. If you tamed a dragon, you'd really take off. Too bad you're controlling that garbage dragon, I'm really sorry for you, brother. Lin Yi fell silent. He really wanted to refute. The combat power of the water dragon was clearly not as strong as that thing outside. But it was still enough for Lin Yi to have a serious challenge. This time, Lin Yi chose not to summon the blazing dragon. He wanted to test his own combat power. Alright. Actually, it was the mechanical dragon and his own combat power. He wanted to sharpen his combat skills. Whoosh! Linny directly summoned a flying sword and stabbed it towards the neck of the water dragon. The water dragon's movements were very agile. It easily dodged the flying sword. But unfortunately, Linny could control the flying sword at will, catching it off guard with a counterattack. Minus 12,020. Minus 12,020. This hurt a lot. After all, the water dragon only had 300,000 health points. The water dragon quickly approached Linny, planning to use a move called Death Tangling. But at that moment, Dong Pang Pang made his move, delivering a shield bash. He sent it flying. At the same time, Su Bingbing also acted, Holy Light Chant. Linny suddenly gained an extra layer of buff, entering a brief invincible state. These two appeared a bit dim under Linny's brilliance, but if released, they would also be powerful figures. This also allowed Linny to escape successfully. 9 swords combined. Directly launched. Slash. Minus 62,000. A terrifying damage value emerged. Seeing this, the water flood dragon immediately gave up on Linny as a target. It turned to attack Dong Pang Pang and Su Bingbing. It actually wanted to kill these two first. Thud. But when it attacked, a red shield blocked the flame dragon's assault. Chapter 58, Conflict of the Trial Tower. The combat power of the water flood dragon was not weak. A damage value of 50 to 60,000 is no joke. Bang. Minus 0, shield absorbed. Minus 0, shield absorbed. But after upgrading, the flame dragon's passive ability could grant shields to allies. This blocked the attack. At the same time, the water flood dragon, with its vulnerable back exposed, gave Linny a chance. Linny did not hesitate at all, using the 9 swords combined technique. Another sword strike. The sword handle even spewed true fire. Minus 102,900. One sword dealt 100,000. This was a combination technique that Linny had figured out. Using the flame dragon's dragon breath combined with the energy sword. Because the true fire itself ignored defenses and dealt true damage. This allowed the energy sword to not need armor penetration. All damage would be amplified. Thus, higher damage could be achieved. This sword directly slashed the already weakened water flood dragon. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the first layer of the first level. Welcome to the second level. At this moment, outside the trial tower, a crowd had gathered. The originally black trial tower suddenly erupted with light. This meant someone had cleared the first layer. Wow! The first layer. Is this the 10th person to clear the first layer in so many years? Yeah. The last person was our current national general. He seemed to have reached the 4th layer, breaking the record of our ancestors. It takes at least a 3rd transformation expert to have a chance to clear the first layer. The people inside are not weak. At this moment, a general clad in golden armor and riding a warhorse arrived. Seeing the trial tower light up for a moment, he was overjoyed. It seemed that the figure who killed 4 desert butchers was really inside the trial tower. He must bring this person under his command. Such a figure was exactly what he urgently needed. On the other side, the royal cavalry also arrived, and upon seeing the national general, they were also taken aback. Could it be that this national general wants to protect this person? As for Linny, the person concerned, he was overjoyed. 1,000 points in hand. And if he clears the second layer, he could earn 2,000 points. After the second layer, another multiple choice option appeared before Linny. 1. Shield, monster initially receives an 80% maximum health shield. 2. Revival, monster immediately resurrects upon death, restoring 50% of its state. 3. Return to origin, all players' health drop to 1 point at the start of battle. 4. Fury, when the boss's health drops below 50%, damage plus 30%, critical hit plus 30%. 5. No healing, all players' healing effects minus 75%. 6. Thorns, any damage received by the monster will rebound 30%. 7. Lightning Strike, every 60 seconds randomly deals 20% maximum health damage to a target and stuns for 5 seconds. 8. Blood Pool, the battlefield turns into a blood pool, players will suffer minus 30% to all attributes while the boss is the opposite. A total of 8 options. Linny understood how the trial tower worked. Each time one climbs a higher layer of the tower, a buff option must be chosen. The selected option would remain effective in future trials. This meant if Linny climbed to the 9th layer, all these buffs would take effect. Facing the water flood dragon, Linny had no issues. But if he had to deal with such a group of buffs, it was not certain. Which one to choose first? Dong Pang Pang looked at the dense options above, feeling overwhelmed. Su Bingbing also made a plan upon seeing these trial options. How about we just go for the 2nd or 3rd layer and leave? The later ones are too risky. Choose either Fury or Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike, we could take a chance on luck. There are 3 of us, and if we're lucky, we might not be affected at all. Rage looks terrifying, but your damage is high, you can kill it with 1 hit after half health. Facing the analysis that Su Bingbing took seriously, Lin Yi chose Thorn. Crack. As the second level began, familiar desert monsters appeared tenfold. It seems the trial content hasn't changed much. Only the buff above increased. Ha! Brother Lin, why did you choose Thorn? This seems like the most troublesome option. Dong Pangpang was very puzzled. But when Lin Yi's sword wasn't reflected in damage, they finally understood, wow. You can actually not be heard back? They had not expected Lin Yi to possess such a miraculous ability. The ineffective buff naturally had no suspense. In less than half an hour, the 9-story tower, the second level lit up. Woohoo! At this moment, outside there was an uproar. All the soldiers were cheering. A new powerful figure emerged, which undoubtedly boosted morale. Not bad, not bad. We made it to the second floor. The general felt even more appreciation in his heart. Meanwhile, the royal side was determined to eliminate Lin Yi. They must not let Lin Yi fall into the general's hands. Originally, they had come to verify the report's authenticity. But now it seemed that was unnecessary. Now, even if it was false, it had to be real. At this moment, in another part of the trial tower, Li Chuanzhan gritted his teeth and used his divine ability, Winds of Thousands. In an instant, countless wind blades swept in, barely knocking off 2,000 health points. Facing a water serpent with hundreds of thousands of health points. It was simply like a tickle. Their 7 people's combat power wasn't weak, yet they still managed to hold back the water serpent. But their chances of winning were almost none. Lu Ming. You go out and lure the water serpent, otherwise, we don't stand a chance. Me? Lu Ming instantly wanted to refuse, being touched in this situation could mean death. But before he could open his mouth, he met Li Chuanzhan's cold gaze. Don't forget how you got in, even if you die here, no one outside will suspect anything. He didn't give him a chance to refuse at all. Lu Ming swallowed hard, under the roof, he had to bow his head. Damn Lin Yi, you are the reason for my downfall. I will definitely kill you. Lu Ming risked his life to lure the water serpent out. And it worked. Seeing Lu Ming leave the group, the water serpent immediately lunged forward. Lu Ming was prepared, but at this moment, he was only at level 20. He was no match for the water serpent. The water serpent was a level 50 boss. There was no time to dodge. He was hit directly by a tail swipe and flew away. Lu Ming suddenly felt as if all his bones were about to shatter. A large mouthful of blood was spat out. The pendant on his chest suddenly exploded. This was an extremely rare protective necklace, the most precious treasure from Lin Yi's resource pack. It could withstand one fatal blow. Second transformation skill. Hurricane Slash. Second transformation skill. Blazing Meteor. Second transformation skill. Apocalypse Judgment. The other 6 people seized the gap and unleashed their awakened second transformation skills. These skills were generally known as certain transformation skills. Such skills are usually very strong because they can only be awakened after leveling up. 6 second transformation skills came out together, finally bringing the water serpent down to half health. And on Lin Yi's side, he had quickly passed to the 4th level. He chose Rage for the 3rd level and Resurrection for the 4th. The resurrected water serpent immediately entered a frenzied state. It charged towards Lin Yi again. But it had no effect. After so many levels, Lin Yi had accumulated enough energy points. With an increase, he had a full 2,000 attack power. At 9 times the damage rate. He had gained nearly 20,000 more damage. In a row of sword strikes, he easily killed it. Clank, clank. 2 levels of the tower lit up consecutively. Almost half the military camp gathered around gasped in shock. Even the strongest general had only reached this step. And at this moment, a figure of equal strength appeared. Crack. At that moment, the tower door slowly rose. Countless steam appeared alongside several figures. Wow! Here they come. The strong ones who passed the 4th level are out. Chapter 59, the 7-person team is praised to the skies. Everyone held their breath, completely shocked and amazed. Swish! Suddenly, the general vanished from sight. You! A few people hadn't had the chance to speak. They were tightly grabbed by the general. Very good, very good. You 7 have worked hard to come this far, your combat power is quite strong. Do you have the willingness to join under my command? Not only will you enjoy the treatment of a Class A team, you can also sit in the position of the Class A team leader. As soon as these words came out, all the soldiers were in an uproar. Class A team. Inside, all are second transformation professionals, with a minimum talent of C grade and equipped with royal gear. As for their leader, that would be at least a third transformation professional, achieving excellent results. And the general himself is close to the fourth transformation. Only one step away. These 7 could directly rise to this position. But even so, no one dared to complain. Everyone knows how difficult that trial tower is. It's not surprising that these 7 could pass through the 4 levels and receive such heavy attention. The 7 of Li Chuanjun were also overjoyed. They had finally killed the water dragon and unexpectedly received such good news right away. As expected of Brotherly, they are all trying to recruit us because we cleared the entire 9 levels of the tower. Brotherly is so strong. Without you, how could we have passed? Is this what it feels like to be admired as a strong person? So awesome. Now we are directly flying high, isn't the Class A team just a matter of brushing points casually? Brotherly is amazing. Everyone was praising him. They were extremely elated. I guess that Lin Yi has already been captured by now, right? Upon hearing this, Li Chuanjun's expression changed. Oh no. Everyone was shocked by him. They all didn't understand what was going on. Li Chuanjun spoke with a serious face. Originally, we planned for Lin Yi to become cannon fodder in the struggle between the two sides, but we accidentally did so well that the NPCs from both sides are definitely focusing on us again. Now we are caught up in this political situation, how should we decide? Which side should we stand with? At this moment, Li Chuanjun looked very worried, genuinely pondering this issue. Sure enough, at this moment, the captain of the Royal Guard approached with an arrest warrant. He showed no politeness whatsoever, directly ignoring the National Protector General. He spoke to Li Chuanjun and the 7, because you are suspected of allowing the important combat powers of the desert monsters, the water dragon and fire dragon, to escape on the battlefield. You are suspected of being war accomplices, rebellion, infiltrating crimes, and more than 17 charges. You are now under arrest and will await trial by the highest military court. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming was so scared that he kept waving his hands, exclaiming, "Isn't that person already captured?" As soon as this was said, everyone froze. All had blank expressions. The other 6 were puzzled. They thought Lin Yi should have been unable to hold on and come out long ago. Suddenly, a guess appeared in their minds. Could it be that Lin Yi is dead? In an instant, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with wild joy, while Li Chuanjun pulled at the corners of his mouth. Consider yourself lucky, it's just a pity about that armor. Being reckless results in this outcome. They all firmly believed this was the conclusion. They could only struggle to pass. How could Lin Yi possibly get through? Good for him. Let him act all high and mighty every day, thinking he is so great. Now he suffers and may lose his life. Really don't know how someone from a poor rural area could be so confident. Maybe he thinks becoming an SSS level professional makes him invincible, truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Never seen a bigger sky. Just a worthless job, yet he's become so arrogant. If he doesn't die now, he will die sooner or later. The mocking voices were endless, and Lu Ming kept cheering, "Great, great, great. So good. Serves him right. Damn Lin Yi. You ruined everything for me. It's better that you're dead now. If I get my hands on you, I will make you wish you were never born." Ha ha ha. At this moment, the great general and the royal captain stared at each other. Although they were like 2 sharp blades facing off, they could still see confusion in each other's eyes. They both, without saying a word, thought that the steel war god from the battlefield and the person here were from the same group. But it turned out they were wrong. However, the person standing before them no longer mattered. The key now was to please these 7 people. Without any leverage, the Royal Guard could only shift to offering deals to win them over. If you join our Royal Guard, I guarantee you'll be second only to the Emperor. We act first, report later. Imperial privilege. I can even give you 1 million spirit stones up front. The crowd was in an uproar at these words. Seeing this, the National General also raised his offer. Not only would he promise Li Quanran the position of deputy, but he would also give him an epic-level piece of equipment. Seeing both sides present their offers, the 7 people were practically looking up to the sky. This was too satisfying. Ahem, allow me to think about who to choose. If you want to increase your offer, feel free to speak with my subordinates. They will tell me later. Please hurry and arrange a room for us to rest. Li Quanran said, crossing his arms, looking arrogantly down at them. Both men were furious seeing Li Quanran's attitude. But neither dared to explode in anger, fearing they would give the other a chance to take advantage. They could only smile and respond, "All right, I'll arrange it right now." Before they could finish their words, ding! The familiar bell rang again. Ka 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 ka. 5 sounds in quick succession. The 9th-tier tower made a noise. The lights began lighting up from the bottom floor, gradually rising. It only stopped at the middle, the 5th floor. What the heck? In an instant, the entire place fell into silence. There had been tens of thousands of people in the square. But now, you could hear a pin drop. 5th floor. Oh my god. I've made it. I've witnessed history. Hiss. This is even more powerful than the great general. The whole place erupted into a frenzy. The 5th floor was already higher than the national general. The prestige of the entire human race reached its peak in this moment. What? There's still someone inside. The national general realized at this moment. He immediately grabbed Li Quanran by the collar, angrily asking, "Wasn't it you who cleared the 4th floor? There's still someone inside? How dare you do this to me? Aren't you afraid I'll go to the royal guard?" Li Quanran was furious. "What 4th floor? We cleared the 9th floor." Lu Ming proudly replied. "Get lost." The national general angrily threw Li Quanran to the ground and kicked him. "Damn it! The 9th-tier tower has 9 levels, with a total of 81 floors. You've only cleared 1 floor, yet you're acting like this?" Hearing this, Li Quanran immediately turned pale with fear. So, they had been so excited because someone cleared the 4th floor. But now, there was only Lin Yi left. He wasn't dead? And he was even stronger than the general? How could this be? The scene shifted back inside the tower. Chapter 60, Ultimate Golden Egg. Lin Yi had cleared 5 floors in a row. Now, only 4 options remained: shield, return to origin, lightning strike, no healing. But each of them was extremely difficult. The shield, as expected, was like adding 80% extra health. Return to origin was also tricky. It reduced health to 1 at the beginning of every fight. It was probably like this for every level. If he faced a boss with only 1 health, that would be very dangerous. The lightning strike was also terrifying. If he was unlucky, 5 consecutive bolts could turn him into dust. No healing wasn't bad, but combining it with return to origin would make things especially tough. It was really difficult to bear. TSK tisk. Looking at the remaining 4 options, Su Bingbing looked worried. Maybe this is it. Let's stop here. It's getting more dangerous ahead. Even the always eager to join in, Dong Pangpang, nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's getting dangerous. The chance of clearing the whole level is too low. This damn death trial tower doesn't allow quitting midway. What if we just call it a day? Let's go now. Anyway, we have over 20,000 points. It's not worth risking our lives to go any further. Lin Yi shook his head. That's too little. If we clear the 6th layer, just this layer alone gives us 28,000 points. Adding it up gives us 60,000. After not much accumulation. Now, each layer of the 6th layer has 3,200 points. Compared to the 100 points of the 1st layer. That's a full 32 times increase. Each layer can continue to double from there. One can only imagine how many points there would be after completing the whole 9-layer tower. You all believe in me. Lin Yi was the first to choose to return to origin. He entered the 6th layer. But you shouldn't choose return to origin. That's way too dangerous, Su Bingbing exclaimed. No matter how you look at it. This return to origin should be the last choice. Familiar 10 desert monsters appeared. At the same time, the 3 realized their health bars had all turned black. Only 1 drop remained. Fortunately, Lin Yi's attack power was terrifying, 1 hit to kill. And he regained a wave of health through life-stealing. But upon reaching the 2nd layer, they were suddenly doused with cold water again. The health bars turned black again. Each layer resets. In the previous levels, Lin Yi was quick to kill. But if they encountered a boss, as expected, they soon reached the 9th layer. Both of their hearts were in their throats. They looked at Lin Yi but found him calm and collected. Could it be that Lin Yi had some hidden tricks? Bang! But then they saw no new moves from Lin Yi. The water serpent charged in. Lin Yi's damage was high, but it didn't matter. The water serpent was extremely fast. Fast enough to touch Lin Yi before being killed. And now, just a touch would mean death for Lin Yi. Bang! Be careful! They shouted as Lin Yi was about to be knocked away. Even Dong Pangpang rushed up, planning to take the hit for Lin Yi. But it was too late. Lin Yi was sent flying. But a shocking scene unfolded. Lin Yi's health bar remained completely unchanged. A stark contrast to the tens of thousands in damage. Far away in another secret realm, the fiery dragon felt a sharp pain. Startled, it jumped up to see who had ambushed it. Life sharing once again played its role. Successfully cleared the 6th layer. Ding! Defeated LV50 Water Serpent, Dark Gold Boss, experience plus 1550000, plus 50%. Ding! Defeated LV50 Water Serpent, Dark Gold Boss, experience plus 1550000, plus 50%. Ding! Cleared the 6th layer, earned 28,800 points. Ding! Congratulations, level up from LV23 to LV26, 4500/750000, received Golden Egg times 3, Golden Egg. Not bad, not bad. Passed through the 6th layer. Such a wealth of experience accumulated. Allowed Lin Yi to reach level 26. Now he could combine a mythical level Golden Egg. Ding! Consuming Golden Egg times 3, combine Super Golden Egg, Mythical, yes/no to open? Ding! Opened, Super Golden Egg, Mythical, received Ultimate Golden Egg combine chance, 1. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Lin Yi's mind raced with a million thoughts. Ultimate Golden Egg, Divine, could yield nothing less than Divine level dragons, equipment, and attributes. Combination scheme, Super Golden Egg times 3 plus Ultimate Golden Egg combined times 1 equals Ultimate Golden Egg, Divine. This is different from the previous Super Golden Egg. It relies on opening the Super Golden Egg for a chance, and that chance seems quite slim. It also requires 3 Super Golden Eggs, equivalent to needing to level up 9 levels to have a chance of synthesizing such an egg. Lin Yi felt incredibly excited. Now he needed to start gathering golden eggs. He eagerly anticipated what this first ultimate golden egg would give him. Wow! How did you pull that off? Are you invincible? Teach me. Dong Pang was ecstatic. As a meat shield, he wanted this move the most. Lin Yi shrugged, can't teach you. Looking at the remaining 3 layers, Lin Yi sighed. The hardest part was already past. There shouldn't be much difficulty left now. Healing restriction had little effect on Lin Yi. His health bar was that of the fiery dragon. The fiery dragon was currently clearing the secret realm, which was like giving Lin Yi infinite lifeblood. Unless there was damage surpassing the fiery dragon's health, he wouldn't die. Lightning strike was a small nuisance, but it was manageable. Every time a thunderstorm was about to strike, Lin Yi would deactivate his armed form. If the thunder hit the mechanical dragon, he would use the blazing dragon's roar to release it. The mechanical dragon had self-repair capabilities, it couldn't die. However, Su Bingbing and Dong Pang faced some trouble. Being struck by thunder was quite dangerous for them. After all, there were no tools to use here. Once the thunder hit them, with just a tiny bit of health left, they would definitely be killed in an instant. So, they could only let the 2 leave the trial tower. The remaining shield posed no difficulty. Lin Yi thought about summoning the blazing dragon to deal with it. But if there was thunder, the blazing dragon would be too dangerous. He could only charge forward. Lin Yi chose in order: no healing, shield, thunder. Watching Lin Yi clear 2 waves in a row, he reached the 9th level. Each time the points doubled. This meant that in the 7th level, he earned 50,000 points. In the 8th level, he earned a full 100,000 points. If he could clear the 9th level next, he would get 200,000 points. Su Bingbing was completely stunned. You are just too amazing, she exclaimed, truly not expecting Lin Yi to be this powerful. To be honest, she had seen SSS-level professionals with her own eyes. Even those ranked SSS-level professionals were polite in front of her. But these SSS-level professionals had never shown such terrifying strength. If others heard Su Bingbing's thoughts, they would probably be shocked. Isn't the Su family in Lehigh just a somewhat famous wealthy family? At most, they could make their voice heard in Jiangnan province. How could they have such power? There's no other way, you have to withdraw. Lin Yi said apologetically. The combination of thunder and return was indeed too deadly. But when the 2 heard Lin Yi's words, they were incredibly grateful. No. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have so many points, a full 200,000. They already had 200,000 in their hands. And along the way, they could almost be said to have been coasting through. Not to say they didn't put in effort. But they simply couldn't muster any strength. Lin Yi's straightforward march was just too strong. It's fine, you guys leave first. Then wait for me. Lin Yi instructed, and after turning around, he activated the 9th layer. The 9th layer was equipped with a whopping 9 buffs. It was about to strike. The first 8 layers posed almost no difficulty. When reaching the boss level, the intensity shot up instantly. Crack. 8 layers. Chapter 61, Clear the Trial Tower, 500,000 points secured. Crack. 8. 8 layers. The people inside have come out, wow. They cleared the 8th layer, just one step away from clearing the entire 9-layer tower. So strong. This is simply too strong. Quick, let us see who it is. Dong Pangpang and Su Bingbing, who just stepped out into the blinding light, were instantly dumbfounded by the sea of people around them. The first person to come out was the royal captain, his face serious. You two cleared the 8th layer? That's right. Dong Pangpang replied proudly. Because you released the water merman and fire merman on the battlefield, you are now charged with allegations of being undercover, along with 13 other charges. He went straight to the point, echoing previous accusations. Arrest them. The national general also looked coldly at this scene. Originally, he wanted to enlist them, but now, he remained unmoved. The reason was simple. Their achievements overshadowed their lord, a big taboo. If it was someone he could control, he would want to recruit them to face the dynasty. But a character who could completely rival him, he would definitely want to eliminate. He must not let this threaten his position. The same idea was held by the dynasty's side. They could struggle against each other. But a third powerful force must not emerge, otherwise, they would absolutely unite to deal with it. Now, they wanted to use this charge. To kill. To nip it in the bud. Hearing this, Dong Pangpang realized he had overdone it. He quickly waved his hands to explain, no. We didn't have the ability to clear it. They are all just being led along. Dong Pangpang understands that they are definitely targeting Lin Yi now. He is not trying to save himself. Because if Lin Yi can clear the 9th level, he will still be discovered. What he needs to do now is to get the two of them out first. Then find a way to rescue Lin Yi. We have been nothing but dead weight the whole time. There is still one person in the secret realm, and that is the steel war god you mentioned. Hearing this, not only the general and the royal captain were shocked. Even the 7 people beside Li Ran, who looked as if they were political prisoners, were stunned. Wow! Lin Yi cleared the 8th level with those two. Li Ran felt annoyed just hearing Lin Yi's name and retorted, TCH. It's just that we didn't pay attention to the 9th level, otherwise, we could have cleared it too. Stop looking down on yourselves, okay? Yes. Are you saying he is still challenging the 9th level? The general asked in disbelief. Dong Pangpang nodded. The general angrily tossed it aside. When he comes out, we must control him. The other soldiers were also excitedly discussing, wow. I've heard that clearing the 9th level could result in a reversal of destiny. Is that true? It's all just legends, how would I know? But it is definitely true that when the 9th level is cleared for the first time, ancient treasures will appear. No wonder the general is so excited. Taking advantage of the distraction from the crowd, Dong Pangpang and the others exchanged glances and quietly left the scene. Although their movements were not seen by any NPC, everything was taken in by Lin Yi's eyes. Bang! At this moment, Lin Yi was also not having a good time in the secret realm. As soon as he entered. Creak! A bolt of lightning struck down. Immediately, he fell into a state of dizziness. And the water Jiao seized this opportunity. It directly knocked off half of Lin Yi's health. But when Lin Yi recovered, the water Jiao was suppressed. Swish, swish, swish. The flying swords pierced the water Jiao like poisonous snakes, leaving it with countless wounds. And the water Jiao endured, waiting for the next lightning strike. Soon, it reached the next lightning strike. The water Jiao charged out excitedly. A fierce light flashed in its eyes. This time, it must kill Lin Yi, unleashing all its skills on him. Creak! Suddenly, the armor on Lin Yi disappeared. In its place was an incredibly massive mechanical dragon. In an instant, the water Jiao felt its bloodline trembling in fear deep within its cells. Every part of its body whispered 2 words, submit. The lightning struck the mechanical dragon. Creak! The mechanical dragon's health instantly dropped to 0. Its entire body lost its glow. But at that moment, the energy core in its chest began to spin frantically. Death repairing. A white health bar appeared above the mechanical dragon's head, though it was only 50%. But because of the equipment, it quickly began to rise. 10s, 9s, 8s. The 10-second countdown began. If the mechanical dragon's health was not cleared within 10 seconds, it would successfully revive. This was the mechanical dragon's passive ability. Death repair. Whenever it dies, the mechanical dragon enters a death repair state, during which it cannot act and has 50% of its maximum health. After 10 seconds, if the repair is successful, it will be revived. A very powerful passive. In an instant, the repair was complete, and the familiar mechanical dragon returned. As for the control, it had long been cleared by the dragon's roar. Ding! Killed LV50 Waterjiao, Dark Gold Boss, experience plus 1,550,000, plus 50%. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 9th level, earning 230,400 points. Ding! This trial tower is over, you have obtained a total of 421,272 points. Directly earning over 400,000 points. This wave was truly a big win. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the 9th level buff trial tower. You may choose 3 buffs to take full effect. 1. Upgrade all army attributes by 30%, increase their speed by 50%, enhance healing by 200%, and strengthen equipment by plus 3. 2. NPC army professional levels have an 80% chance to increase by 1 level, a 20% chance to increase by 2 levels, and a 1% chance to increase by 3 levels. 3. Enemy forces gain the weakened effect, accompanied by random, blind, confusion, choking. The speed of injury recovery has decreased by 500%. Unexpectedly, 3 options appeared. Linny took a glance. He found another line of text below. Choose within 11 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. It seems he doesn't have to choose right now, so Linny decided to wait a bit longer. Suddenly, the prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to complete the special building buff trial tower in the Disaster Battlefield, S-Class Relic. You have gained the favor of the God of Buffs. Chapter 62 Buff Selection. Unexpectedly, there was a reward for the first completion. Linny hurriedly took a look. Ding! You randomly receive one of the following 3 blessings. Ding! Speed increased by 30%, permanent. Ding! Mental recovery increased by 200%, permanent. Ding! Pet equipment slot plus 1. Hiss! Linny looked at the rewards, and his eyes immediately sparkled. He silently prayed in his heart. He directly clicked the roulette. Click, click. In an instant, the necklace of Paishio on Lin Yi's chest gleamed. Ding! You have received the blessing of the God of Buffs, pet equipment slot plus 1. Click. In an instant, Linny jumped up in excitement. Congratulations! You have received buff, pet slot increase, permanent. Not bad, not bad. Moreover, this buff works for all pets. This is particularly comfortable. Click. As the entire 9 layers of heaven lit up, a thunder-like bell rang out. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, everyone felt restless. But on the tower, an image clearly appeared, Linny. 9 layers, 9 heavens. First to conquer the tower, here it is. The words also appeared on both sides. At that moment, everyone in the military camp was shocked. They all gasped. No one expected someone would actually break the record. Completed the 9 layers of heaven. At this moment, the captain of the Royal Guard was extremely nervous. He feared that what would emerge was someone he couldn't handle. Click. As the tower door slowly rose, a figure slowly walked out. Everyone held their breath. What the heck? This is just an unadvanced practitioner. How is this possible? This must be fake? But this person looks exactly like the one on the projection. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. A 3rd transformation practitioner would barely reach the 4th layer. And here was a mere 1st transformation practitioner, yet he could pass directly. This was simply unbelievable. The originally fearful captain of the Royal Guard suddenly beamed with joy. He walked directly to Linny. You are under arrest. No need for any unnecessary words. And upon these words, what is going on? The person who was just in front said that this individual seems to be involved in the great crime of releasing the water and fire dragons. Hiss. The legendary battle godlike dragon. It actually lost to him? Yes. Last time, that water dumpling was difficult even for the general, this person. 9 layers of heaven. That is the strength to clear the 9 layers of heaven, yet he is just a 1st transformation practitioner. How incredible! Could it be that he really colluded with the water dragon? How else could it be possible? This person's profession is Dragon Master. What the heck, SSS level profession, is it better than the Dragon Master? What kind of profession is this, to be so strong? People were buzzing with discussions. Click. Linny didn't even have time to react and was immediately shackled by double handcuffs. Take him to the prison for questioning. With the captain of the Royal Guard's command, the glorious Linny instantly fell. Everyone sighed. Seeing the cold-faced National Guard general, Linny understood something. Based on the historical records, he and the Royal Guard weren't on good terms. Now, not intervening is clearly because they are wary of him and want to eliminate him. Seeing this, Linny said nothing more. He turned to look around. But he didn't see the figures of the two people. It seems the fat guy and Su Bingbing have also been caught. Thinking of this, Linny gave up resistance. He planned to save the two of them. The only way to rescue them easily was to enter the prison himself. No one expected. This missed opportunity directly triggered a tragedy. As Linny was clanked into prison and locked in a single cell. The situation outside has also taken a turn. Hee. I think that Linny won't survive, but I didn't expect that our plan would face a change. But it's a good change. Now Linny is targeted by two forces, there's no way he can escape death. Lu Ming flattered, it's all thanks to you, brotherly. At this moment, the two were walking down the street. The other 5 had already been sent out by him to kill monsters and gather points for him. Li Quanran smiled, you mean for me to track them, right? At this moment, not far from them, they were unaware they were being tailed, discussing how to rescue Linny. Cough. Brotherly, don't you want to? Lu Ming grinned wickedly, his gaze wandering to Su Bingbing in the distance. As soon as these words came out, a wicked thought arose in Li Chuanran's heart. Just thinking about how indifferent Su Bingbing was to him made him furious. Since childhood, he had been pursued by countless girls no matter where he went. Yet despite this, he forced a serious expression on his face. What do you mean by that? Lu Ming saw through his pretense, ha. Brotherly, we're in the same boat now. Although that classmate died unexpectedly, we all know things aren't that simple. Hearing this, Brotherly felt a chill in his heart. His face instantly turned cold, hee. What are you talking about? I know that classmate will go missing and die in the secret realm, everything else, I know nothing about. Seeing Li Chuanran's mood, Lu Ming quickly smiled, brotherly, don't misunderstand me. I'm just reminding you we're friends. If you want, then go ahead and act. I absolutely won't say a word. A vicious glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he harshly thought, Su Bingbing, all of this is your own fault, if you had come to me sooner, perhaps I wouldn't have acted this way. Everyone related to Linny must die. Li Quanran merely looked coldly at Lu Ming, saying nothing. Seeing this, Lu Ming continued to tempt him, and we can capture these two and use them to threaten Linny. I believe he got quite a few points from the secret realm. Let's extort him before he dies. Then, he made a gesture of slitting his throat. Li Quanran still did nothing. The two remained in a standoff for a while until Lu Ming broke the silence again. Look at the leaderboard. This was just the time for an update. Lu Ming's words made Li Quanran open the leaderboard instantly. Damn! Nearly 500,000 points. How could he not be envious? Li Chuanran's heart stirred, let's do it. But this thing must be kept between us. Seeing him agree, Lu Ming was overjoyed, don't worry, it's just the two of us here, later, others will prove our innocence, they acted on their own accord. Those 3 useless ones, dying is only normal. Bang! Lu Ming attacked with a kick to Dong Pongpong's back. Dong Pangpang reacted quickly, pulling out his shield and warhammer. Shockingly questioning Lu Ming, what are you doing? Lu Ming wore a cold smile, hee. Weren't you so arrogant? A repeating student, yet you dare stand with Lin Yi. Today, I'll make you bleed and teach you a lesson. Saying this, Lu Ming. He licked his lips and slowly moved closer. Yo! You're quite good at struggling, huh? Don't worry, I'll torture you slowly, piece by piece, cutting you up. Not letting you die so easily. Seeing this, Su Bingbing's eyes turned cold. Looks like I can't hide anymore. She placed both hands on the necklace around her chest, closed her eyes, and spoke devoutly. Holy Sky Phoenix Maiden. In an instant, a huge illusion of a holy maiden appeared. Under the cloak of this illusion, Dong Pangpong's health bar was instantly restored to full. Damn! Chapter 63, Jiang Nansu Family? Dong Pangpang was completely shocked. Not only that, his attributes had increased by at least 30%. The aura under his feet even greatly reduced cooldowns. Such a terrifying skill. It definitely didn't seem like something an S-class assistant could do after one promotion. It looked more like something an SSS-level divine assistant could do. The situation instantly reversed. Let me show you who's the real bully. Dong Pangpang hammered at Lu Ming's crotch again and again. Lu Ming was able to dodge, but the hammer still struck other parts of his body. The health bar dropped rapidly. Get lost. Dong Pangpang growled in warning. Although Lu Ming had just tried to kill him, he had never killed anyone before and didn't want to finish him off completely. But Lu Ming didn't show any sign of leaving. Seeing this, Dong Pangpang immediately raised his hammer. If you don't leave, I'll really start hitting you. Ha! You really don't take me seriously, do you? Suddenly, an unfamiliar figure appeared. Li Quanran lightly waved his fan. Boom! A massive tornado burst forth, directly sweeping Dong Pangpang and Su Bingbing into the air. minus 2012. Minus 2302. Now, their health bars were barely over 10,000, and even as a meat shield, Dong Pangpong's health was just under 20,000. Just this one move was enough to take both of them down. As the tornado stopped, the two of them fell to the ground. They were in a terrible state, their health nearly depleted. You attacked us sneakily. Dong Pangpang shouted angrily. But Su Bingbing remained calm. We're in the same team. What do you mean by sneak attack? Yo! You're still pretending to be all noble with death knocking on your door? Li Ran sneered. Of course, I'll let you die. With these words, Dong Pangpang cursed loudly. You bastard, we never provoked you. You're killing your own kind. Are you even human? Ha! What are you? Li Ran immediately responded. Let your Linny come and redeem you with points. In this world, weakness is a sin. Kill us. The Security Bureau will never let you go. Su Bingbing realized the situation was wrong at this point. But facing such a threat, Li Ran was unconcerned. This is a ruin. If you die, there will be no evidence. How you die is up to me. Ha ha ha. With these words, Su Bingbing was shocked. At this moment, Li Ran pointed his fan. The wind around them stirred violently. It directly enveloped Su Bingbing. Due to the wind blades, Su Bingbing's clothes were torn. Her exposed red skin made her incredibly alluring. But before I kill you, I'll let you experience what it's like to be a woman. Upon hearing this, Su Bingbing widened her eyes. You despicable person. She never expected that Li Ran not only wanted to kidnap her, but also wanted to assault and kill her. Damn it, Li Ran, you're a man. Why don't you come for me instead? What kind of man attacks a woman? Dong Pangpang also panicked, cursing angrily. But what greeted him was Lu Ming's kick. It directly slammed his head into the ground. This has nothing to do with you, stay there and wait. I'll deal with you slowly later. After speaking, Lu Ming took out a small knife and dragged it across Dong Pangpong's face. Let me see which piece of your meat I should cut first. Li Ran looked at the angry Su Bingbing and marveled. She really is a beauty beyond compare. Even in such a sorry state, she's still so enticing. Unable to move, Su Bingbing glared at him fiercely. But there was nothing she could do. Just as Li Ran, with a wicked smile, touched Su Bingbing's clothes. Just as he was about to tear it off, Su Bingbing suddenly spoke up, try to move me, if you dare. I am the only daughter of the head of the Su family in Kyoto. Ha! In an instant, the air around them seemed to freeze. Just this one sentence. Li Ran trembled in fear, all his bravado instantly disappeared. What replaced it was terror. What? You are the daughter of the Su family in Kyoto. Li Ran couldn't believe it, turning to Lu Ming beside him. Lu Ming was just as bewildered, facing Li Quan's look that seemed like he wanted to eat him alive. Li Qianan explained, trembling, she must be lying, she's just a girl from the Jiangnan Su family. The Jiangnan Su family and the Kyoto Su family are completely on different levels. Linhai City is merely the most backward city among the many cities in Jiangnan province. Above Jiangnan province is the Xuanwu war zone, which includes 7 or 8 provinces. The Xuanwu war zone is known to be the weakest among the 4 major war zones. The 4 war zones of Qinglong, Baihu, Zhukai, and Xuanwu protect a small central place. It is this small place that gathers all the top-tier powers of the entire nation. This place is the capital, Kyoto. And the Kyoto Su family is a famous force in Kyoto. Compared to the Jiangnan Su family, which only has some fame in Jiangnan province, they are not even on the same level. Seeing their expressions, Su Bingbing spoke again, hee. My parents sent me to distant relatives in Jiangnan for my safety while I was in school. This statement proved everything. Because outside rumors say that the Su family in Kyoto indeed has a princess who is very well protected. Moreover, this person is said to have the profession of SSS level, Holy Favor Spirit Healer. This is recorded as the strongest auxiliary profession in history, at the SSS level. In a million-level war, once this profession appears, victory is assured. The most shocking record states that with a wave of her hand, 1,000,000 souls revived. And this profession has always come only from the Su family. This is also the foundation of the Su family. A true family of war gods. And just now, Su Bingbing's move was exactly the same as this profession's first turn skill. This proved that Su Bingbing was not lying. At this moment, the two were completely panicked. Chapter 64, The Threat of the Two. This time they really kicked the iron plate. This is a giant they cannot provoke. Once the Su family learns of this, even death without a burial place is an understatement. At this moment, the two exchanged glances, deeply fearing what they saw on each other's faces. At this time, a hint of madness flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he said with a grim face, "Li Kuanan, we've already done what we did. Do you think they will let us go if we stop now?" Once he said this, Li Kuanan couldn't care less about Lu Ming's disrespectful question. He numbly nodded, yeah. Seeing this, Su Bingbing hurriedly assured, "As long as you let me go, I will treat today as if nothing happened." Li Kuanan nodded again, "Really?" That's right. This is all Lu Ming's idea, I acted impulsively." Seeing that he was already somewhat swayed, Lu Ming angrily shouted, "Don't believe his nonsense, she must be lying to you." Seeing that Li Kuanan still looked like that, Lu Ming simply shouted in desperation, "If you kill them now, we will be safe. If you dare let them go." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Ming was instantly overjoyed. "Who knows if you're lying? Even if I let you go, I won't feel good. Only when you die will this matter be forgotten." Li Kuanan's eyes were bloodshot. With his hand on Su Bingbing's clothes. The only daughter of the Su family in Kyoto. Ha. She has actually fallen into my hands. In the past, I wouldn't even dare to imagine this. Before I send you to death, let me enjoy myself. Let me taste the flavor of a rich family's young lady. Knock. The door of the cage, where Linny was held, was suddenly knocked on. Linny looked up and found that the visitor was indeed the National General and the Captain of the Royal Guard. "Do you have anything to say?" the Captain of the Royal Guard asked first. Linny did not answer but instead asked, "Do you have anything to ask?" "Oh." The two did not expect Linny to respond like this. The National General mocked, "Come clean, did you release the water Jiao and fire Jiao? So what if I did? So what if I didn't?" Lin Yi's face was calm, completely disregarding the two. The Captain of the Royal Guard took out a red-hot iron brand and said fiercely, "I advise you to be honest. What evidence do you have?" Linny asked boldly without a hint of fear. "What evidence is needed?" "Someone reported you," the Captain of the Royal Guard said. Linny almost laughed out loud. "Just because someone reported it, does that make it true? Is everything without evidence? He. You are just a level 1 professional, yet you managed to clear the 9-tier tower. Surely you have some collusion." Upon hearing this, Linny smiled lightly. "Do you need collusion to clear a 9-tier tower?" He. Arrogant. The two immediately felt dissatisfied. After all, they had only reached the 4th heaven. How could Lin Yi possibly accomplish that? It must be that you gained some information from those two Jiao, which allowed you to exploit weak points to clear it, right? The two analyzed reasonably. This made Lin Yi laugh. Some baseless speculation and unfounded reports can convict someone? What a good tactic. Seeing Lin Yi completely unaffected, they said, "He. Even if it's fake, since you entered here today, fake becomes real." The two had finally stated their demands after so long. "If you hand over the special reward for clearing the 9-tier tower and sign a mental contract to become a slave of the dynasty, we can consider sparing your life." With these words, Lin Yi sneered, "What if I refuse?" "Then you will die." The two's attitude was very firm. Lin Yi nodded. "Can I ask you a question first?" They were curious why Lin Yi, facing death, still wanted to say something. "Go ahead. Where have you caught my two friends?" Upon hearing this, the two furrowed their brows. "We haven't caught your friends." "Oh." Lin Yi felt surprised upon hearing that. It seems he had misunderstood. But thinking of how clever Dong Pangpang was, escaping in advance was also normal. Lin Yi finally stood up. In this broken prison, he felt so out of place. He brushed off the dust from his exquisite golden robe and smiled. "It's good that the water Jiao was indeed released by me, otherwise I would have to take the blame." "You actually released it?" The two did not expect it to be true. After all, that was just an anonymous report. They never cared about the truth. Having an excuse was enough for them. What about the fire Jiao? They suddenly realized Lin Yi only mentioned one name. The fire Jiao. Lin Yi's mouth curled into a smile. "I'll show it to you now." Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's roar. A nearly 10-meter-long blazing dragon appeared around Lin Yi. Bang! The fire Jiao directly unleashed a breath of dragon flame on the two. "You can actually tame the fire Jiao?" The two were in shock, hurriedly assuming a combat stance. He, Jiao? Not even worthy to carry the shoes of a blazing dragon. Lin Yi's eyes flashed coldly. "Blazing dragon, killed him. Damn it. Do you think just one fire dragon can deal with both of us?" One of them summoned armor and a long knife, while the other readied golden armor and a long spear. Two high-level level 50 C-class professionals. They had fought water dragons before, even if they did not win. But at least they could run, and now, combined, they were confident they could take down the water dragon. Bang! But just when they faced the blazing dragon for a split second. Minus 120,110. Minus 120,110. Over 100,000 true damage instantly emptied their health bars. Chapter 65, Rescue. They struggled in pain, filled with disbelief and fear of death. No, no, no. How is this possible? Is the Dragon Master really this strong? Endless regret filled their minds. They should not have provoked Lin Yi. But now it was too late. Regret had come too late. From this moment on, Lin Yi was prepared. The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the entire army. Countless people rushed over. Lin Yi initially planned to leave, but at this moment, his gaze suddenly fixed. He directed his eyes at a wall. Come out. Instantly, a figure appeared on the wall. This person was trembling all over, wanting to speak but could hardly get the words out. Is it you? Lin Yi had not expected that the person who came was someone from Jiangnan Middle School. This person was an assassin, who had stealthily infiltrated here. From their appearance, it was clear that they had just been scared out of their wits by Lin Yi's actions. If you have something to say it immediately, or don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Yi coldly spoke, feeling uneasy. The assassin took a long time to steady himself before he trembled and spoke, Big brother. I came here to tell you something. Dong Pangpang and Su Bingbing are in danger. He said it all in one breath, breathing heavily with relief. What? Lin Yi stood right in front of him. What have you done to them? Hearing this, Lin Yi had not expected that Dong Pangpang and the others were in trouble. The assassin hurriedly explained, No. I didn't do it, it has nothing to do with me. I just happened to see them attacking those two, so I thought to hurry and tell you. They are also using this to threaten you for points. This person was the same young man who had previously complained and had been angrily retorted by Li Quanran. I thought I'd tell you to not fall into their trap, and I also overheard that Lu Ming was just a substitute. The real person participating in the ancient relics is already dead. Lin Yi's face turned cold, completely unprepared for the situation to be so complicated. Quickly take me there. Lin Yi yelled, determined to save Su Bingbing and Dong Pangpang. Tap tap. Suddenly, a dense sound of footsteps approached. The entire dungeon corridor was filled with soldiers. Seeing this, Lin Yi directly smashed through the prison ceiling, but when he emerged, he found that nearly 100,000 soldiers had surrounded him. Not far away, there was a dragon chariot, on which sat a powerless old man. This person was the emperor of the dynasty. According to records, he was merely a puppet. The entire court was filled with the royal guard commander and the national general's people. The reason he had not stepped down was simply that the two had not yet decided the outcome. Seeing this, Lin Yi cupped his hands and anxiously said, These two evil villains attempting to disrupt the court and seize power have already been slain by me. I have urgent matters and need the emperor to clear a path. But upon hearing Lin Yi's request, the emperor coldly smiled. A voice that Lin Yi could hear entered his ears. When the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Although you helped me kill these two treacherous officials. But, you must die too. Your strength is your fault, I do not allow your existence. Next, the emperor shouted loudly for all to hear, This internal treason has killed two of our court's great generals. Soldiers, charge. Avenge them. Instantly, the soldiers' morale surged, and over 100,000 soldiers charged toward Lin Yi. Humph. No matter how strong you are. So many people. It could pile up and suffocate you. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi's face darkened, able to drip water. This is what you forced me to do. Blazing dragon. Roar. A terrifying dragon's might howled out. Everyone trembled in fear. Hurry up. The emperor was sweating coldly, inwardly sighing, This dragon master is too strong, just a mere turn and he's this terrifying. But next, he was about to witness the most shocking scene of his life. It was also the last image he would see. A giant phantom appeared behind the blazing dragon, a five-clawed dragon phantom hundreds of meters long coldly surveying the surroundings. Super ultimate skill, extinguish the immortal. The sky tore open, and meteors fell. Mountains collapsed, and volcanoes erupted. Many soldiers, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, were so frightened that they dropped their weapons. At the moment they touched the flames, the soldiers turned to ashes. In just an instant, a radius of 5 kilometers. Life was in ruin. Even the emperor himself widened his eyes, watching this horrifying scene, stepping back as it consumed him. No. Spare me, please. Before he could finish his words, he turned directly into flying ash. No one could stop Lin Yi's path. At this moment, Lin Yi couldn't care about anything else, directly grabbing the shocked assassin and rushing toward where Su Bingbing was. Watching Li Quanran about to make a move. At this moment, Su Bingbing was in despair. She never expected she would die such a miserable death. Her tongue pressed against her teeth, she would rather commit suicide than die like this. Thinking of this, Lin Yi's figure unconsciously appeared in her mind, if only you could come. Just then, she suddenly heard Lin Yi's voice beside her, I'm here. Could it be my hallucination? Su Bingbing shook her head. Let them go. If you have any issues, come at me. Lin Yi's voice was so familiar, she opened her eyes in surprise. At this moment, Lin Yi appeared with a face full of killing intent. Looking into her eyes, he immediately switched to a gentle expression, don't worry, I'm here. I will definitely save you today. Lin Yi's words always had a magical power. It seemed that he could not accomplish certain things, but as long as he said it, he would definitely achieve it. Seeing Lin Yi appear, Li Qianran and Lu Ming were shocked. You actually escaped? Looking at the mount beneath Lin Yi, they incredulously said, is this a dragon? I don't know how it compares to the real divine beasts, the flood dragon and earth dragon. Lin Yi truly contracted this unknown pet. A mere first-turn useless profession, you still dare to save them? Li Qianran sneered. Li Qianran completely looked down on Lin Yi. The gap in levels and the inherent weakness of beast masters gave him immense confidence. Moreover, he possessed a specialized weapon. With someone like Lin Yi, even 10 wouldn't be enough for him to beat. Let's see then? Lin Yi didn't waste words and directly jumped off the blazing dragon. The blazing dragon charged out like a wild horse breaking free. Meanwhile, Li Qianran kept talking, you've come right to my door, it saves me trouble. You better obediently hand over that special armor and points, I might consider giving you a quick death. Li Qianran looked at the blazing dragon, barely over level 20, and scoffed, TCH. Empty bravado. Lu Ming. Let's team up and finish this battle quickly, he declared. He immediately used his strongest divine ability. Also, the reason he was still unafraid even after seeing Lin Yi's battle armor. Hurricane Control. Hurricane Control, S-Class Profession Wind Master Advanced Divine Ability, can control a target area of 10 by 10 for up to 25 seconds, cannot be dispelled. And during this time, damage taken is increased by 300%. Such a long control, and it could not be cleared. This was his arrogant capital. Suddenly, Lin Yi was controlled. He couldn't move at all. Now even the roar of the dragon cannot clear it. Ha ha ha. You walked into your own trap, you finally fell into my hands, Lin Yi. Lu Ming gleefully charged at him. But the blazing dragon's speed showed no sign of slowing down. How is this possible? Li Qianran was astonished, his heart racing. But soon, he adjusted himself. So what if he could resist this magical ability? A mere level 20 pet. Bang! He hurriedly used all his strength, countless wind blades flying towards the blazing dragon. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The health bar of the blazing dragon didn't move an inch. Moreover, it quickly approached Li Qianran. Bang! With just one move. Crack! With a crisp sound, Li Qianran's protective necklace shattered. Chapter 66, Let You Go? Li Qianran was utterly shocked, he never expected that this mere level 20 pet could be so terrifying. Even the legendary flood dragon couldn't possibly kill at a higher level, right? This dragon tamer? Could it really be so terrifying? Li Qianran quickly retreated. He didn't want to die. He still wanted to live. He shouted at Lu Ming, quick! Kill Lin Yi, I'll hold it off. As long as the beast tamer was dead, the beasts under his command would also suffer. This was their only hope of victory. Lu Ming was also dumbfounded, his eyes filled with even more ferocity. A beast tamer who has lost his pet is incredibly weak, let's see how you escape from me. Facing the fierce Lin Yi, however, was a calm smile, and he slowly spoke, who told you I only have one pet? Crack, crack. A sound of machinery echoed, and a huge mechanical dragon appeared. With just a single tail sweep, it nearly wiped out its health bar. This, what kind of creature is this? How can it be so terrifying? Lu Ming fell to the ground, staring in fear at the mechanical dragon before him. He never imagined that he wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from this monster. Deathly fear surged in his heart. On the other side, Lin Yi finally broke free from the control state and quickly came to Su Bingbing's side. At this moment, Su Bingbing was in a terrible state, her clothes tattered. Much of her charm was gone. Lin Yi lowered his gaze. He took off his coat and draped it over Su Bingbing. You're safe now. Bang! Lin Yi suddenly felt warmth in his arms as Su Bingbing hugged him. Su Bingbing cried, I thought you wouldn't come. She was sobbing so hard her body trembled. Just now, she had truly been on the brink of death. If it weren't for Lin Yi, she... Seeing Su Bingbing in this state, Lin Yi felt heartbroken and couldn't speak. He could only silently pat her back, it's okay, I'm here. Hey! Can you two not be so romantic? Forgetting about everything, old Lin. Dong Pangpong's voice appeared at an inappropriate moment. The two finally reacted, remembering that Dong Pangpang was still lying there, covered in wounds. The assassin who had brought Lin Yi here was quite sensible. He immediately walked to Dong Pangpong's side and helped him up. Taking out recovery potions, he was about to give them to Dong Pangpang. But Lin Yi called out to him, "Use this." Looking at the blood-replenishing potion thrown over, the assassin boy's eyes widened. Blood-replenishing potions are generally used in critical moments during battle. Now, using it for recovery seemed a bit wasteful. But that wasn't the key to the assassin boy's shock. His family was poor, and in order to become a professional, he often picked up empty potion bottles to sell. He was very familiar with the specifications of potion bottles. The batch of potions Lin Yi had didn't have any labels and lacked any commercial hidden markings. This meant that this blood-replenishing potion wasn't bought by Lin Yi. There could only be one possibility: Lin Yi had a connection with the manufacturer. Thinking of this, he breathed heavily. If he could get in good with Lin Yi, maybe he could get a batch of potions at a lower price. That way, the pressure on his family wouldn't be so great. He gritted his teeth and poured the blood-replenishing potion down Dong Pangpong's throat. This percentage recovery potion showed significant effects. Dong Pangpang immediately felt better. And Su Bingbing finally composed herself. She secretly signaled Dong Pangpang with her eyes. Dong Pangpang understood the meaning of this glance. It was to tell him not to reveal any information about their identities. Thinking of Su Bingbing's startling identity, Dong Pangpang felt a chill run down his spine. And they were full of envy. How could such an opportunity fall to Lin Yi? Hate. No, no. Don't kill me. I was just confused for a moment. I promise I won't do it again. Li Quanan and Lu Ming were brought in front of Lin Yi, and Lu Ming knelt down to beg for mercy first. With snot and tears, his hands clasped together were shaking like shadows. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Dong Pangpang even doubted whether he had traveled through time. The contrast with Lu Ming just now was simply too great. Compared to him, although Li Quanan was terrified, his face was filled with arrogance. As if he was certain that Lin Yi would not kill him. Lin Yi ignored him and directly looked at Lu Ming. "I will say one sentence, and you will answer one." Okay. As long as you can spare me, I will tell you everything." Lu Ming shouted excitedly. Lin Yi wrinkled his nose in disgust. This guy has no backbone at all. But he also understood that this was a venomous snake. If he really let him go today, there would be endless troubles. "How did you sneak into this ancient ruin?" This was what Lin Yi wanted to ask most. He was very curious about how Lu Ming managed to do it. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It was my father who found it." As he spoke, he pointed to Li Quanan beside him. "He bribed him with 500,000 spiritual stones, so that when he needed someone, I could replace him. Then my father secretly assassinated one person in the team." Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. For what reason? They actually killed someone directly. Seeing the crowd's expressions, Lu Ming felt a bit guilty, but he continued to speak. "When we left the ruins, the other 9 left first. I would lag behind. All I needed was for Li Quanan to announce to everyone that that person died in the secret realm, then we could escape perfectly." Tsk. Lin Yi was repeatedly amazed. He never expected the Lu family father and son to be so ruthless. What was the reason for this? Paying such a price must have been for something. Once asked this, Lu Ming fell silent. Lin Yi's face immediately darkened. Lu Ming was instantly frightened and admitted, "Because there is news of exclusive weapons here." Once these words came out, everyone was shocked and widened their eyes. Exclusive weapons? No wonder the Lu family was willing to pay such a great price to come here. Is it done? I've said everything I could. Can you spare me now? Lu Ming pleaded, crying profusely. Lin Yi reached out, and the power sword flew into his hand. "Spare you?" He smirked. "That's impossible." Chapter 67, Kill. "What you despicable." Lu Ming's eyes widened in anger. Whoosh. Lin Yi's power sword swept across. Thud. The silent scene made the sound of a head falling especially loud. Lu Ming died with his eyes wide open, his mouth agape and anger etched on his face, expressing his inability and fury at the moment of death. Ugh. The 3 people following Lin Yi instantly couldn't hold back, and retching sounds erupted. Even Li Quanan was stunned. But upon hearing this, Lin Yi suddenly laughed out loud. "Welcome to report me." Li Quanran was stunned, completely taken aback by Lin Yi's response. "Are you going to kill me to silence me?" Li Quanran stepped back in fear. He firmly believed Lin Yi was capable of such a thing. Little Zhua. He is right here. Li Quanran quickly glanced at the assassin who had helped Lin Yi, clearly terrified. When the security bureau comes to investigate, will he dare to lie? I'm still the team leader, a genius student from Jiangnan High School. If you kill me, the security bureau will definitely not let you escape the net of law. Li Quanran desperately revealed all his cards. In the face of this, Linny remained entirely unfazed. Don't worry. I will definitely not kill you. These words shocked not only Li Quanran but also made the other three look at Linny in surprise. Just moments ago, Lin Yi's decisive actions had taken them by surprise. Now, he was actually letting Li Quanran go? Old Lin. Dong Pangpang nudged his arm, whispering, if you start, you must finish. You need to do it thoroughly, it must be clean. Dong Pangpang believed that since they had acted, they must eliminate all traces. To eradicate any potential danger completely. Moreover, he had almost bullied Su Xiaohua just now. Not to mention, he had nearly taken 2 lives. Thus, killing him to silence him was the best option. Linny ignored Dong Pangpang and continued, I will definitely not kill you, and I welcome you to report me. You can leave. Li Quanran was overjoyed, even doubting if Linny had lost his mind. He stood up and stepped back a few paces. Seeing that Linny showed no reaction, he turned and ran. Not daring to look back, he unleashed the fastest sprint of his life. Fearing that Linny might change his mind. Dong Pangpang really intended to chase after him but was stopped by Linny. Old Lin, he shouted in frustration, feeling like iron unable to become steel. With Linny blocking him, Li Quanran had already vanished from sight. Su Bingbing advised, trust Linny, he must have his reasons for doing this. Don't worry. Linny smiled, I am not a good person. Just now, Lu Ming, even if I let him go now, I will still have 100 ways to kill him in the future. It's just that this guy is too hateful, killing him. How satisfying. And Li Quanran is the same. And you can rest assured about Li Quanran, he will definitely not reveal a word about today. Linny said confidently. Moreover. As he spoke, Linny suddenly paused, leaving a deep sense of mystery for the others. Linny looked at the young assassin, by the way. You know what to say and what not to say, right? The youth was frightened by Lin Yi's gaze and lowered his head. He quickly responded, I know. Lin Yi nodded. He was not worried that this guy would say anything out of line. Because it was Lu Ming who had just died, not Li Quanran. The youth could easily claim ignorance. Lu Ming's death had Li Chuanran's help to cover it up. This was also one of the reasons for keeping Li Quanran alive. Not knowing how long he had run, Li Quanran finally collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. He looked back. Finding no trace of Lin Yi, he let out a sigh of relief. Recalling what had just happened, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Lin Yi, once I go out, I will definitely report you. You won't have peace. At this point, he suddenly realized, wait. How was he supposed to explain it? Was he going to directly confess to accepting bribes, letting a teammate die so Lu Ming could take his place? Then Lu Ming turned deadly and got killed in return? As soon as he exposed the truth about Lu Ming's death, his own dirty dealings could never be hidden. At this moment, his face turned red with shame. He finally understood why Lin Yi let him go. It turned out he was certain Li Quanran would not dare to speak out. He even had to help cover it up. If the security bureau discovered any clues and traced these matters back, he would be finished. All his reputation as a genius with a second-turn S-class profession, all the accolades of a public idol would vanish into thin air. Instead, he became a prisoner. At this moment, he felt an immense humiliation. This feeling was like being sold and then helping the buyer count the money. It's okay, there will be many days ahead. He could only motivate himself. Lin Yi, we will meet again. At this moment, Lin Yi, however, was in an embarrassing situation. That is, his empire's army has been almost entirely slaughtered by the fiery dragon's special move. Now it seemed that passing through the ancient ruins was also a problem. Facing hundreds of thousands of monstrous armies, relying solely on them had no chance of victory. Lin Yi glanced at the energy scroll in his hand. He was calculating whether he could defeat this battle alone. But thinking it over, he did not choose to take the risk. He still remembered a water dragon owed him a favor. If he could utilize it, it would of course be best. What do we do next? Dong Pangpang was full of anxiety, he felt he was about to be finished. After narrowly escaping a disaster. Now it was even more dangerous. The young assassin beside him also wore a worried expression. Roar! Suddenly, a roar rang out, and a figure rushed over quickly. Water Dragon. Upon seeing that the newcomer was actually a boss, everyone but Lin Yi became alert. Scared, they assumed their formation and prepared to strike. This is a level 50 big boss. Unlike their fear, Lin Yi was completely calm. Relax. No. Old Lin, you can't think you're strong and expect us to be like you? Dong Pangpang angrily scolded. Now he kept calling him Old Lin. He seemed to treat Lin Yi as a life-and-death brother. At this moment, the water dragon stopped. It even bent down in front of Lin Yi, showing a respectful demeanor. Do you have any instructions? The water dragon could speak human language. Upon hearing this, everyone was immediately stunned. Such a terrifying monster was completely submissive in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't waste words and spoke directly. You owe me a favor. I want you to repay me now, is that okay? Of course. The water dragon eagerly wanted to repay the debt, otherwise, it would worry every day. The feeling of being in debt was unpleasant for a dragon. Retreat? Impossible. The water dragon replied decisively. Unless they are all dead, we will not retreat. Oh, how do you know? Ah. The water dragon had a look of confusion in its big eyes. Lin Yi's answer was unexpected. Seeing its confusion, Lin Yi smiled and said, they have already been mostly killed by me. Ha! Upon hearing this, the water dragon was stunned. You did all my work for me? Then what should I do? Awesome! The water dragon could only spit out these two words after a long time. With so many soldiers, even if it had 10 more chances, it wouldn't win. But Lin Yi actually solved it alone. If it hadn't seen Lin Yi's combat power, it would definitely think he was drunk. In that case, let's go. The water dragon nodded. Upon receiving a positive response, Lin Yi was also satisfied. Ding! You have achieved the accomplishment, retreat without battle, SSS level, reward points times 500, 000. At this moment, outside the ancient ruins, it was exceptionally lively. Because of Lin Yi's appearance, he had over 30,000 points, leading by far on the leaderboard. It still stayed at the score from Lin Yi passing the 9-tier tower and hadn't updated. The rest had only a few thousand points. The second place, Li Quanran, barely surpassed 10,000 points under many people's efforts. This gap was crushing. Reporters immediately caught the scent of a trending news story. They even directly invited a big shot. Ahem. Friends watching on the television, you can see that after the second update of the leaderboard, a student from Shizhou High School in Linhai City is leading many geniuses from Jiangnan High School, distinctly becoming first. This live broadcast was being aired on TV news and all major short video platforms. Instantly, a flurry of comments appeared on the live broadcast screen. Over 10,000 viewers clicked into the live stream because of this hype. Seeing this flow of viewers, the host felt a surge of joy in her heart. What the hell? A student from a key high school in Jiangnan, any one of them can easily crush the top students from other cities. This ranking has to be fake. Humph. There must be some inside story. The team leader this time is Li Quanran, one of the top 10 students in our school, and indeed one of the strongest high school students in Jiangnan province. An S-level profession, second upgrade, plus he has an exclusive weapon. I refuse to believe he will be crushed. Exactly. Who exactly is this Lin Yi? How can he be stronger than Li Quanran? As the barrage of comments flew by, the host was overjoyed. This was exactly the effect she wanted. She immediately took the next step. Ahem. This Lin Yi is not an ordinary person, he is an SSS level professional. As soon as she spoke, the entire live stream room fell silent. If it weren't for the number of online viewers skyrocketing on the side, she would have doubted whether she was frozen. Suddenly, a message appeared in the barrage. Lin Yi? Could it be that Dragon Lord? Seizing the opportunity, the host read out this comment. In the mere time it took to say this, the number of people in the live stream surpassed 100,000. In this moment, the host was incredibly excited, she was just a rookie reporter. Originally, her assignments were all trivial matters. The really high visibility, hot topics were all snatched away by her seniors. But now, she had unexpectedly encountered such good fortune. Her hand holding the microphone slightly trembled. Yes, it's hard to imagine that as a recognized SSS-level useless profession, he could achieve such results. And so, she stretched her tone slightly. This time we have invited the most authoritative figure in the Beastmaster realm, who has recently achieved astonishing results and is the strongest Beastmaster in the country, President Zhang Liuhe of the National Beastmaster Association. As her voice fell, the camera turned to Zhang Liuhe beside her. Being able to invite this big shot was something even the reporter herself had not expected. It was simply the perfect timing, location, and support. Hello? President Zhang. She eagerly asked her first question. First of all, may I ask why you are here today? Didn't you invite me? Zhang Liuhe's reply instantly cooled the atmosphere a bit. The reporter touched her nose, completely not expecting such a response. But she quickly recovered. Then what made you willing to participate in this interview? Hearing this question, Zhang Liuhe did not hesitate and straightforwardly answered, because of Lin Yi. Seeing the topic back on track, the reporter immediately seized the opportunity to inquire and began to enter the main topic. What do you think of this rankings results? Were you very surprised? Is Linny just taking advantage, leading for a short time? Not surprised. Zhang Liuha replied particularly quickly. Ha! The reporter widened his mouth upon hearing this response. His words were deliberately guiding Zhang Liuha to undermine Linny. This way, it would be more sensational. Even the live chat room was in an uproar. What? President Zhang is the person who knows the Beastmaster profession best, and he actually said he wasn't surprised? A useless profession achieving this level, and President Zhang thinks it's to be expected? That's a bit pretentious. He previously said it was because Linny came here, now he says he's not surprised by the results. It's contradictory. Everyone's opinion of him was not very good. The reporter looked at the continuously increasing number of viewers and immediately asked the question that everyone wanted to know. So you did not come because of Linny's unexpected results, but why then? I have known him for a long time, this result can only be said to be expected. He inherently possesses this strength. Zhang Liuha said without hesitation. The reason I came this time is purely because of him. Hiss. Everyone gasped in surprise. Linny had actually known Zhang Liuha all along, and Zhang Liuha confirmed Linny's battle power. This meant it was absolutely not some secret realm skills. By coincidence, he achieved the first place. Instead, he believed that Linny was indeed this strong. Zhang Liuha looked at the soaring number of 200,000 inside in his heart. Linny, little brother, do you know how it feels to travel 300 kilometers in half an hour? If you don't come out and properly thank me, we won't be done. Originally, he wouldn't even take a glance at such small reporters' invitations. He saw that there was content regarding Linny. During this dangerous time, he chose to show his face to expand Linny's influence. Striving for a slot in the Genius Training Camp. As long as he entered the Genius Training Camp, Linny's future would definitely be brighter. His life would also be safe and secure. Hiss. At this moment, the reporter felt a burning sensation on her face. Not only did Zhang Liuha show him no mercy, but he also diverted the interview content off track. It should have been various analyses, stating that Linny did not possess that level of strength. Only then would there be a hot topic. Ahem. What makes you think Linny, relying on a widely regarded useless profession, can crush many geniuses to become first? The reporter asked this sharp question. As she spoke, she educated the viewers in front of the TV. It is well known that training a Beastmaster requires resources that consume at least 10 times that of other professions at the same level. Therefore, compared to the lower-level profession of Beastmaster, it is relatively popular. Even though its combat power is still low, at least there is some fighting capability. On the contrary, higher-level Beastmasters are called useless professions. It is clear that Linny belongs to this category. Not to mention whether such immense consumption is affordable. How did he even contract a dragon, a creature unheard of? A Beastmaster without a beast is even worse than an ordinary person. So here I present a completely different opinion to President Zhang. Linny is definitely just temporarily ahead, taking shortcuts. Chapter 69, The Female Reporter Crumbled. Zhang Liuha was immediately enraged, blowing his beard and glaring. If it weren't for being in front of the camera, he would have wanted to beat up this blind reporter. Linny was, in his eyes, the future light of Beastmasters. How could he tolerate her speaking like this? The reporter said this in public. The live stream's viewers reached 250,000. Comments flooded the screen. Right. Anyone who has completed 9 years of compulsory education can understand this logic. That's right. Supporting the beautiful reporter sister. Yes, yes, yes. Is Zhang Liuha crazy? He doesn't understand such a simple principle. It feels like his president's status is questionable. Seeing these messages, the female reporter immediately broke into a smile. Zhang Liuha didn't know how to refute. He simply replied faintly, Linny's strength will prove everything. Hearing this, the female reporter seemed to have caught a key point and immediately shouted, since President Zhang has said this, the ranking list is about to refresh soon. President Zhang, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet whether Linny can remain at the top of the list. Hearing that she wanted to bet with him, Zhang Liuha scoffed. Confidently, he said, sure, I'm in. You can set the stakes however you like. I'm in. Hiss. Such a bold bet left the live stream audience stunned. Quick, quick, quick. The opportunity to get rich is here. Betting a few million is like being gifted wealth. Can I bet with you? I'll sell my car and house, I'll mortgage my wife and kids to bet with you. How can such a great opportunity not fall on me? President Zhang, you must not regret it. Seeing that Zhang Liuha actually accepted the bet, the reporter was overjoyed. She just wanted the spotlight. She looked at the number of online viewers. But when she looked, it immediately shocked her. Online viewers, 500,000 plus. What the heck? This is not peak traffic time. It's normal working hours. What does it mean to reach this viewership? Need I say more? She never expected to be this lucky. Step to the sky. Thinking of this, she immediately stated the bet, $1 is enough. Ha! As soon as this bet was announced, the live broadcast room was instantly filled with countless praises for her beauty and kindness. In fact, she had already thought in her heart, a $1 bet can thoroughly humiliate Zhang Liuha, and then I can create some news to promote it. Then, I can build my own persona a little, and start live streaming to sell goods. What's a few bucks betting against Zhang Liuha? Selling goods is the real moneymaker. No wonder she was in the news business, every step was well thought out. At the moment when the atmosphere reached its peak, the words on the leaderboard began to blur. All the audience knew. This was the leaderboard outside starting to refresh. All the audience held their breaths, watching this scene. Though they already knew the result, they still felt a bit of anticipation. The reporter couldn't help but glance smugly at Zhang Liuha, as if to say she was sure to win. Crack. The leaderboard refreshed. Ancient Relic Points Leaderboard, current 24H ranking. First place, Linny, points, 5,053,500. Second place, Su Bingbing, points, 1,827,522. Third place, Dong Pangpang, points, 1,824,360. Fourth place, Li Quan Ran, points, 72,300. Fifth place, Lu Ming, points, 0. Sixth place, Zhua Ziani, points, 0. From the fifth place onward, all were zeros. It was almost not difficult to guess, this definitely meant that the points had been consolidated to one person. Hiss. At this moment, all the audience gasped in shock. They completely did not expect. Seeing this result, everyone gasped again. This result was unexpected. Ha! The reporter was completely stunned. She even forgot to manage her expression, her emotions out of control as she yelled, "How is this possible?" This not only meant to get slapped in the face, but also meant her fame and money-making scheme were all gone. The entire live broadcast room's bullet comments were almost crazily rolling. Almost all were the two words "Wokao." The entire live broadcast room was dominated by these two words, making it almost impossible to see the screen. The number of viewers continuously skyrocketed. And this was not over yet. Suddenly, the space in front began to twist. The ground around seemed to tremble. The reporter team was instantly flustered and panicked. Zhang Liuha, who had seen much of the world, immediately understood the reason. Oh no, the relic ended early. Hearing this, the reporter was suddenly overjoyed. What? The relic ended early? This was definitely not good news. Because generally, unless in special circumstances, the early end of a relic usually means that everyone has died. However, the reporter was overjoyed, she had messed up the previous one. Now, a major news story had come out. An exceptionally strong SSS level candidate dying in the relic. She had to seize this opportunity to attract attention. No! Zhang Liuha suddenly shouted. Crack! The leaderboard updated again. At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room had exceeded 1 million. They were all worried because of this terrifying scene. Under the focus of the camera, they could clearly see. The leaderboard's first place, Linny, had changed. Relic Points Leaderboard, Settlement Ranking. First place, Linny, points, 1,000,000 plus. This leaderboard conveyed two messages. The relic ended early. And Linny not only did not die but also his points surged by 500,000. The early end of an ancient relic, what a terrifying strength that implied. What? Seeing this surge in points, the ancient relic was ended early by Linny. Wokao, completing an S-level ancient relic in advance, Linny is the first person in so many years. Awesome. We truly underestimated him, Linny is actually this strong. As the passage opened, several figures walked out. The first to emerge was the arrogant Linny. Dressed in a deep black robe, it made him appear imposing. Hey! There's even a camera? Linny suddenly stepped in front of the camera. The audience, curious about what Linny would say, gathered around him. Linny suddenly smiled. He took out a bottle of red potion. Blood building potion is awesome. I am the spokesperson for the blood building potion. Choose potions, choose blood building potions. Chapter 70, Leaving the Secret Realm. As soon as these words came out, it stunned all the viewers. No one could have imagined this. Linny's first sentence after coming out was actually an advertisement slogan. Ha ha. Suddenly, millions in the live broadcast room all typed these two words at once. Everyone was amused by Lin Yi's contrast. Meanwhile, the reporter looked at Lin Yi with some bitterness. It was all this high school student's fault. He made her lose 2 opportunities for explosive news. To take revenge on Lin Yi, she simply stopped interviewing him. Instead, she pointed the camera at Li Quanran. Li Quanran was still dazed by the sudden end of the Ancient Ruins event. He was suddenly the center of attention for millions of viewers. Immediately, he panicked. At this moment, she keenly noticed that there were missing members in the team. This sparked her interest. She almost shoved the microphone into Li Quanran's nose and asked, as the captain, "Do you know why this battle had casualties?" At this question, Li Quanran's heart sank. He hadn't even thought of a way to respond yet. He had just been scared silly by Lin Yi, and now his mind was a jumbled mess. All he could stammer out was, "They were killed." At this moment, he was extremely conflicted. Looking at the relaxed Lin Yi beside him, he gritted his teeth. The mastermind was Lin Yi, yet he had to take the blame. But he dared not expose Lin Yi. He didn't even dare to mention Lin Yi in the following testimony. It felt like being sold by someone and still helping count the money. "Oh? May I ask how they were killed? As the captain, why didn't you ensure the safety of your team members?" These words were sharp and cutting. They pierced Li Quanran's mind like daggers. At this moment, in a corner out of everyone's sight, an expert was watching all this unfold. Seeing Li Quanran's reaction, the person furrowed their brows and said, "Wasn't it supposed to be taught how to handle this? Do the geniuses from Jiangnan High School have such poor psychological quality?" At this moment, Li Quanran seemed to have thought of something and excitedly said, "He left the team without permission and unfortunately ran into the boss, ultimately dying under the boss's wave." He blurted it out in one breath, instantly feeling relieved. This was precisely the detail he had discussed with the Liu family beforehand. Just now, he had been so frantic that he almost forgot. Meanwhile, the hidden expert muttered in dissatisfaction, "Wasn't he supposed to link the death to Lin Yi? Why doesn't he even mention it?" Seeing Lin Yi fully come out, Zhang Liuha happily patted him on the shoulder and said, "You lad, I knew you could do it." As he spoke, Zhang Liuha filled Lin Yi in on everything that had just happened. He even told him about the genius training camp. "If it weren't for this matter, I wouldn't have bothered to come here." Beep beep beep. Suddenly, the reporter's phone rang. She instinctively picked it up but embarrassed herself in front of millions of viewers, as a voice on the other end yelled, "What are you doing? Why aren't you interviewing Lin Yi?" The voice was so loud that all the viewers could hear it clearly. The reporter recognized that it was her superior's voice. The reporter didn't dare to argue at all. She could only repeatedly say, "Okay, okay, okay." It was only then that she approached Lin Yi, ready to hand the microphone to him. However, Lin Yi publicly refused. "Sorry, I won't accept your interview." As soon as those words came out, the whole live broadcast room immediately filled with good. This reporter is just venting her anger for just losing a bet. Such a person doesn't deserve to be a reporter. Support Lin Yi. Exactly, she's been deliberately guiding public opinion. Lin Yi's strength is beyond doubt. The reporter's face turned completely awkward. She didn't expect Lin Yi to not give her any face. Zhang Liuha, however, looked at Lin Yi with a pained expression, as if saying he shouldn't act so impulsively. But everything was actually under Lin Yi's control. Let's not forget, there was still a gossip lover by his side. I tell you. At that time, Lin Yi was alone and bravely broke through the 9 levels tower. And that level 53rd transition general was. And also, without any effort, the enemy army retreated. But just when the reporter finished the interview, an email arrived in her inbox. Termination agreement. The reporter instantly slumped down to the ground. Meanwhile, the Security Bureau also came to investigate. However, the usually meticulous Security Bureau investigators only asked a couple of questions and then quickly moved on. It was obvious someone had given them a heads up. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi smiled faintly. His guess was correct. Letting Li Quanran go was convenient for his escape. Soon, the interview ended, and Lin Yi's fame skyrocketed. On national forums, Lin Yi's name prominently appeared in the spotlight. The likes surged to over 10,000 in just half an hour. This showed the enthusiasm of netizens. "If there's nothing else, shall I give you a ride home?" Zhang Liuha said. But Lin Yi shook his head, declining, "No need, I can go back myself." "Alright then, take care." Zhang Liuha didn't think much and left the place. However, Lin Yi's expression became serious. He spoke in a voice only he could hear. "Did not follow Zhang Huizhen? Looks like they are coming for me." Receiving this news, he was not flustered. Instead, he quietly left the place. After everyone departed, that figure arrived in front of the ancient relics. Glancing at the time, he said, "Should be about time, right?" But then he waited for more than 10 minutes, yet there was no sign. Something's wrong. This person suddenly became furious. Are you playing with me? Whoosh, he rushed towards the direction Li Quanran had left. Chapter 71, Lu Yuntao's attack? They're following me. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. He was indeed being targeted. Who could this person be? Yet Lin Yi did not feel the slightest panic. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his lips. With the eye of true knowledge, he could clearly see the person who was following him. But unfortunately, that person was cautious and had their head lowered. Lin Yi could not see their face. Stop. A sudden voice came. Lin Yi had known this all along and certainly did not panic in the slightest. Instead, he turned around. Clapping his hands, he said, Lu Yuntao, Deputy Director Lu. Long time no see. At these words, Lu Yuntao's eyes widened. He never expected Lin Yi could see through his disguise. Even more surprising to him was that Lin Yi did not run upon realizing it was him. Good. You have guts, kid. Any last words before you die? Lu Yuntao sneered. He stepped forward, holding a person in his hand. It was none other than Li Quanran. Oh? You came for Lu Ming's matter? Lin Yi casually remarked. Immediately, Li Quanran shouted, it's all him. He's the one who killed Lu Ming. He chopped off Lu Ming's head with one blow. He frantically explained to Lu Yuntao, I swear, he did it. I had nothing to do with it. Clearly, it was because Lu Ming did not emerge from the ancient relic that Lu Yuntao captured Li Quanran. Li Quanran was so scared he couldn't think straight. Though he was powerful, he was no match for Lu Yuntao, who was a complete tier above him. He immediately snitched on Lin Yi. At this moment, Lu Yuntao's eyes turned red. Did you kill him? His questioning was not taken seriously by Lin Yi. Lin Yi calmly said, let me think, it seems I didn't kill him. You'd be able to kill me, right? You must be the undercover from Eagle Sauce Country. If I'm not mistaken, your mission this time was to kill me. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lu Yuntao was utterly shocked. How did you know? You personally coming to get Lu Ming is unlikely, this isn't a big deal at all. But what type of affair could require you, a Tier 3 professional, to lie in ambush? It must be an assassination mission. You did not follow Zhang Liuwa, which only proves you were coming for me. I suppose you wouldn't take such a risk for some personal grievances. Then there must be a compelling reason for you to come. Combining the last time I just passed the novice secret realm and you suddenly appeared, with your position suddenly showing up in such a place, it's actually not hard to guess. These words hit Lu Yuntao like a heavy hammer, smashing hard on his head. It was also Zhang Liuwa's reminder that made Lin Yi notice these things. Fortunately, Lin Yi didn't choose to show off too much at that time. Otherwise, the danger would have been great. As for now. He. So what if you guessed right? Lu Yuntao sneered, I'm here to kill you. But I'm a bit curious, how did you suddenly appear here from that novice secret realm? You made me wait for so long. Lin Yi didn't answer, take your confusion to hell. Seeing Lin Yi so confident, Lu Yuntao immediately became furious. I have never been looked down upon like this. Today, the 100,000 spirit stone bounty on your head, I have it locked down. If you can tell me whether I killed my nephew, maybe I can make your death quick. Now, does it even matter who killed him? He knows your secret, will you let him go? Lin Yi's words were light. But they made Li Chuanjin panic. No, don't kill me. I won't tell anyone. I didn't hear anything just now. At this moment, Lu Yuntao was extremely furious. Forget it, anyway, you both have to die. Who said it doesn't matter? Saying this, he directly snapped Li Chuanjin's neck. Seeing this, Lin Yi was immediately overjoyed. He knew from the start, even if he let Li Chuanjin go, the Lu family wouldn't let him off. But he never expected the retribution to come so quickly. The goal was achieved. Now he could start fighting. Go die. Lu Yuntao threw Li Chuanjin's body aside. He charged straight toward Lin Yi. With a wave of black mist spreading out. Instantly, a black warhorse and a full set of black armor appeared around Lu Yuntao. Riding the warhorse, Lu Yuntao moved extremely fast. A mere stage 1 dares to provoke me. Don't say you're trash. Even a real SSS level professional wouldn't have this kind of confidence. Lu Yuntao mocked. However, facing Lu Yuntao, who was coming to kill him, Lin Yi didn't have the slightest reaction. He simply raised his hand calmly. Mechanical armament. Energy cannon. Bang. With just one shot. It directly blasted Lu Yuntao, who couldn't react at all, off his horse. Tens of thousands of damage numbers popped up. Lu Yuntao rubbed his eyes. How is this possible? He immediately no longer dared to look down on Lin Yi, clambering back onto the warhorse. I underestimated you, but today you are destined to die at my hands. Is that so? Lin Yi raised his hand, blazing dragon. With Lin Yi's words. Roar! A roar that shook the wilderness appeared. The blazing dragon charged out with incredibly intense flames. A level 20 pet? You really don't put me in your eyes. Lu Yuntao burst into laughter. He never expected that with such a grand entrance. Only a level 20 pet would emerge. Isn't this a joke? The blazing dragon felt Lu Yuntao's disdain, roared, and charged straight ahead. Lu Yuntao raised his long spear. Let me see how strong you are. But just as the spear touched the blazing dragon, he felt that the originally heavy spear suddenly became much lighter. Looking closely, he saw the most terrifying scene of his life. A dark gold level 50 weapon. Just like that, melted away. Lu Yuntao's mouth fell open, stunned on the spot. He couldn't react in time, and the blazing dragon's attack came crashing in. Dragon's breath. A terrifying dragon's breath instantly covered Lu Yuntao. Lu Yuntao immediately used his skill, Black Mist, to try to block. But it all made sounds of evaporation. Sizzle. This group of black mist couldn't even spread a bit. It was directly eliminated. And the blazing true fire continued to consume all his flesh. Lu Yuntao's eyes widened. What is this? How is this possible? Didn't you just have an A-level danger level? Thinking of the orders from above, he became immensely angry. This Lin Yi was completely different from the combat power reported above. There was simply a difference of heavens and earth. Ah! Damn Intelligence Bureau, you dare to harm me, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Lu Yuntao didn't even have time to say a few last words. He was turned to black ashes in an instant. Just like that. A once great third transformation powerhouse. A ruler of a region, deputy director of the Security Bureau. He died at Lin Yi's hands. The roar of the blazing dragon was quite loud and immediately caught the attention of the nearby Security Bureau. Lin Yi didn't choose to leave. He knew not to underestimate the nation's capabilities. It would be very difficult for him to escape now. When faced with the Security Bureau's questioning, he had long thought of a response. You're saying that when you saw Li Quanran was killed, you took action to help, right? Do you remember who that person was? At this moment, inside the Security Bureau, the investigators were questioning Lin Yi. Yes, that person was Deputy Director Lu Yuntao. As soon as Lin Yi said this, it immediately enraged the investigators. Are you trying to deceive us? Don't think we're easy to fool. You, a mere first transformation professional, how could you match a B-level third transformation powerhouse? Nonsense. I see you're lying. Get the pepper spray. Just as the investigator was about to take action, the door to the interrogation room suddenly opened. A person in a white robe walked in and looked at Lin Yi in shock, saying, after testing, the ashes belong to Lu Yuntao. How can it be the deputy director? It must be a namesake. The investigator stood up in fright upon hearing this. It is indeed the deputy director, and based on the examination of Li Quanran's injuries, it was definitely caused by Lu Yuntao. Hearing this, the investigator was shocked and apologetically said to Lin Yi, I'm sorry, we misunderstood you. Lin Yi waved his hand, it's fine, can I go now? Of course, this matter has nothing to do with you. Lin Yi immediately stood up to leave. Looking at his retreating figure, the people on site exclaimed in unison, what a hero is this young man. Trending number 2 in Jiangnan Province, Dark Horse. Lin Yi breaks record with 1,000,000 points in ancient ruins, many capable people rush there, can he break his own record? Trending number 3, Countdown 12H, the final reward for S-Class Ancient Ruins finally revealed. Trending number 4, Shocking. A super undercover, yet killed by a first transformation professional, this person is. Chapter 72, 4 trends take up 3. Lin Yi alone occupied 3 out of the top 4 trending topics. Looking at his popularity, Lin Yi thought to himself that this wave should be safe. If this can't attract the attention of the genius training camp, then it seems he can only rely on the college entrance examination. Lin Yi's fame in Jiangnan Province was truly unmatched. The only thing that could overshadow his 3 trending topics was the college entrance examination. The number 1 trending topic was a spoiler about this year's college entrance examination. This is a classic event every year. Every time before the college entrance examination, some information is leaked to the candidates. Lin Yi glanced at it. The content wasn't much. It mentioned several important sections regarding the 4 main races: elf race, dwarf race, demon race, human race, and the opposing blood race, demon race, etc. There were new village, main city, various contents. But what shocked Lin Yi the most was the reward for this year's college entrance examination champion. It was actually the experience pool. This is a very magical holy pool. There are very few experience pools in the world. It belongs to National Strategic Resources. Because once someone steps into the experience pool, they can absorb experience based on willpower, quality, potential, and other factors. Some people level up 3 levels, some people even 10 levels. This kind of rocket-like upgrade speed. And using an experience pool once is an irreversible loss. This makes the experience pool incredibly precious. Linny glanced at his ultimate golden egg synthesis count. It required 9 upgrades to reach this secret realm. Linny was determined to obtain it. Only 2 days were left until the college entrance examination countdown. In these 2 days, Linny had a lot to do. First of all, the first point is to ensure he can firmly hold the first place in the ancient ruins. To achieve the first place, he needed to maintain a 12-hour duration to receive the only hidden reward. The second thing is, he awarded himself in advance. That's right. Linny had previously received first-class merit twice. Now that Lu Yuntao is dead, in light of the genius training camp matters, Zhang Liuhan no longer hides Linny. He reported those 2 merits back to their original owner, Linny. Adding this new merit, he will become the first in history to obtain a military rank just as a high school student. Welcome. Linny stepped down from the state guest car, looking at the solemn army before him, his heart filled with respect. Over 100 armed soldiers surrounded Linny and walked him to the gate. Report to Commander Jia, the person has arrived. With the gatekeeper's report, the big gate opened. A middle-aged man wearing a military coat, with slightly gray hair, walked out with a strong presence, bearing a gold star on his shoulder. Seeing the visitor, all the surrounding soldiers immediately stood up straight. They saluted respectfully. Commander. Linny couldn't help but gasp. Although he didn't know who this person was, the rank of Major General was enough to prove everything. Such a figure personally came out to welcome him. Hello, little brother. Commander Jia, without any airs, patted Lin Yi's shoulder and greeted him. Hello, Commander. Lin Yi was flattered. Looking at Lin Yi's expression, Commander Jia smiled, truly talented at a young age. When I was your age, I was still playing video games every day. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Lin Yi and walked into the military headquarters. Along the way were soldiers until they reached his office. Have a seat. Commander Jia sat down and took out a cigar. Do you smoke? He suddenly asked Lin Yi. Before Lin Yi could answer, Commander Jia shook his head abruptly. No. Kids shouldn't smoke. Lin Yi had a dark expression. Wasn't that you who asked first? And who am I to you? A kid? 18. I am 18 this year. 3 first-class merits, such achievements at a young age. Have you considered developing in the military? Just one word from you, and I can immediately transfer you in. Commander Jia asked in amazement. Lin Yi hesitated. Commander Jia waved his hand and said, all right. Just kidding. Waiting for someone like you to join the military to fight is not what you should do so early, you still need some training. He said seriously, I recommended you to the Genius Training Camp friends, if you're fortunate enough to get in. After graduation, you must come to our Jiangnan army. Thank you. Lin Yi said with gratitude. The Genius Training Camp. From over 1 billion people in China, less than 100 are selected to participate. The competition is incredibly fierce. Commander Jia directly recommended him. This meant Lin Yi had more chances. It's a small matter. Commander Jia suddenly murmured, I also have a request for you. The pleading tone of Commander Jia caught Lin Yi off guard. What could I possibly help the commander with? Lin Yi couldn't think of anything he could do for such a big shot. Ahem. Commander Jia suddenly wore a proud smile. My daughter is the same age as you. This year she is also taking the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination. I hope you can take care of her a bit, of course. No need for overly special attention. Just hoping you can lend a hand when she is in danger. It's my duty. Lin Yi had no reason to refuse as someone was helping him so much. He definitely couldn't fall short. Lin Yi then posed a question, but I don't even know what your precious daughter looks like? Oh right. Commander Jia directly opened his drawer and took out a photo. He handed it to Lin Yi. At the moment Lin Yi saw the girl in the photo, he was stunned. In the picture, the girl had her hair tied up in a high ponytail, wearing long boots, holding a red tasseled spear. Dressed in martial arts attire, her figure was simply perfect. She looked spirited and impressive. Chapter 73, Commander Jia. I'm telling you, my daughter is really beautiful. Commander Jia seemed extremely happy when mentioning his daughter. You, kid, are really lucky. Lin Yi put away the photo. Yes. If your precious daughter needs help, I will take responsibility. Commander Jia glanced at his watch. All right. Let's end our conversation here. It's time for the award ceremony. Next, Lin Yi finally learned about the identity of the commander before him. On the stage, many soldiers were seated below. In the front row, Lin Yi even saw many second lieutenant officials. And this ceremony was being broadcast live. Wow! There are so many majors here. Don't you see where this is? So impressive. A high school student has just earned a first-class merit. If Lin Yi could score the top in the college entrance exam, he could be called the strongest high school student. Accidentally entered the live stream. The person on stage is Lin Yi, who single-handedly killed a third-turn careerist? What great achievement has he accomplished? Why such a grand occasion? He just killed a third-turn careerist. Is it necessary to make it so grand? The number of viewers in the live stream quickly surpassed 1 million. The host spoke with a clear broadcasting tone. Next, the award presenter will come on stage to award Lin Yi. As Commander Jia stood up from his seat in the front row, all the officers and soldiers stood up in unison. The host continued speaking. Award presenter, Commander Jia. Major General. Commander of the Jiangnan Province Military Supply. Deputy Commander of the Xuanwu War Zone. As soon as this was said, the entire live stream room erupted. This. Jiangnan Province Military Supply Commander. Wow! This is amazing. Wow! The highest leader of Jiangnan Province is awarding Lin Yi. That's simply terrifying. What has Lin Yi done? Just a grey-up kill. This commander has a record of killing fourth-turn powerhouses. As everyone was shocked by the presenter's identity, the host also announced Lin Yi's achievements. Lin Yi. 18 years old. During the beginner's secret realm, at a level of less than 10, he killed Mishiosi. For avenging the spirits of seniors and safeguarding the country's safety, he is awarded a first-class merit medal. Provided intelligence, leading to the capture of hundreds of magic race careerists hiding in various secret realms in Jiangnan Province, which successfully prevented an incident that could endanger millions of lives, awarded a first-class merit medal. When exiting the S-Class Ancient Relic, he encountered the deputy director of the Linhai City Security Bureau Lu Yuntao. As a huge tumor hidden in Jiangnan Province's judicial system, Lin Yi successfully eliminated him. According to deep investigations, Lu Yuntao had secretly stolen national secrets at least 20 times, posing a great risk to national security. Lin Yi killed him, awarded a first-class merit medal. The host spoke in one breath. His hands were shaking. This. It was simply too terrifying. Each of these achievements alone could create a family legacy. Yet Lin Yi had 3. One more terrifying than the last. At this moment, the live stream room was silent. Everyone was shocked. So terrifying. This simply did not seem like something a human could accomplish. Grant Lin Yi the military rank of Major. Appoint Lin Yi as a special envoy of the Linhai City Security Bureau. A major at 18. Everyone was so surprised that their jaws nearly dropped. Even sleeping with 3 pillows would be too much of a dream. Special envoy. This was a position higher than the bureau chief. It was someone sent from a higher level. Lin Yi wore 3 shining first-class medals on his chest. A set of 2 bars and 1-star military uniform was also handed to Lin Yi. There was also an appointment letter with the uniform. Lin Yi seemed to have reached the sky in one step. While Lin Yi was being awarded, on the other side, a plan against him had also begun. Chapter 74, The Red Demon Strikes. At this moment, Yang Ming looked at the tall, strong, and red-skinned man in front of him and respectfully said, "Is father well?" The Red Demon seemed to show little respect for the eldest son of the extreme North Chamber of Commerce. He only nodded slightly. Seeing him like this, Yang Ming did not dare to say much. The Red Demon was not only an effective assistant to his father. He is also an extremely strong martial artist. Placed anywhere, whether in prestige or strength, he is an unbeatable existence. Even I do not have the qualification to command him. I have learned most of the situation about the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce on my way here, but the information on Lin Yi is very scarce. He just advertised for the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce during the live broadcast, and considering the great cost Lu Qing paid to acquire things for him at the auction house last time, it shouldn't be a matter of keeping a gigolo. The two definitely have business dealings. Please tell me more about Lin Yi, young master. Although the Red Devil was polite with his words, his face was expressionless. Yang Ming immediately replied, "This person is always opposing me. If he hadn't helped the Lu family, they would have been swallowed up long ago, monopolizing the blood pill market. And last time at the auction, he caused me to lose." The Red Devil impatiently waved his hand to interrupt him. "Young master, what I want is his information." Yang Ming was interrupted and felt a bit angry inside, but he dared not explode. He could only respond, according to the investigation, Lin Yi's level should be around 20, and he probably has no beast taming abilities. This kind of strength? The Red Devil was somewhat surprised. But don't underestimate him, he is the champion of this year's City High School League, and I suspect he has some hidden cards. Most importantly, according to insider news, he provided the blueprints for the blood-producing potion, and he has also been involved in many strategies. He has a high stake in the blood potion shares. Hearing this information, the Red Devil nodded, so he is just a grasshopper that jumps around. Perfect, we can take advantage of him. The Red Devil took out his phone. He called someone without knowing who it was. What? Upon hearing the news from the other end, the Red Devil frowned in displeasure. The military took him away directly? Hearing whatever news he did, he suddenly stood up in shock and shouted, "There are such achievements? Okay, I don't care what method you use, but when he comes out, you must find a way to pin a charge on him. You must ensure he cannot take the college entrance examination." Saying this, the Red Devil hung up the phone directly. To suppress him, the best way is to cut off his path of advancement. The Red Devil educated Yang Ming. If he can take the exam smoothly, it will definitely attract more attention, making it even harder for us to deal with him. Who was that just now? Yang Ming asked curiously. The Red Devil smiled sinisterly and answered, "A friend from the Security Bureau. I originally planned to use the fact that he might be involved in murder to pin the crime on him, and if there was a chance, simply get rid of him. I didn't expect the military to send someone directly. And it seems your information is not very accurate." The Red Devil mockingly said, "He actually killed a third-tier expert, and this person was the deputy director of the Security Bureau." He picked up a glass of red wine and swirled it. "This kind of grasshopper is interesting. It is impossible to kill him, we can only find a way to prevent him from taking the college entrance examination. But he has support from the military. This plan is relatively unreliable. Perhaps there is an organization that can help us. The Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. Chapter 75, The Director's Frame. As soon as these words came out, joy flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. No wonder he is the Red Devil. He actually thought of this too. Meanwhile, Lindy rejected Commander Jia's request to have someone escort him away. He then called a taxi to go home. After getting out of the car in the city center, he was just about to walk straight home. Lindy turned his head to look back. He noticed a few tattooed punks with colorful hair following behind him. Seeing the clubs in their hands, Lindy didn't care in the slightest. These thugs are, at the end of the day, just ordinary people. Compared to professionals, they are simply worlds apart. Although Lindy was puzzled about why these people were walking in his direction, he thought these thugs shouldn't be so foolish. Provoking a professional. Thinking of this, Lindy did not continue his thoughts. He walked to the side, giving the few hooligans a path. But he never expected that these hooligans would also slow down. Now Lindy could confirm that this group of hooligans was coming for him. Lindy was a bit puzzled. This situation could not possibly be a coincidence. But sending a few hooligans to deal with him, wasn't that underestimating him too much? Hey! Sure enough, the green-haired hooligan in the lead suddenly called out to Lindy. Lindy glanced around. As expected, there were no surveillance cameras on this stretch of road. Lindy turned around and directly asked, "Who sent you here?" Hearing this, the hooligans were clearly startled. But they quickly regained their composure, and with a fierce look, shouted, "What are you talking about? Got any money on you? Hand it over." Yes. Lindy touched his pocket. Seeing his action as if he was really going to take out money, the hooligans looked at each other in disbelief. This young man wasn't following the script. Is he still a professional? Is he really going to give in just like that? Bang! Suddenly, the hooligans felt a daze in front of their eyes. A fist as big as a sandbag directly slammed into their faces. In an instant, all the hooligans fell to the ground. This was the difference between a professional and an ordinary person. They were on completely different levels. Even a low-level professional, to an ordinary person, was like someone far above Tyson. Lindy didn't kill them. He grabbed the green-haired hooligan by the neck and asked, "Tell me, who sent you?" The green-haired hooligan, however, showed no fear at all. In fact, there was a hint of pride. "Who are you? Why should I tell you?" Lindy frowned. At this moment, beep, 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 the sound of police sirens suddenly rang out. The hooligans began to wail, "Ah, ah." They rolled around on the ground, howling in pain. If one didn't know better, they would think they were badly injured. Seeing this scene, Lindy immediately understood, clever plan. He had to admire the one who designed this. He had fallen right into the trap. A few armed police officers also arrived just in time. They immediately raised their weapons and aimed them at Lin Yi. "Get down!" Although firearms had no effect on him, Lin Yi did not choose to resist. He actually wanted to see who was behind this. In this way, Lin Yi was taken into a car. In just one day, he was locked up in the security bureau twice. Through the narrow gap of the interrogation room door, he could still hear the laughter of the hooligans outside. Completely different treatment. If this wasn't a setup, then what was it? Cough, cough. Suddenly, the door was knocked on, just like in the morning. Two investigators walked in, and they immediately questioned him, "Why did you beat up those people?" "Ha! I'm still just a suspect, right? What power do you have to convict me now?" Lin Yi's words were sharp and cutting. The investigator immediately slammed the table and stood up. "They already confessed, it was you. And after examination, they were all injured, but you weren't." Lin Yi coldly replied, "I'm a professional. Would I let a few ordinary people injure me? Wouldn't that be a joke?" But the investigator was confident. "Do you think a few ordinary people would be stupid enough to rob a professional? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're a professional. You've broken the law, and you will still be punished. I advise you to confess early, so you can get a lighter sentence." This time, Lin Yi didn't respond. Instead, he looked towards the iron door, deliberately raising his voice. "Let the person outside come talk to me." The two investigators were obviously stunned. Then they shouted again, "What nonsense are you talking? Confess!" When there was no response from outside the door, Lin Yi's demeanor changed. His tone became fierce, and he said each word slowly, "If you don't come out now, I guarantee that, even if I have to bear a heavy crime, I will make sure to kill you. No one can stop me." The air froze for a few seconds. Creak! The iron door was opened. "Step outside." The voice of the newcomer was somewhat heavy. The two investigators immediately stood up and left. "Yes, Director." Bang! The iron door was slammed shut. The person sitting across from him was replaced by a clearly somewhat older middle-aged man. This man held a cup of water and looked at Lin Yi with an imposing air, speaking with dissatisfaction. "Are you threatening me?" This person in front of him was the director of the security bureau. In response to his words, Lin Yi merely replied coldly, "I'm not threatening you, I'm stating facts." So the two stared at each other. The director did not continue to speak. Not knowing how long the stalemate lasted, the director was the first to give in. "Humph." He snorted coldly, "There's no surveillance there, no matter what you do, you can't argue it, you'll at least be detained here for 3 days. One moment his face was cold. The next moment, the director's expression softened, sighing as he said, "Don't blame me, I was also entrusted by others. There's a reason for everything, you can't blame me. I'm also forced to do this. I also advise you not to resist, such powerful figures aren't something we can deal with. I'm doing this for your own good." As the director spoke, he kept observing Lin Yi. He was genuinely afraid that Lin Yi would suddenly explode. The achievement of slaying a triple transformation powerhouse was right there. And he had killed Lu Yuntao. When it came to compatibility, he wasn't even stronger than Lu Yuntao. This was also the reason he had been afraid of Lin Yi before. Young people are immensely impulsive. If he really fought back and involved him, he'd be in serious trouble. His words couldn't possibly shake Lin Yi. "Just tell me who is after me." Hearing this, the director immediately shook his head. "No. 3 days? It seems you want to delay my college entrance examination, right?" Lin Yi coldly snorted. This method was truly insidious. "If I can't even take the college entrance examination, I will definitely drag someone down with me if you don't tell me." Lin Yi's gaze fixated on the director. The director immediately stood up. "Are you crazy?" The director immediately stood up. "Are you crazy?" Lin Yi remained silent. His eyes showed no sign of wavering. Seeing Lin Yi like this, the director instantly caved. "Fine. It doesn't hurt to tell you, I won't die in his place, so if you want revenge, go find him. I don't know, or rather, nobody on the streets knows his name, but everyone calls him Red Demon." Getting the answer he wanted, Lin Yi nodded. "Good." He didn't continue to inquire about this person's situation. The director probably wouldn't say more. After all, he had already decided to seek revenge on this Red Demon. "Can I trouble you with one more thing, Director?" Lin Yi suddenly spoke. The director immediately refused. "Impossible, I've already told you his name." "It's not about the Red Demon." Lin Yi looked at the pocket in front of his chest. "Could you please take out what's in my pocket?" Seeing this, the director immediately became vigilant. Could this be a trap set by Lin Yi? But after thinking it over, he chose to walk in front of Lin Yi. With a wary expression, he took out the contents inside. It was a silver badge. The director felt inexplicably familiar with it. Flipping it over to take a look. Bang! The cup of water in his hand hit the ground. It made a loud noise that reverberated throughout the entire security bureau. They immediately became alert. Director! Outside, a cacophony of footsteps approached, and dozens of professional police officers hurried to open the door. However, they did not see the imagined scene of a fight. They only saw the director looking at a badge in his hand, his lips trembling. As if he had seen something incredible. All the police were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine what could make this high-ranking, extraordinarily powerful director show such a disgraceful demeanor. Suddenly, the director's feet came together, and he slightly bowed, "Lord Inspector." At that moment, he felt immense regret within. How could someone be so unfortunate? Kicking a steel plate, only to hit his own boss? This scene and the director's words just now left all the police present in shock. Their hearts were pounding loudly. This young man in front of them turned out to be the inspector. Is there anyone else in the entire area who could find an inspector of this age? If said out loud, people would think it was a joke. But the director just admitted it, proving that everything was indeed real. As they recovered from their shock, they hurriedly bowed and greeted, "Lord Inspector." Linny slowly stood up. He looked at the director, whose body was slightly trembling. "Don't worry, you told me that person's name." Linny whispered in his ear, "I won't take your hat." The director looked up at Linny in disbelief. He felt immensely grateful inside. He never expected Linny would choose to let him go. But Linny suddenly changed his tone, causing the director's heart to jump to his throat. "I have one more thing that truly needs your help." After hearing Linny finish speaking, the director immediately nodded and hurriedly vowed his loyalty. "I will definitely handle it well, even if it means sacrificing everything for Lord Lin." The director looked at the other police officers. "Everyone, stand down. Form the line. Let's head to the first key high school together. Who dares to touch Linny?" After they left, a female voice suddenly came. Linny was immediately puzzled. Who else had come? Focusing his eyes, he realized it was Lu Qing rushing over anxiously. "Hey! Linny!" When she saw Linny, Lu Qing was overjoyed. "Are you okay?" She circled around Linny, worried that her lucky star might be hurt. "I'm fine." After getting Linny's answer, Lu Qing finally felt relieved. "As soon as I heard you were captured, I rushed over." "Is everything settled?" Linny nodded. With a director-level character taking action, even Lu Qing would find it hard to help him. Fortunately, he solved it himself, so there was no need to mention it and add to her worries. "By the way, I have a bit of a reward to give you this time." On the way back, he handed the weapon crafting scroll to Lu Qing. Lu Qing's eyes lit up when she saw the weapon scroll. Is this actually a golden-level weapon scroll? Previously, another treasure from their Lingnan Chamber of Commerce was equipment, after it was taken away by her uncle's group. Now the only thing that could hold up the facade was the blood-replenishing potion. To build a brand, merely relying on one product is not sufficient. Otherwise, people would only remember the blood-replenishing potion. They wouldn't recall Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Only by continuously introducing good products can they make the name of Lingnan Chamber of Commerce enter the public eye. And weapons themselves are worth several times more than equivalent equipment. Their rarity is also extremely high. There are very few companies on the market that possess weapon crafting blueprints. Linny surprisingly brought one back from a relic. Is it still a 50-50 split this time? Lu Qing asked. Linny shook his head. This time, I couldn't contribute much. The entire crafting process needs to be done by you guys. I'll just take 10%. 10% is too little. Lu Qing immediately shook her head. Seeing this, Linny interrupted her, smiling. Do I look like someone who would let myself suffer a loss? And I still want 500,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing didn't hesitate too much and immediately agreed, okay. With her response, Linny felt delighted. Now the blazing dragon could reach level 30. He would have 2 level 30 legendary 9th tier divine dragons. 3 transformation professionals were no longer his opponents. Even stronger 4 transformation ones likely wouldn't be any match for him. He finally reached his initial goal, enabling him to have some self-protection ability. Now he didn't need to hide himself intentionally anymore. If someone really wanted his life, they also had to see if they had the strength to do so. By the way, I need to entrust you with one more thing, Lu Qing suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Linny immediately asked, what is it? As long as it's something I can help with, I will do my best. That meow meow girl, she is about to take her college entrance examination. I hope that if you encounter her, help her out. Ward FA? Linny felt a bit speechless. Why did I run into two identical situations today? But suddenly I realized a problem. Wait. She shouldn't be of college entrance exam age, right? Lu Miaomio should be a bit older than me. Lu Qing suddenly smiled mysteriously. Yes, she is 3 years older than you. A woman 3 years older hugs a golden brick. Linny quickly waved his hand. Don't tease me. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Lu Qing burst out laughing. What's wrong? Is our Miaomia not good enough for you? Slim waist, big chest, white legs, and her voice is nice too. Hearing her straightforward words, Lin Yi's face turned red immediately. Stop talking. You should tell me, why can she still take the college entrance exam? Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Lu Qing was very happy. Is this the joy of teasing a young man? Alright. I won't tease you anymore. Lu Qing finally got serious. Miaomio has put her studies on hold because her family went bankrupt. This year things have stabilized, so she definitely needs to return to school. I can't bear to let her wander with me anymore. But this year happens to be the selection time for the genius training camp. It's too dangerous. So I hope you can help her. Moreover, she feels quite guilty about what happened last time. This is also a good chance for her to apologize to you. Linny nodded and immediately agreed. No problem. Lu Qing gave Linny her sister's contact information. And 50,000 spiritual stones were also delivered into his hands. Chapter 77, Agreement. Lu Qing gave Linny her sister's contact information. And 50,000 spiritual stones were also delivered into his hands. Next comes the exciting upgrade moment. Before that, Linny first added Lu Miaomio on WeChat. Ding! The other party has accepted your friend request. Unexpectedly, as soon as Linny sent it, she immediately agreed. It was as if she was waiting by her phone to accept the request. In fact, that was indeed the case. When she heard her sister tell her that Linny was going to take the college entrance exam with her, Lu Miaomio was overjoyed. She had been waiting by her phone, eager for Linny to add her. The other party is typing. As soon as Linny clicked into the chat box, he noticed a prompt pop up. Seeing this, he stopped his plan to send a message. He was just about to wait for the other party's message before replying. But then the prompt disappeared. Half a minute passed, and not a single message came through. Linny started to suspect his internet was down. But after checking for a long time, he found no issues. Suddenly, the prompt "the other party is typing" popped up again. Then it disappeared. It appeared again. It kept repeating this, but not a single message came through. Ah! Why isn't Linny messaging me? At this moment, Lu Miaomio was lying on the bed, tossing and turning, her feet constantly kicking the blanket. If I send him a message first, will it make me look too eager? Her mind was full of wild thoughts. At that moment, a message popped up on her computer. The message came from someone named Insect Blood. Send it. Just ask if he's acting cool to catch your attention. The message on the other side was from an online friend she knew. This friend was particularly cheerful but a bit quirky. Just like the advice they gave her this time, it was totally off point. She even doubted if sending it would make Linny block her immediately. She replied, "Stop giving me silly advice." Immediately, the other side sent back a mischievous emoji, along with the message, "With your reaction, you must like him, right?" Seeing this message, Lu Miaomio's face turned bright red. She no longer looked playful as before. As if sensing Lu Miaomio's reaction, this insect blood person sent another message. "By the way, did you join that alliance?" Mentioning this, Lu Miaomio immediately turned serious. "I joined." That's good, people inside can look after each other. Especially someone as beautiful as you, I guess many little brothers will come close to protect you. Seeing the message from the other side, Lu Miaomio pouted. At this time, Linny also sent a message. She immediately looked at the message with surprise. The message from Linny was, of course, about this college entrance exam. When the time comes and we're inside, we'll think of a way to contact each other again. Okay. Lu Miaomio deleted many times. This time she picked this one-word reply. After finishing this matter, Linny directly raised the level of the Blazing Dragon to LV30. Ding! Spent 588,000 spirit stones, Blazing Dragon level up, LV20 LV30. Ding! Awakened LV30 skill Dawn Dragon. The stats also got greatly improved. Pet, Blazing Dragon, Juvenile Stage. Level, LV30, 0/1800000 Spirit Stones. Aptitude, Legendary Grade 9. HP, 362200/36222200. Attack, 30,800. Talent I Source of Fire, SSS grade. Talent 2 Bloodline Suppression, SSS grade. Skill I Dragon Breath of Fire, S grade LV9. Skill 2 Dragon's Bloodline, SS grade. Skill 3 Burning Life True Flame, SSS grade LV9. Skill 4 Heaven Fire Dragon Roar, SS grade LV9. Skill V Holy Fire of Soul Forging, SS grade LV9, can freely erupt a pillar of fire within a radius of 100 around self. Damage multiplier is 320%, if used in refining, will greatly improve the quality of refined minerals and forged equipment. Talent 3 LV50 in Mythic Aptitude awakens new talent. Ultimate Skill Super Ultimate Skill, Fire Execution Immortal. Equipment, LV20 Purgatory Dragon Armor 9, Mythic. Introduction, one of the 5 Supreme Dragons, Blazing Dragon. Not bad. The stats got quite a boost. But the most important thing is the awakening of that skill. Combat power is not bad. But if used in refining, the effect is even more heaven-defying. It's simply a divine skill. Linny sat down on the ground. Looks like I'll get another 50% share again. During the time he was staying at home, something big happened at number 1 high school. The students were attending class as usual. Suddenly, police sirens blared outside. The students were curious about what happened. They all looked out the window. But then a strange scene happened. People from the security bureau actually broke through the school gate. Could it be that some criminal broke into the school? Thinking of this, the students rubbed their fists eagerly, just about to become heroes. But saw the professionals draw their weapons and directly charged toward the principal's office. At this moment, the vice principal was in the office, his head almost exploded. What the hell is going on? How did Minger die? How did even Yuntao die in Ling Yi's hands? All of this is because of Linny. If it weren't for Linny, how would I end up with my family broken and dead? He shouted madly, eyes blood red. Suddenly stood up, I'm going to kill Linny, even if I die with him, I'll avenge Yuntao and Minger. At this moment he had completely lost his mind. He even thought he could be a match for Linny who killed Lu Yuntao. Bang! But at this moment, the door was broken open. Strong flashlight beams, guns all pointed toward him. Seeing the people from the security bureau coming, Vice Principal Lu panicked, what are you doing? Unfortunately, the security bureau's reply pushed him back into despair. You are suspected of favoritism and malpractice, embezzlement of national resources, murder case, collusion with enemies and other charges. Please come with us to the bureau for investigation. Hearing this, Vice Principal Lu's face turned ashen. Without Lu Yuntao's backing, the things he did could definitely not be hidden. Death penalty was certain. No. I can't die yet. Vice Principal Lu shook his head crazily, I haven't avenged them, haven't killed that brat Linny. I absolutely can't die. I want to live. He suddenly raised his head, eyes red, looking at the people in front. Actually swallowed a red pill. Bang! In an instant, Vice Principal Lu's body exploded with a loud sound. A bloody smell spread out. Made the officers on site want to vomit. And Vice Principal Lu's level kept rising. Finally shattered, turned into a monster nickname. LV30 Super Demon, Silver Boss. Directly raised the level to 30. And turned into a boss. Such a terrifying phenomenon made all officers on site gasp in shock. If everyone held a grain of this mysterious pill, the world would not know how chaotic it would become. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, Vice Principal Lu, having lost his human form, could no longer speak. He could only emit a hideous monster's roar. He charged towards the police officers, intent on killing. He was ready to carve a bloody path. Sigh. The chief sighed and stepped forward. Looking at Vice Principal Lu before him, his heart was stirred. He originally thought he was here to capture Vice Principal Lu at Lin Yi's command. But Lin Yi merely used him as a tool to settle personal scores, placing false charges on Vice Principal Lu's head. However, looking at it now, Lu was fighting to the death without hesitation. This meant that all those charges were indeed true. It's hard to imagine that a vice principal ended up like this. While he himself was not a good person, and could even be called a bad one. But he couldn't be as ruthless as this. Yet Lin Yi emerged and grew under such pressure, even surpassing his own limits. While lamenting, he didn't forget to take action. I offended. Boom. Although the vice principal could not defeat Lin Yi, he was indeed a solid third-tier practitioner. Against a level 30 boss, he should have an absolute advantage. Moreover, there were so many police officers around to help. This battle was almost without suspense. In less than a moment, Vice Principal Lu fell down. Before he died, Vice Principal Lu seemed to regain brief clarity. With a dim expression, he said, "Sigh. Why did I have to run into such a disaster?" After saying that, he completely breathed his last. Even at the last moment. He still showed no regret, merely believing he was unlucky to have encountered Linny, this monster. Deserved death. Observing this, the chief sighed. Then he instructed the officers behind him, "Report this, just state the facts. Killing a vice principal is no small matter. It still requires higher-ups to investigate." And what came next was military personnel. Upon hearing that the charges were made by Linny, they bypassed the complicated procedures and smoothly completed the report. Even the chief was somewhat dumbfounded. Usually, matters like this take at least half a month to resolve. Even if you have no issues, you still won't have it easy during this time. Yet these people heard the complainant was Linny and completed the process in just a few hours. Hiss. It seems I really made the right choice. He was very grateful that he did not continue to foolishly follow the Red Demon. Linny was also a character he couldn't provoke alone. And this incident naturally became a timeless legend in First High. A student who didn't participate in the college entrance examination was driven away by the vice principal. In just a few days, this student uprooted the vice principal. And many different versions emerged. Some said Linny had hooked up with a rich woman. Others said he was secretly sent by the higher-ups to investigate. In short, all sorts of stories. But Linny's legend would forever remain in the history of First High. Ha ha ha. Crushing Jiangnan High. At this moment, the students of 13 Middle School were overjoyed. Because Linny cleared the ancient ruins under the attention of millions of netizens. This naturally became the pride of 13 Middle School. Lin Yi's name was now at the top of the honor roll. Below it, the slogan boldly stated: LV1 Speedrun, 10 minutes to clear Nightmare Novice Dungeons. LV20, successfully break through LV20 Special Dungeons. Achieving a record of slaying third-tier practitioners during the first transition. Moreover, he cleared S-Class Ancient Ruins with 1,000,000 points, achieving the first victory for the whole school, and even the entire city in the competition against Jiangnan High. College Entrance Examination Rankings. They even prepared for the College Entrance Examination Rankings. They just hadn't filled in the numbers yet. These dazzling achievements would amaze anyone who sees them. But if they knew this was just the tip of the iceberg for Linny, it is likely to be even more shocking. The ancient ruins were also directly live-streamed by the school. Every place in the 13th Middle School had a screen. Even on the toilet screens, people saw it. Countless powerful challengers came from afar. There were even students from Jiangnan High School who were stronger, hoping to break the dominance of a student from the trashiest school in Limai City. But without exception, all failed. The highest score was less than 50,000. Damn it! The total score of our 10 people is only 50,000. How did Linny manage to achieve 20 times that? A few Jiangnan High School students said in disbelief. I heard from that fat Dong guy that it seems he cleared some trial tower. That? Isn't it just a matter of having hands? I've already passed 9 floors. 9 floors? His is a 9-level 9 floors. As the countdown reached 0, the ancient ruins were frozen. Ding! Lin Yi's name emitted golden light. All other names on the leaderboard disappeared. Lin Yi was first. In this competition, which everyone had little hope for. From the very beginning, it was unfair, but Lin Yi broke through with an invincible posture. He crushed Jiangnan High School and became number 1. Because the two cities were neighboring. This kind of cooperation was not rare anymore. But Limai City had never won. At this moment, the mayor of Limai City excitedly stood up and said, "We won, we won. We finally won." Ding! Congratulations to Lin Yi for receiving the unique hidden reward S-level auxiliary exclusive weapon pack. When everyone saw what it was, everyone was in an uproar. What the hell, what the hell? Exclusive weapon. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's actually an exclusive weapon, this reward is too good. Where is Lin Yi? Who has his contact information? I am willing to offer 1,000,000 spirit stones to buy it. 1,000,000 spirit stones? Are you dreaming? I'll offer 3,000,000. Crazy, 5,000,000. Exclusive weapon pack. It can open any S-level auxiliary exclusive weapon. In an instant, Lin Yi's phone was flooded with calls. And Lin Yi also received an urgent call from Lu Qing. What happened over there? The phones here are about to explode. It seemed that because Lin Yi had endorsed the blood-producing agent for Lu Qing, they couldn't find Lin Yi's contact information. Everyone came to Lu Qing instead. I got an S-level auxiliary exclusive weapon pack, and these people went crazy. Lin Yi's words left Lu Qing stunned. Say that again. Lu Qing asked in disbelief. Hearing this, Lin Yi was a bit shocked. But still repeated it. What the hell, you've struck it rich. Lu Qing said in shock. Among the three major systems, the auxiliary exclusive weapon is the most valuable. And yours is still a weapon pack. There are at least a dozen S-level auxiliary weapons, you're going to be the hotcake of all S-level auxiliary weapons. If you hype it up properly, selling it for 10 million spirit stones is not a problem. I even vaguely remember, there are S-level auxiliaries among God-level powerhouses, if you can connect with them, you won't have to worry about anything in this life. Lu Qing said, almost stammering. She was too excited. She never imagined Lin Yi could be this lucky. But suddenly, Lin Yi's response made her drop her jaw. I'm not selling. Chapter 79, Assassination. On the other end of the phone, Lu Qing heard this. She was clearly stunned. Such a huge benefit, and Lin Yi wasn't selling. Did you catch a fever? Lu Qing finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. Lin Yi wasn't an auxiliary class, he couldn't even use it. Yet he wasn't selling. She could only suspect Lin Yi had gone crazy. No. Lin Yi said seriously, I still need you to help me turn down these people who want to buy it. Lu Qing was helpless but could only agree, fine. Also, for that weapon, I still want 50% of the share. Lin Yi said after this. Lu Qing immediately asked curiously, what's going on? Do you have some secret method? Lin Yi responded with a hum, when it's time for production, you'll notify me. Lu Qing happily agreed. She now completely trusted Lin Yi's abilities. Lin Yi dared to ask like this, which definitely meant he had enough skill. After hanging up Lu Qing's call, Lin Yi dialed another number. A sweet voice came from the other end, hello. I want to invite you to dinner. Lin Yi got straight to the point. Upon hearing Lin Yi's request, Su Bingbing was as happy as a child. She instantly jumped up. In the large living room, she paced back and forth for a long time. Finally calming her excited heart, she replied, okay. Meanwhile, an elderly man who looked like a butler quietly reminded her, Miss, it's too dangerous for you to go out alone. The master has repeatedly emphasized your safety, let me arrange for some bodyguards to follow you. Hearing this, Su Bingbing pouted in dissatisfaction. Why does my dad love to control everything I do? What does it mean to go out to dinner with someone while bringing bodyguards? As she said this, her hands clenched tight, eyes full of admiration. Besides, Lin Yi is very capable, okay? He can protect me. The butler sighed as he watched Su Bingbing leave, taking out his phone. Arrange for a few people to secretly follow the miss. On the other end of the line, someone suddenly asked, should we inform the master about this? The butler immediately interrupted, no. If the master finds out, that kid will be in big trouble. They are two people from different worlds and will part ways sooner or later. In the evening, Lin Yi arrived at the restaurant early. Click. The private room door suddenly opened. Lin Yi instinctively looked over, but just that glance froze him in time. Before his eyes, Su Bingbing, wearing a black long dress, blue crystal high heels, and hair cascading in waves over her shoulders, with a black net princess hat tilted on her head. She looked like a princess stepping out of a painting. Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Su Bingbing smiled playfully and asked, what's wrong? Lin Yi finally came back to his senses and shyly scratched his nose, you look too beautiful. Su Bingbing initially wanted to tease Lin Yi. But she didn't expect him to praise her so directly. Her face instantly flushed a bright red. Sit down, sit down. Lin Yi greeted her to sit and asked the waiter to bring the food. Finally, it was time to eat. Su Bingbing elegantly took small bites of her food. But Lin Yi stopped the action of picking up food. He looked out the window. This was the 11th floor, yet there were still people outside. And quite a few. It looked abnormal. Lin Yi looked at Su Bingbing in front of him. He couldn't help but marvel, truly a daughter of a wealthy family, so many people to protect her while going out. Lin Yi didn't think too much about it, feeling it was about time. He directly said, Bingbing. Actually, I have something I want to give you. Hearing his words, Su Bingbing's eyes lit up. She was obviously very happy. Although she lacked nothing. Or it could be said that whatever she wanted, she would have. But since this was said by Lin Yi, she felt genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. Lin Yi directly took out a box that emitted a faint glow. Upon seeing this, Su Bingbing immediately recognized it. S-grade auxiliary exclusive weapon pack. Su Bingbing didn't expect Lin Yi to pull out such an item. For Lin Yi, this was definitely his most precious possession right now. She immediately shook her head, no, absolutely not. This gift is too precious, I can't accept it. In reality, she wouldn't even need it. But she didn't dare to say it out loud. And Lin Yi thought Su Bingbing was just worried it was too precious. It's okay. Lin Yi smiled and said, you are an S-grade auxiliary career, it's perfectly suited for you. No one is more deserving of this weapon pack than you. I wouldn't use it. It's just right to give it to you. As he spoke, he pushed the item in front of Su Bingbing. Seeing Lin Yi like this, Su Bingbing felt it was hard to decline. She truly couldn't bear to reject Lin Yi's good intentions. But she had already secretly planned in her heart. She already knew about Lin Yi's collaboration with the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. When the time came, she would arrange for an order and then breach the contract. Give Lin Yi 10 million spirit stones. That would be great. Just as she was about to pick up the weapon pack to express her gratitude. Bang! Suddenly, the glass door was blown open. Lin Yi instantly reacted. Oh no! This group of people was not Su Bingbing's bodyguards. There was no time to think about their intentions. The mechanical armor activated. Lin Yi summoned the flying sword, which charged directly at the assassins. The assassins ignored Lin Yi and aimed straight for Su Bingbing's exclusive weapon pack. Without any hesitation, Lin Yi shouted, "Disable magic." The domain opened. Those assassins could not use their skills. They were immediately forced back by Lin Yi's attack. Through the eye of truth, Lin Yi clearly saw that all 7 of them were at the second transition. Such a luxurious lineup. Their goal was actually that S-level support pack. Bang! At that moment, several strong men in black coats burst in, shouting, "Run! Miss, we will cover you." It turned out to be Su's bodyguards. Only then did Lin Yi lower his guard and, without hesitation, pulled Su Bingbing out of the private room. The group of assassins wanted to chase after them. But they were blocked by Su's bodyguards. Although there were only 3 bodyguards from Su's family. Their levels were similar. However, they suppressed the opponents with just one exchange. "Run! I'll take you home." At this moment, Lin Yi dragged Su Bingbing and ran wildly. Su Bingbing was about to agree. But Lin Yi suddenly stopped and gazed down the long, empty corridor. "Come out, stop hiding." Hearing Lin Yi's words, 10 shadowy figures appeared. Wait. 2 third transitions. Lin Yi sighed inwardly, it was bad. It seemed he had fallen into a trap. That just now was a smokescreen. To distract the bodyguards. Confronting the adversaries, Lin Yi remained remarkably calm. Seek wealth without harming lives. You can take it. Spare us. If Lin Yi were to fight alone, he could have a chance. But now, he couldn't let Su Bingbing fall into danger. As he threw the exclusive weapon pack toward them, the adversaries made an unexpected move. He. You think we can be bought off with this little thing? They kicked the exclusive weapon pack away directly. Chapter 80, A Final Farewell? Whoosh! The assassins moved simultaneously, killing towards Su Bingbing. At that moment, Lin Yi realized. This group was here for Su Bingbing. They wanted Su Bingbing's life. The assassins were exceedingly excited. They never expected the job to be this easy. This young lady not only had no bodyguards around her but even brought a first transition burden. It was simply a blessing. Just when they thought victory was assured. Facing such a dangerous situation, Lin Yi threw caution to the wind, ultimate move. Super Energy Domain. In an instant, a wave of electromagnetic power enveloped 100 miles. A few assassins' attacks landed on Su Bingbing. But did not cause any harm. How is this possible? The 2 leading assassins were incredulous and unleashed their skills again. But still, there was not a trace of damage. Even Su Bingbing was astonished by this strange scene. She initially thought she was doomed. Suddenly, a powerful sword hooked her and swiftly carried her away from the battlefield. Whoosh! Lin Yi raised his hand and swiftly beheaded one assassin. At the same time, the massive damage left the 2 third transition assassins dumbfounded. This. No one mentioned this Kyoto Su family's young lady had such a master beside her. Run! As third transition professionals, they had no spirit left at that moment. They knew they were no match. They turned and fled. Just as they ran a few dozen meters, a hot wave surged. Suddenly, a giant beast blocked their path. It was a dragon emitting flames. Before they could react, a terrifying fire blasted toward them. The 2 immediately scattered a bottle of potion. This is a special fire extinguishing agent from Kyoto. Even against a 4th-tier fire profession, it can have some effect. However, when they spread the agent, they were astonished to find that the flames not only did not extinguish, but instead, they burned even fiercer. No, they screamed hoarsely as they were consumed by the raging fire. What was supposed to be a certain victory? Unexpectedly, it was shattered directly by a mere first-tier practitioner. The battle had just ended. Suddenly, dense footsteps were heard from afar. Lin Yi immediately became alert. Miss! Miss! The newcomers were bodyguards. After hearing about the battle, they rushed over after resolving their own fights. At this moment, they were extremely anxious. They never expected that they would fall for a trick to lure them away. If the Miss were to encounter danger because of this, they would have 10 heads and still be unable to escape punishment. Suddenly seeing Su Bingbing safe and sound, they joyfully rushed over. Miss! Su Bingbing was almost in tears. Quick, quick, go help Lin Yi. One of the bodyguards suddenly spoke, 2 third-tier practitioners and 8 second-tier practitioners who are all above level 40. His profession was a retracer. He could see the situation at that time. 2 third-tier practitioners, 8 second-tier practitioners all above level 40. Such a terrifying configuration left them with no chance at all, even if they faced off. Facing the Miss's order, they showed difficult expressions. Miss, sorry. Our task is to ensure your safety. They were not familiar with Lin Yi at all. It was completely not worth risking their lives for him. The usually gentle and demure Su Bingbing changed her face immediately upon hearing this. With an angry expression, she said, I am ordering you to go help him, he is here to save me. How can I abandon him? If you don't go, then I'll go myself. Hearing this, the bodyguards were taken aback. They never expected Su Bingbing would go this far for Lin Yi. Just as they were about to forcibly take Su Bingbing away. Tap tap tap. Footsteps were coming. One person? The bodyguards immediately became alert. They did not know if the one coming was the third-tier practitioner from before. Lin Yi? But Su Bingbing exclaimed in surprise. Without a care for anything, she rushed over and embraced Lin Yi, pounding his back with sobs. But she didn't dare to use too much strength, afraid of hurting Lin Yi. Woo-woo. Don't do this next time. I don't want you to get hurt. Ah. Seeing that it was Lin Yi, the bodyguards looked at each other in disbelief. They truly couldn't imagine how Lin Yi survived the assaults of so many people. The bodyguards were still on high alert. Quick, let's go, or they will catch up. But Lin Yi didn't react at all. He felt the warmth in his embrace and couldn't help but feel a bit choked up. His efforts were worth it. In the face of Su Bingbing's complaints, he was also a bit at a loss, his heart racing. He could only say one thing, okay. I'm fine. The bodyguards were so angry they were grinding their teeth. Damn it, young man, don't hold our Miss anymore. Run for your life already. Before they could urge him, Lin Yi was the first to thank them. Thank you, brothers, for protecting Bingbing. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, a few of them felt embarrassed and scratched their noses. Just a moment ago they wanted to sell Lin Yi out. Lin Yi continued, that group of assassins has been taken care of, it should be fine now. Let's not separate yet. Let's wait for you to send more people for support before leaving. Hearing this, the bodyguards shouted in unison, what? Little brother, this is not the time for bragging. But at that moment, the retracer nudged his 3 companions who were planning to lecture Lin Yi and quietly said, really, it's true. Hiss. Of course, they believed this man's words. They stared in shock at Lin Yi, who looked like only a student. Suddenly, they also remembered who he was. Isn't this the rumored useless SSS grade Dragon Master? SSS grade Dragon Master? Is it really a useless profession? They couldn't help but think this in their hearts. This matter was directly intervened by the Security Bureau. Inspector. Upon seeing that the person involved was Lin Yi, the police greeted him. Inspector? Did I hear that wrong? Several bodyguards looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. High school student? Inspector? These two identities, they couldn't connect them at all. Goodbye. Lin Yi. Su Bingbing smiled and waved goodbye as she was taken away. Even though there was an accident this time, her relationship with Lin Yi skyrocketed. Lin Yi also smiled and waved. But neither of them expected that this simple goodbye would truly lead to a long time before they would meet again. Su Bingbing curiously sat in the car, observing the S-grade exclusive weapon pouch. She was very happy to know that she was so important in Lin Yi's heart. Do you want to open the SSS grade exclusive auxiliary weapon pouch? Chapter 81 Open SSS grade exclusive weapon. Su Bingbing curiously sat in the car, observing the S-grade exclusive weapon pouch. She was very happy to know that she was so important in Lin Yi's heart. Do you want to open the SSS grade exclusive auxiliary weapon pouch? According to the investigation, the two groups of people were not together. As Lin Yi guessed, the first group came for Lin Yi's weapon pouch. The latter group wanted Su Bingbing's life. It's difficult to find out who the first group was. After all, many people were eyeing this thing. But the latter group made Lin Yi very curious. Because these people were too powerful. They were triple transformation professionals. And there were actually two of them. Just to assassinate Su Bingbing. Su Bingbing's family probably couldn't even produce a single triple transformation professional. How could they be targeted by such a huge threat? There's only one explanation. Su Bingbing has an unknown secret. But as her friend, Lin Yi didn't want to delve into what that secret was. If she wanted to tell him, she would naturally let him know. Hey! The factory here has started, you can come over. Lu Qin called to inform. Lin Yi glanced at the time. There was still enough time. So he took a taxi and hurried to the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce factory. At this moment, he was unaware that in the next few short hours, the entire Kyoto situation would shake because of him. Su Bingbing listened to the popped-up prompt, her eyes widened. She doubted if she heard it wrong. What? SSS grade. What does SSS grade mean? Do I need to explain? SSS grade professions are already 1 in 100 million. And these SSS grade professionals, very few possess exclusive weapons. The word rare is not enough to describe it. It can almost be called a miracle. Even though the holy gene healer SSS grade occupational gene inherited by her family for thousands of years has never produced a single spiritual healer with an SSS grade exclusive weapon. As for the other three major families, each has corresponding SSS grade exclusive weapons as their clan treasures. This is also the reason they are still thriving. While the Su family has already started to decline. The Su family had not stopped searching for exclusive weapons. In fact, they began looking for them 1,000 years ago, but after so long, there was no clue whatsoever. The Su family was originally renowned throughout the world. If they possessed an SSS grade exclusive weapon, perhaps they could change their fortune at the bottom among the four great families. At this moment, Su Bingbing only felt that she had heard it wrong. Weapon pouches are even rarer. At least she had never heard of an SSS grade exclusive weapon pouch. Moreover, wasn't the one Lin Yi obtained an S grade? Ding! Complete hidden plot, cleared the 9-tier tower and took the top spot, weapon pouch level upgraded. S grade SSS grade. Ding! Do you want to open the SSS grade exclusive weapon pouch, auxiliary? But the sudden second prompt stunned Su Bingbing. This Su Bingbing's lips trembled. No one understands better than her the significance of this SSS grade weapon pouch. Seeing Su Bingbing's unusual reaction, the driver in the front seat asked worriedly, "Miss, what's wrong? Are you injured? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Hearing his words, Su Bingbing immediately refused. "I'm fine, no need. Hurry up and drive home." At this moment, she was incredibly excited inside. But she dared not reveal it. What does this thing mean? Once it's exposed. If the Eagle Nation finds out an SSS level support with that exclusive weapon, the impact on large-scale battles is simply unimaginable. The Eagle Nation will definitely start a war without hesitation. To seize this weapon box, she must keep this secret. Soon they arrived home, and she went straight to the basement. With an excited heart, she opened the weapon box. Ding! Congratulations, you have opened the SSS level exclusive support weapon box and obtained the exclusive weapon of the Holy Healer, SSS level, Holy Healing Staff, Divine level. Looking at the staff emitting colorful rays of light, Su Bingbing's breathing became rapid uncontrollably. This. The pursuit of her family for thousands of years is right in front of her. How can she not be excited? She took out her phone and immediately dialed her father. Almost as soon as she made the call. On the other end, it was picked up immediately. A deep male voice came through. "Why is our daughter suddenly calling me?" The voice carried a hint of laughter. One could almost foresee the joy of the man on the other side. But Su Bingbing was very serious. "Dad, are you with anyone right now?" Upon hearing this, her father immediately felt something was wrong. "What's wrong, daughter?" "There's no one here, Dad." "Have you been bullied? Quickly tell me what happened." Su Bingbing swallowed hard before saying, "Dad, I got the Holy Healing Staff." "Ha?" On the other end, her father was briefly stunned. He suddenly jumped up from the bed. "What? What did you say?" Su father was so shocked that he could hardly control his voice. From the bathroom came Su mother's voice, "If you keep making noise, you'll sleep in the living room tonight." Startled, Su father finally reacted. He deeply believed that his daughter would never joke about such things. Even if it sounded completely absurd. What should I do now? Su Bingbing also struggled to contain her excitement. "You quickly send someone to take this thing away." But upon hearing this, Su father fell silent. His expression gradually calmed down from the earlier excitement. After a long while, he seriously asked, Bing Bing, the Holy Healing Staff is the first SSS level exclusive weapon of our family, are you sure you didn't mistake it? Yes. Receiving Su Bing Bing's affirmative answer, Su father immediately replied, you must contract it. What? Hearing this, Su Bing Bing panicked immediately, no way, I can't do it. We should hand this thing over to Grandpa. But Su father still said seriously, Bing Bing, do you remember why I sent you away from the family? Hearing this, Su Bing Bing answered without hesitation, didn't you say you wanted me to gain some experience? Sigh. Su father sighed immediately, originally, I wanted to continue protecting you, to keep you from getting involved in these matters so early. Chapter 82, Changes in the Su family. But who would have thought that this would happen, I must tell you now. Su father spoke solemnly, you must remember everything I say next. Okay. Su Bing Bing felt extremely tense because of him. Actually, there's no such thing as gaining experience, what I did mainly was to protect you. Su Bing Bing was immediately a bit confused, huh? Protect me? Am I in danger at home? Su father did not answer, but continued, in my generation, no one was able to inherit our family's holy healing masters, but with you, you have become our family's only hope for the future. But precisely because of this, your danger also comes along. I'm not talking about danger from the outside. Hearing this, even if Su Bing Bing was naive, she guessed something, father, you mean? Su father immediately confirmed her guess, exactly. Your grandfather is already old, but you haven't grown up yet. According to family tradition, every head of the family is someone who has awakened the saint's favored healing spirit. But, your uncle and the others are not willing to accept this, they covet the position of the family head. And you are their stumbling block. That is why I sent you away, to protect you from their schemes. Hearing this, Su Bing Bing suddenly understood, no wonder I encountered an assassination attempt today. But as soon as she spoke, it immediately enraged her father, what? You mean someone tried to harm you? Su father's anger erupted. It sent chills down the spines of half the people in the capital. He had only one daughter, and she was his soft spot. Anyone who dared to touch his daughter would suffer his wrath without mercy. It might not be your uncle, Su Bing Bing hurriedly comforted, fearing her father would act rashly. Su father gritted his teeth, he knew in his heart that it was highly likely. But he could only hold on to his last hope, I will investigate this thoroughly. You need to contract this exclusive weapon as soon as possible and grow stronger, so you can protect yourself. Okay. This time, Su Bing Bing understood the seriousness of the situation. She immediately agreed. She reached for the Saint Healing Staff. Her fingertip dripped blood onto it. Bang! The originally pitch-black sky suddenly displayed an astonishing phenomenon. A giant divine feminine figure emerged. With a wave of her hand, all things awakened. All right. I will arrange for someone to bring you back right now. During this time, you must not run around. Su father, far away in the capital, saw this scene. His heart was incredibly excited. He could never have imagined such great luck landing on his daughter. But along with this came greater danger. Feeling the unchanged injury in his body, Su father sighed to himself, is this blessing or curse, who can say? But as long as I am here, no one will dare to touch you. If one day I am gone, you must learn to protect yourself. Where did you get this thing? Su father casually asked. But hearing Su Bing Bing's next answer, he was left speechless in shock, it was given to me by someone else. How is that possible? Su father was profoundly shaken. This was simply too unbelievable. But he shouldn't know. Su Bing Bing looked at the pendant hanging on her. This was an SSS-grade treasure, specifically meant for hiding identities. It was also the one that had modified her occupational manifestation before. Even if there were doubts, this treasure could subtly erase them. But in reality, Lin Yi. In the car, upon seeing this phenomenon, he sighed, is this what an SSS-grade profession looks like? When will I have my own exclusive weapon? How could he not know? He possessed the eye of true knowledge. After leaving the novice secret realm that day, he learned that Su Bing Bing's profession was SSS grade. However, he didn't think much about it, suspecting she just wanted to hide her identity to stay out of foreign forces' sight. But judging by today's events, it seemed far from simple. Those two third-tier professionals were not from foreign countries. According to investigations, the identities of these individuals had been erased by a mysterious force. This was definitely something only the dragon country's power would do. A force capable of sending two third-tier professionals for assassination definitely wouldn't be found in Jiangnan province. Furthermore, despite those bodyguards being only second tier, their combat power surpassed that of the same tier professionals by a significant margin. Only substantial forces could nurture such combat power. And when he sent Su Bing Bing away, he sensed a presence similar to Zhang Liu's. A fourth-tier professional. Su Bingbing was definitely not as simple as she appeared on the surface. But after learning Su Bingbing's true identity later, Linny was still immensely shocked. The reason he gave the SSS-grade exclusive weapon bag to Su Bingbing also counted as a form of investment. Yet a major part of it was due to the slight affection he felt for Su Bingbing. Upon arriving at the factory, Lu Qing was already waiting at the entrance. "What trick do you have this time?" Lu Qing asked curiously as soon as she saw him. Although she trusted Linny, she was still curious about his plan. "Just wait and see," Linny said with a mysterious smile. "I can at least make the profits multiply tenfold. Make them leave the forge first, I don't want them to get hurt." After hearing this, Lu Qing immediately dismissed the people inside. Linny walked alone into the tens of thousands of square meters forge. He directly summoned the Blaze Dragon. Outside, people only heard a dragon's roar. At this moment, the craftsmen began to discuss among themselves. "Heh, I thought we had invited a master blacksmith, but instead, it's just a kid. What can someone who looks like a student even do? I think the president has lost his mind. He says profits will multiply 10 times, scamming has become this easy nowadays." Crack. But just when they were talking, the storage door opened. "So fast? He didn't run away, did he? Heh, I want to see what he can do to make profits multiply tenfold. Bragging without a draft, today, we will expose this kid." However, when the blacksmiths entered the factory, they found that Linny hadn't left. Instead, he was waiting for them. Humph. He didn't run, he has some guts. The blacksmiths looked around the factory. There were no new forged tools. The forging equipment hadn't changed. The ores were still piled up there. The forging recipes hadn't changed one bit. "You little brat, you think you can con us, huh?" The blacksmiths immediately rolled up their sleeves. They felt tricked by Linny. In such a short time, he hadn't done anything. "Isn't this just playing with us?" Seeing this, Lu Qing hurriedly stopped them. She wasn't afraid of them hurting Linny. She was afraid that Linny would accidentally kill them. While blocking them, Lu Qing urgently shouted, "You need to show something quickly." Linny smiled, "Who is your best blacksmith?" Upon hearing this, the blacksmiths were confused. "What's this? Do you want to compete?" Linny didn't say much and picked up a hammer according to the forging process on the blueprint and got to work. They immediately became furious. They might lose in other areas, but when it came to forging they had never been afraid. Especially since the opponent was just a clueless high school student. They immediately pushed forward their strongest 4-star blacksmith. A 4-star blacksmith could forge dark gold equipment. Forging a golden blueprint was definitely a piece of cake. Heh, this high school student will struggle just to refine steel. Being a blacksmith is a strong vocation. It takes a long time to train, and Linny looked like a high school student. Linny took out the necessary material, black rock steel. This was a purple material. Usually, blacksmiths without 2 transitions couldn't even melt it. "What? You're not a blacksmith?" The blacksmiths were shocked as they saw what was coming next. Normal blacksmiths control their flames to achieve the perfect melting point. But Linny opened the fire chamber. That was for apprentice blacksmiths with insufficient flames. The temperature inside was low and extremely unstable. Let alone melting black rock steel, even lower grade steel was a problem. The 4-star blacksmith opposite him snorted coldly. He couldn't understand where Linny found his confidence, a layman challenging an expert. He controlled his flames and hammered down on the steel. He could finish melting it in 3 minutes. Suddenly, someone beside him exclaimed, "Damn, it's melted." Hearing this, he immediately looked up in disbelief towards Linny. There before Linny, the black rock steel had turned a bright red. This. The 4-star blacksmith was too shocked to speak. Such speed. Even a 5-star, no. A 6-star blacksmith would find it hard to achieve this, right? Yet here was a child who looked like a student, achieving it so quickly. At this moment, everyone noticed something was off. Wait, why does that fire look a bit strange? Inside the furnace was just the most ordinary flame. But at this moment, it swayed like a purple mandala flower. Did you change this flame? Lu Qing, who had been puzzled about what Linny was up to, finally understood. Linny paid no attention to their curiosity. He continued with his work. With the help of the true fire, even the hardest shaping became extremely easy. The steel in front of him was like a clay doll, easily manipulated by Linny. In no time at all, he had shaped a rough form. A long, slender knife appeared shortly thereafter. Linny proceeded to the final task. Quenching. He directly plunged the long knife into the furnace. Suddenly, sparks flew from the furnace, making everyone around jump back in fright. That was too fast, right? The other blacksmiths exchanged glances. Could it be that this kid really has some skill? This could greatly improve the quality of the golden long knife. As the blacksmiths discussed, the furnace suddenly let out a car honking sound. Everyone's eyes were immediately drawn to it. This was the signal that forging was complete. As Linny opened the furnace, a long knife appeared, entirely golden, with black patterns on it. Crimson Demon Gold Knife, Dark Gold. Level, LV30. Attributes, Attack Power plus 2200, Armor Piercing plus 20%. Trait Crimson Demon, each attack has an 8% chance to trigger, dealing 140% additional damage to the target and restoring 500 health points to the user. Trait 2 Gold Knife, durability greatly increased, and the chance of obtaining spiritual stones from monster kills slightly increased. Description, forged from top-grade black rock steel and other exceptional purple materials, the forging technique is slightly rough, and the attributes and traits are slightly lowered. The 4-star blacksmith across from him directly dropped the hammer in his hand and charged over. In disbelief, he snatched the Crimson Demon Gold Knife. Dark Gold level. He muttered, deeply shaken. He knew he had lost. He could not elevate a weapon forged from a golden blueprint to Dark Gold level. Suddenly, he glared fiercely at Linny. Just when everyone was caught off guard, thud. Teach me. The 4-star blacksmith actually knelt down. Forging better weapons was every blacksmith's lifelong pursuit. At this moment, he was completely convinced by this high school student whom he originally looked down upon. Other blacksmiths, upon seeing this, were left shocked and exchanged glances. It should be noted that this 4-star blacksmith was famously proud. They all rushed forward to grab the Crimson Demon Gold Knife. Wow! To elevate equipment from a golden blueprint to dark gold level, this either shows better forging techniques or better materials. How on earth did he do it? Top-grade black rock steel? Isn't that just ordinary? Looking at the blazing gazes of those blacksmiths, Linny was genuinely scared and fell to his knees. Hastily, he helped the 4-star blacksmith up and began to explain, I modified the flame in the furnace, it has excellent effects on efficiency, steel quenching, and even improving equipment quality. Hiss. Upon hearing Lin Yi's explanation, they became excited. The furnace is mine. They all rushed over to grab the furnace. Old Lu, get lost. Do you think you can dominate with your skills? What's wrong with my skills? If you're so great, don't use the furnace. What was once a furnace used only by apprentices was now the target of everyone's greed. In the distance, the apprentices watched the scene in endless silence. Linny looked at the chaotic scene and quickly stepped forward, don't fight. Don't grab. There is enough for everyone. Moments later, each blacksmith held their furnace as if it were a priceless treasure. Apprentice. This is truly amazing, I've never heard of such a method. Little brother, no. Big brother, in the future, just give us your orders, and we will deliver. Yes, we will definitely work hard for the guild. The blacksmiths were completely impressed by Linny and vowed their loyalty. As expected of you, Lu Qing on the vehicle side, you used a golden blueprint to forge dark gold equipment. Using golden grade materials, but creating dark gold equipment, that's pure profit. Lu Qing spoke with immense excitement. This Crimson Demon Gold Knife is definitely another money-making tree. Even though its influence might not be as high as the blood-supplying potion. But its ability to attract money will definitely not be weak. Hearing this, Linny just smiled lightly. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, Ling Yi's phone rang. Seeing the caller, Linny was slightly surprised. The caller was actually Dong Fatty. So late at night, what could this guy want from me? As soon as the call connected, Dong Fatty's urgent voice came through, Linny, the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance has contacted me. Linny knew nothing about the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. But listening to Dong Fatty's tone, it didn't sound like good news. You take your time and tell me, what's going on? Linny also became serious. Dong Fatty took a moment before continuing, they are looking for you. Linny was stunned, why does it turn into looking for me? Dong Fatty recounted the situation, a student from the last batch suddenly contacted me. I thought he was just reminiscing, but he got straight to the point, saying he saw the ancient relics with you. He wants to contact you through me. I was thinking, could these people be here because of the ancient relics? Hearing Dong Fatty's guess, Linny shook his head, that shouldn't be it. Moreover, he was an inspector and held a military rank. Even if they wanted to do something, they wouldn't dare to be so blatant. So what should I do now? Should I say I don't know them or? Dong Fatty asked anxiously. Linny dismissed this idea, no need, just help me make an appointment, for tomorrow morning. I want to see what they want. Upon hearing this, Dong Fatty was somewhat taken aback. He worriedly explained, "You might not know how valuable this Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance is. They only act once every 10 years, all for the sake of the genius training camp." The geniuses inside go without saying. Almost all the famous geniuses from Jiangnan province have joined, with the leader being the #1 genius in Jiangnan High School, known as the White-Clad Sword Immortal. But not to mention Jiangnan province, he ranks highly in the entire Xuanwu war zone. Besides him, there are repeating students like me, and even more geniuses we can't see. You must not offend them. Chapter 84, Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance, Making Enemies. Linny was quite astonished upon hearing this. He never expected there was such an organization. If he wanted to achieve results in the college entrance examination, it would be incredibly difficult. Only relying on that achievement from the ancient relics. Linny felt utterly insignificant in front of such a lineup. It seems he was not enough to join the genius training camp. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Of course, Linny slept soundly. All the experts in Jiangnan province gathered on the rooftops, feeling terrifying auras descending here. But these auras only lingered for a moment. Then they retreated. As if they took something away. If it wasn't for an official order, such a terrifying scene would have been enough to directly report to the highest levels of the national military. The next morning, Linny arrived at a coffee shop. As soon as he sat down, a boy wearing a white school uniform with the number 001 hanging on his chest sat across from him. This person was wearing sunglasses. A white round hat. Smiling, he extended his hand to Linny. "Hello, Vice President of the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. Mu Bai. Mu Bai. Isn't this the legendary swordsman in white?" Linny originally thought that only a lowly minion would come for the agreed conversation. But unexpectedly, the strongest from Jiangnan High School showed up directly. Jiangnan High has an unwritten rule that the top 100 students will have numerical rankings. This is a symbol of strength, and it also symbolizes status. Students with higher rankings at Jiangnan High have absolute authority over those with lower rankings. This is even allowed by school rules. And in front of me, the 001. This proves he is the strongest in this batch from Jiangnan High. "You are Linny, a handsome talent. Why didn't you come to our Jiangnan High?" "This small place doesn't match you," Mu Bai said, his words half smirking. Linny didn't waste time with him and directly asked, "Why did you come to find me?" Mu Bai paused for a moment and said, "It's very simple. Join our Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance, or die." As he said these words, Mu Bai still had a smiling face. But his words were like a venomous snake. Linny stared at Mu Bai, secretly sighing, truly a smiling tiger. But he wouldn't back down. "Is your Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance really this overbearing?" "Overbearing? Well, it's not really." Mu Bai took a sip of coffee. "Isn't this giving you two choices? As long as you join our alliance, you can compete freely except for the top 3. Hearing this, Linny understood. So this is a monopoly upper-level organization. By pulling in geniuses, they achieve the monopoly. If you don't join, you will face suppression from the whole alliance. Don't even think about competing, your life is at stake. Only by joining can you have a chance to compete, but you can't touch the top scholars, the top 3. Hee hee. Linny coldly snorted in his heart. What a clever strategy. Most people must fear the coercion of Jiangnan High and have joined, thus gradually forming the so-called Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. Now those who do not join are surely outliers among outliers. You could almost say they are competing against most of the geniuses in the college entrance examinations. As if determined that Linny would choose to join. Mu Bai showed no signs of urgency, still leisurely tasting his coffee. Sorry. Linny almost didn't think and replied. I'm used to being alone. Upon hearing Linny's reply, Mu Bai immediately became uneasy. The victorious smile on his face disappeared, replaced by gloom. Are you sure you want to think it over? According to the law of conservation of energy. That mocking smile shifted to Linny's face. No reply, but it said it all. Good, good, good. Mu Bai repeated several times. Just at that moment, Linny's image suddenly appeared on the big advertising screen not far away. Crimson Demon Gold Blade, Dark Gold Level Weapon. Endorsed by Linny, the strongest high school student from Linhai City. With it, you can also become the top S-level relic, crushing Jiangnan High. Extremely low price, highest quality. Everyone hurry up to buy. Seeing this advertisement, Mu Bai clenched his fists in anger. Is this your confidence? Do you think that winning against a bunch of students from our school means you can challenge us? We'll see. Mu Bai turned and left. He made a phone call and directly said, Linny, you're a thorn. Let him realize who he is. This feud was thus established. Linny looked at his departing figure and couldn't help but sigh. SS level profession. Third transfer. Mubai's strength had already reached level 50. And this is just the high school period. No wonder he can rank among the top in the entire Xuanwu district. Too strong. Even so, Lin Yi remained unafraid. How could he let others control him? Better to stand and die than to kneel and live. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. That will be the real confrontation. Humph. You guys are too bold, actually moving the family's warriors without permission. At this moment, the uncle of the Su family furiously reprimanded Su father in the meeting hall. Originally always weak, Su father was surprisingly tough today. How could it be that as the elder of the family, I don't even have the power to mobilize troops? Or is the Su family now just your word alone, big brother? Do we have no right to speak? This sharp remark left Uncle Su stunned. It was not just because Su father's words were hard to counter. More so, they did not expect Su father to start resisting. He originally intended to use this chance to suppress Su father. But unexpectedly, he was countered by Su father. Ha ha. The old man is still alive. What do you mean by saying this? Uncle Su looked at the family head, who was squinting in the main seat. This person was not their biological father. Their biological father had passed away. This person was their biological father's brother. Due to the profession of a saint's favored spiritual healer, he had become the family head and traveled everywhere without bearing any offspring. Watching the two argue, he impatiently spoke, "Enough. Jinwu, just say what you needed the troops for." Jinwu was indeed Su father's name. But before Su father could respond, Uncle Su rushed to answer. Yesterday his daughter was attacked. We all know what he wanted to do by sending troops. Hearing this, Su father's gaze sharpened. At this moment, he finally confirmed. It was his own brother who had acted against them. At this instant, he was completely disheartened. He had originally endured in all cases. As long as his family could be safe, it mattered little whether he was the family head or not. But now. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the family head frowned and looked at Su father with dissatisfaction. Yet Su father took a bold step forward. "No. You're lying, then what are you doing?" Uncle Su immediately shouted. However, Su father ignored him and respectfully addressed the family head. "Family head." Su father spoke with strong conviction. "The attack indeed carries many mysteries. Only a very few people know about my daughter's issue, only a small number of people in the family know." Upon hearing this, Uncle Su immediately exploded. "You mean my niece's death is related to someone in the family?" Su father shot him a cold glance. "I haven't said anything yet. Why are you so anxious, big brother? It sounds just like you did it." In an instant, Uncle Su calmed down. He seemed to have revealed too much himself. Mainly, he had never seen Su Jinwu this strong and was momentarily at a loss on how to respond. However, recalling his subordinate sent out yesterday, he was full of confidence. Those two working together could contend even with a fourth-turn expert. Moreover, the timing was just right, there was no chance of failure. Even if someone from the family was sent out to catch them, they were all dead soldiers, and they had already cut off contact when they acted. No matter how one looked into it, it wouldn't lead back to him. Thinking of this, he finally calmed down. No matter how his brother tossed about, all of this was already set in stone. If he wanted to impeach himself. Ha ha. The family head immediately asked in a panic, "Is there something wrong with Binger?" As his only heir, he certainly did not want anything to happen to Su Bingbing. Otherwise, the family would face the first vacuum period without a favored spiritual healer in history. Falling out of the four great families wasn't impossible. At this moment, Uncle Su, who had calmed down, immediately mocked, "I told you long ago not to send our niece away. Look how dangerous it is, sigh. A girl, how can she bear such a heavy responsibility?" Su Jinwu coldly stared at him. "I sent Su Bingbing away precisely to avoid being caught up in this struggle." But unexpectedly, it still ended in complete destruction. Then he had no one to blame but himself. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Su Jinwu said, "Thank you for your concern, head, Bingbing is fine." "How is that possible?" After hearing this, Uncle Su. In disbelief, he shouted. Seeing his reaction, the head of the Su family immediately looked at him again. It seemed he sensed something was off. Su family's elder also did not expect that Su Bingbing had actually survived. He gritted his teeth, secretly cursing, "Two useless fools. You can't even handle this small matter. Isn't Su Jinwu just waiting for this moment to accuse me?" Thinking this, he immediately caught the loophole in the conversation and retorted, "Since your niece is fine, why did you still secretly move the family soldiers?" Su Jinwu chuckled coldly, "Hearing that Bingbing is fine, you sure are excited." The head of the Su family raised his hand to interrupt the two's conversation. "Jinwu, speak. Why exactly did you move the family private soldiers?" If there isn't a reasonable explanation, according to family rules, you will not be spared. Su Jinwoo nodded and clearly said, Bing Bing has contracted a special weapon, the Holy Healing Staff. That's why I moved the family forces to escort Bing Bing back. Hearing these words, the entire conference hall suddenly fell silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping on the ground could be clearly heard. The first to break the silence was the elder of the Su family, who refuted in disbelief, impossible? Our ancestors have searched for the staff for 1,000 years, and you desecrate it so easily? Do you know what kind of crime it is to deceive the family head? Saying this, he immediately pointed at Su Jinwoo's nose and said, I think you are just trying to cover up by using this matter to trick us. If your niece can't summon the Holy Healing Staff, your lie will be exposed. If you want to deceive, at least come up with a good reason. At that moment, he was breathing heavily. Though he spoke like this, he knew. His brother was notoriously straightforward. Lying like this would be as rare as a flowering iron tree. But he could only hope that Su Jinwoo was just acting impulsively for his daughter. If it were true, Su Bingbing could be imprisoned for the position of family head. The family head was initially listless, but after hearing Su Jinwoo's words, he immediately sat up straight. With a serious expression, he asked, Jinwoo, do you know what you just said? The family head was so excited that his hands were trembling. He, being in this profession, naturally knew what exclusive weapons meant. If he possessed an exclusive weapon, the entire Su family would prosper. Joining the top 10 strengths in the world would not be impossible. And Su Jinwoo nodded, I did not lie, the facts are indeed as such. After saying that, he directly shouted outside, Bing Bing, come in. Su Bingbing's figure appeared and walked in. Seeing that he was serious, the elder of the Su family was now extremely nervous, wanting to speak but unable to get the words out. Su Bingbing politely greeted the three of them. She immediately began to cast. Swish, swish, swish. With a gentle wave of Su Bingbing's hand, a staff radiating with colorful lights appeared. At that moment, the family head rushed to the staff's side. This. The surge of blood made him realize that this was the staff. It was truly the exclusive weapon of the Holy Healing Master. His voice trembled, and tears streamed down his face. He wanted to touch the staff but did not dare. He shouted excitedly, the Holy Healing Staff, I actually saw the staff in my lifetime. Our ancestors, our Holy Healing Masters have an exclusive weapon. He shouted towards the sky with all his might, his emotions reaching a peak. No one knew better than him what this staff meant. At this moment, the elder of the Su family was also stunned. How was it done? The Su family's 1,000-year pursuit, she actually accomplished it. The elder of the Su family muttered in disbelief. This meant all his plans would fall apart. How could he compete with Su Bingbing, the only heir set by ancestral rules, who held the first exclusive weapon in 1,000 years? Thinking this, the elder of the Su family tightened his fists. He had already walked down an irreversible path. At that time, Su Bingbing really became the head of the family. Would he still let him go? Very good, very good. Where did this scepter come from? Su family had asked eagerly. But after being asked this, Su Bingbing was stunned, and after a long while, she finally answered. Chapter 86, Moral Kidnapping. Su Bingbing truthfully answered, it was given to me by someone who took it out from the ancient ruins. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. Such a precious thing was just given away? Su Bingbing smiled and said, however, this person did not know in advance, he simply thought it was an S rank, so he gave it to me. Hearing this, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. This seemed reasonable. But to take out an S rank exclusive weapon was still quite extravagant. Which noble young man is it? The head of the family continued to ask. He was so eager to get the divine scepter. Could it be from one of the 4 great families? At this, the head's expression became serious. If the other 3 great families found out, it would be even harder for him to get it. Being asked like this, Su Bingbing was caught off guard. He is a student from Linhai City, his name is Linny. Linhai City? Where is that? I've never heard of it. Suddenly, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Having grown up in Kyoto, they had no idea about this place. Then is this divine scepter still available? The head of the family didn't care about all this, he only wanted to know about the scepter's news. It's gone. With Su Bingbing's answer, the head's heart immediately sank. At this moment, Su family's uncle finally caught a handle. He hurriedly spoke up, aren't you being too inconsiderate? Don't you know how much benefit this scepter could bring to the head of the family, even to the nation, or even to all of humanity? He was aggressive. How did my uncle teach you since childhood? You should understand right from wrong. How can you be so selfish? In the face of his words, Su Jinwoo stepped forward. Elder brother, my daughter doesn't need your education. These principles are for you to listen to, my daughter just needs to do what she wants and be happy. The world of adults, with its politics and schemes. I don't want her to learn that so early. Humph. The Su family's uncle immediately snorted coldly, such a father, such a daughter. Because of your selfish behavior, you don't even know how many people will suffer in our family, how many in Longwa. At this moment, Su Jinwoo was completely furious. While the Su family's uncle was still chattering, Su Jinwoo directly walked step by step to the Su family's uncle. His footsteps resonated loudly in the conference hall. He was taller than his brother, looking down at the Su family's uncle and speaking slowly. Did you not hear what I said? Shut up. Hiss. The entire conference hall was filled with a powerful aura. Even the head of the Su family looked at Su Jinwoo in disbelief. The usually humble Su Jinwoo was unexpectedly so firm at this moment. The Su family's uncle took a step back in fear. Su Jinwoo was, apart from the head of the Su family, unquestionably the strongest in the entire Su family. His combat power was such that almost no one in all of Kyoto dared to provoke him. The Su family's uncle was not his opponent. He felt fear from the bottom of his heart. Humph. He didn't dare to speak again, merely snorted coldly. In his heart, he secretly thought, you only have one more year left to jump around, when that time comes. Su Bingbing watched the scene, feeling deeply melancholic. She had never expected her family to become like this. Rather than this, she would be happier staying with Lin Yi in Linhai City. Thinking of this, her mind floated with Lin Yi's figure, and her heart felt even sadder. Now that she had returned to Kyoto, she would have to grow up in the family from now on. Thinking about the talents in Kyoto, she felt a lot of pressure. To catch up with these people, she would have to put in 100-fold or 1,000-fold effort. In this way, where would she find the time to meet Lin Yi, even if just for a moment? If only Lin Yi could come to her side. Thinking of this, she shook her head. It's too difficult. The two people are worlds apart. Can Lin Yi achieve it? Will he ever come to Kyoto and stand in front of me? Alright. Let's leave it at that. After learning there was no exclusive weapon, the head of the Su family felt desolate. He directly dismissed a few people. After leaving, Uncle Su grew angrier the more he thought about it. Humph. He actually dared to threaten me. He recalled the scene where Su Jinwoo responded with dominance to him before. He ordered his subordinates, find out why the assassination attempt failed. Meanwhile, back at home, Lin Yi suddenly found a message sent by Su Bingbing. Lin Yi opened it excitedly. Lin Yi, what do you think? If there is a treasure that can save many people, but it requires you to pay the price of your life, should we use this treasure? This question immediately puzzled Lin Yi. Isn't this the famous trolley problem? And one of the victims turned out to be himself. Lin Yi thought for a long time before replying. There are too many factors to consider. Remember, this is not about sacrificing them to save yourself. It's about not having the choice to sacrifice yourself to save others. As long as the choice is one that you make yourself. And not a choice forced upon you by morality. Indeed. After seeing the answer, Su Bingbing felt enlightened. If it weren't for Uncle Su's words, she might not have realized these things. This was not her fault at all. Thank you. Seeing Su Bingbing's reply, Lin Yi smiled slightly. It seemed this person had encountered a tough problem. The two would never have expected this would be their only communication in the following year. The next day, he woke up early. The entire Lehigh City seemed to be buzzing with activity. Because today was the day of the college entrance examination. Everyone was passionately discussing news related to the exams. Knock knock knock. Lin Yi's door was knocked on, and he was surprised who would come to his house at this time. But when he opened the door, it was actually a delivery. Moreover, the package was covered in various seals. There was even a golden stamp. This meant it was a high-level delivery. There was no sender listed. But the recipient was Lin Yi. Lin Yi was immediately curious. Who sent him something? Thinking this, Lin Yi brought the package into his room. With a wave of his hand, he set the package ablaze with real fire, burning it away. 5 perfectly arranged pieces of equipment appeared. First were 2 pet gear pieces engraved with ferocious beast runes. Epic level 30 equipment. And 2 pieces at that. Lin Yi was instantly ecstatic upon seeing the level. This was already the best level 30 equipment available in the market. He hadn't even heard of level 30 epic pet equipment in the entire Jiangnan province. The highest level he had heard of was golden, and even that was quite rare. These 2 pieces were absolutely priceless. This was still considering the fact that beast masters are a niche and weak profession. One can see how high their value is. Fortunately, his two beasts had empty slots for two pets. The equipment fit perfectly. The other three pieces of equipment were also remarkable. They were actually dark gold level 50 beast master gear. 3 pieces in total. One piece of clothing was missing. Most importantly, all these pieces of equipment had a trait. Universal set, can adapt the effects of other parts and can replace any component in a set. This was simply superb. The sender definitely knew him very well. Everything was sent right on point. Linny couldn't help but wonder, who could it be? Why remain anonymous when sending something? Chapter 87, Universal Set. The two pieces of equipment provided a total of 20,000 HP and 2,000 attack power to the two pets. Very impressive. Universal Scepter, Dark Gold. Level, LV50. Attributes, attack power plus 1,300, all attribute damage plus 40%. Trait I, Universal Set. Trait 2, Universal Set. Description, produced by the ancient ruins of infinite illusions, extremely rare. Universal Wizard Hat, Dark Gold. Level, LV50. Attributes, attack power plus 800, defense plus 450. All attribute damage plus 20%. Trait I, Universal Set. Trait 2, Universal Set. Description, produced by the ancient ruins of infinite illusions, extremely rare. Universal Boots, Dark Gold. Level, LV50. Attributes, health plus 5,000, defense plus 500, all attributes minus 20%. Trait I, Universal Set. Trait 2, Universal Set. Description, produced by the ancient ruins of infinite illusions, extremely rare. These few pieces of equipment, when compared one by one, are just like my own LV12 legendary robe. It shows how big the gap is once the equipment quality rises. Equipping the set also triggered the set effect again. Ding! Set effect triggered. When you enter stealth, you will not exit stealth due to actively attacking or receiving damage. Ding! Universal set begins to self-adapt, triggering 6 traits: Transcendent Sword Technique, Flame of Life, Stealth, Saint. Hiss. Linny never expected that the equipment, Universal set, would be so precise. Even the swordsmanship enhancement, life recovery, and stealth effect enhancement are very suitable for his traits. Such a set has a trading value that absolutely far exceeds the equipment itself. When you are just missing one or two pieces of a high-level set, this universal set fills in perfectly. Simply flawless. Let's go, set off for the college entrance examination. Linny felt very good. With such an enhancement he had more chances in the exam. Linny scrolled through the news on his phone and ordered a ride. Forgot to bring equipment. The Safety Bureau's Swift Warriors helped students get equipment in a very short time. Went to the wrong exam room. The Safety Bureau escorted successfully bringing the student to the exam room. Linny scrolled through these classic news articles, eating a bun while laughing. The ride-hailing car arrived in front of him. Linny was about to open the car door to get in. But the driver suddenly locked the car door, carefully examining Linny as if he had discovered something. Suddenly coldly snorting he said, "Sorry, I won't take you." After saying that, he stepped on the gas and drove away. What the heck? Linny looked at this scene, filled with question marks. It seemed he hadn't offended this driver, right? Not believing in evil, he ordered a ride again. But encountered the exact same situation. The departing driver took out his phone and said in the group chat of Lin High City, "Found that Linny the young master mentioned, he is at the Tianjin bun shop, brothers pay attention. Do not pick him up." Linny sensed that something was wrong. But now going to the exam room is urgent, and Linny did not have a car himself. He could only summon the energy sword directly. Flying on the sword. Transforming into a ray of light flying towards the exam room. However, as soon as he flew out, law enforcement personnel immediately surrounded him. How is this student so fast? The speed-type occupational law enforcement officers looked at each other. They exerted all their strength but could only follow Linny from a distance. While far away, Linny was leisurely eating buns and drinking soy milk, looking completely relaxed and at ease. Seeing this, the law enforcement officers following could only use a loudspeaker. The one flying on the sword ahead, stop immediately. Within the city, law enforcement personnel prohibit the use of occupational skills. Even running fast is not allowed. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand it. Therefore, Lin Yi's act of flying on the sword. Of course, it was not recognized. It could even be seen as extremely hazardous to citizens' safety. Lin Yi was called by this voice and then realized someone was chasing him from behind, hastily stopping. This scene also drew the attention of passers-by who stopped to watch. Wow, flying on a sword. This is so cool. Who is this? Young and reckless, flying a sword in the city. What if someone gets hurt? Some even smiled mysteriously and sneered, hee hee. This kid offends so many people, he can forget about easily going to the exam room. The law enforcement personnel showed their identification. Someone reported that you violated the ban, now come with me to the safety bureau. After saying that, they intended to reach out and detain Lin Yi. But Lin Yi quickly stepped back. The law enforcement personnel saw him evade and were immediately enraged, but just then, a badge fell into their hands, Inspector. Upon seeing the words on it, they stared at each other, unable to conceal their shock. Lin Yi's outfit clearly marked him as a high school student. But this badge was undeniably real. To become an inspector at such a young age was just terrifying. Sir Inspector, I'm so sorry. It was our mistake, please forgive us. They immediately lowered their heads to apologize. They were afraid Lin Yi would hold a grudge against them. Lin Yi took back the badge they offered. Furrowing his brows, he asked, you said someone reported me? Yes, it seems that as soon as you took action, someone reported you, they hurriedly answered, not daring to delay. Hearing this answer, Lin Yi finally believed. Someone was indeed after him. Which guy had the audacity to use such underhanded tactics? This inevitably made him think of the Northern Commerce Association. Such behavior was simply identical. Fortunately, he had arrived smoothly. He had successfully reached the examination hall. The principal of the number 13 high school in his test center was pacing back and forth. Almost all of his students had arrived. Only Lin Yi was still missing. This was the college entrance exam. It was no joking matter. If Lin Yi missed the exam, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sigh. I should have personally brought Lin Yi here today, Principal Guo lamented. At that moment, a student dressed in Jiangnan High School uniform suddenly walked up to Principal Guo. Looking at Principal Guo with a mocking gaze, he crossed his arms and smirked, Principal Guo, are you waiting for Lin Yi? Upon hearing this, Principal Guo looked at him in surprise, what? Do you know Lin Yi? He thought this person was Lin Yi's friend. He hoped this person would explain why Lin Yi was late. But the person coldly laughed, I don't deserve to know such a genius. He dragged the last word out, clearly mocking. Principal Guo instantly understood that this person was here to pick a fight, and his face immediately turned cold. Say what you want directly. No need for twists and turns. The person did not show any respect to Principal Guo, glancing at the time with less than 10 minutes before the exam started. He spoke smugly, remember to tell Lin Yi later that he offended our Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance. We have 100 ways to deal with him. Oh? You want to deal with me? Lin Yi's voice suddenly appeared. The person was immediately frightened and stepped back several paces. And Principal Guo turned in surprise to look. At this moment, Lin Yi entered, riding his sword, extremely impressive, catching the attention of many students. You brat, you finally made it. Principal Guo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi explained, I ran into a little problem on the way, but it's fine now. After saying that, he walked directly in front of the person. I didn't quite catch what you said just now. Could you repeat it? Looking at Lin Yi before him, the person was filled with disbelief. You actually made it here? Didn't I tell all the cars to refuse to take you? There were basically only our people on the road, with more than 10 traps. How did you? Lin Yi initially thought it was the Northern Commerce Association behind it, but he didn't expect it to be the Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance. But upon reflection, it made sense. The Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance gathered so many talented elites, not only were they strong themselves, but their backgrounds were also deep. Just know that even someone like Lu Ming, with a background like his, wouldn't rank highly at Jiangnan High School. This shows how terrifying the group of geniuses gathered at Jiangnan High School truly was. These people were putting pressure on him at the same time. It was normal for one to struggle living in Jiangnan province. Humph. Lin Yi snorted coldly, I'll return this to you if you want to harm me. I won't let you have it easy either. Get lost. With that shot from Lin Yi, the person ran off quickly. Only once he was far did he dare to boast, with you like this, don't even think about begging for mercy in the future, even if you do, we won't let you off. To be honest, someone's paying us at the Jiangnan Alliance to end your life. Hearing these words, Lin Yi felt a bit of pressure. Who else could be the one funding this? It must be the Northern Merchants Association. Not only can they eliminate rivals, but they can also make money. This two-in-one deal is something the Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance would never refuse. But now, Lin Yi and the Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance have completely stood on opposite sides. There isn't even a bit of leeway left. Even without the Northern Merchants Association's interference, Lin Yi still wouldn't choose to bow down to the Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance. Alright. You must stay in the secret realm for at least half a month, so make sure to pay attention to your safety. Principal Guo said seriously. Lin Yi naturally agreed heartily. He couldn't help but feel a bit curious about the upcoming journey. At that moment, a sudden fragrance wafted over. The students of number 13 middle school couldn't help but turn to look. Each school in front of the secret realm stands in their own formation. Students from each school gather together, led by their teachers, waiting for the secret realm to open. The most terrifying force is undoubtedly the team from Jiangnan High School. Their numbers and overall strength are all vastly ahead of the other schools. And suddenly, a student entered the area of number 13 middle school, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. This person overwhelmed all the students of number 13 middle school, except for Lin Yi. She was a girl dressed in a martial robe, with a high ponytail, a heroic face, and holding a red tassel spear. She directly charged into the area of number 13 and walked straight towards Lin Yi. The students of number 13 immediately stared in shock. Not only because this girl was stunningly beautiful, but even more because they were curious about how Lin Yi got involved with such a master. At this moment, Principal Gua had a serious expression, truly not expecting Lin Yi to attract trouble like this. He couldn't help but glare at him. Then he smiled and told the girl, "If there is anything, we can talk about it later. There is no need for violence right now." "Hello. My name is Jia Kor." The girl directly walked in front of Lin Yi and extended her hand. Lin Yi recognized her right away. She was indeed the daughter of Commander Jia. Hello. I am Lin Yi." The two of them shook hands. I know you." The girl smiled, very kindly. She didn't have that condescending attitude of someone in power at all. "My father told me that you are very strong, we can spar later." After saying that, she suddenly turned her gaze to the back of the troublemaker. "Who is that person?" "Just a troublemaker." "Oh. Do you need me to help you take care of it?" Jia Kor said while lightly gripping her red tassel spear. A terrifying flame immediately made the space sizzle with cracks. "No need." Lin Yi shook his head. "Commander Jia asked me to protect you, how can I let you stand up for me?" "Ha ha ha." Jia Kor burst out laughing. "That must be the Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance, right? They have contacted me too." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately turned serious. "Did you join?" Although Jia Kor joining or not wouldn't pose a major threat to Lin Yi, but for the sake of Commander Jia's reputation, it wouldn't be a good thing for him overall. Facing Lin Yi's question, Jia Kor raised her chin. Do they even deserve it? An organization that uses such despicable methods, I would never deign to join. I just observed you from the side for a long time. If you joined them, I would have left right away. It seems you haven't joined." Jia Kor looked at Lin Yi with relief. "No wonder Dad chose you, you are much tougher than those people. So this time I came to tell you that those little people will definitely not let us off in the secret realm. So we need to team up to deal with these little people." Facing Jia Kor's invitation, Lin Yi did not hesitate to agree. What kind of background does Jia Kor have? She is the daughter of Commander Jia. With Jia Kor by his side, Lin Yi felt a bit more confident. Seeing the two of them get along so well, Principal Gua felt a sense of joy. Ever since Lin Yi got to know him, it's the first time I've ever chatted so well with a girl. Now Lin Yi finally has a teammate in the secret realm. The other students from number 13 middle school can't get any gossip. Instead, they see how close the two are. They are gnashing their teeth in envy. At that moment, another beautiful figure walked into the number 13 area. Principal Guo looked in disbelief at the girl who barged in. Could it be that she's also here for Lin Yi? No way, does Lin Yi really have such good luck with girls? Hi. Lin Yi. Chapter 89, Chivalrous Heart and Righteous Spirit. This time, Principal Lu recognized the visitor. The younger sister of the president of the Lingnan Chamber of Commerce. Lu Miao Miao. Principal Guo hurriedly greeted her, saying kindly, "Miss Lu. Are you here for the college entrance exam?" Lu Miao Miao's gaze was fixed on Lin Yi. She only replied a few words to Principal Guo. "Please send my regards to President Lu. Thank you very much for the foundation she established." Principal Guo was still talking non-stop, but Lu Miao Miao had already walked right up to Lin Yi. Seeing Jia Kor next to her, Lu Miao Miao felt slightly displeased. "Who is this?" Jia Kor, however, didn't think much about it and politely asked. Before Lin Yi could answer, Lu Miao Miao suddenly took Lin Yi's arm. With a touch of pride, she said, "I'm his friend. Lin Gage said he will protect me during the exam." Watching Lu Miao Miao's jealous demeanor, the surrounding candidates felt like they wanted to beat up Lin Yi. "You handsome guy just isn't enough. Why are there so many beautiful girls around you?" Hearing this, Jia Kor immediately turned to Lin Yi. Her tone a bit astonished, she said, "Looks like you're very confident in your abilities, protecting two people at once." Fortunately, I don't need your protection, so just focus on protecting this girl. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Linny suddenly felt a chill nearby. Glancing sideways, he saw Lu Miao Miao's gaze, which was almost menacing. Oh really, Linny, are you just playing around? Lu Miao Miao bit her lip in anger and said. Humph. I won't talk to you anymore. Saying this, Lu Miao Miao placed her hands on her hips, turned around in anger, and left. She was gone so quickly that Linny didn't even have time to explain. Watching this scene, Jiakora scratched her head, and after a long time finally asked, Is it my fault? Ahem Linny, it's indeed not good to have one foot in two boats. Even Principal Guo coughed a few times, earnestly advising, it's great to promise to protect girls, but you can't protect two at once. Next time, make sure to separate them, you need to learn time management. Linny spread his hands, feeling wronged, he was just being asked for help. This is so unfair. Deng Pangzi also came over, and upon seeing Jiakora next to Linny, his eyes nearly bulged out. You kid are really lucky with women, he said with envy. Su Bingbing just left not long ago, and you're already so eager to find a new one? Hearing his words, Linny sharply caught the key phrase, you mean Su Bingbing didn't come for the college entrance exam? Yes. Deng Pangzi was a bit surprised, you didn't know? He thought that since Su Bingbing and Linny had such a good relationship, she would surely say goodbye to him before leaving. Linny really didn't know. Looks like her background is really not simple. Linny roughly guessed something. By the way, I might be in trouble. When we enter the secret realm, you have to protect me. Deng Pangzi had a worried expression. These underachievers from the Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance think that I have a good relationship with you, and they want me to act as an informant by your side. Of course, I refused. They already see me as their enemy now. Hearing this, Linny couldn't help but look at Deng Pangzi with a newfound respect. His bond with Deng Pangzi wasn't particularly deep. Yet Deng Pangzi was so loyal. Facing such a large and terrifying organization, which seemed to have no chance of victory, it would be understandable for Deng Pangzi to yield. But he chose to stand by Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi immediately labeled Deng Pangzi as a potential brother in his heart. Brotherhood. Enter the secret realm in 5 minutes, the college entrance examination begins. All candidates, get ready. The governor of Jiangnan province personally came out to host this college entrance examination, and as his words fell, all candidates were excitedly rubbing their fists. Principal Guo also conveyed a few things to the students of number 13 middle school. First, our school must be united, absolutely do not let me know that you are harming each other, otherwise, I will risk my position as principal. I will also make sure justice is served. Second, if you encounter Linny inside, you must listen to his commands. He is now the captain of our number 13 middle school. Especially you few, you must work together. As Principal Guo spoke, he pointed to those students who had been supported by the foundation, whose strength had reached the top level of high school students in Lehigh City thanks to a large accumulation of money. All the students of number 13 middle school nodded in agreement. Okay. Linny is so strong, having him lead us is our blessing. Received, Principal. Lin Yi's blessing from that special secret realm challenge has benefited everyone in the school tremendously. Even if you ask us to sacrifice to help him reach a higher position, we are fine with it. The help from the foundation is something I will never forget. Lin Yi, say a few words. Principal Guo handed over the speaking rights to Lin Yi. As the upcoming team leader, he certainly should say a few words. Lin Yi took the microphone, his voice strong and clear, then I wish everyone can perform exceptionally well and achieve great results. Good. Not far away, the top high school in Jiangnan snorted coldly. Looking at the passionate students of number 13 middle school, they looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. A bottom-tier high school in a bottom-tier city. They were afraid they couldn't even count the number of people who passed on one hand. Do they really think that just because they defeated us once in a contest, they can reach the heavens? Only that Lin Yi is slightly noteworthy, but among us in Jiangnan High School, he is just an ordinary person. The blind confidence of the lowly, the college entrance examination will not joke with you. When the time comes, they will reveal their true selves. Listening to their mockery of number 13 middle school, Lu Miaomiao curled her lips, somewhat dissatisfied. Beside her, a guy with a black mole on his face, with a few long hairs growing on it, said with a smile, "What's wrong? Don't you dislike that Lin Yi?" Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Lu Miaomiao immediately became interested. She did not expose him but tentatively asked, "What? You dislike him?" This person had been coveting Lu Miaomiao for a long time. When Lu Miaomiao appeared, her beauty made him drool, and he finally had a chance. He couldn't wait to express himself. Of course, this guy has made quite a name for himself at our Jiangnan High School. You know the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance, right? He said proudly. That's an organization that gathers the talents of the whole Jiangnan province, and he actually dares to offend the entire organization. After saying that, he patted his chest. I am not talented, also a member of the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. I just saw that Linny seemed to have ill intentions towards you. If needed, I can help you teach him a lesson. As he spoke, he rolled his fists, showing off his bravado. Offending the entire Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance? Upon hearing this, Lu Miaomiao frowned. She didn't expect Lin Yi to be so reckless. Getting into trouble with the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. What followed in the secret realm would definitely be a disaster. I have to stay in the alliance, only then can I help him if something happens. Although Lu Miaomiao was angry about Lin Yi's earlier actions, she was still clear-headed in the face of the bigger picture. It was just unfortunate for that Chong Xuan Edison's favor, who had just pushed her into the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. Now she had to let him down. The secret realm passage is open. All candidates please enter quickly. The secret realm lasts for 15 days, and when the time comes, the exit passage will open for 6 hours. Please pay close attention, otherwise, if you get trapped in the secret realm, you will have to wait another year. As the governor of Jiangnan province finished speaking, all candidates rushed into the secret realm like madmen. 12 years of compulsory education. 3 years of sleepless struggle. For this moment. After 3 years of sleepless struggle, it all led to this moment. Linny also soared into the sky on his sword, charging boldly into the secret realm. Ding! Entering the dark world, LV-10? After a whirl of colors, Linny found himself in a dark world. The sky was night, the ground was charred black, and the trees were withered and dark. Welcome, heroes! A sudden voice made Linny notice the hunchbacked dwarf village chief beside him. And there were 49 other candidates with him. A total of 50 people. You are novice heroes, though weak. But your future is bright, the dwarf village chief muttered to himself. Go! Venture into this world, leave the village. Head to Hope Town, where the last ray of light is. After the village chief finished his speech, he slowly walked away. Ding! Main quest triggered, head to Hope Town. Ding! You have obtained subquest clues, help the blacksmith fulfill his dream. Ding! You have triggered subquest, village peace. Main quest, head to Hope Town. Quest difficulty, A-. Quest requirements, obtain the travel permit, 0/1, and successfully reach Hope Town. Quest summary, as a novice hero of the village, you wish to become a stronger warrior and need to show enough strength to earn the village chief's recognition for the only 5 travel permits. The village is far from the town, and it has been years without contact. The journey is fraught with danger, you need to overcome numerous obstacles to reach Hope Town. Subquest clue I, help the blacksmith fulfill his dream, unique. Quest difficulty, C+. Trigger quest requirements, collect the Starlight Chain, Blueprint Fragments *5, 0/5. Subquest 2, Village Peace, unique. Quest difficulty, A-. Quest requirements, kill wild monsters, 0/500, and activate the Heart of the Sacred Tree. Quest summary, the village has been cut off from the town for too long, and monsters have long coveted the village. The villagers live in constant fear each day, clearing the wild monsters is good for both the village and the heroes. Of course, if the heroes leave, it will not be a one-time solution. So the ancient protective sacred tree must also be activated, but it has been silent for over 10 years. The reason lies with the Peachwood sword at the east of the village. Quest rewards, experience plus 500,000, spirit stones times 10,000, town inspector's recommendation letter times 1. Among 50 people, none noticed the travel permits in the main quest. There were only 5 travel permits. That means, just in the first round, 90% of the people would be eliminated. Everyone's breath quickened involuntarily. They looked at each other with a hint of vigilance. Now, every person was a competitor. Of course, they were also teammates. If the travel permits were all taken, the 5 would definitely become ironclad allies. After all, no one wanted their travel permit to be snatched away or to fall prey to monsters on the way to the town. Everyone listen to me. Suddenly, someone shouted. Jiangnan High School. The school uniform on this person made Lin Yi recognize his identity. Seeing this, Lin Yi was even too lazy to hear what he would say. He directly left the starting point. Others, upon seeing his Jiangnan High School uniform, immediately surrounded him. The strength of Jiangnan High School was well known. They all wanted to know what this person would do. My suggestion is that everyone can team up first. I glanced at the quest, gaining the village chief's recognition is just about doing tasks to build affection. I think we can first team up to get the 5 travel permits. Then we can split them later. Meanwhile, Lin Yi walked straight to the village entrance. He wanted to see the strength of the monsters outside. Bang! But as soon as he stepped out of the village gate, several LV-30 giant rabbits charged at him. For Linny, these giant rabbits were certainly not a match. The two swords effortlessly finished him off. Linny was just about to continue exploring, but suddenly felt a sharp annoyance in his heart. A sense of crisis surged in his mind. It made him instinctively take a few steps back. Swish! A gust of wind blew by. Though it seemed like nothing had happened. But with the eye of true knowledge, Linny could see clearly. A black monster, clawing and snapping, was rushing toward him in anger after failing its surprise attack. LV-50 Night Demon, Golden Elite. Upon seeing the monster's level, Linny couldn't help but feel shocked. Most of the creatures in the secret realm were first-turn examinees. That is to say, they were not even level 30. But the Night Demon right in front of him was at least several dozen. And this was just a small part of them. Linny looked around, his eyes taking in the situation, and everywhere was crawling with them. At this moment, a student also arrived here. Town C City. This was second only to the Jiangnan base city in presence. This person came from a key high school in Town C City. And he was not alone, others followed him, including a student from Jiangnan High School. Don't go out. Seeing him about to leave the village, Linny immediately stopped him. What are you doing? He immediately looked at Linny with discontent, seeing Linny in his school uniform. His eyes were filled with disdain. There's danger outside. If you go out, you might lose your life. Linny kindly reminded him. But that person sneered, a few rabbits out there are not enough to worry about. Don't think everyone is as trashy as you. If you're afraid to die, just hide and don't take the exam. After saying this, he didn't even spare Linny a glance. He drew his weapon and stepped out of the village. A sword slashed on the giant rabbit. The giant rabbit immediately lost a small chunk of blood. The giant rabbit suddenly jumped up and kicked. That person's health bar dropped by half immediately, but he was prepared. He took out a blood-replenishing potion and a regular potion to use together. His health bar was immediately restored. Seeing he was fine, he immediately looked at Linny with mockery. Ha! Do you see, I have nothing at all? The frog at the bottom of the well has finally opened its eyes. Linny, however, coldly smiled, shook his head, and inexplicably said, they're coming. Are you crazy? What are you pretending? That person immediately cursed. But halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Chapter 91, Night Demon ***. Under everyone's gaze. That person's head suddenly twisted 360 degrees. His head dropped cleanly. Looking at the head that fell to the ground, eyes wide open. Everyone was instantly frightened and retreated a few steps. Only Linny showed no sign of surprise at all. That group of night demons was invisible to others, but he could see them. Linny gazed at the wandering night demons, choosing not to leave the village. Instead, he walked toward the village chief's residence. Meanwhile, the Jiangnan High School student seized the opportunity after witnessing this. He spoke to rally the crowd. Did you see that? If we don't cooperate together, we will end up with such a fate. But someone turned their gaze to Linny. I think he seems to have known the danger all along. We might as well follow him. But when this was said, it gave him an opportunity. Humph. This person is the target of the entire Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance. If you don't want to die, then follow him. With that, everyone immediately backed down. No one dared to oppose the Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance. My name is Lan Yi, you all join me. If we can remove this Lin Yi for the Alliance, even if it's just to prevent him from getting a promotion slot, we can each earn at least 100,000 spirit stones. We might even receive the protection of the Jiangnan College Entrance Exam Alliance. As soon as Lan Yi finished speaking, everyone present was moved. With his dual-pronged approach, nearly everyone joined his team. On the other side, Linny glanced at the time. The night demons will disappear in 2 hours. His eye of true knowledge just now also analyzed the outer situation. A situation called polar night fog has caused the night demons to overflow. He speculated that after this time, things should return to normal. Village Chief. Linny looked at the dwarf village chief and immediately greeted him. Village Chief, Affinity, 0. Level, LV 20. Description, as the village chief of the wilderness village. He was still quite dedicated, dreaming for a long time about the village producing a hero. If you want to gain his attention, you might need to contribute to the village. I have true knowledge, as a dwarf, extremely greedy. The village chief only replied lightly. Then turned around and left. There was completely no chance for further development. Linny glanced at the description and roughly understood that he might need to do tasks in the village to increase his favorability. But the eye of true knowledge gave him another way. Linny suddenly moved to block the village chief. Seeing his action, the village chief immediately said unhappily, "You apprentice warrior, why aren't you working hard to improve yourself? Why are you bothering an old man like me? I don't have any special tastes." But just as he finished speaking, a bag of spirit stones was sent in front of him by Lin Yi. The village chief's eyes brightened instantly, quickly storing the spirit stones. Ding! Village chief's favorability increased from 0 to 20. The village chief counted the spirit stones and smiled, praising, "Not bad, not bad. If you have any questions, just ask me." Right after, another 10 bags of spirit stones were sent over. The village chief reacted extremely quickly, taking them again. Ding! Village chief's favorability increased from 20 to 70. The village chief looked at Lin Yi with surprise, saying, "What tasks do you need? I have dozens of tasks, you can choose." Lin Yi still did not answer, and sent another 100 bags of spirit stones. This time, after the village chief accepted them, he blushed and covered his face. "You don't look bad either, actually, it's not impossible." Lin Yi looked at his appearance and instantly darkened his face. Ding! Village chief's favorability increased from 70 to 90. Next, even after Lin Yi sent more spirit stones, he could not increase the favorability anymore. So he began to inquire, "Excuse me, village chief, what do I need to do to obtain the road contract to leave?" Ahem. The village chief coughed a few times. "Although you are very sensible, becoming a hero is not a joke. You need to complete tasks that make me 100% recognize you, and then complete a challenge to obtain the road contract." Lin Yi understood this time. It seems he just needed that 10 points of favorability. He glanced at the village chief's tasks and found that almost all of them required leaving the village to complete. Only one task called, "Investigate the Plague," could be done. Although this was just a D task. But the Eye of True Knowledge gave another hint. This task has a chance to trigger hidden plot. At that moment, Lin Yi finally realized the true power of the Eye of True Knowledge. In such an environment, it was simply like a godly existence. Following the task guidance, he immediately arrived at a place called Widow Lu's house to investigate. Whoa woo! Widow Lu cried and provided Lin Yi with a clue. "A few days ago, my husband came back from the woods in the back mountain and got infected with the plague. He left this world too young." Lin Yi went to the back mountain. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed something unusual. There wasn't a single mosquito around. The air was filled with a terrible stench. Lin Yi summoned the blazed dragon directly. Roar! Suddenly, it opened its mouth and breathed fire onto the surrounding dead trees. Instantly, those dead trees let out miserable cries. The bark twisted together, turning into a human face. Plague Dead Tree, LV30 Elite. Talent, Immortal Plague, recovery ability greatly increased. Whenever HP drops below 30%, recover 5% of health every second. Damn humans, how did you find us? Lin Yi wouldn't waste words with a bunch of monsters, commanding the blazed dragon to attack again. In front of the blazing true fire, the Plague Dead Tree collapsed at a touch. Instantly, it was killed and turned to ash. Not even time for its talent to trigger. Ding! Killed, Plague Dead Tree, LV30 Elite, experience plus 4,750, plus 50%. Ding! Killed, Plague Dead Tree, LV30 Elite, experience plus 4,750, plus 50%. Ding! Dropped Dead Tree Source Heart times 2. The Plague Dead Trees were mostly eliminated, and he gained around 40 to 50,000 experience. Lin Yi now needed at least 200,000 experience for each level up. This was also a downside of having a higher profession level. Compared to other SSS, or even lower professions, Lin Yi required several times, even dozens of times the experience for each level up. Lin Yi also roughly obtained 50 Dead Tree Source Hearts. Ding! Task, Investigate the Plague, completed. Please proceed to submit the task. Lin Yi rushed back to the village chief with the task. Along the way, he passed by and saw Lan Yi leading a team. At this moment, they were studying why they couldn't go out into the wilderness. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Lan Ye's eyes lit up immediately. He instantly led his team to follow along. Lin Yi thought they were going to attack him. But after walking for a while, he realized this group was just following him. Lin Yi quickly found the village chief. He submitted the task. Ding! You completed, Investigate the Plague, D, reward experience times 10,000, village chief favorability plus 1. This time, receiving 10,000 experience points was quite good. Lin Yi also discovered the task experience here was very generous. Just a mere D gave him 10,000 experience points. For C, B, and even A, it seemed one wave of experience would be enough to raise him several levels. It looked like he needed to do more tasks. Lin Yi's eyes focused on that, village Yongning, A full 500,000 experience points. The village chief said seriously, "You actually found out that the plague comes from the dead tree of the plague? This is a serious situation. According to records, this dead tree is just a product of the plague, proving that the plague has not been eradicated. You still need to gather the dead tree's source hearts to find the root of the plague. Ding. Triggered a stage task, accept? Note, this task has penalties. Fear of the plague. Difficulty, C+. Task requirements: continuously clear the constantly appearing plague, gather 50 dead tree source hearts, 50-50. Task description: even though you resolved the plague this time, in the coming days, hundreds of dead trees will be contaminated again, as if the plague cannot be erased at all. Fortunately, you discovered the source hearts left behind when dead trees are defeated. They may be the key to breaking the situation. You need to quietly await the continuous appearance of dead trees and eliminate them, gather the source hearts, and hand them to the village chief to trigger the second stage task. Task rewards: experience times 100,000, spirit stones times 5,000, village chief favorability +5. Failure penalty: you will be eliminated. Stage 1. Looking at the content above, Linny had a face full of innocence. It seemed he had unknowingly completed another task. With over 100 dead trees, even with good luck, he could only obtain a few per wave. At most not exceeding 10. But Linny gathered them all in one wave. This was entirely thanks to the entry, "Congratulations on your wealth." Linny took out the dead tree source hearts. Exactly 50 pieces. How did you get so many source hearts? The village chief's eyes widened. He looked at Linny in disbelief. In his understanding, it would at least take 10 days to achieve this. Truly, heroes come from youth. Ding. Task: Fear of the Plague, C+, submitted, experience +100,000, village chief favorability +3, 96. Ding. Level up, LV26 LV27, 25000/240000, obtained golden egg, legendary, ×1. Getting closer to the ultimate golden egg, it was progress. With the increased favorability, the village chief's attitude became better and better. He didn't hesitate to praise Linny. Your skill absolutely qualifies you to become a warrior. You might even revive the long-lost sacred tree for the village. The village chief began a long speech. It is said that the dead tree source hearts connect to a hidden underground place, gathering 50 can open it, and that hidden place seems to be related to the decline of the sacred tree. If possible, you must help revive the sacred tree. This not only protects many villagers, but the recommendation you get can help build your reputation in the town, and even join one of the 4 major faction cities. Having a position in the town means no one can attack you. Any attack against you will lead to being hunted across the entire continent. Recommendation letter? No matter how you look at it, this is a good thing. Linny certainly would not miss it. If this really relates to the sacred tree, ordinary people wouldn't waste so much time completing this task. Therefore, the task of the holy tree can be completed very few times. The rarity of recommendation letters goes without saying. Ding. Triggering the next phase task. Completely eliminate the plague next phase task. Difficulty, B. Task requirements: kill plague dry trees ×200, plague stone guards ×20, plague tree mother ×1. Task summary: the plague tree mother is absorbing the nutrients of the holy tree and constantly growing, even endangering the life of the holy tree. The plague trees are about to reach a fully developed state. The warriors must eliminate them quickly, or an unimaginable disaster will follow. Task reward: experience ×150,000, heart source of the holy tree ×1. This task rewards a total of 150,000 experience. Linny stepped into the teleportation portal summoned by the village chief. Suddenly, he arrived at the underground plague lair. As they watched Linny leave, they immediately became interested. It seems this village chief is the key figure. Lan Yi led his people forward. Immediately greeting the village chief, "Village chief, we want to contribute to the village. Do you have a task for us?" The village chief merely glanced at him, then turned and walked away. Seeing this, Lan Yi immediately got angry. He swiftly grabbed the village chief's arm. "Hey, didn't you hear me talking to you?" The village chief turned around, glaring coldly. "What do you want with this old man? Shouldn't you be focusing on improving your strength?" Lan Yi instantly gritted his teeth. "If you could go out, who would still cling to you?" Lan Yi suppressed his anger, lowering his tone. "Do you have any tasks we can help with? We are willing to serve." "No, go away." The village chief waved his hand, disgusted, shooing them away. His attitude was completely different from how he treated Linny earlier. Seeing that the village chief ignored him completely, Lan Yi felt ashamed in front of his subordinates. "Why are you so warm to that Linny but cold to us?" Lan Yi yelled angrily. "Giving him a task but not us. I'm going to report you for favoritism." The village chief instantly turned around and coldly said, "Are you teaching me how to do my job? If you don't want to be heroes, you can keep provoking me." After saying this, the village chief shot a cold glance at everyone. Others immediately lowered their heads. Lan Yi also quieted down. Sorry, village chief. They could only leave dejectedly. All of them looked troubled. They couldn't understand why the village chief treated them so differently. What should we do now? Others asked, distressed. What else can we do? Lan Yi shouted angrily, either go out to grind monsters for reputation or do tasks for reputation. We can only wait for Lin Yi to come out and ask him how he managed to do it. Suddenly, someone asked, what if he doesn't tell us? Lan Yi snorted coldly, then we'll beat him until he does. I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't handle him. At the same time, outside the secret realm was heavily guarded. After all, this was the college entrance examination. This was no joke. Moreover, this year coincided with the selection of the genius training camp. There are especially many geniuses in the entrance examination. To this end, they even tripled the manpower guarding the secret realm. They did this to ensure nothing went wrong. But even in such a strict situation, a gigantic hand still quietly infiltrated. Jiangnan Province College Entrance Examination, countless geniuses? A voice that seemed to come from the abyss mocked with a semblance of a smile. For the deep abyss plan, all must be sacrificed. Ugh! A wave of foul smell came. Lin Yi could hardly hold back from vomiting. Fortunately, the blazing dragon appeared and drove away the darkness. Lin Yi glanced around and found. Ahead were all sleeping dry trees. At this level, such monsters posed not the slightest threat to Lin Yi. Damn humans, you dare to come here to deliver yourself to death. The plague dry tree sensed his approach. It immediately revived. Let you become our nourishment. The plague dry tree actually took the initiative to attack. Lin Yi moved his hand lightly, and 9 energy swords flew out. Swish swish swish. Wherever each flying sword passed, the hearts of the plague dry trees were pierced, and they were all killed in an instant. Chapter 93, Crushing, the plague tree mother revolves ahead of time. The scene was almost one-sided crushing. Lin Yi's experience was rapidly increasing. The battle quickly attracted the attention of even more powerful monsters deep within. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, there was a huge tremor coming from the depths of the cave. A massive rolling stone was speeding towards Lin Yi. The narrow cave left no time to dodge. Blazing dragon. Lin Yi waved his hand. Boom. With the appearance of the blazing dragon, the rolling stone was immediately stopped. The blazing dragon exhaled a breath of dragon fire. The rolling stone finally revealed its true form. Plaguestone Guardian, Golden Elite. Level, LV 30. Health, 52,000/52,000. Attack, 2,450. Talent Plague Stone, taking damage will cause a counterattack and infect the target with the plague effect, which can stack infinitely. Skill Rolling Stone Impact. Skill 2 Stone Fist Heavy Strike. Skill 3 Plague Falling Stones. Skill 4 Super Petrification. The Plague Stone Guardian's combat strength was obviously much stronger. But facing the blazing dragon. Roar! The blazing dragon slammed the ground with force. The ground beneath the Plague Stone Guardian's feet immediately cracked open. Lava fire pillars erupted. Minus 62,020. It instantly melted the Plague Stone Guardian. Boom boom boom. All the plague dead trees suddenly turned around and looked. Their twisted faces even showed signs of joy. A strange cry came from the depths of the cave. But its tone revealed excitement and anticipation. At the same time, the stone guardians that had been hidden throughout the cave all began to move. They transformed into rolling stones and charged toward Lin Yi. The sudden and all-encompassing block made Lin Yi realize something was wrong. Now, only the final boss remained. The mother tree hadn't appeared yet. The cry just now definitely came from her. What exactly happened to make her send all her forces to block Lin Yi? Lin Yi made a quick decision. He would go deeper into the cave. Blazing Dragon, this is your domain. Lin Yi flew on his sword. He charged directly inside. When the plague dead trees and plague stone guardians saw Lin Yi's actions, they tried to stop him. They even madly charged at him, trying to block him. But the blazing dragon wouldn't let them succeed. With one dragon roar, the entire area was stunned. And as Lin Yi left at light speed, he didn't forget to turn around and shoot 2 laser blasts. He cleared out the pursuing enemies behind him. The rest was up to the blazing dragon. No need to worry about the back anymore. As he went deeper into the cave, Lin Yi began to feel something was wrong. The power of the plague was growing more and more. It even started to make Lin Yi lose health. At first, it was only dozens of points. But after moving less than 1,000 meters, it increased to several hundred points. His vision in front also began to blur. The frequency of damage was high. Even Lin Yi started to panic. But fortunately, he quickly thought of a solution. Ding! Successfully switched 3000 energy points to health mode, gaining 3000 by 20 health points. His health bar instantly increased by 60,000. Now, he could fully endure it. The energy he had accumulated on the 9 Trials platform finally came in handy. With his health now backing him up, Linny was able to reach the end of the plague. But it was a bad thing he looked. When he saw it, it became troublesome. It was a massive cave, over 100 meters tall. And in the center of the cave stood a strange giant tree emitting a foul odor, its body covered in unknown green liquid sores. It was over 100 meters tall, with a dark green trunk and deep purple leaves. It looked incredibly alluring. But at that moment, the strange giant tree's aura was exponentially rising. It made Linny feel a chill down his spine. LV30 Plague Mother Tree, evolving. So it evolved so quickly? Linny understood why the Plague Mother Tree's aura was so terrifying when he saw the nickname. But that wasn't right, according to the mission summary. It didn't seem like it should evolve this fast. Otherwise, it would normally take more than 10 days to gather the tree source. Yet the Plague Mother Tree in front of him had evolved so quickly. This was completely unstoppable. There was no time to think too much now. The immediate priority was to stop the Plague Mother Tree's evolution. Linny summoned the energy sword and stabbed it fiercely toward the Plague Mother Tree. But just as the energy sword was about to touch the Plague Mother Tree, it was suddenly bounced back by a mysterious force. Linny tried again, but he found it still to be the same. Linny quickly glanced around. He discovered at the top of the Plague Tree Mother. A strange spatial crack had appeared. Through the crack, Linny saw a rich, blood-colored killing intent that condensed into the earth. And dark, pitch-black energy was being transmitted from the spatial crack. Clearly, this was the culprit that urged the Plague Tree Mother to evolve faster. Linny made a quick decision. He flew towards the crack on his sword. As long as he could stop the Plague Tree Mother from evolving, he would be able to easily destroy her. However, his approach immediately drew the attention of the Plague Tree Mother. The Plague Tree Mother awakened. Seeing such a tiny human dare to stop her evolution. In an instant, she angrily stretched out her tentacles to attack Linny. The Plague Tree Mother was enormous. Her branches and leaves were as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Endless attacks came crashing down on Linny. In an instant, Linny was trapped. Linny hesitated not for a second. Dragon Breath. Fortunately, the fire attribute was a natural enemy of this plant-type monster. With Linny's Dragon Breath, the obstructing branches and leaves were instantly cleared away. He immediately approached the crack. At this moment, the Tree Mother was extremely anxious. She was just a step away from success. She frantically gathered the plague power to converge. The successful cave absorbed the plague power until it was nearly gone. Chapter 94, On the Peach Blossom Tree, Peachwood Sword, Why Did I Pull It Out? All of it condensed around Linny. The richness was so strong that it became substantial. It left Linny unable to move an inch. His health bar was rapidly dropping. Thousands of points of health lost every second. He couldn't last much longer. Seeing this, Linny took an astonishing action. Armed disbandment. Anyone who saw this action would exclaim if he were crazy. At such a critical moment, he chose to disband instead of relying on the mechanical dragon to save his life. After disbanding, the rich plague power immediately overwhelmed Linny, making it hard for him to breathe. Life was hanging by a thread. But the mechanical dragon, it had been freed. Because the mechanical dragon was so large, that plague power was completely ineffective against it. The mechanical dragon did not fail its mission. A beam of laser directly destroyed the spatial crack. Creak, creak. In an instant, the surrounding space began to compress. The breath leaking from the crack felt strangely familiar to Linny. As if he had encountered it somewhere before. But he just couldn't remember. Bang! As the spatial crack closed, the plague power instantly burst forth uncontrollably. Linny felt a sudden release. The mechanical dragon caught Linny as he fell. At this moment, Linny could clearly see that the Plague Mother tree in front of him had shrunk by 30% in an instant. The entire tree looked as if it had died. Damn human, I was just a little bit away, the Plague Mother tree roared in anger. She was truly unwilling. Just a second away. She would have evolved successfully, and at a higher level. Then this human would be nothing but an ant in front of her. Losing the chance for breakthrough evolution. And the protection of unlimited energy. She was now nothing but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just as Linny was about to finish her off. Boom, boom. Linny had not yet brought his energy sword down. Suddenly, the entire cave shook violently. At this moment outside, under a peach blossom tree, Lan Yi was there with a group huddled together. And in the place they were surrounding, there lay a beggar in tattered clothes, groaning in pain. "You really can't move that peachwood sword. This is the village's ancestral teaching." Unfortunately, he was covered in wounds, unable to do anything but groan. While the culprit, Lan Yi and others, were discussing a peachwood sword that was stuck in the ground under the peach blossom tree. The mission has hinted that activating the sacred tree has a lot to do with this peachwood sword. But this beggar is blocking us and saying we lack the ability. I think he has bad intentions. Exactly. The mission instructions are right here. Maybe pulling out the sword will unlock further content. As they discussed, they turned to the leader, Lan Yi. Lan Yi nodded. "Based on my guess, this old man should be a smokescreen. When he says we should leave, it's definitely a trick. Since he is so untrustworthy, if he says the sword cannot be pulled out, then we must pull it out." Saying this, he placed his hand on the peachwood sword. With a sudden force, the peachwood sword, along with dirt and some bloody wood shavings, was pulled out. "No," the beggar cried out in sorrow. And the next scene was strikingly similar to what happened in the cave. The ground shook violently. Seeing this, Lan Yi and the others were delighted. Fortunately, Lin Yi had not appeared for a long time. Under Lan Yi's leadership, they were finally making progress with this side mission. They were getting closer to the road contract. Boom! The peach blossom tree suddenly burst apart. Where it once stood, blood gushed out like a fountain. Following this fountain, the surrounding land began to sink little by little. Seeing this, Lan Yi and the others were stunned. What was happening? But they were all very afraid for their lives. They quickly rushed back. In their panic, they completely forgot about the beggar still on the ground. At this moment, the beggar was deeply regretful. "Alas, I failed to protect this peachwood sword. This damned seal being broken, I don't know what kind of disaster it will bring to the village. I am ashamed before my ancestors." As his words fell, he was buried in the chasm that had opened up beneath him. Just like that, a living life was lost. The sinking stopped shortly after. And this commotion attracted the attention of the entire village. "What is happening?" The village chief looked up at the dark clouds gathering ominously above the village. Thinking that the source of the noise was indeed from the direction of the peach blossom tree, he felt a sense of impending doom. Oh no, could it be? He hurriedly looked towards the sacred tree. Even though the sacred tree had long since withered due to lack of energy, at this moment, it was clear that the sacred tree was in even worse condition. Many branches began to fall, and its size visibly shrank. The mist outside began to gather towards the village. The sacred tree, which protected the entire village, was starting to lose its power. Now the entire village will suffer. At this moment, he was terrified beyond reason. He wanted to alert all villagers to evacuate. But outside it was eternal night. All around were night demons. Even if he went out, it would mean death. "Ha! Heaven helps me!" A shrill scream suddenly echoed from deep within the cave. This startled Lan Yi and the others outside, making them jump. At that moment, Lin Yi inside was also caught off guard. The entire cave suddenly began to collapse. And the plague tree's aura started to expand again. Lin Yi thought yet another space crack had appeared. But that was not the case. This time it was a new ability. No, not a new energy. To be exact, the previous energy had simply been too tiny. Compared to the space cracks, Lin Yi couldn't sense it at all. But now, it had suddenly transformed from a thin thread into an energy strand as thick as an arm. Lin Yi finally noticed. It was a kind of golden green energy. That direction. The sacred tree? He watched as the plague mother trees formed rapidly enlarged, reaching 150 meters in an instant. It broke through the surface, allowing those outside to see it clearly. Ah! Seeing such a monster, Lan Yi and the others were scared and stumbled backward. They merely turned around, and in front of them stood this plague mother tree. It was actually a dark gold level boss. Some were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, unable to move at all. The plague mother tree was enveloped in a black mist. Strange patterns appeared all over its body. It also bore fruit. But those densely packed fruits were nothing but stinking, nauseating fleshy tumors. At this moment, the plague mother tree suddenly leaped. It jumped straight out of the ground. The entire village saw this colossal monster. And the village chief fell to the ground with a thud. It's over. Someone has really destroyed the peachwood sword. According to ancestral teachings, that peachwood sword was meant to suppress a local evil spirit. If the peachwood sword is destroyed, and the evil spirit is released, it will definitely bring unparalleled disaster to the village. Unless a brave warrior can handle it, otherwise it will surely not be released. But after seeing the level of this plague mother tree, he was completely disheartened. Originally, according to records, that evil spirit was a 30-level golden boss. But now it has increased several levels. Moreover, this evil spirit is stealing the energy of the holy tree. Chapter 95 Plague Mother Tree. This evil spirit must have stolen the energy of the holy tree to grow to its current state, but even the energy of the holy tree is not enough for it to grow into a dark gold boss. The village chief was now despondent, now that it has no restraint from the peachwood double techniques. Absorbing the energy of the holy tree has no obstacles. Once it finishes absorbing the holy tree, its strength will further increase. And the entire village will be destroyed. Just as he was lamenting. Whoosh! 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 Several bright lights flew out exceptionally. Linny flew out from the deep pit. Linny, it's Linny. At this moment, Lan Yi and the others finally felt hope. After just scanning the area, he understood what was happening, and coldly glared at Lan Yi. We'll settle this later. Seeing his enemy Linny, the plague mother tree laughed loudly. Didn't expect it. At the last moment, someone suddenly released my seal. The energy of the holy tree has suddenly increased 100 times, allowing me to take the final step of evolution. Having said that, it directly swung its attack towards Linny. It was now drastically different. The vines that Linny could easily cut before now only left scratches. Looking at the blood-red vines covered in strange patterns, Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. This plague mother tree is stronger than any monster he had faced before. Plague mother tree, dark gold boss half abyssalization. Half abyssalization? At the moment he saw these three words, Lin Yi finally understood the familiar feeling he had sensed before. Plague mother tree, dark gold boss half abyssalization. Level, LV 50. Health, 885000/885000. Attack power, 6500. Defense, 3222. Talent Abyssal Plague. After being infected by abyssal power, the plague undergoes significant evolution. Each attack of the plague mother tree additionally causes 120% plague erosion damage, and the plague will corrode the target's body and spirit, losing -0.5% of maximum health per second, and gradually reducing mental energy. If prolonged, the soul may be annihilated. Skill I Endless Blood Vine. Skill 2 Cursed Plague Fog. Skill 3 Abyssal Spawning. Skill 4 Shield of Death Plague. Skill V Corroded Plague Fruit. Description: a plague mother tree that has been stealing energy from the holy tree for a long time. With a solid foundation combined with endless abyssal power, it has become a dark gold boss, but unfortunately, the final upgrading energy isn't pure abyssal power. Only half of its internal energy comes from the abyss. But its strength is still formidable. Possessing a combination of abyssal and plague powers, its combat power far exceeds that of monsters of the same level. Seeing the status panel, everyone present felt a chill in their hearts. This was simply an invincible being. Run! Linny is holding it off. We should run as far as we can before he dies. Ha, it's death to go outside too. How to run? Rather think about what last words to leave now. Facing the plague mother tree that has stepped into the dark gold boss level, and is even close to abyssalization, Linny showed no fear at all. On the contrary, his fighting spirit soared. He wanted to face such an opponent. This would test his combat strength. Linny summoned the blazing dragon. He stood on the blazing dragon, clad in mechanical armor, with 9 flying swords on his back, holding a staff, ready to battle the plague mother tree alone. Ha ha! A tiny human dares to attempt to slay a god. At this moment, the plague mother tree grew excessively inflated, feeling its attributes multiply dramatically. It even started to call itself a god. You are worthy? Linny thought unapologetically. Directly switched all energy points to attack power. Since the plague has percentage damage, then health points are useless. Ding! Switching 3000 energy points to attack attribute, attack power plus 3000. Linny was not polite at all. He and the flame dragon both used dragon breath. In just one encounter, the horrific blood-colored vines of the plague mother tree were burned to ashes. But this time the situation was different from any previous times. In the moment of burning, terrifying powers of the abyss, plague, and wood erupted like a fountain. The blood-colored vines grew wildly again. They even withstood the scorching flames. Hiss! Seeing this, Linny quickly leaped, and with his sword, the flame dragon charged forward. It went directly to fight the plague tree mother. But the plague tree mother was too terrifying in size. This caused its branches and blood leaves to be extremely dense. Its size was so huge that it formed a protective zone of hundreds of meters. Wanting to break through this natural shield to attack it was simply as difficult as climbing to the sky. As soon as the flame dragon got close, it was entangled by hundreds of vines. It didn't even have the qualification to touch that protective shield. This overwhelming battle made everyone lose hope instantly. Its aura looked so strong, But this is the result? This level is still being hunted down by the Jiangnan College Entrance Examination Alliance. This is too weak. At the moment of death, there was no more opportunity for last words. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately took action to break the situation. He directly merged with the other 8 swords. Quickly flew over. The Plague Mother Tree extended its vines to intercept Lin Yi, but Lin Yi had already prepared. With a wave of the staff, a dragon breath burned the approaching vines. Fortunately, with the flame dragon's distraction, Lin Yi easily approached the Plague Tree Mother. Looking at the branches and blood leaves forming a protective zone of at least dozens of meters, Lin Yi did not look back and directly thrust into it. The energy sword formed by the 8 swords combined became a sharp tool for opening the way. Facing the giant sword with damage value exceeding 500%. The giant sword spun wildly and charged. Even though the Plague Mother Tree frantically drove energy to regenerate the protective zone and the few blood vines to block, it was still futile. A bloody path was carved out by the meat grinder like giant sword. Even if the Plague Mother Tree used the skill, Death Plague Shield, it would shatter the moment it touched the giant sword. The Plague Mother Tree was not flustered at all. Let's see how long you can stay in the plague. According to the plague's percentage damage, Lin Yi had at most 200 seconds. He couldn't deal damage, and even lifesteal was useless. But fortunately, as one of the shareholders of the blood-producing potion, his backpack was full of blood-producing potions. After downing 3 bottles in a row, the drug resistance made the effect of the potion temporarily ineffective, extending the time by a few more minutes. That was enough. Lin Yi finally broke through the protective layer and saw the true form of the Plague Tree Mother. The face of the Plague Tree Mother was extremely terrifying. With 4 eyes crooked and other facial features twisted together. Seeing Lin Yi, it immediately mocked, "What, do you think you can stay here with your health bar for long?" As the Plague Mother Tree spoke, it activated the skill, Abyss Creation. The next second, countless abyssal powers surged up from the ground. Hundreds of plague dead trees were created just like that. Moreover, they emitted black mist from the abyss. These summoned dead trees were also half abysmal. Their strength received a tremendous boost. Most of the plague dead trees surrounded and attacked Lin Yi. A small portion scattered, scaring outside people to hide. Faced with this situation, Lin Yi remained completely calm. He had achieved the purpose of his painstaking effort to break in. Lin Yi waved the staff in his hand, Skyfire Dragon's Roar. A dragon's roar echoed out. The Plague Tree Mother was right at the limit of the skill's range. This was also why Lin Yi had gone through so much trouble to charge in. All those present, including the Plague Mother Tree, were instantly controlled. Outside, the blazing dragon, seeing the suddenly still vines, let out a long, relaxed roar. With a fierce breath of fire, it cleared a path. The vines, blood leaves, and branches were directly burned to ashes. It charged straight towards the body of the Plague Mother Tree. The Plague Mother Tree was under control, and the blazing dragon faced no obstacles to reach close to its homeland. Meanwhile, Lin Yi took this time to eliminate most of the plague-dried trees. "Damn it, you actually plotted against me again." The moment the Plague Mother Tree awakened, it furiously swung its vines at Lin Yi. Chapter 96, Witnessing Death Without Saving? The surrounding plague power was also wildly gathering. All of its trunks and branches closed in. While compressing the battlefield, it completely blocked Lin Yi's path of escape. "Today, you must become my nourishment." The Plague Mother Tree attacked frantically towards Lin Yi. But Lin Yi had already plotted so well, which meant he had countermeasures in place. Magic Seal. As the blue domain of the mechanical dragon expanded, all the proud skills of the Plague Mother Tree were sealed. Its combat power instantly plummeted to the bottom. Kill. Next, there was no need for any fancy tricks. A pure slaughter battle began. Let's not forget. The blazing dragon has a passive ability that greatly absorbs blood. Faced with the Plague Mother Tree, which had no blood-sucking suppression, this was the way to resist its terrifying plague. The blazing dragon unleashed a powerful dragon breath. It directly knocked off nearly 100,000 hit points from the Plague Tree. The health bar jolted down suddenly. At the same time, Lin Yi, on the other side, also controlled the giant sword to strike. Caught off guard, the body of the Plague Mother Tree suddenly had several huge scratches added. The health bar clanged down. The once ferocious attacking vines began to gradually decrease. All its energy was used to heal its wounds. There was gradually not enough to replenish the vines. The battle was overwhelmingly in Lin Yi's favor. The Plague Mother Tree felt unprecedented pressure. At this moment, it truly understood just how terrifying Lin Yi's combat power was. A mere first-turn class, accompanied by 2 unknown creatures just reaching third turn. How can they suppress me, and Dark Golden level boss, so that I can't lift my head? This would cause laughter if spread around. The Plague Mother Tree saw the situation was unfavorable. In an instant, its health bar had already dropped by half. On the contrary, Linny seemed completely unharmed. It decided to fight to the death. Originally, this move, the Plague Mother Tree's voice gradually grew cold, was not easy to deploy. But you've overestimated yourself, it said as a creepy smile appeared on its twisted face. As it spoke, its body shook violently. At this moment, Linny finally understood what the Plague Mother Tree was trying to do. He saw the tumor-like fruits on the branches of the Plague Mother Tree starting to swell red. The Plague Mother Tree was incredibly massive. Standing on the ground, even another starting village 100 miles away could see the scene here. Some nearby students aimlessly wandered in the village, staring at the terrifying shadow in the distance, exclaiming, "What monster has appeared over there?" It seems so. Could it be that something happened in another village? Hey, who cares? Let's go pull the sword from that peach blossom tree, who knows what will happen then? The Plague Mother Tree had an appalling number of fruits. Even if a single one dealt only a few hundred damage, it could easily level this place to the ground. Linny hurriedly controlled the giant sword to pierce the wall made of branches, green leaves, and vines nearby. Clang! With the constant compression of the Plague Mother Tree, this place had now turned into an impenetrable fortress. It could also be said to be a tomb specially crafted for Linny. Ha ha ha! Seeing Linny's actions, the Plague Mother Tree laughed loudly. "Stop struggling uselessly, you shall die here." Bang! 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 In an instant, countless fruits rushed in densely. This time, the Plague Mother Tree did not hold back at all. It used all its strength, launching every last tumor-like fruit towards Linny. Thousands of fruits overshadowed the sky, rushing towards Linny. There was no escaping. No stopping. It seemed to have become a deadlock. These fruits all exploded without exception. In the center of the shockwave, Linny's head was bombarded with a dense stream of damage numbers. As thick smoke rose, the ground was directly blasted into a pit over 10 meters deep. Even the copper wall and iron bastion it had condensed to trap Linny was shattered into pieces. It was almost completely ruined. This move was a perfect example of injuring the enemy 1,000, while harming oneself 800. Even its breath had suddenly decreased greatly due to the enormous loss. The health bar remained at less than 20%. But even at such a great cost, she was filled with joy. Ha ha ha! Despicable human, finally dead. The Mother Tree of Plague laughed wildly, her voice hoarse and unpleasant, but it couldn't hide her excitement. As long as Linny was dead, the cost would be worth it. Even if she was just hanging on by a thread, it would be enough to effortlessly sweep the entire village. Whoosh! But before she could be happy for half a second, 2 red lights appeared amidst the smoke. Like a pair of eyes. Roar! Accompanied by a mighty dragon's roar. The smoke was dispersed. Completely unharmed, Linny, the mechanical dragon, and the blazing dragon appeared together. At this moment, within a radius of 500 meters, everyone felt a sudden jolt beneath their feet. The surrounding air was filled with electricity. The attacks from the plague-withered trees melted away in an instant, as if water had met blazing fire. The originally panicked villagers and other candidates looked at the suddenly unharmed monster, and immediately became excited. This is simply a miracle. Which godly expert has made their move? But only those who were close could enjoy it. These were the villagers who had come up to protect their village with all their hearts, and a few candidates who knew that now was the time when the rabbit would die and the dog would be cooked, putting forth their meager efforts to help Linny. Yet those who had already run away early could not enjoy this at all. Seeing those people who had just mocked them as fools suddenly safe and sound, while behind them were the chasing enemies. Lanyi immediately yelled angrily, "Linny, are you still human? How can you turn a blind eye to death? You either save them all or don't save anyone. Why do you just save them? You need to save us right now, otherwise, I won't let you get away with it." As he spoke, he rolled away awkwardly to dodge the attack from the plague-withered tree. He thought his request would not be answered. But suddenly, a beam of light rushed out from deep in the battlefield. Lanyi focused his gaze and found that it was actually Linyi's flying sword. He was instantly overjoyed. Now he could finally shake off the plague-withered tree behind him. Humph! You are smart enough. As he thought this, the energy sword flew behind him. Whoosh! What happened? My leg! So painful! Chapter 97, Lanyi is dead. Humph! You are smart enough. As he thought this, the energy sword flew behind him. Whoosh! What happened? My leg! So painful! Lanyi looked back in shock. He saw a clear, bleeding cut on his legs. And the culprit, of course, was the energy sword beside him. In that instant, 1,000 horses galloped through his mind. He never expected Linny to be so cruel. Looking at the plague-withered tree so close, he dared not stop. He could only keep running. But in the next second, he felt himself suspended. Bang! He suddenly fell to the ground. Looking. The Plague Mother Tree twisted its face, filled with disbelief. This is impossible, how could you possibly survive? The face of the Plague Mother Tree, already distorted, looked even uglier. This move had left even itself injured all over. Yet Linny remained completely unscathed. This completely surpassed its understanding. Linny didn't waste any more words with it. The Plague Mother Tree was now extremely weak. Taking advantage of its sickness, it was time to take its life. Riding the blazing dragon, Linny charged directly at it. And finally, the Plague Mother Tree was afraid. It realized it was no match for Linny. Run! At this moment, it had only one thought: to escape. But as soon as it moved, Linny blocked its path. In the end, a dignified dark gold level boss met its demise at Linny's hands like this. The giant sword cleaved the Plague Mother Tree in half. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the LV50 Plague Mother Tree, Dark Gold Boss Half Abyssal, experience plus 325,000. Ding! Dropped Dark Gold Equipment, Ring of Plague, ×1. Ding! Congratulations on completing the quest, thoroughly eradicate the plague. B. Please report to the village chief to submit the quest. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased, LV26 LV27, received legendary egg ×1, current total, 2. Linny leveled up again. Slaying a half abyssal boss. The experience gained was far greater than that of ordinary people. It was almost double. As the Plague Mother Tree died, the surrounding plague energy instantly dissipated. The mist, which had been continuously shrinking, immediately halted. Once again, it was driven back towards the village entrance. The village chief, who had been panicking and running around, suddenly saw 9 beams of light shoot out. Countless plague-withered trees fell under Linny's blade. In an instant, the entire village was saved from destruction. Hiss! What a talent! The village chief couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Linny. Even after living for so many years, and having dealt with many warriors, he had never seen a genius like Linny. As the event came to a close, the village returned to peace. The only difference was... Ding! Village Chief's favorability plus 100, reaching hidden cap of 110, requires slaying the Plague Mother Tree to be lifted. Ding! Widow Wan's favorability plus 100, reaching cap of 100. Ding! Blacksmith's favorability plus 100, reaching cap of 100. Everyone in the village had their favorability towards Linny maxed out. Completing the next quests felt as if he had divine aid. Thank you, thank you. The village chief grasped Linny's hand, gratitude spilling from his face. If it weren't for you, our village would be doomed. Such a terrifying being could only be dealt with by the greats in the town. Yet you managed to kill it. Now, there was no need for Linny to take the initiative. The village chief came to him himself. By the way, your quest is complete. Ding! Congratulations, you submitted the quest, thoroughly clear the plague. B. Rewards, experience ×150,000, Heart of the Sacred Tree ×1. The village chief took out a heart of the tree, radiating golden light. He sighed, this is the heart of the sacred tree, given to me by the sacred tree before it was harmed by this disaster. It contains most of the energy of the sacred tree heart. Had it remained, this disaster would have been unleashed and grown stronger much earlier. As a quest reward, this should belong to you. Heart of the Sacred Tree, Scene Prop. Usage I, consume and gain 100,000 experience. Usage 2, become an item to unlock side quests. The two uses of the Heart of the Sacred Tree shone brightly before him. Linny did not hesitate to choose the latter. He could differentiate between 100,000 experience and 500,000 experience. Then he spoke, Village Chief. I want to use this heart to revive the sacred tree. Hearing this, the village chief was overjoyed. Are you serious? Linny. Of course. Linny nodded. The village chief was ecstatic. With a warrior like you, how could the world not be peaceful? You just need to touch the heart to the sacred tree, and it will absorb it. All right. Linny agreed. Now that the night demons are rampant, it's not suitable to set out. You can wait for 2 hours until the mist clears and then set off. The first 100 warriors to reach the town can be recruited by the 4 major factions. They are even willing to offer extremely high prices for it. Ding! A hidden favorability event has been triggered. It is said that if one can be the first to arrive, they might even obtain the legendary subjob scroll. Hearing this, Linny was shocked and his eyes widened. Subjob? It is beautifully called a second profession. Although practicing 2 professions at the same time is extremely consuming. But for Linny, he has no such worries. He has beast mastery, so he doesn't need to worry about leveling up his second profession. If he could have a subjob, Lin Yi's combat power would greatly increase. In the entire world, there are extremely few people with a second profession. Its rarity is no less than that of SSS professionals. Because the level of the second profession will never be lower than the level of the first profession. And Lin Yi himself. SSS level. Thinking of this, Lin Yi felt he must obtain this second profession scroll. But this time, the competition is not small. Many hidden unknown opponents are sure to covet this town. Just like that vice president of the alliance. Mu Bai. He is a third transition SSS level professional. For him, existing in this village is like cutting vegetables. And behind him, there must be hidden stronger beings, just like him or even stronger. He cannot just sit and wait. He must take the initiative to have hope. To stand out among hundreds of thousands of candidates. At this moment, outside the secret realm, Lin Yi did not expect that his battle directly caught the attention of a powerful being from the abyss. Damn! My energy just flowed in, how could it be cut off? His voice revealed disbelief. A pitch-black hand, invisible to anything, tore apart the rift in space. It surprisingly peered directly into the secret realm. And he witnessed Lin Yi's entire battle with his own eyes. Hiss! Even this terrifying being could not help but gasp at Lin Yi's performance. The human race actually has such individuals concealed. Such individuals must be killed in their cradle. The Abyss being thought this, and directly withdrew the Abyss energy that was originally to be infused into various villages. All flooded to the few small towns and the battlefield behind. Because Lin Yi appeared. He saved many lives by preventing the people in the novice village from encountering the Abyss transformation. Of course, the road ahead also became much more difficult. But at least 90% of the people eliminated in this round are at least not in life-threatening danger. Lin Yi was also surprised to find that the night ghosts outside had transformed into the Abyss. Brother Lin. After Lan Ye's death, their organization instantly collapsed. They could only come to Lin Yi with a forced smile. They wanted to follow Lin Yi. But Lin Yi wouldn't care about this bunch of clowns and turned to leave. He only looked at the four who had chosen to help him before, and directly said, "You helped me before, and I will not hold any past grudges. Moreover, you can follow me to take on tasks. It doesn't matter if you move your hands, the experience and favorability will be shared." Thank you, Brother Lin. The four were overjoyed. After seeing Lin Yi's strength, they were completely convinced. Now being able to stick close to Lin Yi was truly a blessing for them. Lin Yi directly led them towards the blacksmith. He already had a goal. That is, to leave the village in advance. That's right. Lin Yi planned to rush out while it was the extreme night, while the night ghosts were still there. He did not plan to wait for the 2 hours for the night ghosts to dissipate. He wanted to fight for the first place to enter the town. To do that, he must seize every opportunity. And now, this is an opportunity. Most people would choose to be cautious and wait for the night ghosts to dissipate. But Lin Yi, on the contrary, chose to act against it. This was equivalent to advancing 2 hours ahead of schedule. Of course, it was also incredibly dangerous. The combat power of the night ghosts is many times stronger than that of monsters during the day. Moreover, now it has half turned into an abyss. On the way to the blacksmith, Lin Yi glanced at the 2 messages that popped up on his panel. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen from LV27 to LV28, you gained 1 golden egg, legendary, current total, 3 inch. The first message was from completing a quest, gaining 150,000 experience and leveling up again. The other message was a reminder about equipping items. The ring dropped from the Plague Mother tree. Rings like this are much rarer than equipment. If you see an adventurer on the road with rings covering their hands, don't think they're just showing off like a nouveau riche. Every single ring can be effective. Even if the quality isn't high, small benefits can add up to be quite powerful. Accessory, Plague Ring. Quality, Dark Gold. Level, LV50. Attributes, Attack Power plus 1200, Magic Damage plus 20%. Absorb, can absorb 10% of one attribute from the target and add it to oneself, absorbing 0.5% per second, it must be retracted after interruption. Plague Force, gives a chance for any attack to inflict the target with plague, causing continuous damage and random negative effects. Very nice. Especially the attribute of Absorb. For Lin Yi, it was simply a mighty weapon. Directly absorbing the attributes of his pet. He wasn't worried at all about any rebellion or interruption. It was like getting a huge attribute boost for free. After putting it on, Lin Yi opened his panel. After such a long time of equipping himself, his attributes had become quite formidable. Player, Lin Yi. Level, LV28. Talent, Primordial Blessing, God level, Eye of Truth, SS level. Class, First Transfer, Dragon Master, SSS level. Health, 38,000/38,000. Attack power, 11200. Defense, 3,200. Class talent, Dragon Contract, you will be able to tame dragons, and only dragons. Loyalty remains at 100%. Class skill 1, Dragon Lair, LV1+, for dragons living space, 2 halves. Class skill 2, Lifelink, unlocked at LV10, player shares health with the tamed dragon. Class skill 3, Dragon Techniques, unlocked at LV20, player can use the skills of the tamed dragon, unlocked at LV20. Class skill 3, Dragon Bond, unlocked at LV30, can grant the tamed dragons a special enhancement from the Dragon Bond. The more dragons there are, the stronger it gets. Equipment, Shadow Robe, Legendary, LV12, Universal Garment, Dark Gold, LV50, Universal Mage Hat, Golden, LV50, Universal, Dark Gold, LV50, Demon Suppressing Ring, Legendary, LV20, Pichot Necklace, Mythical, LV10, Plague Ring, Dark Gold, LV50. Now, Lin Yi's combat power far exceeded that of other combat classes. It's important to note that the Beast Master class is actually classified as a support role. It's not that Beast Masters can't fight. It's that their fighting ability is too weak. It's better to raise a bunch of beasts to assist them. Moreover, the Beast Masters panel is quite frail. Even among combat classes, they are at the bottom. But now, Lin Yi's attributes crushed everything. These stats were still without equipping mechanical dragons, attack energy, or absorb. When he arrived at the blacksmith shop, the other 4 looked at each other. The blacksmith wore a sullen face, focused solely on his work. Even when he noticed a large group approaching, he remained indifferent. The reason for their grim faces was that the blacksmith was a key character in one of the side quests. They had already visited him with Lin Yi before. But this blacksmith acted as if he had taken poison. Not only ignoring them but even rudely chasing them away. They pursued relentlessly, almost getting beaten up. This was also why Lin Yi reacted so harshly to that beggar guarding the Peachwood sword seal. Much of it was venting his hatred. Just when they thought Lin Yi would also be pushed away, Lin Yi shouted, and the blacksmith looked up. His displeased expression instantly turned into a smile upon seeing Lin Yi. "Young Master Lin, what brings you here?" The blacksmith immediately stopped working. He even invited Lin Yi to sit down and poured him a pot of tea. Even the 4 behind him benefited from Lin Yi's presence, sitting down to enjoy themselves. The 4 looked at this unbelievable scene, exchanging glances. They all doubted if this blacksmith was the same person as before. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Yi got straight to the point. "Brother blacksmith, I came this time to complete your side quest." It should be known that the blacksmith side quest is merely a clue. This proves that it is not a task that everyone can take on. To truly take it, one must explore. The enthusiastic blacksmith's expression suddenly fell when asked about it, but he still forced a smile at Lin Yi and said, "You only need to kill 10 night ghosts to piece together a blueprint with their souls. You just need to hand the blueprint to me. But those night ghosts are monsters that exist only during the polar night, and their permanent invisibility is too strange, so you will need this to see them." Saying this, the blacksmith pulled out 5 pairs of special biochemical glasses. He handed them over. "These biochemical glasses will allow you to see the night ghosts." Upon hearing this, the other 4 were overjoyed. At last, they understood what kind of monsters were outside. They eagerly put on the biochemical glasses. But at the moment they saw, they were instantly shocked into silence. "These night ghosts are too strong. No wonder we were instantly killed when we went out. Hiss, this is too dangerous. How about we wait until the polar night ends to go out? What are you afraid of? Brother Lin is here." Lin Yi did not take the biochemical glasses and thanked the blacksmith. "Thank you, we will bring back the fragments for you." Seeing Lin Yi not taking the biochemical glasses, everyone was puzzled. But they dared not ask. Then a few of them arrived at the village entrance. The other 4 immediately got tense. They suited up with any life-saving tricks they had. They closely followed Lin Yi's back. Ding! Lin Yi formed a team, and you will share the quest, Monster Killing Experience. Experience distribution is determined by the Captain Lin Yi. Ding! Lin Yi adjusted the team experience distribution. Lin Yi, 90%, the other 4, 2.5% each. Even with Lin Yi's adjustments, they were still overjoyed. It was originally an effortless game. They could still earn experience, which felt great. As they approached the village entrance, several night ghosts were glaring at them. Now that they stepped out, those night ghosts immediately surged forward like ferocious dogs pouncing on their prey. Their speed and numbers were simply unprecedented. The others were so scared that their legs went weak. But Lin Yi remained unflappable. Armored. Blazing Dragon. 9 streams of light flew like deadly charms. Wherever they passed, limbs and corpses flew up. The blazing dragon was like a judge from hell, turning any creature in its path to ashes. Watching the night ghosts fall one by one around them, the four were utterly shocked. It was clear Linny wasn't wearing the biochemical glasses. How was he doing this? Dragon tamer? Is it truly a useless profession? The battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. But the night ghosts were endless. You could never kill them all. This is why one must avoid the polar night. Even the most powerful can be worn down alive. But Linny had no such worries. He was a beast tamer. Even if he left just one beast, it would be enough to handle the fight. Another beast resting in the beast space would immediately recover to full strength. But deep in the night, there were not only night ghosts. Of course, there were other monsters. These monsters were not high level. This was also why many got caught off guard, wanting to go out to farm monsters, but were directly ambushed by night ghosts. The night ghosts were wiped out wave after wave. Ding! Killed LV-50 Night Ghost, Elite Half Abyssal, Experience plus 5,650, plus 50%. Ding! Dropped, Star Guardian Necklace Blueprint, Fragment *1. Ding! Killed LV-50 Night Ghost, Elite Half Abyssal, Experience plus 5,650, plus 50%. Each kill of a night ghost yielded a drop. But only for the first 10 times. He had already gathered enough fragments to synthesize the blueprint. But Linny was not in a hurry to leave, he chose to continue killing. The other four were puzzled, but they did not dare to speak. Now Linny needed 350,000 experience to level up. With the night ghosts, that was more than enough. Soon, he accumulated enough. Ding! Level up, LV29 LV30, 4750/88W, Gold Egg, Legendary, +1, currently, Gold Egg times 4. The next level directly doubled and even more. It requires a whopping 88,000 experience points. However, the once bloodthirsty night demons, driven only by the instinct to kill, have now begun to hesitate. They have truly been frightened by Linny's power. The will to kill among the night demons has wavered, showing just how overwhelming this massacre is. But Linny would never let these experience treasures escape. With a single move, he unleashed a magic seal. This locked the escape abilities of this group of night demons. The blazing dragon moved swiftly, carrying 5 people through the sea of night demons. Ding! Killed LV-50 Night Demon, Elite, Half Abyss, Experience plus 7,650, plus 50%. Ding! Killed LV-50 Night Demon, Elite, Half Abyss, Experience plus 7,650, plus 50%. Ding! Killed LV-30 Giant Rabbit, Experience plus 2,200, plus 50%. During this time, many other monsters were also slain. The 4 people who were watching this feast were dumbfounded. Who exactly is the examinee? They looked at Linny's back, swallowing hard unconsciously. In their hearts, they felt incredibly lucky for not choosing to go against Linny. With such strength, Linny would surely soar into the sky in the future. Even reaching the peak of the world is not impossible. Ding! Level up LV29 LV30, limit, requires second awakening to unlock, gain golden egg, legendary, ×1, golden egg, 5-inch. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully completed the side quest, Eternal Village, quest condition, clear monsters, 500. Linny immediately took out the materials he had previously purchased for the second awakening. Ding! Congratulations, you successfully performed a second awakening, level cap increased to LV50. Ding! You have unlocked a new skill, Dragon's Bond, non-upgradable. Ding! Your skill I, Dragon Slot, level cap +1. Seeing the notifications, Linny didn't rush to check. He directly withdrew from the village. Now that the side quest was also complete, staying any longer would yield no benefits. So retreating now was the best choice. Looking back at the battlefield they had just exited, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had finally escaped from that dangerous place. But they were also incredibly happy. Even following Linny to pick up scraps, they had gained a lot, leveling up several times. On the way to the blacksmith shop, Linny set his sights on the benefits of his recent level up. The awakened bond was absolutely of utmost importance. Dragon's Bond, non-upgradable, oversees 2/2, 2/3, February 5th to trigger different bonding effects. 2/2, activated, all dragonkind attributes increase by 25%. 2/3, not activated, all dragonkind attributes increase by 35%, and their equipment turns into golden equipment, with an additional enhancement increase of 10. 2/5, not activated, all dragonkind attributes increase by 100%, and their equipment turns into Dragon King's gear, with an additional enhancement increase of 20, and equipment quality +1. After reading, Lin Yi felt only one word in his heart. Strong. Such a powerful bond. Ding. Consuming 100,000 spirit stones, upgrade, dragon slot, level, LV2 LV3, dragon slot cap +1. Now he could summon a third beast. At the same time, the group finally arrived at the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith was still enthusiastic, especially delighted to see the Star Guardian necklace blueprint. Ding. Congratulations, you have completed the hidden quest, Blacksmith's Regret. Ding. Blacksmith's favorability +50, all villagers' favorability +10. Upon hearing the notification, they were overjoyed. Looking at the blueprint, the blacksmith's enthusiasm gradually faded from his face, replaced by a sense of sadness. The blacksmith slowly extended his hand. Thank you for finding this blueprint for me. But I still need your help with one thing. At this moment, his eyes held a hint of plea. But Lin Yi immediately agreed, no problem, feel free to speak. Hearing this, the blacksmith looked at Lin Yi with gratitude. He began his story. More than 10 years ago, my wife and I fled together because the empire was destroyed. Although we endured hardships along the way, we managed to escape here. But unfortunately at this point, a trace of self-blame showed on the blacksmith's face. I contracted tuberculosis from all the travel. My wife went out to gather herbs to save me, and ultimately died at the hands of the night demons. As he spoke, even this tough blacksmith could not help but shed tears of sorrow. Therefore, in her memory, I plan to transform a gemstone relic into a necklace, which is said to carry the heartbeat of the person who lived. When it was mentioned, everyone was unknowingly moved. The blacksmith truly was a passionate soul. But there is another condition: you need to bring a relic of the deceased to relive the most profound moments of their life. The blacksmith looked at Lin Yi and said, my wife once told me that being with the person she loved while fleeing to this place was the happiest thing for her. So I need you to take the necklace I forged and walk the path of our love. Ding. Task, Path of Love, activated. Path of Love, side quest. Level, B+. Task requirements: carry, Guardian of the Stars, along a specific road to reach the town. Task reward, experience +500,000, all NPC favorability in town +10. Task summary: the path of the blacksmith and his wife while fleeing. Though the route is shortest, it is the most dangerous. Please consider carefully whether to accept. Failure penalty: being scorned, NPC favorability in town -30. Lin Yi directly chose to accept. I accept. Lin Yi exclaimed. The blacksmith was immediately moved. Thank you, I truly thank you. You can come to me later to collect it, it will be quick. I'm counting on you. With this task completed, there was naturally another side quest remaining. Young brother Lin, why are you back so soon? The village head greeted warmly. Lin Yi went straight to the point. Village head, there's no need for pleasantries, I'm here to activate the sacred tree. Lin Yi walked directly to the sacred tree. He took out the heart source of the sacred tree. As if there was an attraction, in an instant, the heart source was absorbed into the tree trunk. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, starlight burst forth around. Starlight gathered from the bodies of the surrounding monsters. After receiving enough energy, the sacred tree finally revived. Ding! Side quest 2, Village Head Everlasting Peace, completed, reward experience times 500, 000. 500,000 experience, aromatic and delightful. Lin Yi quietly told the four, come here, I have something to tell you. The four immediately perked up, curious beyond measure. You only need to give that village head spirit stones to increase favorability by 90 points. Upon hearing this, the four were overjoyed. They had just completed a hidden task which netted them 10 favorability points. With this, they could just reach 100 points. Obtain road contract. Not bad. You truly are a rare genius. I'm relieved to give this recommendation letter to you. The village head handed the letter to Lin Yi. Sacred Tree Village Head Recommendation Letter, take to the town office for submission. The other four gathered spirit stones to honor the village head. They successfully obtained the road contract. Now everything was prepared to continue. Lin Yi told the four about the situation. I'm heading to the town now, but there may be dangers during the polar night. I can't predict the situations on the road. If you want to follow me, I might have to abandon you if an accident occurs. You can choose to walk with me now or leave on your own during the polar night. Hearing this, the four immediately discussed among themselves. They quickly replied, Brother Lin, we're going with you. Even if we face danger, we will stand behind you and help you reach the town. We have received so many favors from you, it's only right. Lin Yi nodded. Since it was decided, they would set out. Soon, a four-person team appeared. Why 4 people? Because Lin Yi was invisible. Watching the four leave the village, the remaining 30 people hidden in the shadows stared at each other. After Lanya's death and a small portion being slaughtered by the plague's dry trees, they were left leaderless, aimlessly moving on their own. But when the village heads' road contracts were all obtained, they gathered together immediately. Losing the road contract was equivalent to being directly eliminated. They certainly were unwilling. That Linny didn't follow them out, a glimmer of joy flashed in their eyes. If Linny were present, they would never succeed no matter what. But now that Linny was absent, the battle forces were now 30 versus 4. Advantage is mine. But aren't there invisible monsters outside? Didn't you see? They went out without any problems. It must be over by now. Otherwise, why would they go out? Yeah, we don't have a road contract anymore. Unless we fight for it and steal one, we'll all be eliminated. Then let's do it. These 4 don't deserve the road contract. Aren't they just good at flattering people? They immediately followed, looking at the tail behind them. The 4 people felt a chill in their hearts. They didn't expect Linny to be right. Linny had said they would fight for it, even resorting to brutal means. They didn't believe it. After all, they were all students, and some were even classmates. How could they be so ruthless? But they never expected it to actually happen. And Linny had long been prepared. They left the village, everything was calm. They immediately felt relieved. It really is over, we can leave the village. Hurry, catch up and ambush them. But they had just walked less than 100 meters. The familiar cold aura attacked again. Ah! Accompanied by a scream. One person behind them had their head chopped off. They immediately panicked and became frantic. Ah! Ah! But soon the screams came one after another. Everyone was slaughtered by the night demons. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's flying sword appeared, shining brightly. Although it didn't strike, it drew 2 characters. Deserved death. At this moment, they finally realized they had fallen into a trap. But it was already too late. They couldn't run back to the village. Everyone died in the wilderness. All of them were decapitated. Linny glanced at the sky. This can't possibly have anything to do with me, right? That's right. The college entrance exam definitely had supervisors. He couldn't slaughter innocent people, but he could make use of others to do it. This scene had indeed caught the attention of the supervisors. But they only took a quick look. Although they knew it was related to Lin Yi, they couldn't pin the blame on him. They could only blame these people for being too greedy. At the same time, they also noticed the anomaly in the abyss. Chapter 101, Arrival. Compared to Lin Yi's situation, they were more concerned about the abyss. Quick, report this. An A-level anomaly has appeared around this key exam student. Apply for the education headquarters to send someone to assist. After dealing with this batch of people, it was considered to have eliminated future troubles. And along the way, there hadn't been any accidents. The monsters were just a little more frequent. But under Lin Yi's powerful strength, they were paper tigers. They smoothly arrived near the town. Unfortunately, at this point, an accident occurred. Several armored figures, some even with mechanical arms, suddenly blocked the way. Seeing this, the group exchanged glances. They thought it was a town checkpoint. But they didn't expect. The figures, with arrogant expressions, swaggered forward and said, "This road was opened by me, and this tree was planted by me. If you want to pass, leave some road toll." Linny scanned them. He was surprised to find that they were wearing the town guard's armor. This meant they were from the town. But they were doing such highway robbery. Linny didn't want to make trouble, so he immediately took out spirit stones and handed them over. There were a total of 5,000 spirit stones. Seeing these spirit stones, their eyes lit up. But at that moment, they exchanged a glance. It seemed they had reached some kind of consensus. After licking their lips, they slapped the spirit stones away, arrogantly saying, "This is too little sincerity. Don't blame us now. Turn around, we will search you." Lin Yi immediately understood. These people were greedy. They thought they'd met a fat sheep. They wanted to completely bleed them dry. Right now, Lin Yi's goal was to enter the town, so he wouldn't choose to clash with these people. But when they touched Lin Yi's recommendation letter, their eyes immediately brightened. This is a good item. Saying this, they tried to take the recommendation letter. Seeing this, Lin Yi's eyes flashed with a murderous look. Now, there was no point in holding back. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, they even mocked him. "What? Not convinced? If you're not convinced, just hold it in." But while speaking, they suddenly noticed there was something like a sword in the shadow on the ground. Whoosh! As a cold flash swept past, the heads of those few robbers dropped neatly to the ground. The recommendation letter Lin Yi worked so hard to get, how could he hand it over so easily? Rather than that, it was better to kill and silence them. Hiss! Seeing Lin Yi make a move, the other 4 were shocked. This place was not far from the town. Even though it was now thick with fog, one could still vaguely see figures. But Linny already had a plan. Linny controlled the energy sword and made the corpses stand up. They walked around. The town had noticed that side hadn't moved for a long time. The city guards had already frowned and were preparing to check the situation. But suddenly saw figures moving in the fog. And even saw figures walking toward here, so they finally relaxed. The four were scared and trembling, but still successfully arrived at the town. Seeing the steel city not far ahead, it was so different from the small town they imagined. In front of them was a concrete and steel wall 30 meters high, with all kinds of mechanical creatures guarding outside. It was exactly like arriving in a future tech society. Stop! A city guard wearing punk-style clothes, with a steam-spewing mechanical arm on his right, blocked them. He coldly scanned them. Show your travel certificate, otherwise you cannot enter the city. Hearing this, everyone quickly took out their travel certificates. After seeing this paper document, the city guard's face also became more friendly. Welcome to Sin Prison Town. As the guard opened the city gate, what met the eyes were chimneys of steam boilers everywhere, streets filled with ancient Western-style buildings, and common people covered in dust and grime. But the professionals mostly wore spiked leather jackets, with hair dyed in all kinds of non-mainstream colors. It was a complete steampunk scene. Just entering the city, a prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side mission, Road of the Star, EXP plus 500,000, all NPC favorability in the town plus 10 inch. Only a little more was needed to level up. Ding! Server-wide announcement, congratulations to Linny for being the first to enter the town. Special reward, second profession awakening scroll, divine. Damn! At this moment, all the examinees in the secret realm were shocked with their jaws dropped. A second profession scroll? The appearance of such a rare item not only shook the students in the secret realm, even the inspectors. Damn! Isn't this just an A-rank secret realm? How can there be such a great reward? The inspectors looked at each other in disbelief. They were the ones who hosted every college entrance exam in Jiangnan province. Although there were issues in the past, compared to today, those were nothing. Totally not on the same level. They couldn't handle this situation at all. Could only continue reporting to the Ministry of Education. And the Ministry of Education was located in the capital, managing the college entrance exams across all 34 provinces. They received 2 red alerts about Jiangnan province in a row, which directly alarmed the head of the Ministry of Education. Director, these are the 2 red alerts from Jiangnan province. The situation is indeed serious. A subordinate handed over the documents. Around them stood military leaders, top officials of the Ministry of Education, and many powerful figures in various fields. The director was a bit surprised. Jiangnan province was not considered strong among all the provinces. One could even say it was at the bottom. Mainly because Jiangnan province bordered the abyss. It was hard to develop. Abyssal invasion? The director of the Ministry of Education frowned as soon as he saw the first document. This matter could be big or small. But it involved the entire province's college entrance exam students. This year is still the selection for the Genius Training Camp, someone beside him reminded. The director of the Education Bureau nodded. He certainly knew how serious this matter was. At this moment, he still had no idea how to solve it. He could only flip to the next article. However, when he saw the next article, he was instantly stunned. Second profession awakening scroll? When he spoke this sentence, the gazes of everyone in the office became fiery. They were all important figures. This second profession awakening scroll was truly a divine item for them. This Linny seems to have appeared twice? The director of the Education Bureau flipped back to the previous article. Sure enough, he saw Lin Yi's name again. It was specifically about him slaying a level 50 Dark Gold boss, which was even semi-abyssal. However, the issue of the abyss invasion was too serious, and they hadn't paid attention at first. Both pieces of news were related to Lin Yi, which couldn't help but make the director notice Lin Yi. Pull up the information on this Lin Yi. And it seemed his subordinates had long been prepared. They immediately handed it over. The content was extremely detailed. It even recorded the incident of Lin Yi using his military rank to kill that deputy principal Lu. Of course, there were many other matters related to Lin Yi. There were also some recommendations from Zhang Liuha. These things added together made the experienced director of the Education Bureau immediately see that Lin Yi was not a simple person. So did Lin Yi use the scroll? He asked again, and his subordinate shook his head. It seems there are restrictions, that makes it difficult. The director murmured. Now send my orders to the Jiangnan military district. He suddenly spoke. His subordinate immediately took out the communication device. Order. The Jiangnan Military District is to fully mobilize troops to the Abyss front line and send special forces to seal off the college entrance examination site, gradually investigating enemy spies. Comprehensively protect Lin Yi's personal safety. Also, send orders to the Xuanwu war zone, commanding them to strengthen border lockdowns and prevent enemy spies from infiltrating. Then send orders to the Resource Department of the Education Bureau to gather a batch of 5 million spirit stone resources for Lin Yi as compensation for the persecution suffered from that corrupt principal. Understood. With 3 commands issued, it instantly caused a stir throughout the entire country and even the whole world. Watching the college entrance examination site being locked down, many parents and teachers of the examinees were dumbfounded. But seeing the fully armed special forces, they didn't dare to ask what was happening at all. And the actions of the Xuanwu war zone were immediately picked up by surrounding countries. The most frightened were the Sakura country. They shared a maritime border with the Xuanwu war zone, and they thought the country was going to take action against them. Countless orders were sent to Eagle Sauce and neighboring allies, requesting their intervention. However, very soon they found out that even though troops had gathered at the border, there was no action. Soon a piece of news emerged. Second Profession Awakening Scroll is introduced. This immediately caused a stir in the entire world, especially among some major countries. Eagle Sauce country frantically sent messages to Sakura country about a war with the country. But how could Sakura country dare to move? Everyone cast envious glances at Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi, who was in the secret realm, suddenly felt an itch on his back. It felt like many venomous snakes were staring at him. Maybe it was just an illusion? He thought about it this way. He looked at the rewards from this time. Second Profession Awakening Scroll can awaken a second profession that is equal to your professional level, which is independent and does not conflict. Usage requirement, level 50, third transfer. It seemed his level was not enough. He could only wait a bit more. After all, it wasn't far now. After entering the city, several people also parted ways. Lin Yi went alone to the school's yamen. As he approached, he was met by guards at the gate, dressed in leather jackets with colorful hair, who were completely different from the city guards before. Impatiently driving him away, gangsters get lost quickly. Don't cause trouble here. Hearing this, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Is there a gang in this city? Lin Yi stepped forward to clarify his identity. I am not from a gang, I am just a novice warrior from the village here. This is a letter of recommendation from our village chief. Saying this, Lin Yi took out the letter from the guard. Upon seeing the envelope, the guard was finally convinced. However, this guard did not make an introduction. Instead, he pulled Lin Yi to one side, saying, "Bro. Actually, I'm not from the authorities." Hearing this, Lin Yi was taken aback. Then who are you? The guard revealed a cross medal of his own and whispered, I am from the Iron Cross Society. You might not know yet, but this place is actually a city of sin. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi nodded. He had more or less guessed this possibility. After all, the people here were really strange. All the people here are criminals discarded by the kingdom, so the authorities hardly manage the matters of the town. They don't want trouble at all. There are hardly any guards from the authorities, and no one is working inside. It's just for show, so you see, my brother. He smiled, pointing to himself, I'm here guarding the gate for money. Lin Yi had his eyes opened. Part-time guarding at the authorities. And the hires are actually gang members. I see you have a recommendation letter, so your strength must be quite impressive. He extended his hand, I invite you to join our Iron Cross Society. Of course, if you insist on joining the authorities, I won't stop you. Just consider us friends, we will have plenty of dealings in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi thought for a moment. He chose to join the gang. Although the gang seemed lowly. But thinking again, Lin Yi had a problem. That was that he had already killed someone from the authorities. If it traced back to him and he joined the authorities, it would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. And the gang. It was nomadic, doing no background checks. Less trouble. It was perfect for him to hide. However, Lin Yi didn't rush to agree. Lin Yi asked, Bro. Can I ask what other forces are in the city besides our society? Of course, there's the Ancient Magic Society and the Steam Society. They practice alchemical ancient magic and mechanical transformation, respectively. Most of those mechanical prosthetic people you see on the road come from their gangs. What about us? Lin Yi roughly understood. What about us? He smiled, we accept anyone. It seems the Iron Cross Society is a godless gang. But that's good. If they wanted him to do any prosthetic transformations, he wouldn't be able to stand it. Thank you for answering so many of my questions, then I choose to join our Iron Cross Society. Lin Yi immediately agreed. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, he was overjoyed. I've pulled in such a big performance for the team, this month, the money is sure to be plenty. It turned out he was being recruited. My name is Hyla, from now on we are brothers. Hyla did not hold back, we are short on people, so having someone capable like you will generally earn rewards. When you have someone, you can also recruit them into the gang. As for your recruitment fee, I'll treat you to a meal at the end of the month. Ha ha. Hyla was very open and had no concealment at all. Lin Yi's side also received a notification sound, ding. Congratulations, you have triggered a hidden storyline, your identity is now, gang member. Ding. A group main quest has been released, Counter-Revolution. Group main quest, Counter-Revolution. Quest group, gang members. Quest difficulty, A+. Quest requirements, help the gang, Iron Cross Society, eliminate 2 gangs, Ancient Magic Society, and Steam Society, 0/2, eliminate the authorities of the Sin City, 0/1. Quest reward, escape from the land of sin, experience times 100W. Quest summary, after joining the gang, your identity has become that of a gang member. If you want to escape the identity of a sinner in Sin City, you can only kill the authorities and escape this land of sin. Therefore, the other 2 gangs are your obstacles. You have been at odds for years and have colluded with the authorities to some extent. Once one side makes a move, the other gangs will jump in to stir up trouble. Chapter 103, Difficulty. Upon receiving the task prompt, Lin Yi somewhat understood the task's direction. It seems that different identities lead to different task requirements. In the end, only one faction can escape the Sin Domain town. Next, he asked Hela about the town's situation. He then discovered that these night demons were meant to trap them, the sinners exiled to the Sin Domain. The Sin Domain is vast. No one knows how to get out of here. Moreover, at night, there are night demons. The only possible clues to escape may be in the town's authority building. Compared to this group of sinners, the authority building has little resistance. But unfortunately, some don't want to leave, they enjoy this place where they can kill without punishment. There are also those who come here for refuge, they do not want to lose this natural shelter. And some fear retaliation from the Empire and are too scared to resist. Hela is clearly someone who longs to leave. Saying this, he couldn't help but clench his fists. His face was filled with indignation. After Lin Yi took in this information, he had a rough understanding. Shieling Street. Hela took Lin Yi to one of the few relatively clean streets in the town. Hela showed a bit of pride. This is my patrolled street, and I can collect over 10,000 spirit stones every week. However, this clean only means that there isn't excrement or homeless people everywhere. Trash is still everywhere. The streets are lined with brothels, mechanical modification factories, and casinos. Lin Yi learned from Hela that the outside world is infected by radiation. Water sources and food are both scarce. Apart from a few wealthy families monopolizing these resources, ordinary people are struggling to survive. Death is commonplace here. Compared to those who sell flesh in small workshops, gangs are somewhat better off. They only need to collect protection fees to make a decent income. However, gangs are high-risk professions. Even without leaving the city, various gang conflicts and attacks from radiation monsters can cause significant casualties. This person named Lin Yi was recruited at the authority building gate. He can obtain the village chief's recommendation letter. Hela introduced Lin Yi to a contact person. That person took a quick glance and didn't ask too many questions. This is the new recruitment process of the gang. Anyone who can join has a troubled background. Moreover, the gang has a high casualty rate. The teammates you meet today may all be new faces tomorrow. There is no need to get involved in so much. Since you have this level of strength, you can become a small team leader. You will guard Shieling Street alongside Hela. Just in time, the ancient demon society near Dongling Street is stirring up trouble. It's perfect to send you over. Ding. Congratulations on your identity upgrade, Steel Cross Society gang member, Steel Cross Society gang team leader. Ding. The gang team leader can have 4 official team members, a team channel has been opened, and you can communicate with your teammates. As the prompt sounded, the contact person continued, your team can have 4 formal members, others can only be considered reserves or external members. Our cross society is currently short on people, you can recruit on your own or wait for us to arrange someone, but it may take a while. Hela happily patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, wow. I didn't expect us to become colleagues. From now on, you have to take care of me. Lin Yi smiled and said, you're joking, you're the senior. You should take care of me instead. Hela found this very pleasing and happily said, you kid, I worked hard for so many years to become a team leader, and you just came at the same level as me. Today, I must treat you to a big meal. Come on. I'll take you to get familiar with Shieling Street. By the way, let me take you for a little experience. With that, Hyla wore a wicked smile. Under Hyla's lead, the two returned to Shieling Street. Hyla directly pulled Linny to meet the owners of various shops. Everyone, take a look. This will be our street's new captain. Be good and honest. Don't think you can bully him just because he's a newcomer. Yes, yes, yes. These shop owners were servile, not daring to disobey. The new captain should come to our Baihua building. Our little sisters here are really charming. An old madam waved a fragrant handkerchief, seductively speaking beside Linny. Scram! The girls in your shop can't even call out. Hyla scolded her directly, then turned to Linny and said, let's go to Gua building, the girls there are nice. Brother, I manage this street, and everyone gives me some face. Even the people from Dongling Street don't dare to cause trouble here, it's really peaceful. Linny wore a grim expression, finding it hard to refuse. After all, he was new here. Pushed by Hyla, they arrived at that red light district. Hyla was busy introducing how good it was inside and which girl was more beautiful. Bang! But at that moment, suddenly a figure flew out of Gua building's main door. Hyla's face instantly dropped. Just a moment ago, he was bragging to Linny about the peace on his street. Now this incident happened, this was too embarrassing for him. TCH. Following that, several figures flew out from Gua building. All of them were guards of Gua building. You Gua building are this incompetent, and you still want to extort me, saying that a guy in a black robe covered with strange runes walked out. He patted the non-existent dust off his hands, arrogantly stepped on a guard's head, and cursed. The girls from Gua building and the remaining guards struggled to rise and came out. Other customers also watched with a theatrical attitude. This kid is tired of living, this is Hyla's turf, one customer commented while watching the show. But as soon as these words were spoken, they were immediately rebutted. This person's identity is not simple, he seems to be from the ancient demon society. He is the captain from Dongling Street. Hearing this, the man realized, immediately wearing a look of interest, Hyla is a reckless guy, it won't be easy for the ancient demon society person to leave. In fact, it was indeed as he said. Upon seeing Hyla, the old madam from Gua building rushed over crying to report, Captain Hyla, this guy played here, not giving a penny, and wants to leave. We stopped him, and he flipped the script, saying we were extorting him. Hearing this, Hyla was immediately furious. You're so arrogant, dare to cause trouble on my turf? Hyla. The man recognized Hyla, and not only was he not afraid, but instead became even more arrogant. So what? I'm leaving today, can you stop me? Hyla, whose anger had risen, couldn't hold back. Where did this little punk come from? Let me teach you a good lesson. Hyla vanished in an instant, a long knife flashing in his hand. He directly swung towards the man's neck. No one except Linny present saw his move clearly. Second shift C-level professional, flashing spirit swordsman. And on the other side, second shift C-level professional, alchemist sorcerer, poison type. Upon seeing the opposing battle power, Linny felt something was wrong. Hyla was definitely going to suffer. Sure enough, Hyla looking at his opponent, who showed no reaction. He was secretly pleased that he had easily solved the trouble. But at that moment, the opponent in the black robe vanished. A wave of black poisonous gas erupted, quickly spreading. Only a few crows flew out. Gone. Hyla was shocked to find that his attack had missed. And the man was caught in the poison zone. The crows circling above watched the scene and actually spoke. Ha, foolish. You fell for it? Hyla wanted to speak, but the poison gas attacked his heart. His whole body softened, lacking the strength to even stand. He could only speak slowly and painfully, you are Dudge. Chapter 104.